Lin Mo, an ordinary wage slave from modern Earth, is a reclusive individual deeply familiar with the intricacies of the plot of Dragon Ball. He finds himself transported to the era of Dragon Ball Z after a fatal all-nighter spent reading the manga. The system, Multiverse Chat Group System Variant Edition. Core functions: interdimensional communication, theoretically capable of inviting characters from myriad realms into the group, currently primarily targeting the Dragon Ball universe, with a few select others. Newbie gift package bestows upon the protagonist conceptual level invincibility. This entails absolute defense, rendering any physical, energy, or law-based attacks ineffective. Absolute power, theoretically capable of obliterating anything, though the protagonist's lethargic mindset prevents misuse. Infinite energy, immortality, and omniscience, limited to information that has occurred or is currently happening within the Dragon Ball universe. Notably, the protagonist's attitude is one of retirement, seeking to experience life and watch drama, harboring disdain for complications and desiring a life of ease. His invincibility is passive, ensuring his safety rather than being a goal he actively pursues. Group functions include live streaming, file sharing. The protagonist can upload memory visuals. Group tasks, rarely triggered. Rewards are mostly for entertainment. And a group marketplace, selling trinkets from various realms of little interest to the protagonist, alongside an ignored point system. System status: after binding, it maintains an extremely low profile, akin to a background program. The protagonist seldom utilizes it voluntarily, except when boredom strikes or for the sake of his disciple. Chapter 1. The death of a wage slave and a conceptual level beginning. In the dead of night, the city sprawls like a wearied giant beneath the neon glow. Lin Mo curls up in the creaky computer chair of his rented room, the screen ablaze with the fierce battle of the Dragon Ball Z game against Cell. Energy beams threatening to tear apart the virtual firmament. A fork, still holding remnants of instant noodles, dangles from his mouth, the bowl containing a congealed mass of cheap noodles, while his eyelids weigh heavily as if filled with lead. Tomorrow morning looms with a dreaded project meeting, and the PowerPoint presentation remains incomplete by several pages, yet the menacing grin of Cell and Gohan's explosive golden aura magnetically ensnare his attention. Damn, I've rewatched the Frieza saga 3 times, but Cell's pressure is still palpable. He mumbles through the fork, his fingers mindlessly tapping on the greasy keyboard. That moment when Vegeta self-destructs, every time it gives me goosebumps. Save, save, I need to save. A profound weariness mingled with aversion to the monotonous reality surges within him. Just then, an excruciatingly bright, white light suddenly bursts forth outside, instantly engulfing the screen's glow, followed by a piercing screech of brakes that rends the air, culminating in a dull thud akin to the onset of the apocalypse. Bang! Lin Mo feels an irresistible force collide violently from the side, his body flung like a rag doll, the back of his head crashing against the cold wall. A wave of intense pain and dizziness overwhelms him, and his vision swiftly succumbs to darkness. Before complete unconsciousness takes hold, the last vestige of thought that lingers is not fear or regret, but a bitter lamentation of a wage slave. Damn, I haven't saved the report for next week. Void. Absolute void. No light, no sound, no sensation, not even the awareness of one's own existence. Lin Mo's consciousness sinks into the deepest abyss, enveloped by an unfathomable darkness. In this eternal solitude, a cold, emotionless voice, reminiscent of the friction of the purest metal, resonates directly at the core of his, or rather, his remaining consciousness, essence. High compatibility soul detected. Soul wavelength match 99.998. Binding conditions met. Binding procedure initiated. Binding target. Multiverse chat group. Concept version. System commencing soul integration. There are no inquiries, no choices. Like a frigid needle piercing the brain, a torrent of information floods in an instant. It is not text, nor images, but pure concepts, rules, coordinates, existential information, ruthlessly inundating his fragile consciousness. Asterisk coordinates confirmed. Asterisk 3-dimensional universe. Universe 7, Milky Way galaxy, solar system, Earth. Time anchor point. Year 767 of the Age of the Dragon. 1 year after the Cell Games, during a period of peace. Asterisk loading core, functional modules of the system. Asterisk. Asterisk interdimensional communication. Asterisk theoretically capable of linking consciousness entities from myriad realms, currently anchored in the world of Dragon Ball, Universe 7. Asterisk group functions. Asterisk text, voice and visual communication, group live streaming, file sharing, capable of uploading and downloading information streams. Group marketplace, virtual currency transactions, group tasks, probability triggered, member management. Asterisk basic computation and information processing asterisk passively receiving and processing information flows that have occurred or are currently occurring in the anchored world, omniscience, limited to the Dragon Ball universe. Asterisk newbie gift package dispatched asterisk threat level of the host's initial environment detected. Extremely high, presence of planet-destroying level combat power and above. Initiating highest priority protection and adaptation protocol. Asterisk conceptual level invincibility, limited to the Dragon Ball universe. Asterisk absolute defense asterisk immunity to all physical, energy, mental, causal, and law level attacks. Judgment priority, conceptual level. Asterisk absolute power asterisk theoretical output limit, capable of destroying all forms of existence within the Dragon Ball universe, matter, energy, space-time structures, driven by the host's subjective will. Infinite energy asterisk, the energy source is bound to the primordial essence of the universe, inexhaustible. Eternal life asterisk cells, soul, and form of existence remain constant, impervious to the ravages of time. Omniscience, passive, continuously receiving and comprehending the flow of information regarding all events that have occurred and are currently occurring within the Dragon Ball universe, not through active inquiry. Information flows in naturally. System status asterisk binding complete. Sense of existence, extremely low, background operation mode. The host may actively awaken the operational interface. The torrent of information ceased. Lin Mo's consciousness surged violently, akin to a sea ravaged by a hurricane. Ecstasy, an ineffable joy erupted like volcanic magma. Invincible, truly, at the conceptual level invincible. In a world where stars explode and monsters roam freely. This is akin to starting with max-level divine gear. What science, what gods of destruction, they are mere trifles. He can stride across the cosmos, dominate the universe, collect Dragon Balls, become the new deity. Those thoughts, which once could only be fantasized before the screen, are now within easy reach. The ultimate pleasure derived from power washes away all the frustrations accumulated during his mundane existence. However, this ecstasy arrived with ferocity and departed abruptly. Like a roller coaster that soars to its peak only to plummet, a profound sense of emptiness engulfed him like a chilling tide, instantly drowning that fleeting exhilaration. Invincible, and then what? This thought clearly surfaced in his consciousness. Domination? Rule? It sounded exhausting. Managing a planet is already a challenge, let alone the universe. Endless troubles and intrigues, just thinking about it gives him a headache. Collecting Dragon Balls? Making wishes? Achieving immortality? The system has granted all that. Wealth? Power? He possesses both. What more could he wish for? For everyone in the universe to like him? How dull. Becoming a deity? Spending all day like the KO watching the lower realm fight, while sipping tea? Sleeping like a god of destruction only to be awakened by others and then lose his temper? It seems rather pointless. Saving the world? Watching the Z fighters battle fiercely and then showing up at critical moments to act cool? Once or twice is acceptable, but doing so every time is akin to clocking in at work. Besides, what does it have to do with him? Once a wage slave, wasn't the ultimate dream financial freedom lying flat? Now financial, cosmic wealth holds no significance for him. Freedom? He possesses absolute freedom. Lying flat? It seems achievable now. Yet this invincibility arrived too suddenly, too completely. It is like giving a beggar, accustomed to struggling for survival in the mud, a mountain of gold and an empty kingdom. After the initial ecstasy, faced with this hollow possession, a profound sense of confusion and emptiness gripped him. The goal vanished. The meaning of struggle was lost. So, after becoming invincible, what should I do? Lin Mo's consciousness floated in the void, feeling, for the first time, a sense of boredom in this easily attainable new world. Soul, fusion complete. Consciousness projection initiated. Target coordinates. 7th universe. Earth beginning transmission. There was no dazzling light, no sense of spatial tearing. Lin Mo merely felt the essence of existence, gently pushed, as if surfacing from deep waters. Chapter 2, Wilderness, Earth, and the Throne of Emptiness. Cough, cough. Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a fit of violent coughing expelling a mouthful of dust. He found himself sprawled in an exceedingly awkward position at the bottom of a vast, radiating pit. Beneath him lay scorching, coarse gravel, while the air was thick with dust and an acrid scent of char. The sky above was blindingly pure azure, unmarred by a single cloud, with the sun hanging high, radiating searing heat. Surrounding him was an undulating expanse of barren, crimson desert, desolate, as the surface of Mars. His landing was abysmal, and he struggled to sit up, brushing off the dust from his tattered, energy-worn t-shirt and jeans. His body felt remarkably peculiar, light as a feather, as if he had shed an immense burden. With each breath, his lungs filled with an unprecedented vitality, invigorating him to the point of discomfort. The lethargy of his former life seemed a distant memory. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, feeling an indescribable surge of power coursing beneath his skin. It was not the bulging of muscles, but rather a profound force, saturating each cell and even permeating the very fabric of space, akin to a sleeping ocean, calm yet unfathomable. Was this the essence of limitless energy? With a flicker of thought, he attempted to summon a fragment of this power to his fingertips. A faint hum resonated in the air ahead. There were no dazzling visual effects or grandiose displays. 3 meters away, a towering, angular boulder of dark crimson stone, reminiscent of ice cast into raging fire, was silently transformed into the finest, glimmering powder, which the arid desert winds whisked away, leaving only a shallow indentation in its place. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He gazed at his fingers, then at the vanished boulder. There was no backlash, no sensation of energy expended, merely the act of erasing an unsightly speck of dust. Was this the concept of absolute erasure? To test his newfound invulnerability, he bent down to pick up a sharp shard of black flint, keen enough to easily pierce skin. Drawing a deep breath, tinged with curiosity and inexplicable trepidation, he summoned all his strength, which now felt frighteningly immense, and thrust the tip into the palm of his left hand. The anticipated sting never arrived. A crisp snap echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. Lin Mo glanced down to see that the hardened flint shard, upon contact with his palm, had fractured as if colliding with the infinitely dense shell of a neutron star, crumbling into a harmless dust within his grasp. His skin remained unblemished, devoid of even a faint mark. Truly invincible, he murmured, though his expression bore little excitement. Instead, it contorted into a complex smile, blending relief from confirming the reality with a deeper sense of bewilderment. At that moment, an overwhelming influx of omniscient information surged into his consciousness. Planet confirmed. Earth. Time confirmation. Year 767 of the age of AI, 1 year after the conclusion of the Cell Games. A period of peace. Key characters' energy perceptions. Son Goku, Bao Mountain. His energy is calm and vibrant, currently engaged in a meal. Vegeta, suburbs of West City, Capsule Corporation's gravity room. His energy is tumultuous and continuously rising, in training. Son Gohan, West City, a regular school. His energy is serene, in a concealed state. Piccolo, the sacred temple. His energy is deep and stable, in meditation. Bulma, West City, Capsule Corporation laboratory. Her energy is faint, yet her consciousness is alert, conducting research. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu are dispersed across various locations, their energies tranquil. Android 17 and 18, unknown location. Their energies are concealed, yet perceptible, perhaps idling. Recent major events. The conclusion of the Cell Games, Son Goku's sacrifice, now resurrected. Earth has restored its peace, and there are no significant threats at present. The Z fighters are in a phase of rest and daily training. Current environment. A remote and desolate region of Earth, approximately 800 kilometers southwest of West City. The information flow is clear yet vast, akin to an encyclopedic repository of Dragon Ball knowledge being updated in real time. Yet, all of this only amplifies Lin Mo's profound sense of emptiness, as if coal vines were wrapping around him. Earth, in a time of peace, with Goku and Vegeta, he gazes upon the barren desolation of the Gobi, feeling the immense power within him capable of easily shattering stars. Invincible. But then what? Domination? Observing Vegeta's relentless training fervor and Goku's pure combat passion within the information stream, he merely feels fatigued. Engaging in those adrenaline-fueled battles and world-saving escapades? Troublesome, exceedingly troublesome. He yearns for a place to lie quietly, to simply rest. The ultimate dream of a corporate drone. Financial freedom achieved in a manner beyond imagination. Freedom of power? Acquired. Finance? Of no significance to him now. Longevity? Attained. Security? Absolute defense. Then what of ambition? What of the meaning of struggle? A profound sense of absurdity strikes him. He feels akin to a lottery winner of unimaginable fortune who has lost all desire, standing on a vast podium, utterly bewildered. Gurgle. An exceedingly untimely sound shatters the silence of the Gobi. Lin Mo's stomach voiced its protest. The sensation of hunger is palpably real. Invincibility, it seems, does not encompass the ability to conjure food from thin air. He attempts to summon a hamburger through sheer will. A double portion of cheese and bacon, please. No response. He tries to channel energy, envisioning the shape, aroma, and taste of the hamburger, energy gathering at his fingertips. Yet he can only emit a feeble light or singe a small patch of ground, falling utterly short of creating sustenance. Damn, unable to secure a meal? This invincibility has its flaws. Lin Mo, clutching his rumbling belly, directs his first heartfelt complaint towards the empty expanse of the gobi after his transition. The feeling of emptiness is momentarily subdued by the minor annoyance brought on by his physiological needs. He must first address the matter of survival. Rising to his feet, he brushes off the dust from his rear, selects a direction that feels closer to the city, West City, and begins to stride forth. The sun scorches the earth, casting an elongated shadow on the crimson gravel beneath. A man endowed with unparalleled strength now harbors a singularly humble ambition to seek out human presence and procure sustenance. Chapter 3. A meteorite? No, it's the afternoon tea assassin. The relentless sun in the gobi is merciless as the red gravel reflects blinding rays of light. While the air distorts and shimmers under the oppressive heat, Lin Mo trudges forward, his feet sinking into the searing stones, his mouth parched to the point of feeling like it might ignite. Despite his invincible physique's remarkable resilience to the harsh environment, the pangs of hunger and thirst persist, serving as a reminder that he remains tethered to the mundane. He envisions a serene retirement haven at Salted Fish Bay, complete with sun-drenched beaches, palm trees, chilled fruit juices, and perhaps a shade-providing umbrella. As he walks, he mentally sketches the blueprint of this idyllic sanctuary, attempting to counter the monotony of reality and the protests of his stomach with flights of fancy. He dreams of being distanced from the tumultuous West capital, yet not too remote, lest deliveries become impossible. Surely Bulma's technology could facilitate logistics? Yes, he must devise a method to persuade her to sponsor a smart assistant. Just as he immerses himself in the delightful reverie of his future languorous existence, even deliberating whether to choose orange or watermelon juice, a faint, razor-sharp screech, akin to a taut steel wire at its breaking point, swiftly disrupts the gobi silence. Lin Mo abruptly looks up. In the expansive azure sky, a blazing point of light expands at an astonishing velocity. It trails a long, fiery orange tail, resembling a burning spear of vengeance, tearing through the heavens with an overwhelming force of destruction, and its target is unmistakably the very area above him. A meteorite, or rather, a fragment, perhaps a piece of space debris or a minuscule celestial body, has breached Earth's atmosphere, surviving the intense friction and combustion to become a lethal remnant. Though not particularly large, estimated at 2 to 3 meters in diameter, the kinetic energy and impact it carries are sufficient to carve a massive crater into the gobi, annihilating everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The piercing howl rapidly escalates into a deafening roar. The shadow of death looms, accompanied by a searing wave of heat. The air compresses and ionizes, producing crackling explosions. Were he an ordinary individual, fear would have already frayed his nerves, leaving him collapsed on the ground, awaiting the inevitable. Even a moderately skilled martial artist would need to exert every ounce of strength to evade or defend against such an onslaught. Yet Lin Mo merely furrows his brow, his gaze reflecting profound annoyance and irritation at this unwelcome interruption. TSK. He clicks his tongue, his tone laced with impatience. Can't one even enjoy the scenery in peace? After all, he had just settled on the name Salted Fish Bay. He couldn't even be bothered to adopt a defensive stance, his footsteps unwavering. To him, the cataclysmic meteorite seems no more significant than a bothersome fly, with a shriek that rends the air and temperatures capable of melting steel. The meteorite is now less than 10 meters above him. A tempestuous gust of wind whirls up sand and dust, tousling his hair. The heat rushes toward him. At this critical juncture, Lin Mo, seemingly conversing with himself, expressed his irritation with a touch of morning grumpiness, murmuring towards the sky, "It's unbearable. Can you stop bothering me?" Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The meteor, imbued with destructive power, hovered a mere 9 meters above Lin Mo's head, as if it had collided with an utterly intangible, insurmountable wall of size. From a state of extreme motion, it transitioned instantaneously into absolute stillness. There There was no explosion, no fiery sparks, no ripples of energy colliding. It resembled an insect specimen ensconced in solidified resin, eerily defying all physical laws as it remained suspended in midair. The flames that engulfed its surface were abruptly extinguished, as if by an invisible giant hand, revealing its charred and pockmarked interior, flickering with dim red embers of residual heat. The violent kinetic energy and shock waves seemed to have never existed, and even the tremendous noise generated by its passage through the air ceased abruptly. The desert fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of the wind lamenting. In the next moment, the motionless meteor disintegrated silently, akin to a cookie thrown into a grinder, collapsing and vanishing from its very atomic structure. It did not explode into fragments, but was utterly obliterated on a material level. Like chalk drawings on a blackboard being gently erased, it left behind no remnants, no dust, nor energy traces. The sole evidence of its existence was the fleeting visual imprint left by its sudden disappearance, along with a faint, nearly imperceptible scent of ozone and the peculiar aroma of rock heated and cooled in an instant. The entire process was astonishingly swift, taking less than a tenth of a second from stillness to vanishment. The scorching air wave dissipated, and the threat of death was lifted, as if that cataclysmic spectacle had merely been an overly vivid illusion. Lin Mo did not even lift his gaze to the spot where the meteor had vanished. Instead, he impatiently raised a hand to tousle his hair, which had been disheveled by the gusts stirred up by the meteor, wearing a disgruntled expression. "I almost forgot the name of my intended retirement spot," he muttered, as if the one nearly crushed was not himself, but rather the culprit that had interrupted his contemplation of significant life matters. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, his eyes scanning the desolate expanse of the desert, eventually settling on a high slope with a relatively clear view of the distant horizon. "Yes, I shall name it Salted Fish Bay," he decided, nodding in satisfaction as if he had resolved a trivial matter. He continued on his way, stepping toward his chosen direction. The sunlight once again bathed him, casting a languid, elongated shadow upon the crimson desert. The earlier harrowing crisis, which would have put any Z warrior on high alert, felt to him merely like a slightly noisy breeze brushing past during an afternoon stroll. Chapter 4. Bulma's Anomalous Data and Piccolo's Reconnaissance. West City, Capsule Corporation Headquarters. Advanced Physics Laboratory. Dr. Bulma briefs. The foremost genius scientist of Earth was currently frowning intently at the dozens of holographic screens suspended before her. The screens displayed an intricate array of complex data and three-dimensional star maps, incomprehensible to the average person. She had just completed the routine maintenance upgrade of the Zeus shield, the defense network for Earth's outer space, and was performing the final verification. The calibration of the gravitational wave sensors was successful. The energy particle capture matrix was operating stably. As she examined the deep space radar array, something caught her attention. Suddenly, an inconspicuous secondary monitoring window in the corner of the screen erupted with a glaring red triangular warning box, accompanied by a series of sharp beeps. Warning: unknown higher dimensional energy fluctuations detected. Coordinates: southwestern Gobi region, N31 1543, W115 4822. Warning: local spatial gravitational parameters are anomalous. Anomaly level: delta. Duration: 0.00013 seconds. Warning: the deep space radar has captured a high-energy reaction annihilation event. Estimated target mass: equivalent to 35 tons of TNT. The annihilation process exhibited no energy leakage, no material residue. The barrage of alarms propelled Bulma to sit upright, her drowsiness vanishing in an instant. She swiftly called up the detailed data stream from the moment of the anomaly and the last images captured by the satellite. The holographic main screen vividly displayed a satellite map of the Gobi area. At the marked coordinates, an extraordinarily brief but intensely bright point of energy flashed by, so rapid it was nearly imperceptible. Following this, a series of unfathomable data emerged. The spatial curvature was instantaneously flattened, as if an invisible hand had smoothed out the wrinkles in space. An energy reaction of such magnitude that it defied comprehension appeared and vanished instantaneously, its form existing beyond the grasp of current physical models. A point, approximately half a meter in diameter, marked as absolutely void, was identified on the radar, blocking all known detection methods: radar waves, infrared, gravitational waves, akin to a black hole on the cosmic backdrop, consuming all information. Strangely, it indeed existed at that coordinate. Bulma operated swiftly, attempting to magnify the imagery surrounding the void point. High-precision optical satellites captured the final image, at the edge of a meteorite crater. There seemed to be a vaguely outlined figure dressed in peculiar attire, not a martial arts uniform. However, the image was violently distorted into static at the moment of energy annihilation. The unknown energy annihilation, the incomprehensible form of energy. And this absolute void point prompted Bulma to adjust her glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light of the screens. Her eyes sparkled with the excitement and gravity of a scientist confronting the unknown. Was this a trial of a new type of weapon? A harbinger of alien invasion? Or perhaps a natural phenomenon beyond our comprehension? The likelihood of instrument malfunction was less than 0.001. She immediately mobilized all nearby surveillance satellites and drones, designating the arid expanse as the highest priority monitoring target. Concurrently, she began constructing a new mathematical model, endeavoring to decipher the momentarily manifested, paradigm-shattering energy characteristics. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Earth, Beak was suspended in the center, his emerald skin radiating an unusual tranquility under the sunlight. He was engrossed in profound meditation, perceiving an invisible web that radiated from the temple, enveloping the entire planet, vigilant for any formidable aura or anomalous energy that might arise. Suddenly, a remarkably subtle yet piercing sense, akin to a steel needle jabbing into his mind, swept through his perception. It was not a formidable essence, but rather an absence, an absolute void, as if a segment of the perceptual canvas had been ruthlessly excavated. Immediately following this moment of emptiness, an indescribable wave of terror, seemingly originating from the very essence of the universe and imbued with a sense of total annihilation, flickered and vanished. Though faint to the utmost degree and fleeting like an illusion, the profound layers encompassed within that wave jolted Beak from his meditation. His sharp white pupils abruptly widened, emitting a terrifying brilliance. "What is that?" Beak's voice was low and laced with caution. As a former dark overlord, a warrior embodying the wisdom of the Namekian dragon clan and the responsibilities of a deity, his perceptual acuity and instinct for danger far surpassed that of ordinary beings. The anomaly he had just sensed evoked a long-forgotten shudder rooted in the primal instincts of life. It was undeniably a force unknown to Earth. It did not even resemble the essence emitted by living beings. Coordinates: Southwest Gobi. Beak instantly pinpointed the source of that anomalous fluctuation, aligning perfectly with the location detected by Bulma. Without a hint of hesitation, he flickered and vanished within the temple. The sonic boom generated by his high-speed flight erupted above the temple, his figure resembling a green lightning bolt, tearing through the sky as he raced towards the Gobi. He needed to personally ascertain what this sudden and ominous anomaly, laden with unknown threats, truly was. In the Gobi, Lin Mo remained oblivious to all of this. He had just endured the fright of a meteor shower, though it had no effect on him, and was now idly attempting to roast a hapless desert lizard that happened to cross his path with the energy emanating from his fingertips. A feeble beam of energy shot forth from his fingers, accurately striking the lizard, which was peering curiously through a crevice in the rocks. Sizzle. A charred scent wafted through the air as the lizard instantaneously transformed into a small pile of ash, emitting wisps of smoke. "Damn, bird again," Lin Mo grumbled as he shook his hand. The energy output was set to the lowest level, yet controlling the heat was exceedingly difficult. "I wonder if Bulma's universal capsule contains a portable barbecue grill?" He squatted down, poking at the pile of charcoal with a stick, his face a portrait of disillusionment. Such immense power felt remarkably clumsy when it came to fulfilling basic survival needs. He was entirely unaware that thousands of meters above, in the thin clouds, a dark green figure silently hovered like the most seasoned falcon, watching intently. The piercing gaze of Piccolo penetrated the clouds, firmly fixating on the peculiar figure below, dressed oddly in a tattered t-shirt and jeans, exhibiting even stranger behavior as he attempted to roast a lizard, all while muttering curses. Piccolo's brow furrowed in concentration. He sensed no energy emanating from the man below. On the level of ki, he was as ordinary as a stone, indistinguishable from his surroundings. Yet, an instinct honed through countless life and death battles, a talent for combat, rang alarm bells in his mind. The terrifying fluctuations he had just sensed, that void, in his perception, were undoubtedly connected to this individual. The bizarre disappearance of the meteor, the vague figure captured by satellites, and Bulma's anomalous data all perfectly converged upon this seemingly ordinary man. A faint, Almost imperceptible purple glow began to coalesce at Piccolo's fingertips as he resolved to conduct a most cautious probe. Chapter 5. Goku's Curiosity in an Ordinary Encounter. Concealed above the clouds, Piccolo reined in his energy to the utmost, blending seamlessly with the very air. The purple light gathering at his fingertips was not a lethal attack, but a diluted ki technique, its potency reduced by several magnitudes, equivalent to a powerful ki blast. The target was a weathered rock, half the height of a man, situated beside Lin Mo. The intention was simple, to create an unexpected explosion. Closely observe the target's reaction to the sudden assault, and assess his energy defense threshold without revealing his own presence. Whoosh! A beam of purple light, as slender as chopsticks and tangible in its essence, silently shot forth from the clouds. Its speed was remarkable, its trajectory cunning. Accurately aimed at a dark brown boulder 3 meters to Lin Mo's left rear. The beam tore through the air, emitting a faint, piercing shriek. Lin Mo, crouched on the ground, was engrossed in a struggle with the charred lizard's corpse, muttering to himself. Controlling energy output is so difficult. Should I try heating the stone to indirectly roast it? Or perhaps I could follow Vegeta's lead and use a ki blast to fry fish. But that seems too noisy. Immersed in his culinary experiments of wilderness survival, he remained oblivious to the deadly beam descending from above. Just as the purple beam was about to strike the boulder, Lin Mo, perhaps due to his legs going numb from squatting, instinctively adjusted his posture, tilting his head slightly to the left. Boom! The purple beam grazed the tips of his hair, slamming into the massive rock behind him. The thunderous explosion echoed harshly across the desolate landscape. The hard stone was instantly shattered into fragments, with debris flying outwards like cannonballs. A scorching wave of heat, mingled with smoke and rubble, surged forth. Lin Mo was caught off guard by the sudden explosion and shockwave, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Dust enveloped him, causing him to cough violently. Cough! Cough! Ugh! Ugh! He clumsily waved his hands to disperse the dust cloud, his hair, face, and tattered t-shirt now coated in a layer of gray stone powder, rendering him both comical and pitiable. Bewildered, he turned to face the explosion site, where only a smoldering crater and scattered debris remained. Who was that? Lin Mo wiped his face, his tone brimming with annoyance and confusion. Did he not notice that someone was engrossed in wilderness survival? Was it appropriate to carelessly throw firecrackers around? He didn't even connect the explosion with an attack. Rather, he instinctively assumed it was some bored individual engaging in a prank or testing a weapon. He waved his hand impatiently at the sky, as if shooing away an irritating fly, muttering to himself, "Don't disturb my culinary exploration." Above the clouds, Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply, his expression betraying a rare moment of incredulity. His attack had been utterly disregarded? No, it wasn't mere disregard. The other party was completely oblivious to the fact that it was an assault. Was that recent adjustment of posture merely a coincidence? And his reaction, the disheveled state from the blast, along with his irritable tone, bore no resemblance to that of a seasoned master. He resembled a hapless soul lost in the Gobi, attempting to roast lizards for sustenance. Yet, how could one explain the instantaneous obliteration of the meteor's energy and the void perceived in his senses? A profound sense of contradiction assaulted Piccolo's understanding. He resolved to remain motionless for the time being, continuing to observe. This target was remarkably peculiar. Just then, through telepathy, he succinctly conveyed everything he had witnessed and his lingering doubts to Sun Wukong, who was enjoying lunch on Baozi Mountain. On Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong was cradling a bowl larger than his face, brimming with rice and dishes, savoring the meal. Suddenly, Piccolo's voice resonated in his mind. Kakarot, an anomaly has been detected in the southwest Gobi. I cannot sense any energy, but the behavior is strange, possibly related to the previous unknown energy annihilation event. My probing attack was ignored? Oh! Sun Wukong abruptly halted his eating, his eyes sparkling with pure curiosity and excitement at encountering something novel. You can't sense any energy? They even ignored your attack. Piccolo? How impressive. If you couldn't land a hit, it must be extraordinarily strong. I must go investigate. The pursuit of power and the curiosity toward the strong are instinctual traits deeply embedded within a Saiyan's essence. He set down his bowl, barely taking the time to wipe his mouth, and instantly pinpointed the precise coordinates Piccolo had provided. With a whoosh, the air shimmered slightly, and Sun Wukong's figure vanished from the dining table, leaving behind a half-full bowl of steaming food. In the Gobi Desert, Lin Mo continued to brush off the dust from his clothes, feeling frustrated by the explosion pit. What harm was done by a mere stone? Honestly, one must observe safety distances even while conducting research, he mused, thinking it might be Bulma or someone like her experimenting with new weaponry. Suddenly, the air in front of him rippled without warning, akin to a stone cast into still water. A figure materialized out of thin air, dressed in an orange and red turtle school martial arts uniform, with his signature spiky hair and a beaming smile radiating warmth and vitality. It was a familiar face, accompanied by an aura as invigorating as a small sun. Lin Mo was startled by this unexpected arrival, jumping back as his heart nearly leapt into his throat. Wow! Instant transmission. As the figure drew near, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are Sun Wukong." His tone was filled with astonishment and affirmation. Sun Wukong steadied himself, revealing his signature, unpretentious grin, scratching his head as he responded, "Haha, greetings. I am Sun Wukong. I've heard you're quite formidable. Shall we engage in a friendly bout?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he instinctively assumed the initial stance of the turtle school, his eyes brimming with eager combativeness and genuine curiosity. A powerful aura emanated from him like an invisible tide, radiating outward and stirring up the dust from the ground. Lin Mo gazed at this cosmic combat enthusiast, feeling the unreserved fervor for battle emanating from him, and suddenly his head felt as if it had expanded threefold. The irritation from the recent explosion had hardly subsided, and now he was faced with someone eager to fight. All he desired was a place to lay low, avoiding trouble. He immediately raised his hands high above his head, adopting an exaggerated surrender posture, shaking his head like a rattle. "Stop, stop, stop. No fighting. Absolutely no fighting." His tone was resolute, infused with the strong resistance of an office worker confronted with unexpected overtime. "I am merely an ordinary passerby, seeking a sunlit spot to relax and enjoy retirement, devoid of any interest in brawling. Kindly find someone else, perhaps Vegeta. He would surely relish the opportunity." Sun Wukong was taken aback. He couldn't sense any combat energy from Lin Mo. The latter had clearly rejected the notion of fighting, and he appeared genuinely devoid of fighting spirit. The expression, the gestures, the tone, it all resembled that of an ordinary citizen caught in a gang shootout, eager to escape the scene. "Oh, is that so?" Sun Wukong lowered his combat stance, his scratching of the head now tinged with confusion and disappointment. He scrutinized Lin Mo, tattered clothing, a face coated in dust, and a suspicious charred object nearby. None of it suggested a hidden master. "Do you truly not wish to fight? You seem somewhat exceptional." The Saiyan's intuition hinted that this person was not as simple as he appeared, yet the air of lethargy surrounding him was perplexing. Lin Mo, relieved by Sun Wukong's lowered guard, softened his tone. "Exceptional? Perhaps it's merely my misfortune. I nearly got struck by a meteor upon my arrival and was caught in an explosion from who knows where. Right now, all I long for is a quiet place to quench my thirst and satisfy my hunger." He gestured to his parched lips and rumbling stomach, his expression earnest. "As for sparring, you might want to seek Mr. Vegeta. He would undoubtedly suit your taste far better." Observing Lin Mo's feeble, pitiful, and helpless demeanor, not to mention his hunger, Sun Wukong's remaining combat fervor dissipated entirely. He scratched his head, offering a somewhat sheepish smile. "Hee, all right then. That Vegeta fellow is always looking to spar with me. By the way, if you're hungry, would you care to join me for a meal at my home? Chi-Chi's cooking is absolutely delicious. You'll be well fed." Lin Mo's eyes lit up. A meal. This was an enticing prospect. He nodded eagerly. Sure, I will be delighted." If it meant avoiding a clash, he wholeheartedly supported the idea of dining. No bother at all. Let's go." Sun Wukong, being a straightforward individual, stepped forward and grasped Lin Mo's shoulder. "Wait." Lin Mo quickly exclaimed, "Let me catch my breath first. Instant transmission can be a bit dizzying." "Not to worry. You'll get used to it." With a whoosh, they vanished. Sun Wukong paid no heed to the surrounding matters, swiftly transporting Lin Mo away, leaving behind only a crater in the arid expanse, a charred lizard, and the more perplexed and grave gaze of Piccolo in the sky above. Chapter 6. The Group Chat Initiates. Gathering Allies. The lunch hour at Bowsy Mountain was filled with the lively atmosphere of Saiyan family. Chi-Chi expressed her genuine concern for Lin Mo, the unexpectedly arrived, disheveled youth, serving him a generous bowl of rice. Upon returning from school, Son Gohan curiously scrutinized this unfamiliar uncle. Meanwhile, Lin Mo immersed himself in his meal, devouring the food with a speed that attested to his genuine hunger. At the dining table, Sun Wukong animatedly recounted the encounter with Lin Mo in the desert, emphasizing the points of the meteor's disappearance and Piccolo's stone-hitting antics. While dismissing any inclination toward combat, Chi-Chi frowned, admonishing Wukong not to frighten passersby with his constant thoughts of fighting. Gohan observed Lin Mo thoughtfully. Throughout this exchange, Lin Mo remained focused on his meal, responding to Wukong's chatter with noncommittal murmurs, his mind fixated solely on one thought. This food is delightful. Chi-Chi's culinary skills are indeed unmatched. Having filled his belly, Lin Mo politely declined Wukong's subsequent invitation for a post-meal spar. As the enthusiastic Saiyan teleported him back to the edge of the desert, he insisted on walking back alone, claiming it was a post-meal stroll for digestion. Though the truth was he was wary of the Saiyan's exuberant approach to digestion. Once again standing in the desolate expanse of the desert, Lin Mo contentedly patted his stomach and let out a satisfied burp. While his physical needs were temporarily met, the desolation and loneliness of the Gobi returned to envelop him. A profound sense of boredom began to gnaw at him. He seated himself upon a relatively flat rock, gazing towards the distant silhouette of Shidu. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky in a splendid hue of orange-red. He envisioned a leisurely life by the seaside, basking under the sun. Yet this time his dreams were tempered by practical considerations. He needed a home first. Build it himself? Too troublesome. Seek Bulma's sponsorship? Indeed, a connection must be established first. At that moment, he recalled the system that had been dormant in his mind. With a focused thought, a translucent, technologically sophisticated pale blue interface unfolded before him. Visible only to him, simple lines outlined several modules: chat group, member management, group files, group mall, group tasks, system settings. His gaze lingered on chat group and member management. A mischievous thought surged within him. After all, idleness breeds ennui. A sly smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips. What fun is it to be alone? The more participants, the merrier. Inviting a few acquaintances would not only alleviate his boredom, but also, perhaps facilitate future opportunities for food and lodging. He selected the invite option under member management. The system promptly displayed a prompt. Please select invitees, current anchored world, Dragon Ball Earth. Below was a lengthy list of selectable names, evidently curated from the passive omniscient information flow, featuring valuable targets on Earth. The list conspicuously includes Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, Android 18, Android 17, and even Mr. Satan, along with old Kaioshin, while on Earth, among others. Lin Mo stroked his chin, his gaze akin to that of a discerning shopper selecting watermelons at a market. Wukong is too boisterous. He must be engaged in battles all day. Vegeta? This proud and temperamental bird will surely add some amusement, constantly stirring the pot. Bulma is a must, a technological genius and indispensable logistical support. She is the backbone of all sponsorship. Piccolo, a calm observer, he would make a fine group administrator. Android 18, a fierce individual with few words. The embodiment of dry humor, a breath of fresh air in the chat. Master Roshi, an old lecher, yet a lively contributor to the atmosphere. Perhaps he could even procure some internal resources? The more he contemplated, the more entertaining it seemed. His fingers danced swiftly in the void. Sun Wukong, just finished eating. A familiar face. Vegeta, the core source of amusement. Bulma, the essential logistical support. Piccolo, candidate for group management. Android 18, the humor specialist. Master Roshi, the atmosphere and resource team. Once selections were made, he contentedly clicked Confirm Invitation. Instantly, across various locations on Earth, the chosen few were met with an unexpected, translucent, light blue interface that materialized before them. In West City, within the Capsule Corporation's gravity chamber, Vegeta, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, was engulfed in a tempest of Saiyan energy within the confined space. He was undergoing an intense gravity training regimen, striving to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan. Sweat blurred his vision, and his muscles trembled from the excessive strain. Suddenly, a light blue screen appeared before him without warning, obstructing his target. What is this? Vegeta's fury ignited. His training had been abruptly interrupted. He suspected it was a prank devised by Bulma, or a provocation from Kakarot. Kakarot? Or perhaps Bulma. How dare they disrupt the prince's training with such despicable tactics? Show yourself. He roared as a fist, imbued with violent energy, struck the screen with ferocity. Yet his fist passed through as if striking an illusion. In West City, within the Capsule Corporation's laboratory, Bulma was intently analyzing anomalous data from a desert, striving to establish a new energy model. Suddenly, A light blue screen materialized above her experimental data. An unknown energy projection? No physical entity? No energy radiation? Spatial coordinates locked? The spirit of the scientist within Bulma ignited instantly, her glasses reflecting a fervent gleam. She immediately set aside her current work, her fingers swiftly maneuvering in the air, attempting to scan, capture, and analyze this inexplicable screen. The energy composition eluded analysis. The communication protocol was unknown. Quantum entanglement? Or perhaps a transmission of information from a higher dimension. Who are you? What is your purpose? Her tone brimmed with exploratory excitement. Above the temple, Piccolo hovered in the air, his brow furrowed as he recalled the strange occurrences in the desert. The light blue screen silently unfolded before him. Piccolo's emerald eyes suddenly contracted. He fixed his gaze intently on the luminous screen before abruptly turning his attention towards the desert. He made a swift judgment, realizing it was related to the individual from earlier. Words eluded him. Instead, his muscles tensed, breath becoming more subdued, akin to a lurking leopard quietly observing this enigmatic creation. A question mark materialized in the input box of his mind's interface. In a commercial street, an outdoor cafe, number 18 sat leisurely beneath a parasol applying nail polish. On the small round table before her lay several bags of recently purchased clothing. A pale blue screen flickered into existence beside her manicured hand. Number 18 merely lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a fleeting glance at the intrusive screen, her expression unperturbed, as if she were merely observing a passing fly. She continued to focus on her nails, her red lips parting to utter a single word: boring. She couldn't even muster the energy to reach out and dismiss it, allowing it to linger in the air. On came House's sandy beach. Master Rashi, donning sunglasses, lounged on a beach chair, clutching the latest swimwear magazine, with a trickle of nosebleed threatening to overflow. Suddenly, the pale blue screen obscured the most captivating page of his magazine. Oh dear. Master Rashi fumbled to push the screen away, only to find his hand passing through it. It was then that he noticed the screen itself, seemingly adorned with text. Squinting through his reading glasses, he leaned closer. Is this a new communication device? Might this lovely lady, the system's default feminine icon, share her contact information with an old man like me? He promptly tossed the magazine aside, revealing a characteristic lecherous grin as he gestured in the air, attempting to flirt. In the home of Goku on Mount Pozu, he had just finished washing dishes under the insistence of Chi-Chi and was recounting his encounter with Lin Mo on the desert to Gohan. Suddenly, a pale blue screen materialized in front of him. Wow, what is this? Goku exclaimed, startled, and curiously reached out to poke at it, only to have his finger pass through as well. Hello, is anyone there? What is this? Did that impressive person create this? He shouted at the screen, his voice transforming into text bubbles that appeared in the chat. A system notification illuminated the screens of all invited participants simultaneously. Ding. The Dragon Ball Retirement Gossip Group has been created. Group Leader, Lin Mo. Member List, Lin Mo, Group Leader, Son Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo, number 18, Master Rashi. Chapter 7. The group chat erupts in the declaration of the lazy fish. The pale blue screen hovered before Lin Mo as he observed the rapidly refreshing stream of information beneath the title, Dragon Ball Retirement Gossip Group. A mischievous smile crept upon his lips. The show was about to begin. Goku, hello. Is anyone there? What is this? Did that impressive person create this? His text bubble radiated a sense of eager anticipation. Vegeta, you insolent fool. Who dares to disturb this prince's training with such despicable tactics? Show yourself. His words seemed to carry the weight of burning flames and wild Saiyan energy, accompanied by a system-generated angry emoji. Bulma, unknown communication technology? The composition of energy remains inexplicable. Who are you? What is your purpose? Vic, a succinct question mark, silent yet laden with an oppressive presence, much like himself. Number 18, boring. I'm logging off. The text is terse and cold, followed by a default expression of indifference. Master Rashi, oh dear, this lovely lady, gesturing towards the system's default, softly contoured group icon. Could you kindly share your contact information with this old man? Hee, accompanied by an emoji that drools with a lascivious grin. The group chat erupted like fireworks, instantaneously filling the previously vacant chat area with a cacophony of disparate voices, brimming with absurd comedic flair. Lin Mo reclined upon the rocky terrain of the Gobi Desert, legs crossed, enjoying the scene as if watching a sitcom. He cleared his throat, albeit merely through conscious manipulation, and spoke in the unique, subtly golden-tinged font characteristic of the group leader. Lin Mo, group leader. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. The font exuded an amplification effect, swiftly drowning out the flood of messages. The flow of information within the group came to a halt. Lin Mo, group leader. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Mo, an ordinary passerby who accidentally stumbled into your world. He intentionally used the term stumbled to appear harmless. This group was created by me, with no particular agenda, merely to facilitate conversation and share some amusement, alleviating the tedium of this outsider's existence. His tone was casual and relaxed, as if he were merely convening a neighborhood homeowners association. Vegeta, passerby? You managed to generate this phenomenon while shielding this prince's perception. Do you take me for a fool? Speak. What is your scheme? His fury nearly burst through the screen, punctuated by 3 crimson exclamation marks and an emoji of a bloody knife. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, though no one could see, and continued in a languid tone, as if just awakening. Lin Mo, group leader. A scheme? Absolutely none. Followed by a meme of salted fish languishing on the beach. I have no interest in world domination, gathering Dragon Balls, or challenging formidable foes. Such endeavors are far too troublesome. My lifelong aspiration is to find a sunny spot, lie back in peace, relish the scenery, savor delightful cuisine, and enjoy an eternal existence. You all may engage in your battles, save your universe, and I shall remain as if I do not exist. Consider this group as my temporary rent for residing on Earth, providing a space for everyone to chat and unwind. The declaration of the salted fish detonated within the group like a deep-sea bomb. Silence. An absolute silence. The flow of messages seemed frozen. Even the most active participants, Sun Wukong and Master Roshi, fell silent. In West City, within the gravity chamber, Vegeta's fist hung, suspended in midair, his motion to strike the screen arrested. His crimson pupils fixated intensely on the words, "Lie flat and enjoy eternal life, when I cease to exist." Each word pierced his pride as a Saiyan prince and his unwavering pursuit of power like a blunt knife. He could not fathom it. How could one who possessed the ability to transcend space for communication and shield his perception merely wish to lie flat? Absurd. Ridiculous. Coward. A low growl emanated from his throat, the alloy walls of the gravity chamber groaning under the pressure of his breath. In the Capsule Corporation laboratory, Bulma's energy analysis pen clattered onto the console. Her blue eyes, magnified behind her glasses, widened in disbelief. Eternal life? Lying flat? She mulled over these 2 phrases. Eternal life was the ultimate aspiration for countless scientists and ambitious souls. Yet he spoke of it as casually as discussing the pleasant weather. And his attitude. Bulma swiftly called up the anomalous data from the previous desert encounter. The meteor's annihilation, the energy void, and the dismissal of Piccolo's probing. All of it seemed to form a bizarre affirmation of this declaration to merely lie flat. An entity of unfathomable power devoid of ambition. This defied all of Bulma's logical models. Above the temple, Piccolo tightened his emerald brows. That utterly vacant perception point, the nonchalant suppression of the meteor's fluctuations, all pointed towards an unfathomable existence. Yet this being proclaimed in the group that it merely wished to lie flat? Was it a facade? Or was it the truth? Piccolo found himself unable to discern. This uncertainty and contradiction heightened his vigilance to its peak. He gazed silently at the light screen, like a hunter lurking in the shadows. In the cafe on the commercial street, the motion of painting her nails paused slightly for number 18. She lifted her eyelids, observing the salty fish declaration on the light screen. A flicker of genuine interest shone within her cold blue eyes for the first time. Just want to lie flat and enjoy eternal life. Her red lips parted slightly as she silently repeated the phrase. This rationale appeared, in contrast to those shouting about world domination or the pursuit of power, to align more with her tastes. A faint, icy arc graced her lips as she resumed painting her nails. The mundane world seemed to have gained a less tedious amusement. On the shores of Kame House, Master Roshi's swimsuit magazine fell into the sand, his mouth agape, revealing a toothless grin. His face was painted with astonishment. Lie flat, retire, enjoy eternal life? He had lived for over 300 years, witnessing countless pursuits of power, authority, and longevity. Yet this was the first time someone equated eternal life with lying flat. A kindred spirit. Master Roshi slapped his thigh, his astonishment swiftly replaced by the joy of finding a soulmate. However, the old man preferred to lie back and watch. He clumsily began typing on the light screen. At Mount Pozu, Sun Wukong scratched his spiky head, glancing at the light screen and then at Gohan beside him. His face a mask of confusion. Huh? Don't want to fight? What a pity. He could not comprehend the notion of possessing power, yet choosing not to battle. Akin to a bird failing to grasp why a fish cannot fly. As Wu Fan pondered, adjusting his glasses, the sensitivity and intricacy of the young boy's thoughts became palpable. He sensed a profound weariness in Uncle Lin Mo's words, starkly contrasting with his father's pure joy derived from combat. Turtle Sage, lying flat? A kindred spirit, young Lin Mo. However, I prefer to recline and observe. Hey, you understand. Drooling emoji. Remember to share resources in the future. Text bubble adorned with suggestive wavy lines. Sun Wukong. Lin Mo, is that really you? You truly don't wish to fight? What a pity. But you can always join me for a meal. Chi-Chi's cooking is exquisite. Followed by a grinning emoji and a bowl of rice. Krillin, immortality? Lying flat? Blank expression. Mr. Lin Mo, are you serious? Text filled with confusion and a sense of worldview being shaken. Tian, Shunan, Jiaozi, peeking from the shadows, their three eyes betraying shock. Lin Mo observed the revitalized group chat, noting the Turtle Sage's lewdness, Wukong's innocence, and Krillin's bewilderment. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The initial goal has been achieved. The persona of a laid-back character is established, and the group chat has ignited into lively banter. Lin Mo, group leader. To all members, I am indeed serious. Fighting is exhausting. Lying down is far more comfortable. Turtle Sage, resources are negotiable, an equal exchange. Smirking emoji. Thank you, Sun Wukong. I shall join you for a meal another day. Now, I shall go into hiding to find a place to build a house. After sending this, he promptly set the group notifications to mute, concealing his achievements and identity. The group fell into a brief silence once more, broken only by the Turtle Sage's excited chuckles and Wukong's welcoming replies flooding the screen. Regardless of belief, all members were irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic group leader, who had abruptly appeared, claiming merely to wish for a peaceful retirement. Vegeta's avatar flickered dangerously in the list, glowing a threatening red, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption. Chapter 8. Spoilers as red envelopes and Vegeta's rampage. The sun sank completely beneath the horizon, casting a deep twilight over the desolate expanse, causing the temperature to plummet. Lin Mo wrapped his thin, tattered t-shirt tighter around himself, feeling a chill. He perched upon a rock, idly scrolling through the chat records. Even with notifications muted, the flood of messages surged through, particularly the Turtle Sage's relentless pleas for shared resources and Vegeta's intermittent rants filling the chat with fury. Vegeta, coward. You only hide behind the screen like a rodent. If you have any guts, come out and fight me. Vegeta, what nonsense is this about immortality? Lying flat? It's all your despicable facade. Vegeta, Lin Mo, get out here. Explain yourself. Lin Mo feigned cleaning his non-existent ears, finding the noise somewhat bothersome. This proud bird was relentless, wasn't he? It seemed he needed an outlet for his frustrations. Just then, Bulma's avatar flickered, and a message appeared. Bulma, Lin Mo, you claim to have accidentally fallen into our world? Are you aware of our circumstances? And what is this about immortality? Her words bore the meticulousness of a scientist, laced with subtle probing. Vegeta, stop being so cryptic. What do you know about Cell? Who exactly are you? Immediately follows up, the tension palpable. Lin Mo regarded Vegeta's probing inquiry, then glanced at Bulma's question. A clever idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Explanation? Too tedious. Instead, why not send a red envelope to liven things up? He activated the group files feature, delving into his mind, summoning the omniscient information stream he passively received. Like flipping through a colossal, three-dimensional album constructed from fragments of memory, he precisely located the segment he sought. The Cell Games, Vegeta's most glorious, yet shameful moment. He selected that memory clip, which was not merely a simple recording, but a fusion of his perspective, emotions, and even the fleeting comments he had encountered while watching the Dragon Ball Z anime before his transmigration. High definition, uncensored, accompanied by an immersive experience. Lin Mo, group leader. Explaining it is so exhausting. How about this? I'll send a red envelope as a greeting gift. Nose-picking emoji. He deliberately built anticipation. In an instant, a dazzling golden virtual red envelope labeled Cell Games Exclusive Memory Segment, Group Leader as Perspective, appeared at the top of the group file list, shimmering with enticing allure. Curiosity triumphed over all. Almost simultaneously, all online members instinctively clicked to claim it. Instantly, Breathtaking visuals and a torrent of emotions surged into each person's mind. Scene: the Cell Games arena, the setting sun blood red. Protagonist: Vegeta, Super Saiyan state, drenched in blood, standing guard in front of the unconscious Bulma and young Trunks. Antagonist: Perfect Cell with a mocking smile, gathering destructive energy beams at his fingertips. Vegeta's inner monologue: crystal clear Bulma, Trunks, damn it, that Kakarot, he was right. Do I really need to protect others? No. This isn't weakness. It's for the pride of the Saiyan Prince. For my son. Vegeta's roar, echoing in their mind's cell. Action. Vegeta unleashed unprecedented power. Charging fiercely towards Cell, embracing him tightly as energy surged within him like a supernova. Prelude to self-destruction. Added effects. The comments Lin Mo had seen before his transmigration scrolled along the edges of the screen like a marquee. The prince is a real man. Teary-eyed. First time acknowledging family. Sundra Falls. Vegeta's glorious moment. Self-destruction is a Saiyan-s romance. Trunks' dad. This memory segment not only vividly restored the brutal and tragic scene, but also laid bare Vegeta's innermost struggles, his clumsy yet genuine desire to protect Bulma and Trunks, as well as the complex emotions of surrendering his pride to acknowledge Kakarot's superiority, all exposed without reservation before everyone, coupled with those comments that left him utterly mortified. The reactions within the group were as if someone had pressed the pause button, only to unleash an explosive moment. In the gravity chamber of West City, a deafening roar erupted, a cacophony infused with sheer fury, shame, and despair, accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy that detonated within the confines of the chamber. The entire underground base of Capsule Corporation trembled violently. The alarms blared incessantly. Vegeta's eyes burned crimson, his body quaking as the golden aura of Super Saiyan erupted uncontrollably, distorting the sophisticated instruments around him. He saw it. He beheld his most disheveled, vulnerable self, an image he never wished for anyone to witness. Those inner struggles, those frail emotions. Those damn comments were laid bare for all to see. Damn it, Lin Mo. Vegeta's sanity was utterly consumed by the flames of rage. His avatar flashing wildly in the group chat, a blinding red light akin to an alarm. He furiously typed, his messages firing off like a barrage. Vegeta, I will kill you. Vegeta, despicable insect. How dare you, how dare you? Vegeta, come out and face your death. In the Capsule Corporation laboratory, Bulma covered her mouth, staring blankly at the scenes unfolding in her mind. Vegeta stood resolutely between her and Trunks, his silhouette exuding determination, and the tender words he used to refer to her and their son stirred profound, unfamiliar ache within her heart, causing her eyes to glisten slightly. She had never envisioned that the proud Saiyan prince harbored such gentleness within. Yet, upon witnessing Vegeta's complete breakdown in the group chat, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, a blend of helplessness and amusement. Vegeta, calm down, accompanied by a laughing emoji. At Bunya Mountain, Goku scratched his head, visibly moved. Wow. Vegeta, so that is how you felt back then. Incredible. His message was imbued with sincerity, followed by a thumbs-up emoji. He remained oblivious to the deeper implications of his words for Vegeta. In the skies above the temple, Piccolo observed silently on the shores of Kame House. Master Roshi exclaimed, "Oh, Vegeta has this side to him as well. How touching." His message was followed by a teary-eyed emoji, yet paired with his lecherous avatar, it appeared more like schadenfreude. At the cafe in the commercial district, Android 18 remarked, "Humph." Sundra. Her succinct comment struck precisely, like an icicle piercing Vegeta's heart, followed by a smirking emoji. In an instant, the chat was inundated with Vegeta's furious outbursts and the varied responses from others. Shock, reflection, teasing, sympathy in the Goku manner. Yet Lin Mo's response was conspicuously absent. Lin Mo lay on the Gobi Desert, observing the nearly overflowing screen of Vegeta's embarrassment and fury, alongside the vibrant reactions from others. And he smacked his lips in satisfaction. The effect is remarkable. The atmosphere of the group has certainly come alive. The Vegeta brand atmosphere group lives up to its name. He disregarded Vegeta's frenzied outbursts and, with a leisurely demeanor, typed, Lin Mo, group leader. All right, the red envelopes have been distributed. I shall now submerge myself and seek a place to build my abode. Vegeta, do not become overly agitated. It is detrimental to your health. Accompanied by a waving, languid expression, once he completed his message, he decisively severed the group chat interface, retreating into obscurity, leaving behind a thoroughly shattered chat and a nearly deranged Saiyan prince. Within the gravity chamber, Vegeta gazed at Lin Mo's nonchalant farewell and languorous expression, the last thread of his sanity snapping completely. Ah! He roared like a wounded beast, his furious energy spiraling out of control. The indestructible alloy door of the gravity chamber was obliterated by his fist, and he transformed into a golden streak, recklessly hurtling out of the Capsule Corporation, racing towards the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. He was determined to rend that scoundrel into pieces with his own hands. Chapter 9. Facing the sea, crafting a luxurious mansion. Lin Mo silenced the clamor of the group chat, apathetic to the potential wrath of Vegeta on his way. Rising to his feet, he brushed the sand from his trousers, stretching languorously against the cool night breeze of the Gobi. Having satisfied his hunger and revelry, it was now time to address his accommodation needs. At languid Fish Bay, with sun-drenched beaches facing the sea and spring in full bloom, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink into the omniscient flow of information he passively received. It unfolded like an invisible, intricate map spanning the globe, myriad information points flickering in his mind. The clamor of cities, the serenity of forests, the desolation of deserts, the grandeur of oceans, and the varying intensities of energies, some powerful, others faint. What he sought was absolute tranquility, breathtaking scenery, distance from disputes, especially from the potentially volatile Vegeta, and convenience, in case he craved Bulma's culinary delights or future treats crafted by Xiaoya. The information stream swiftly filtered and sifted through possibilities. West City was too noisy. Baozi Mountain harbored the battle-crazed Goku. The temple atop the mountain faced strong winds. Kame House was occupied by an old lecher. The southern primitive forest, infested with pests. The northern ice field, too frigid. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a remote location on Earth, a towering cliff by the sea, scarcely trodden by human feet. Below the cliff lay a meandering coastline, the pristine sands nestled like a crescent moon against the azure waters. The summit of the cliff was relatively flat, backed by a lush, vibrant, primordial forest. The sea breeze wafted in, imbued with a briny freshness and the invigorating scent of the forest. The expansive view offered a breathtaking panorama of the boundless azure sea and sky, with sunrises and sunsets that promised to be utterly magnificent. Most importantly, within a 100-mile radius, there were no formidable energy fluctuations, only the life signs of seabirds and forest creatures. Perfect. This is the place. Languid Fish Bay. A satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's lips. With a mere thought, he pinpointed the coordinates. There was no spatial distortion, no dazzling radiance. It felt as though he merely took a small step forward, the surrounding scenery blurring and transforming as if he had pressed the fast-forward button. The desolation of the Gobi and the dryness of the night air vanished in an instant, replaced by the moist coolness of the air, tinged with the scent of the sea and the thunderous, rhythmic roar of waves crashing against the rocks. In the next instant, he stood firmly atop the chosen precipice. Beneath his feet lay solid granite, slightly damp to the touch. A fierce sea breeze, laden with abundant moisture, swept towards him, causing his tattered t-shirt to flutter audibly. Before him unfolded an awe-inspiring vista of the sea. The deep blue waters shimmered under the moonlight, extending endlessly to the horizon. Where they met the inky sky, the waves, akin to tireless titans, surged toward the rocks below the cliff and the distant white sands, crashing into a flurry of snow-white spray. Behind him, the forest whispered softly in the night wind, akin to the lullaby of nature. Refreshing. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, the briny air invigorating his spirit. This was indeed his dream sanctuary for retirement. Next, he envisioned the construction of a house. Would he undertake the labor himself? What a jest. What was the purpose of having an indomitable concept? He approached the most level and spacious area at the edge of the cliff, turning his back to the sea and facing the direction of the forest. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in thought. A two-story cottage, complete with a grand terrace allowing for a 270-degree view of the ocean, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, those that are both vast and translucent. Interior decor in a modern minimalist style, with warm tones and comfortable furnishings such as a large sofa that one could sink into, a bed that is ample and plush, a spacious kitchen for future culinary endeavors, and a bathroom equipped with a whirlpool tub. Perhaps a stargazing platform? One that appears to float. As his thoughts flowed, the surroundings seemed to come alive. The earth rose. The rocky ground beneath him appeared to awaken, silently elevating, shaping itself, its edges becoming smooth and level, forming a perfect foundation platform with a built-in drainage slope. The rocks sculpted themselves. The cliff's hard granite was as if precisely carved and polished by an invisible chisel, automatically stacking and assembling to construct the very framework of the house, including load-bearing walls. The process was silent, save for the subtle sound of rock against rock. Matter materialized. Pure cosmic energy, guided by Lin Mo's will, coalesced from the void, transforming. Wood, exuding the fragrance of premium timber. Metal, gleaming with a matte titanium alloy framework. Glass, pristine high-strength floor-to-ceiling windows, and even internal piping and insulation materials. All architectural components manifested as if conjured from thin air, precisely filling the rocky framework. Interior decor. Flooring, warm hardwood. Walls, elegant diatom mud. Ceiling, integrated soft lighting. Staircase, a fluid floating design. Various furnishings, ergonomically oversized sofas, king-size soft beds. Smart kitchen and bathroom appliances. As if by magic, each item appeared according to Lin Mo's thoughts, automatically placing themselves in their rightful positions. In mere minutes, a seaside villa, modern yet harmoniously intertwined with nature, rose from the ground like a miracle. It seamlessly integrated into the cliff's environment, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows resembling jewels embedded in the rock, reflecting the moonlight and the shimmering waves. The spacious terrace extended outward, directly overlooking the tumultuous sea below. The interior decor is elegantly minimalist, yet exudes comfort, with an intelligent lighting system that automatically illuminates, casting a warm glow. Lin Mo gently pushes open the sensor-activated glass door, crafted from a single polished crystal, and steps inside. Beneath his feet lies a plush, thick carpet, and the air is suffused with the fresh scent of new wood and the essence of the ocean. He strides directly toward the expansive sofa, capable of accommodating 3 to 4 people, and sinks into it as though his bones have vanished. The sofa envelopes his body perfectly, providing unparalleled comfort. He lets out a contented sigh, gazing through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows at the shimmering expanse of the sea under the moonlight, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of crashing waves. This is what life is meant to be. Little does he realize that the subtle energy fluctuations from his extravagant creation, while remarkably restrained, involve a monumental disturbance of energy levels and laws pertaining to the instantaneous alteration of terrain and the spontaneous generation of complex matter. An astonishing feat indeed. In the city of West Capital, at the Capsule Corporation laboratory, the multitude of screens before Bulma suddenly blazes crimson. A shrill alarm reverberates throughout the lab. Warning: detection of ultra-high intensity spatial curvature fluctuations. Coordinates: East Coast, cliff of broken sky. Warning: unknown matter generation reaction. Scale: large architectural complex. Material composition: complex. Energy conversion efficiency: uncalculable. Warning: brief disturbances in local physical constants detected. Gravitational parameters: elemental abundance, exhibiting transient anomalies. Bulma stares in disbelief at the satellite thermal imaging silhouette of the inexplicably materialized, intricately structured energy conglomerate, the house, alongside the wildly fluctuating energy readings that exceed the instrument's range. Her coffee cup slips from her grasp and shatters on the floor, brown liquid splattering everywhere. He is Condra House. Bulma's voice trembles with incredulity. This defies the conservation of mass energy. This transcends technology. It is a miracle? Her worldview suffers a cataclysmic blow once more. Above the temple, the swiftly flying Piccolo halts abruptly upon sensing Vegeta's furious aura racing toward the Gobi Desert. Intent on assessing the situation, his sharp gaze fixates on the direction of the East Coast. That aura, though faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible, possesses an essence far surpassing any fluctuations he has previously perceived. It is not destructive power. Rather, it is creative. It alters reality. It conjures existence from nothingness. Such an ability to create matter and transform terrain is unprecedented. Piccolo's voice is deep and grave, tinged with an unprecedented sense of apprehension. Who is he? He instantly changes course, his dark green figure shooting forth like an arrow, racing toward the cliff of broken sky. The troubles with Vegeta momentarily forgotten. The threat level posed by this enigmatic presence has surged to unprecedented heights in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remains blissfully unaware of all this. He is ensconced in the sofa, reveling in the comfort of his new home and the white noise of the waves, contemplating whether to have Bulma's send a smart robot to assist with cleaning tomorrow. Chapter 10. Bulma's Visit and the Listing of Salty Fish Bay. The morning sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm golden hue throughout the spacious living room. The sound of the waves persisted, transforming into the most melodious white noise. Lin Mo turned over on the grand sofa, contentedly smacking his lips. His slumber had been remarkably deep. The invincible sense of security coupled with the comfort of the new environment, allowing him to savor the sweetness of profound sleep after a long absence. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and walked to the window. The breathtaking view before him invigorated his spirit. The azure sky stretched endlessly, while the deep seas sparkled under the sunlight as if strewn with crushed diamonds. The pristine white waves repeatedly kissed the golden shore, and the distant horizon shimmered alluringly. The forest beneath the cliffs was lush and vibrant. The sea breeze, imbued with freshness, wafted into the room. Perfect. It just lacked a sign, Lin Mo mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at the ethereal scenery, sensing a missing soul. Just then, a faint hum of an engine approached gradually. Lin Mo looked up to see a sleek, small white aircraft adorned with the logo of the capsule company deftly navigating the gap between the cliffs and the forest, smoothly descending onto the vacant space in front of the villa. As the door of the aircraft slid open, Dr. Bulma Briefs elegantly leapt out. Clad in a sharp white research suit, her blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, she sported a pair of multifunctional smart glasses, the lenses shimmering as they scanned the surroundings at high speed. Upon alighting, her gaze was instantly captivated by the villa, which harmoniously blended with the cliffside, exuding a futuristic yet natural essence, her face brimming with awe and curiosity. Lin Mo, dressed in yesterday's tattered t-shirt and beach shorts, having yet to change into new clothes, lazily slipped on his flip-flops, pushed open the glass door, and strolled onto the terrace, waving at Bulma. "Ah, the wealthy lady has arrived? Make yourself at home. It's a bit cramped, so don't mind it." His tone was as casual as that of a neighbor dropping by. Bulma then shifted her gaze from the architecture to Lin Mo, observing his disheveled appearance and sleepy demeanor, contrasted starkly against the magnificent villa. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. She stepped onto the terrace, unceremoniously taking a seat in a seemingly comfortable outdoor chair, while her fingers swiftly tapped on her smart glasses. "Mr. Lin Mo," Bulma began directly, the lenses reflecting a sharp glint. "How did you manage to create this house?" She produced a palm-sized, oddly shaped silver device, scanning both the house and Lin Mo with rapid precision. The instrument emitted a faint hum as the data on its screen refreshed in a cascading torrent. Lin Mo conjured a glass of ice water for himself, its taste still bland, took a sip, and casually settled into a chair opposite Bulma. "I'm not sure. It just came to be as I thought about it." He gestured to his head. "I suppose it belongs to the realm of conceptualization. If I feel it should exist, then it does, irrational really." Suddenly, the data flow on the instrument's display halted abruptly, erupting into a blinding array of red, error, and data overflow warnings. Various parameters oscillated wildly, ultimately devolving into a cacophony of garbled nonsense. The instrument emitted a crackling sound of overload, releasing a wisp of smoke before succumbing to a complete blackout. Bulma, with an incredulous gaze akin to observing a walking cosmic anomaly, removed the smoking device and regarded Lin Mo. The setting system? How utterly absurd. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady the turmoil within her scientific mind, realizing that this phenomenon had completely transcended the boundaries of contemporary physics. What the law of conservation of energy? What the law of material generation? And yesterday's meteorite annihilation in the desert, a void of energy. Lin Mo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to ponder further. Dr. Bulma, my invincibility likely stems from this very premise. It's perfectly reasonable that you cannot comprehend it. By the way, could you do me a favor?" He swiftly shifted the topic. Still reeling from the collapse of her scientific beliefs, Bulma instinctively inquired, "What favor?" Pointing at the barren rock face above the villa's entrance. Lin Mo requested, "Craft me a sign, something attention-grabbing. Write Salty Fish Bay on it, and include a cartoonish lazy fish sunbathing." His earnestness was palpable. Bulma, dumbfounded, beheld this man who possessed the capacity to overturn the laws of the universe, conjuring opulent residences with ease, yet clad in a tattered t-shirt and flip-flops, now solely fixated on a sign. The logic and worldview of this genius scientist faced an unprecedented challenge at that moment. Eventually, she exhaled a resigned sigh, massaged her temples, and, as if succumbing to fate, retrieved a silver sphere emblazoned with the logo of the capsule company from her multifunctional belt. With a gentle pop, white smoke dispersed, revealing a neon sign approximately 3 meters long and 1 meter wide in her hands. The sign's backdrop was a profound cosmic blue, adorned with vibrant fluorescent yellow artistic lettering that boldly proclaimed, Salty Fish Bay. In the lower right corner of the word bay, a chibi-style yellow fish donned sunglasses, reclining on a beach chair under the sun. The fish's expression was one of languid contentment, vividly alive. Here you go, your desired Salty Fish Bay, Bulma grumbled, handing the sign to Lin Mo, which boasted solar charging capabilities and a night mode. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he accepted it. It felt both light and substantial in his grasp. With a casual toss, the sign appeared to be cradled by an unseen force, soaring steadily toward the rock face above the villa's entrance. It adhered seamlessly with a soft thud. Beneath the sunlight, the 3 bold characters of Salty Fish Bay and the cartoon fish shimmered, imparting an unusual yet grounded soul to this idyllic cliffside villa. Lin Mo gazed at the sign, thoroughly pleased. Thanks. This shall be my sanctuary for retirement. You're welcome to visit often. Bringing some earthly delicacies would be splendid, as my culinary skills leave much to be desired. He gestured toward the insipid energy drink in his hand. Bulma observed his contented, fish-like demeanor, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. The initial shock and wariness she felt gradually dissipated under the onslaught of surreal events and Lin Mo's unpretentious, languorous demeanor. In its place emerged a profound sense of helplessness in the face of this non-human existence, along with an odd realization that perhaps he posed no genuine threat. All right, considering the exquisite taste of your abode, Bulma shrugged and adjusted her smart glasses, which were a spare pair. The lenses began to record the villa's structure and environmental data. Next time I visit, I shall bring you some delectable treats. However, she pivoted her tone, her gaze behind the lenses gleaming with a hint of mischief. Might I inquire if I could, perhaps, study the construction principles of your house? Just a smidgen? Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Sure, just don't dismantle the house. I'm going to catch a quick nap. With that, he turned and yawned, heading back inside. Bulma watched his figure vanish through the door, then lifted her gaze to the sign of Salty Fish Bay glistening in the sun, unable to suppress a smile and a shake of her head. She opened the group chat, discovering it was still bustling with activity. Vegeta, his avatar still pulsating with a dangerous red glow, yet silent, perhaps on the move. Goku, Lin Mo, where's your house? I'm bringing some senza beans, accompanied by a picture of senza beans. Came Sunny, new home? Is there a beach? Are there many beautiful women? Lin Mo, please share your address. I wish to visit. With a lecherous expression. Krillin, Vegeta seems furious. Are you all right, Mr. Lin Mo? With a worried expression. Android 18, peeking in, sent an expression of watching a show. Bulma pondered for a moment, then snapped a photo of the sign of Salty Fish Bay and the magnificent ocean view, sending it to the group. Bulma, Lin Mo's new home, Salty Fish Bay. Image, the scenery is delightful, and the owner is rather, well, salty. With a giggling expression. Instantly, the group chat was flooded with astonished reactions. Goku, wow, so beautiful. Facing the sea. Lin Mo, I want to come visit. Came Sanino, oh, a beach. Beautiful women. Address. Krillin, this house is so modern. How was it built? In a daze. Tien Shinhan silently liked the message. Kayatsu is so pretty. Lin Mo lay on the supersized bed in the second-floor bedroom. The do not disturb setting failing to shield him from the incessant buzzing of group messages, prompting him to turn over. He squinted as he opened the group chat, observing Bulma's photo and the reactions, particularly the glimmering sign of Salty Fish Bay, which made a satisfied smile creep across his lips. Lin Mo, group owner. Thanks, Bulma. All members, address confidential. No visits allowed. Anyone who disturbs my sleep will be blacklisted. Accompanied by a sleeping fish emoji. After sending that, he buried his head into the soft pillow, thoroughly blocking out the clamor of the outside world. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warmth and tranquility over the floor. The sound of the waves served as an eternal lullaby. The legend of Salty Fish Bay was officially open for business. Meanwhile, in the distance, a furious golden aura surged forth, propelled by a wrathful energy, racing toward an ill-fated direction, the Gobi Desert. Chapter 11. Even salty fish can experience boredom. Gohan, as provocation. The damp sea breeze swept through Salty Fish Bay, causing the bells on the sunshade to jingle melodically. Lin Mo reclined in the specially crafted zero-gravity lounge chair designed by Bulma, his fingertips gently tapping against a juice cup embedded with antimatter batteries. Listening to the crisp sound of ice cubes clinking at the bottom, a holographic projection unfolded before him, revealing a flurry of messages in the Z Warriors exclusive communication group. Beside Vegeta's avatar, a series of red exclamation marks erupted like a volcanic eruption, dominating half the screen. Bulma, explain this at once. The parameters of the gravity chamber have been altered to the point that even 500 times gravity cannot be maintained. Are you once again undertaking some humanizing modifications behind my back? The message concluded with a holographic image showcasing the distorted interior of the gravity chamber, its metallic floor undulating like kneaded dough. Android 18 sent a dynamic meme, featuring a classic comedian with an exaggerated expression of fury. Oh dear, Prince. Can't even handle a machine? Perhaps you should enroll in a children's programming class with Trunks? Master Rashi followed with a shaky voice message, the background filled with the sound of waves and indistinct chuckling. Bulma, how's the research on that cosmic beauty compendium you promised me? I've recently discovered a new version of the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique. How about an exclusive information exchange? Taking a sip of the mint-scented coconut juice, Lin Mo observed the daily banter among friends, suddenly feeling a hint of monotony. Ever since he transcended an unknown realm during the cosmic energy tide 3 years ago, the world appeared to him as though slowed down. The harassment from Frisia's remnants, the invasions by space pirates, and even the second awakening of Majin Buu seemed as trivial as a child's play. The once perilous universe now felt more tranquil than an afternoon in Salty Fish Bay. Just as he prepared to close the communicator for a brief respite, a message from Son Goku unexpectedly appeared, accompanied by a holographic video. In the footage, Gohan, clad in his orange and blue martial arts uniform, was surrounded by classmates as they approached the school building. The badge of perfect attendance dangled from his backpack, shimmering under the sunlight, while the space where his Rui staff should have been was conspicuously empty. Gohan is currently overwhelmed with exams, and during our last spar, his energy was surprisingly diminished by 30%. Krillin mentioned he hasn't broken through the initial stages of Super Saiyan in ages, and Piccolo has nearly lost his voice teaching in the temple. In the background, Gohan's voice could be faintly heard. Dad, if I place in the top 10 for this mock exam, can I skip extra training at the temple? Krillin then sent a breathless voice message, accompanied by the familiar sounds of punches and kicks. Every day it's just practice with a wooden dummy and weighted sprints. I feel like my body is being drained. But if I stop, I fear I'll fall behind everyone. Piccolo's text was succinct yet resolute. Gohan must come to the temple this weekend. Basic training cannot be neglected. Lin Mo's fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the cup, the cold sensation causing him to frown slightly. He straightened his posture, casually disabling the UV protection on the sunshade, allowing sunlight to pour over him unreservedly. Amidst the blinding light, he suddenly realized how long it had been since he had experienced such a stimulating sensation. This cannot continue. I shall rust away, he murmured to himself, his fingertips dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard. To all members, is your training method not rather primitive? All you do is spar or endure in the gravity chamber. It is both inefficient and torturous. Becoming stronger should be for a better life, not to turn oneself into an ascetic. The moment the message was dispatched, an eerie silence enveloped the group. 3 seconds later, Gohan's avatar flickered to life, evidently pulled into the group by Bulma, adorned with the awkward insignia of a novice. Gohan responded, Mr. Lin Mo, it is easy for you to say. Is there any path to strength that does not entail hardship? My father and Uncle Piccolo persevered through it all step by step. The emoji at the end of his message depicted a serious figure wearing glasses, conveying the unique earnestness and stubbornness of youth. Lin Mo chuckled softly, reclining backward with his legs casually crossed. They're simply foolish, unable to find a more comfortable way. A true warrior should relish the journey of becoming stronger, just as one delights in sunshine and fine cuisine. He deliberately emphasized the word cuisine, accompanied by a holographic image of the interstellar lobster he had just grilled, its flesh glistening with an enticing caramel hue amidst the flames. This finally struck a nerve with Vegeta. The prince's voice message erupted in a near roar, the harsh blare of the gravity chamber alarm echoing in the background. Oomph, just a coward who can only flap his gums. If you have the guts, train someone yourself. Don't speak of Gohan, that half-baked fighter. If he can turn a novice into a Super Saiyan, I, the prince, shall concede that you possess some merit. The initially furious message abruptly stuttered at the end, clearly a sign of the proud prince forcing a revision of his words. Lin Mo gazed at the rapidly pulsating messages on the screen, the sea breeze tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. Gohan's skepticism, Vegeta's provocation, and the long-dormant flame within him suddenly ignited with fervor. He turned to sit upright, the juice in his cup rippling gently. A tactic of provocation? He repeated softly, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, it seems rather intriguing. His fingers danced swiftly on the virtual keyboard, sending forth a new message embellished with golden special effects. Vegeta, this is your challenge. From this day forth, the Shinyu Dojo is officially open to the public, offering free instruction with meals and accommodations provided. Dare you send Trunks over? Let me show you what a revolutionary training method looks like. The moment the message was dispatched, the entire communication group erupted into a frenzy. Lin Mo stood, gazing at the distant, surging waves, allowing the sunlight to stretch his shadow long. He knew that beneath the long quiet surface of this sea, an unprecedented storm was about to arise. Chapter 12. The Little Green One in the Ruins and the Unexpected Guest. Dark clouds loomed over the desolate valley outside West City, where Dr. Gero's abandoned secret laboratory whimpered in the wind and rain. Twisted rebar jutted through the gray sky like withered bones, and shattered tempered glass glimmered coldly in the muck, this place long having devolved into a forgotten, forbidden zone. Deep within the ruins, in an alloy cage, a figure of verdant green, half the height of a man, struggled fiercely. It possesses a form reminiscent of a cultivator, adorned with a pair of expressive, large eyes that now dart around in sheer terror. This creature, referred to as Little Green, is a failed experiment from Dr. Gero's early attempts at cloning cultivators. Unlike its battle-obsessed counterparts, it unexpectedly developed self-awareness, which unfortunately led to its confinement in this dismal place. Starving and frightened, Little Green uses its vine-like fingers to claw at the gaps in its cage, its voice laced with helplessness. Following the cell incident, the laboratory was utterly destroyed, affording it the opportunity to escape from its shattered prison. However, the world outside remains equally unfamiliar and perilous to it, as hunger and fear relentlessly torment its being. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the ground, causing debris to fall from above. In fright, Little Green curls into a ball, but once the dust settles, it musters the courage to emerge from the precarious ruins. The damp air envelopes it, carrying the scent of decay. It twitches its nose, instinctively sensing the presence of food in the distant forest, guided by its innate botanical instincts. More importantly, in a certain direction, it detects a warm and powerful wave of life, akin to a beacon in the darkness, compelling it to move forward involuntarily. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away in the forest of Salty Fish Bay, a frantic chase is unfolding. A boy clad in a tattered black hoodie darts through the trees, his hair disheveled and his face marred by fresh blood. This boy, known as Little Wolf, is a Saiyan hybrid orphan, unable to control the surges of power within him. He was abandoned by his adoptive family and has since roamed the streets. "Don't run, you little brat. Think you can steal from me and get away?" shouts a gang of thugs behind him, their energy blasts grazing his clothing and scorching the trees. Little Wolf grits his teeth, his lungs burning, yet he dares not halt. Ever since he lost control and overturned a hovercar on the streets of West City, he has become a lucrative target for these thugs, who see him as a means to profit from underground fighting arenas and hefty government bounties for capturing dangerous individuals. Just as despair begins to envelop him, a peculiar scent suddenly floods his nostrils. It is warm and tranquil, imbued with a reassuring strength that evokes the warmth of his mother's embrace from memory. Without a second thought, Little Wolf alters his course, racing towards the source of the aroma, Salty Fish Bay, betting everything on this unknown promise. At Salty Fish Bay, Lin Mo reclines on a lounge chair on the terrace, repeatedly reviewing the provocative messages sent by Vegeta in a holographic display. Training a cultivator to become a Super Saiyan? He chuckles softly, shaking his head. This prideful prince certainly knows how to present a challenge. Yet, as he contemplates the impending educational experiment, a glimmer of anticipation flickers in his eyes. Suddenly, a gentle breeze sweeps by, bringing with it 2 distinctly contrasting presences. One is faint yet pure, reminiscent of tender shoots blossoming after rain, imbued with fear and the yearning to survive. The other is wild and chaotic, akin to a raging wildfire. Yet at its core lies an indomitable will. Lin Mo squints slightly, attuning himself to the origins of these 2 energies. How intriguing. He sat up, arms crossed, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, resembling a startled fawn or a cornered beast. It seemed that fate was assisting me, as this ready-made subject presented itself at my doorstep. Little Green stumbled through the forest, its vine-like limbs occasionally snagged by thorns, yet it paid no heed to the pain. As it drew closer, the warm aura intensified, as if softly beckoning it. Meanwhile, the footsteps of the pursuers drew ever nearer to the little wolf. And just when he thought capture was imminent, the trees ahead suddenly thinned, revealing the outline of Salty Fish Bay. At last, he arrived, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. He lifted his gaze and saw the leisurely figure on the terrace, along with a smile that seemed to anticipate everything. Almost simultaneously, Little Green emerged from the thicket on the other side, its eyes brightening as it reached out a vine toward Lin Mo, seemingly seeking refuge. Lin Mo regarded these two distinctly different creatures, already formulating a plan in his mind. One was a terrified yet pure embodiment of power, while the other was a half-blood boy driven by anger and resentment. Perhaps these two could indeed become the finest exemplars of his salty fish teaching method. It appeared that my dojo was about to officially open. He murmured softly, rising to approach them. In the distance, the raucous shouts of thugs echoed once more, heralding an unexpected encounter that would alter the destinies of all involved. Chapter 13. It is you. The Salty Fish Dojo opens. The briny sea breeze whipped up fine sand that lashed against the fence of Salty Fish Bay, the metallic mesh vibrating subtly in the wind. Lin Mo reclined in the floating rocking chair at the entrance, a holographic projector at his feet displaying humorous videos shared by Master Rashi. Yet his focus remained on the two rapidly approaching presences not far off. Bang! The rusted fence emitted a jarring sound as the little wolf thrust one hand against the grid, his body swinging momentarily before crashing down. He gasped violently, water still dripping from the holes in his hoodie, his exposed skin marred by bruises. The youth eyed Lin Mo warily, his knuckles whitening as he swallowed hard, his throat moving without a sound. The tranquil aura surrounding Lin Mo was unlike any strength he had encountered before. You little brat, let's see where you run. 5 figures burst forth from the woods, the lead bald man wielding a modified energy shotgun, smoke still curling from its barrel. He cast a glance at the relaxed Lin Mo and spat. Get lost, bystanders. This little bastard stole my star core energy, and today he must, before he could finish. Lin Mo flicked his finger lightly on the armrest of the recliner. An invisible wave transformed into a gentle breeze, brushing past the others and igniting a cascade of silvery light. In the next instant, the 5 thugs, along with their weapons, distorted like a holographic image being erased, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. The last to dissipate was the burly man, frozen in terror, his mouth agape, the remainder of his curse hanging unfinished. The little wolf's pupils dilated sharply, his back colliding heavily against the fence. He had witnessed the moment when Piccolo tore through the air with his instantaneous movement and had beheld his father's transformation into a Super Saiyan, a spectacle that shook the very foundations of reality. Yet, the understated power before him sent shivers down his spine. There was no dazzling radiance, no thunderous roar, nor even the faintest tremor of energy to be felt. Do not be afraid. A voice imbued with warmth made the young wolf tense up, and he then realized that Lin Mo had appeared before him without his notice. The tips of Lin Mo's fingers were entwined with a silvery aura, diligently restoring the crooked fence to its former state. The bent metal seemed to yield like melted butter under the embrace of that ethereal essence. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket. Little Green, adorned with a crown of withered leaves, clung tightly to the ground with its vine-like limbs, its emerald eyes revealing only a third of its visage. It had just witnessed the fearsome humans vanish and was now curling into a ball, attempting to bury its trembling tail in the earth. As Lin Mo turned, a gentle breeze followed, causing the leaves atop Little Green to flutter down like confetti. Look at you two, one resembling a frenzied wildcat, and the other a startled sprout. He snapped his fingers, and 2 orbs of energy materialized in the air, exuding a sweet aroma. Care to taste? Special rice balls to replenish your strength. Instinctively, the young wolf swung his fist to block, but the golden-hued rice ball deftly evaded his strike and landed precisely in his palm. The pleasantly warm sensation evoked memories of the sweet potatoes he had pilfered in his childhood, and a wave of hunger surged within him. The boy, feigning composure, took a bite. The soft, sticky grains burst on his tongue, imbued with the freshness of a rain-kissed forest and the warmth of sunlight. This is the Salty Fish Dojo. Lin Mo gestured to the neon sign flickering behind him, where Bulma's custom lightbox displayed a dynamic advertisement. We don't engage in the grueling training of a gravity chamber. Here, we teach you how to grow stronger while lounging and enjoying your meals. Suddenly, he leaned closer to the young wolf and lowered his voice. I hear you seek revenge? Want to know who your father is? Here, you might just find the answers. These words struck the boy's heart like a heavy hammer. The hand, clutching the rice ball, trembled slightly as memories he had buried deep surged forth. The warmth of his mother stuffing him into the cellar on a rainy night. Along with her last words, go find someone like you. Food will be provided and skills will be taught. The young wolf held his head high, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing a deep crimson. 3 meals a day plus late-night snacks and desserts at your leisure. Lin Mo turned to Little Green, conjuring a droplet of crystalline water at his fingertips. Would you like to try as well? I possess a secret that makes plants grow wildly. The droplet fell upon Little Green's trembling vines, instantly blooming a small flower that radiated a gentle glow. This creature, having never experienced kindness, emitted a sound akin to a whimper for the first time, its entire form quivering with excitement. Deal! Lin Mo clapped his hands, and the electronic door of the Salty Fish Dojo slid open automatically, revealing a corridor adorned with cartoonish saltfish motifs. From this day forth, the young wolf would be the chief disciple, tasked with safeguarding the dojo, while Little Green would be the second disciple, overseeing the rear garden. As for me, he exaggeratedly flicked an imaginary cape, declaring himself your invincible yet languid mentor. As dusk deepened, the warm lights of the Languid Fish Dojo illuminated the surroundings. Little Wolf crouched at the kitchen door, secretly observing Lin Mo teaching Little Green how to peel potatoes with vines, while the culprit himself hummed a tuneless melody, adding content to the holographic projection for the Languid Fish Dojo's enrollment brochure. Unbeknownst to anyone above the clouds, a reconnaissance spaceship adorned with the Dark Star insignia silently glided by, capturing this scene in its entirety. Chapter 14. The first lesson, Cultivation and Meditation, Sleep. The morning light of Languid Bay filtered gently through the radiation-proof cloud layer crafted by Bulma, casting a soft glow upon the newly established experimental fields in the backyard. Little Wolf and Little Green donned training outfits emblazoned with cartoonish fish designs, the hems still shimmering with residual energy from Lin Mo's shaping. Little Wolf's knuckles turned white as he gripped the hoe, while Little Green curiously entwined the seed bag with its vine-like fingers, producing a faint rustling sound. Is this our first lesson? Little Wolf kicked at the freshly turned moist soil, splattering mud onto his fish-pattern training pants. I thought we'd at least learn how to control our energy. Lin Mo, wearing black sunglasses, reclined in an automatically adjusting floating chair, a glass of steaming iced coffee hovering on the holographic coffee table beside him. Control energy? How dull. He snapped his fingers, and a pale, blue holographic projection emerged between the furrows, illustrating the growth process of a watermelon from seed to maturity. Today's lesson is to perceive life. The goal is to cultivate a watermelon that allows me to experience the joy of existence. Little Green's eyes sparkled, its vine-like fingers instinctively tracing circles in the soil. Meanwhile, Little Wolf slammed the hoe heavily into the ground. I came here to grow stronger and seek vengeance, not to be a farmer. The boy's voice startled the birds foraging at the edge of the field, sending a gust of air that even knocked Lin Mo's sunglasses askew. Unfazed, Lin Mo caught the slipping sunglasses, the lenses flashing a stream of blue data. Do you think Piccolo plants divine beans in the temple every day just for profit? He straightened up, casually uprooting a weed. Strength derives from life, just like this weed. Before his words faded, the weed suddenly began to grow wildly, vines wrapping around Little Wolf's ankle. It lacked sturdy branches but could take root in the crevices of stones. This is the wisdom of vitality. Little Green leaned in curiously, its vine-like fingers gently touching the rapidly growing weed. Lin Mo noticed its actions, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Little Green, why not give it a try? He placed a watermelon seed in Little Green's palm, focusing its energy just as he did to make Little Flower bloom yesterday. The residual modified genes from the laboratory seemed to awaken at that moment, and Little Green's emerald eyes glowed with fluorescence. It clasped its hands together, the vine-like fingers faintly glowing. A miracle occurred. The seed cracked open in its palm, the tender yellow shoot piercing through the seed coat, unfurling its vines at a visible pace. Little Wolf's eyes widened, stepping back and colliding with the sprinkler behind him, drenching himself in the process. Did you see that? Lin Mo snapped his fingers, conjuring a cartoonish straw hat for Xiao Lu. The aura of Xiao Lu was gentle, akin to spring rain, nourishing all without a sound. Turning to the irritable little wolf, he gathered a restless flame at his fingertips, remarking, "Your energy is too volatile." Resembling an uncontrollable wildfire, swift to ignite and equally quick to extinguish. Suddenly, the flames transformed into a stream of water, cascading over the little wolf's head. Tending to the earth teaches you to cultivate patience, much like a river that must flow into the sea to truly gain strength. The little wolf wiped the water from his face and seized a hoe, fiercely digging into the soil. "I will plant these, and once I grow a super Saiyan watermelon, let us see what you have to say." His movements were marked by visible frustration, each thrust of the hoe sending soil flying, startling the field mice from their burrows. In contrast, Xiao Lu squatted by the furrow, meticulously smoothing every inch of land with his vines. Occasionally, he would remove his straw hat, using its leaves to scoop up dew to nourish the seeds, humming a tuneless melody as he worked. When the first seedling broke through the earth, he joyfully twirled in place, droplets of water from his vines refracting rainbows in the sunlight. Observing this scene, Lin Mo quietly jotted down data in his holographic notebook. His sunglasses served not merely as an accessory, but as a sophisticated aura analysis device. Each time the little wolf swung the hoe, the fluctuations in his energy resembled a jagged pattern, while Xiao Lu resonated with the plants, exhibiting a flawless spiral of energy. Lunchtime. Lin Mo's voice rang out as the sun reached its zenith. The 5 seedlings cultivated by Xiao Lu had already sprouted true leaves, while the little wolf's furrow lay unevenly strewn with a dozen barely germinated seeds. The boy was sprawled on the ground, licking the earthworm he had painstakingly unearthed, a survival skill he recalled under the duress of hunger. "Stop!" Lin Mo projected an energy barrier, rescuing the worm from the little wolf's mouth. As a consequence, today's lunch would consist of watermelon juice. With a snap of his fingers, 2 cups of chilled watermelon juice materialized on the ridge, while Xiao Lu was permitted an additional serving of fruit salad. The little wolf stared at his cup of watermelon juice, suddenly noticing a few black seeds resting at the bottom. Lin Mo's voice echoed in his ear. "If you wish to enjoy a real watermelon for dinner, you must humbly replant with sincerity. Remember, cultivating the land, much like training, requires learning to bow to life." As the sun dipped below the horizon, in the experimental fields of Xinyu Bay, the little wolf's hand gripping the hoe finally ceased its trembling. He began to mimic Xiao Lu, softly conversing with the soil, while Lin Mo reclined in a lounge chair, appearing to sleep, but actually weaving a protective barrier with his energy. After all, no one could anticipate when the spies of the Dark Star organization might reappear. Chapter 15. The Freeloader number 18 and the Dessert Girl, Xiaoya. The sea breeze of Xinyu Bay swirled through the kitchen, carrying the scent of charred food. Lin Mo, grasping a fork, prodded at the piece of charcoal black steak on his plate. This dish, simulated with energy, emitted a peculiar blue smoke, its surface occasionally erupting with tiny electric sparks. After the third failure, he gazed at the tantalizing image of succulent food on the holographic recipe, dejectedly tossing the fork into the sink. The metallic clatter startling the seagulls foraging outside. The distant roar of engines grew closer as Bulma's custom hover bike pierced through the clouds, tracing a silver arc outside the terrace. Number 18 removed her reflective sunglasses, the leather jacket shimmering with a cold, hard gleam in the sunlight. Casting a glance at the disarray in the kitchen, a smirk of derision graced her lips. "I heard meals are provided here? Bulma mentioned you were experimenting with energy cuisine. I expected to see something novel." Lin Mo's eyes brightened instantaneously, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline as he dashed to the door. "You arrive at the perfect moment. Number 18, can you cook? Or do you know someone who can?" He lifted a plate of culinary failures, exclaiming, "I poured tenfold the concentration of the Kaioken into this. Yet the result is something even a farmer would disdain." Number 18 took a step back in distaste, observing the sizzling steak exuding a murky green liquid. "No, I cannot." However, she paused deliberately, her fingers gliding over the communicator to summon a holographic map. The neon signs of West City, South Commercial Street flickered in the void, highlighting a newly opened Sweet Star Wish dessert shop, where the staffed strawberry millefeuille could entice Trunks to queue for half an hour. Amused by Lin Mo's furrowed brow, she chuckled inwardly. The one who often boasted of effortlessly growing stronger was finally facing a setback. Without hesitation, Lin Mo activated Bulma's holographic communication. She was busy calibrating her newly invented spatiotemporal locator, grease still clinging to her hair. What now? I scarcely have time to listen to your complaints about energy cooking. Help me find the staff at Sweet Star Wish. Then Montak interrupted. Her name is Xiaoya, right? Employ any means necessary to recruit her to the fishmonger dojo. Double salary, accommodation included, and throw in the latest combat suit as well. Bulma whistled appreciatively. That's quite the investment. Yet that girl is not easily managed. Last time Trunks sought to learn cake making from her, she chased him down 3 streets wielding a cream cannon. She winked mischievously. I'll agree. But you must serve as my free bodyguard on the next cosmic journey. The following day at noon, Bulma's opulent flying car descended upon Fishmonger Bay. As the doors swung open, a rich aroma of cream wafted forth. Xiaoya, sporting pink pigtails and clutching an intricately designed cake box, stepped out. Her frilly skirt dusted with frosting, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the dojo. Is this really Fishmonger Dojo? She observed the neon sign flashing with the image of a fish, glanced at a small wolf sharpening its claws in the corner, and at a little green figure watering flowers with vines, before her gaze settled on Lin Mo, reclining on a sun lounger, donned in sunglasses. Welcome aboard. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, causing an energy lotus to bloom beneath Xiaoya, gently elevating her before the group. From this day forth, you shall be our 3rd disciple. The task is simple. He conjured a practice outfit adorned with a chef's hat motif. Conquer our appetites with your culinary creations, infusing happiness energy into your desserts. Xiaoya momentarily appeared bewildered, then enthusiastically grasped Lin Mo's sleeve. Is it truly possible to imbue emotions into desserts? When I made tiramisu before, it always felt lacking in soul. Suddenly realizing her impoliteness, she quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, number 18 leaned against the doorframe, her slender fingers toying with the motorcycle keys. As Xiaoya retrieved the tasting box she always carried, revealing the macarons that shimmered with a pearlescent glow, she finally shed her mask of indifference. Raising an eyebrow as she leaned closer, these appear far superior to some individual's culinary experiments. Lin Mo, feeling challenged, concentrated his energy once more, attempting to replicate the macarons. This time, the outcome possessed a pleasing roundness, yet, amidst the eager gazes of the onlookers, it erupted spectacularly like fireworks, with powdered sugar swirling through the air, settling upon the newly planted watermelon sprouts of Xiaolu. Xiaolang, struggling to contain his laughter, turned beet red, while Xiaoya diligently recorded notes. The fluctuation frequency during energy infusion might be akin to the technique of whipping egg whites. Stop! Lin Mo wiped the frosting from his face, declaring that from today forth, the kitchen would be under Xiaoya's jurisdiction. Xiaolang was tasked with procuring ingredients, while Xiaolu would provide the freshest produce from his plants. He turned to number 18, revealing a calculating smile. As for you, since you're mooching off our meals, you ought to contribute in some way. How about imparting practical skills to them? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the kitchen of Xinyu Bei glowed with warm yellow light. Xiaoya, donned in an apron adorned with a Xinyu pattern, directed Xiaolang to wash the freshly picked cosmic blueberries, while Xiaolu deftly stirred the cream with vines. Droplets of dew from the leaves conveniently dripping into the batter. Lin Mo had been sent out to the yard under the guise of developing a new barbecue grill. No. 18 leaned against the window, observing the cake in the oven rise gradually, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, perhaps. Occasionally coming here to share a meal and witness someone's misfortune could indeed be a source of amusement. Chapter 16. The Z-Warrior spectators' Vegeta's mocking laughter echoed. The sky above Xinyu Bei was abruptly torn asunder by the roar of engines as Bulma's latest model of an invisible spaceship hovered in midair. At the moment the hatch opened, 5 figures descended in succession. Son Goku, scratching the back of his head, was the first to land, his tail restlessly swaying. Gohan followed closely, clutching his backpack, his eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Krillin adjusted his glasses, his expression one of perplexity, while Piccolo stood silently, arms crossed, exuding an aura of scrutiny. The last to leap from his ship, Vegeta scoffed, his military jacket flapping in the sea breeze. Is this the place? Kakarot, are you certain you are not deceiving me? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Son Goku, a sneer gracing his lips. Hehe, Vegeta. Lin Mo said his training methods are quite unique, so I thought we should all come and take a look. Son Goku rubbed his hands together, a broad smile illuminating his face. As they passed through the doorway marked by the neon sign of the Xinyu Dojo, the scene in the backyard left them momentarily speechless. Beneath the blazing sun, Xiaolang was covered in mud, gritting his teeth as he constructed a trellis for the watermelon vines. Sweat cascaded down his cheeks, soaking his practice uniform. With each stake he secured, he carefully controlled his strength, fearful of snapping the delicate vines. Not far off, Xiaolu was crouched by the strawberry patch, the tips of his emerald fingers gathering a faint green glow, causing the leaves to tremble slightly from his intense focus. With his efforts, a once green strawberry was visibly ripening at an astonishing pace. A tempting aroma of baking cake wafted from the kitchen, where Xiaoya, her hair styled in twin ponytails and adorned in an apron splattered with cartoonish Xinyu, was tiptoeing to place the baking tray into the oven. The true instigator, Lin Mo, lay leisurely on the floating lounge chair on the terrace, adorned with sunglasses, one hand grasping a chilled fruit juice, while the other gestured nonchalantly to direct the others. Xiaolang, be gentle. Don't snap the vines. Xiaolu, let the strawberries ripen a bit more, yes. Just like that. Xiaoya, use less sugar. It's too sweet and makes one sleepy. Number 18 leaned against the doorframe, casually offering a cookie. Lin Mo took a bite, nodding in satisfaction. Ah, Xiaoya's skills have improved. The caramel is perfectly executed. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped up. Wow, they're planting vegetables and making snacks. How impressive. He remained oblivious to the incongruity of the scene, instead wearing an expression of envy. Krillin adjusted his glasses, his mouth twitching. Is this really training? He glanced at Xiao Lang's disheveled appearance, and then at Lin Mo's relaxed demeanor, utterly perplexed. Piccolo remained silent, his antennae quivering slightly, fully concentrating on sensing the energy of his three disciples. His brow furrowed deeper. Xiao Lang's energy was still turbulent, yet there were faint signs of being tamed by some force. Xiao Lu's energy resembled tender sprouts in spring, remarkably pure despite its weakness, while Xiao Ya's energy was almost imperceptible, with only a rich aroma of food lingering in the air, exuding a peculiar sense of healing. Oomph! Vegeta suddenly scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. What a waste of time. Kakarot, is this what you call potentially powerful individuals? Playing house with a bunch of useless people? Utterly boring. He cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Lu, who was watering a watermelon, before turning to leave. Lin Mo remained languidly reclined in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids. What is the rush, Vegeta? Dare to make a bet? Let us wager that in 3 months, I can choose any disciple, and, without you lifting a finger, they will last 10 minutes before you. He paused, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. As for the stakes, the loser must don women's clothing and post photos in the group for a week. This declaration sparked an explosion akin to igniting a powder keg. The communicator erupted with excitement, Sun Wukong flooding the chat. Wow, a bet. I want to see Vegeta in women's clothing. Krillin sent a barrage of shocked emojis. Master Rashi forwarded a meme with a nosebleed, and even the typically indifferent number 18 raised an eyebrow, looking at Vegeta with intrigue. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins, an emerald aura igniting around him. You fool. Do you wish to die? I bet it is. I will personally dismantle your pathetic dojo. He glared fiercely at Lin Mo, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Mo finally removed his sunglasses, revealing a smirk. It's a deal, Your Highness. Just don't back out if you lose. He turned to the observing Z fighters. If any of you are interested, feel free to stay and experience my teaching methods. I guarantee you will gain a fresh perspective on training. Sun Wukong immediately raised his hand. I want to try. I want to plant vegetables with Xiaolang. Gohan sighed in resignation. Krillin hesitated on whether to join, while Piccolo remained contemplatively silent. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, striding towards the spaceship. Humph. I am eager to witness the absurdity of what your training can yield. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lively atmosphere of salted fish bait shimmered in the afterglow. Little Wolf and Little Green curiously observed the sudden arrival of the Z warriors, while Little appeared from the kitchen, still wielding a blender. Lin Mo gazed at Vegeta's departing figure, a smile increasingly evident upon his lips. Thus commenced a wager regarding the methods of cultivation. Chapter 17, Revolutionary Teaching in Progress, Part 1, Fishing Class, a dialogue between heart and sea. In the morning at Salted Fish Bay, the sea breeze carried its distinctive briny scent, and sunlight filtered through thin clouds, casting glimmers upon the undulating surface of the ocean. Lin Mo, clad in beach shorts adorned with a large salted fish motif and flip-flops, donned a straw hat, fashioned from energy, resembling a retired old captain, accompanied his 3 disciples to the golden sands at the cliff's edge. For the first lesson of the day, Lin Mo gestured towards the boundless sea before them. Fishing. Little Wolf, Little Green, and Little Ya looked at their empty hands. Then back at Lin Mo, Little Wolf's mouth twitched. Master, we are here to grow stronger. Not to become fishermen. His envisioned training involved sweating through battles and pushing limits in a gravity chamber. Not this leisurely pastime suited for the elderly. Little Green, clutching her small green arms, timidly regarded the surging waves, instinctively fearful of the water. Meanwhile, Little Ya blinked her large eyes in curiosity. Master, how is fishing related to becoming stronger? Can we attract fish with our intentions? Lin Mo offered no response, but with a flourish akin to magic. He produced 3 ordinary fishing rods from behind him, condensed from energy. No, upon closer inspection, they were merely 3 bare carbon fiber rods, devoid of fishing lines. Tools? Lin Mo handed the rods to the trio with an air of certainty, as if to say, what need is there for tools? The pinnacle of fishing lies in the heart. He settled upon a smooth rock, polished by the waves, and signaled for his disciples to find their seats. Listen, he began. Fishing is not about brute force to yank the fish from the water. That is far too primitive. His gaze drifted into the depths of the sea, urging them to feel. Feel? Little Wolf appeared perplexed. Feel the breath of the sea, sense the movement of the currents, trace the paths of the fish schools. Even, he continued, closing his eyes with a strange rhythm in his voice, feel their emotions in this moment. Is it hunger, caution, curiosity, or simply joy? Little Green, somewhat understanding, clutched her fishing rod and concentrated, envisioning herself merging with the water. Little Ya attempted to imagine what flavors the fish might find appealing. Guide them with your thoughts. Lin Mo instructed, not to control, but to invite. Make them feel that approaching you is a delightful and natural experience. Let them willingly take the bait. That is the essence of true fishing. Little Wolf, lost in confusion, felt as though his master was speaking in riddles. Frustrated, he gripped the bare fishing rod and focused intently on the sea. Come to me, big fish. His thoughts were blunt and direct, imbued with his characteristic impatience. The outcome was predictable. Aside from a few startled seabirds taking flight, the ocean remained undisturbed. Infuriated, he nearly snapped the rod. This is utterly impossible. Little Green sat quietly on the beach, its small body gently swaying in rhythm with the waves. It possessed no concept of fishing. Rather, it instinctively released its pure essence of life, radiating goodwill and curiosity, resembling a newly sprouted seagrass in the water. Moments later, a miracle occurred. A diminutive, vibrantly colored shrimp, seemingly drawn to this gentle and harmless aura, leisurely emerged from the crevices of the shallow rocks, tentatively brushing against Little Green's toes submerged in the sea. Before boldly climbing onto its outstretched palm, Little Green gazed in delight at the creature resting in its hand, its leaf-like ears quivering with excitement. Look, Little Green has grasped it. Lin Mo aptly remarked, it is not about force but attraction. Little Wolf, your intentions are like a stone cast into water. What else can it do but scare off the fish? Tame your agitation, embrace the earth's capacity to nurture all, and flow like the gentle, enduring stream. Little Ya observed the shrimp in Little Green's palm, deep in thought. She abandoned her imaginings of the fish's preferred snack flavors, and instead focused her energy, sharing her joy as if it were an invisible fragrance, blending it into a sweet-scented essence like cake crumbs gently cast towards the shore. The effect was instantaneous. Beneath the tranquil surface of the sea, a silvery shimmer erupted. A myriad of diverse fish, lured by that peculiar, joyful aroma, swarmed eagerly, leaping and rolling in front of Little Ya, forming a lively whirlpool of fish. It was as if they were attending an underwater celebration. Wow! Little Ya clapped her hands in delight, and the fish danced joyfully in response to her exuberance. Little Wolf, observing the shrimp in Little Green's grasp and the lively fish party before Little Ya, while glancing back at the still empty sea before him, felt a flush of frustration. He let out a low growl, channeling his pent-up irritation into the fishing rod in his hands, wildly casting it toward the sea as if that alone could catch fish. His movements were clumsy, yet imbued with a raw force. Lin Mo lay lazily on the rocks, basking in the sun, occasionally offering commentary. Little Wolf, ease up. Intentions are not fists. Little Ya, you've sprinkled too much icing. It's overwhelming, and even fish fear cavities. At that moment, an unabashed laughter echoed from above the cliff. The group looked up to see Vegeta, arms crossed, hovering mid-air, his golden aura flickering slightly, his expression one of unabashed disdain. Krillin, Ting, and Kairatsu stood at the cliff's edge, equally bemused and stifling laughter. Goku squatted at the cliff's brink, watching the fish swarm with keen interest. Wow, incredible. You can attract so many fish without a rod. Lin Mo, can you teach me that trick? Vegeta snorted derisively. Humph. A waste of time. Playing such ridiculous tricks with a bunch of useless fools. Is this what you call teaching? Utterly boring. His golden gaze swept over Little Wolf's frustrated demeanor. The shrimp in Little Green's hand, and the raucous fish gathering before Little Ya, his disdain nearly overflowing. Lin Mo did not even lift his eyelids, slowly sitting up and brushing sand off his shorts. What is the rush, Vegeta? Care to place a bet? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. A bet? With these fools? What shall we wager? Lin Mo pointed at Xiao Lang, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Ya, declaring, let us wager. 3 months from now, I shall select a disciple at random. And without your assistance, they will endure for 10 minutes in your presence without faltering. He paused, revealing a mischievous grin. As for the stakes, the loser must don women's attire and share photographs in a group for a week. What do you think? Clin couldn't suppress a chuckle. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi appeared utterly bewildered. Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, we're betting. Vegeta in women's clothing. Are you out of your mind? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his golden aura surging violently, creating a terrifying pressure that distorted the surface of the sea below. Lin Mo's taunts and Wukong's laughter ignited the fury within him as the Prince of Science. Let us wager. I shall personally dismantle your pitiful dojo and make you beg for mercy in a dress. With that, he made a fierce declaration, his golden figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky with a tempest of rage. Lin Mo shrugged at the direction where Vegeta had disappeared. TSK. Not up to the challenge. He turned to his astonished disciples and waved his hand. All right, the fishing lesson is over. Xiao Lang, remember the feeling of frustration today. Xiao Lu and Xiao Ya, well done. Wrap it up and think about what to play tomorrow. Oh no, what to train. Xiao Lang gazed at the direction of Vegeta's departure, then at his empty hands, a fierce flame of determination igniting in his eyes for the first time. A burning desire to win. Frustration? He would remember it. He was determined to show that arrogant Saiyan that what Master taught was no trifling matter. Chapter 18. Revolutionary Teaching in Progress. The amusement park training session. Gravity? That is merely the sensation of a heartbeat. The tranquility of Xinyu Bay was shattered by the lively electronic music and shrill screams. Today, the entire Xinyu Dojo relocated to the Dream Island Amusement Park, generously sponsored by Bulma, who had temporarily reserved the venue. Roller coasters screamed down the tracks like iron dragons. Pirate ships carved thrilling arcs through the air. Drop towers elicited waves of screams, and carousels played enchanting melodies. The entire amusement park was vibrant and colorful, yet somewhat desolate, lacking visitors. Lin Mo donned a shirt emblazoned with I Love Xinyu, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a gigantic rainbow cotton candy, simulated by Xiao Ya's energy, in hand, resembling a laid-back teacher accompanying elementary students on a field trip. In today's second lesson, he took a bite of cotton candy, vaguely pointing at the constantly screaming roller coaster, urging them to experience the extremes of gravity and speed. The objective, while riding the roller coaster, to genuinely appreciate the sensations of weightlessness, acceleration, and centrifugal force, and to strive to counteract these feelings with their own strength, achieving the sensation of walking on solid ground. Xiao Lang stared at the nearly vertical plunge of the track, listening to the heart-wrenching screams from above, his face paling. He feared nothing but heights. And Master, can we perhaps choose something else? His voice trembled slightly. Xiao Lu clung tightly to Lin Mo's leg, his whole body shaking, his leaf-like ears drooping in fear of the speeding steel behemoth. Xiao Ya, however, was filled with excitement. Eager to try, it sounds exhilarating, like flying. Conquering fear is also a part of training. Without a word, Lin Mo grasped the hands of his 3 disciples and led them towards the entrance of the roller coaster. Little Wolf, your energy is too fierce and lacks nuance. Feel the pull of gravity. Learn to be as light as air. Little Green, perceive the shifts in your surroundings and master the art of maintaining balance amidst turbulence. Little Ya, infuse your joyous energy into this experience, transforming the roller coaster into a flight of happiness. In the first round, Little Wolf, nearly closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, clung desperately to the safety bars he was pulled upwards. When the roller coaster plunged from its apex at a near free-fall speed, an intense sensation of weightlessness churned his stomach. Instinctively, he wanted to unleash his energy to stabilize himself. No energy. Lin Mo's voice echoed in his ears like an incantation. Feel it. Embrace it. Use your body to simulate it. Little Wolf's face flushed crimson as he forcibly suppressed the urge to unleash his energy, allowing the sensation of weightlessness to engulf him. Feeling as though his insides might escape through his throat, as his stomach roiled, he could barely contain himself. Upon disembarking, he rushed to a trash bin and retched violently. Clinging to the railing, his face pale and trembling legs betraying his fear as he gazed at the roller coaster with trepidation. Little Green fared even worse. Her petite frame was tossed about on the roller coaster, her screams echoing, though they sounded like leaves rustling in the wind, tears streaming down her cheeks. When it was time to dismount, Lin Mo had to carry her down, resembling a fragile blade of grass battered by a storm, listlessly resting on his shoulder. Her leaves devoid of luster. Only Littleya, despite her shrieks of fright, radiated excitement. She spread her arms wide, striving to feel the wind's velocity and the shifting weight of gravity. Even at the most centrifugal turn, she joyfully scattered glimmering, colorful sugar frosting, which danced in the sunlight like ethereal stardust, eliciting cheers from Wukong below. Little Wolf, 0 points. What a disgrace to be this nauseated. Lin Mo disdainfully handed him a bottle of water. Little Green, commendable courage, but your sense of balance is woefully inadequate. Littleya, well done. The sugar frosting effect was splendid. Next came the pirate ship. The enormous swing, alternating between hypergravity and weightlessness, rendered Little Wolf's face pale once more as he fought the urge to vomit. Little Green tightly shut her eyes, curling up in a ball. Meanwhile, Littleya continued her performance, showering down a rainbow of colors from the highest point. On the drop tower, as Little Wolf plummeted rapidly, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Ah, stop!" Of course, this was futile, and he nearly crumpled to the ground upon landing. Fool! It's not about resisting. It's about simulating. Feel the descent and immerse yourself in it. Lin Mo supported him, shaking his head in exasperation. After several rounds, Little Wolf lay on a bench in the resting area, drained and pale, his gaze unfocused. Little Green hid behind Littleya, resolutely refusing to partake in any further rides. Only Littleya maintained her excitement, even expressing a desire to ride the roller coaster a second time. All right, enough of that. Let us switch activities, Lin Mo declared, gazing at his two miserable disciples with a touch of compassion. He led them to the relatively gentle carousel. As soothing music played, the vividly colored horses rose and fell, gently rotating. Now relax. Lin Mo sat lazily upon a unicorn carousel horse, expressing his thoughts on the rhythmic motion and the faint centrifugal force. He urged his companions to retain the extreme sensations of weightlessness and excessive weight they had just experienced, and to simulate and counteract those feelings here with minimal effort and exquisite control. Little Wolf lay on the horse's back, weakly attempting to comply. Little Green clung to the neck of the small horse, cautiously releasing a hint of energy in hopes of achieving a smoother undulation. Meanwhile, Littleya closed her eyes, swaying gently to the music with a serene smile, her intangible aura of joy radiating, transforming the surrounding air into a realm of lightness and delight. Wukong, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan joined in. Vegeta was absent, sitting on a wooden horse and following Lin Mo's guidance. Wukong reveled in the experience, while Krillin and Tien Shinhan maintained serious expressions, and Dumpling curiously glanced around. Number 18 leaned against a nearby ice cream cart, where Lin Mo had conjured various flavors of ice cream with his energy, leisurely licking a vanilla cone. She observed the group diligently practicing on the carousel, particularly the limp Little Wolf, resembling a lifeless creature, and the blissful Littleya, with a slight parting of her lips. She uttered the word childish. Yet, her gaze lingered on Littleya for a moment longer. That light and joyful energy field seemed not entirely unpleasant. Lin Mo savored the leisurely atmosphere of the carousel, observing the diverse states of his disciples, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fear, discomfort, and joy were all genuine experiences. Learning to control oneself under extreme stimulation and mastering balance in a soothing rhythm was the essence he wished for them to grasp, the omnipresence of power and mindset. Chapter 19. The revolutionary teaching continues. Viewing Tom and Jerry in the serene afternoon of Xinyu Bay, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light upon the polished living room floor. At the center of the room, Lin Mo had conjured a colossal holographic screen, showcasing the classic animation. Tom and Jerry. Tom the cat chased Jerry the mouse, leaping and crashing through walls, getting flattened by an iron, and being blown away by explosives. The exaggerated antics and endless misfortunes eliciting continuous laughter from the living room. Ha ha ha. Tom just got caught in the door again. Little Ya laughed so hard she nearly toppled over, holding a freshly made cake shaped like Tom the cat. Little Green sat comfortably on a soft cushion, engrossed, her emerald eyes darting after Jerry's escape routes, occasionally letting out delightful chirps of laughter. Even the usually serious little wolf couldn't help but smirk at Tom's misadventures in his own traps. Master Rashi and Krillin sat on the sofa, roaring with laughter. Tien Shinhan and Dumpling may not have laughed heartily, but smiles adorned their faces. Wukong sat cross-legged on the carpet, utterly transfixed, occasionally exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, so fast!" Only Vegeta, arms crossed and leaning against a distant doorframe, wore a frown, his golden brows furrowed in disdain, his expression conveying thoughts of foolishness, incompetence, and a waste of time. He struggled to comprehend why this group of individuals, including Kakarot, found amusement in such a childish spectacle. "All right, quiet down," Lin Mo said as he paused the scene, the screen capturing the moment when Jerry, with an exceptionally clever contraption, sent the hammer-wielding Tom flying. Today's third lesson focuses on learning. He pointed at Tom and Jerry on the screen. "What we learning? How to get squashed." The little wolf couldn't help but scoff, thinking this was even more absurd than fishing or riding roller coasters. "We are learning Tom's indomitable spirit." Lin Mo indicated the singed and disheveled Tom, who was still baring his teeth. "Do you see? No matter how many times he's flattened or blasted away, in the next moment, he can spring back to life, relentlessly pursuing his goal. This tenacity, akin to that of an unyielding cockroach, can be the key to turning the tide in dire situations. This is what I call resilience in the physical sense." The crowd murmured in agreement, unable to refute his reasoning. Even Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "Furthermore, we must learn from Jerry's cunning evasion." Lin Mo gestured towards the triumphant little mouse. "Combat is not merely about brute force. It requires intellect, utilizing the environment, crafting traps, anticipating the opponent's moves, and finding that glimmer of hope in desperate circumstances. Observe his maneuvering, leveraging principles of physics, angles of rebound, and psychological tactics. It's nothing short of exquisite. This is the art of dancing on the edge of a blade." Lin Mo's words transformed the originally passive audience, their gazes sharpened with newfound interest. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the idea of utilizing the environment and anticipation. Krillin, observing Jerry's intricate traps, recalled his own solar flare and afterimage techniques. Tin, watching Tom rise time and again, reflected on his own resilience when facing formidable foes. Combat should not be about enduring suffering, Lin Mo concluded, his tone imbued with a languid profundity. One must learn to find joy in battle. Treat every evasion as a victory dance, and every counterattack as a brilliant performance. Just like Jerry, see how tense he is when being pursued? Yet he always finds a way to taunt Tom and savor the experience. Mindset. The mindset is crucial. The little wolf, gazing at Jerry's agile form on the screen, recalled the pressure he felt facing Vegeta's wager. It seemed he was beginning to grasp a vague insight. Simply overpowering an opponent wouldn't suffice. Perhaps clever tactics could prevail. Little Green was particularly intrigued by Jerry's use of various props, cheese, springs, small doors, to craft traps, his mind racing with possibilities. Little Ya's inspiration surged. "Master, understand. It's like making pastries. Different combinations of ingredients and varying temperatures can yield unexpected flavors and results. Combat is also about blending strength and wisdom like a delicacy." Bingo! Lin Mo snapped his fingers, pleased with Little Ya's insight. "As a reward, you can attempt to make combat energy cookies tomorrow." Vegeta could no longer contain himself, letting out a disdainful snort, his voice low yet clear to all ears. "Absurd. Combat is the clash of power. It is the crushing of will. To learn the tricks of a mouse? It is an affront to warriors." His golden eyes brimmed with contempt as he turned to leave this foolish gathering. "Hey, Vegeta." Lin Mo's languid voice resonated. "Don't be so hasty to leave. Do you really engage your mind during battles? Or do you simply charge in like a brutish bull, relying solely on brute force? It's no wonder you consistently fall short against Goku. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Vegeta whirled around, his golden aura erupting instantaneously, the oppressive force rendering the air in the living room dense with tension. Krillin and the others exchanged anxious glances. "Isn't it the truth?" Lin Mo remained unfazed. even shifting into a more comfortable lounging position. While the Saiyans possess remarkable combat prowess, their singular-mindedness is undeniable. Just look at Jerry. Despite his smaller stature and lesser strength, he deftly outmaneuvers Tom using sheer intellect. That is what we call strategy. Do you understand? Strategy. He gestured towards the screen. Sometimes, engaging your mind is far more beneficial than training under 100-fold gravity. Oh, of course, for those whose brains are merely muscle, this may be incomprehensible. You. Vegeta trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to obliterate Lin Mo and this dilapidated house in one fell swoop. Yet, Lin Mo's demeanor, exuding an air of indifference that seemed to challenge him, coupled with his unfathomable strength, compelled Vegeta to suppress his urge to act. Finally, he managed to spit out, "Sharp-tongued coward, in 3 months, I shall show you and your pathetic disciple that in the face of absolute power, all tactics are but a jest." With that, he transformed into a flash of golden light and stormed away in fury. Lin Mo shrugged, pressing the play button once more. All right, irrelevant parties have exited. Let us resume our studies. Focus on the next episode, particularly the segment where Tom employs a rocket launcher. Observe the artistry of firepower coverage. The living room once again echoed with Tom's anguished cries and Jerry's mischievous laughter, accompanied by the contemplative gazes of the disciples. The art of combat? Perhaps it truly could be rather intriguing. Chapter 20, A Revolutionary Teaching Experience. The initial encounter with the time cabin. You reap what you sow, with a basin-sized result. A few days later, in a newly established vegetable garden behind the salty fish bay, the young wolf surveyed the watermelon patch he was responsible for. His brow furrowed in frustration. The vines thrived abundantly, yet the watermelons produced were all misshapen and cracked. Some were no larger than a fist and wilted, while others grew in bizarre forms, as if they had been pummeled by someone. In contrast, he glanced over at the area tended by Little Green, where beneath the vibrant green vines, round and plump watermelons emitted a healthy glow. "Master, this is unfair." The young wolf pointed at his watermelon patch, his expression one of indignation. "I have been diligently tending to them." His version of diligence involved cautiously massaging the vines with his energy daily, which ultimately backfired. Lin Mo squatted down, poking at a deformed watermelon resembling a gourd, and shook his head. "Diligence? What you exhibit is excessive force. Control of power does not mean indiscriminately spreading your energy like fertilizer. The vines are terrified of you. It's a wonder they even grow at all." Observing the young wolf's impatience, and then glancing at Little Green, who was intently and carefully infusing a strawberry plant with life energy, as well as the melodious humming of Littleya, who was experimenting with new dessert recipes in the kitchen, Lin Mo contemplated. It seemed that the conventional pace was too slow for some individuals. Rubbing his chin, he donned an expression of profound disappointment as a mentor. "It appears I must provide you all with a little extra guidance." He led the 3 individuals to a vacant patch in the corner of the courtyard. With a fleeting thought, he moved his hands in the air as if casually, and an invisible energy, pulsating with a peculiar rhythm, flowed from his fingertips, swiftly outlining a square with sides of approximately 3 meters. As his fingers converged, the space within the square began to undergo a bizarre distortion of light. The air seemed to transform into a viscous liquid, and when gazing through that area, the objects behind it appeared to be doubled and elongated. An indescribable sensation, as if time itself were being stretched, permeated the atmosphere. "Behold, this is the time dilation chamber." Lin Mo gestured toward the distorted space, explaining that 3 days would pass within, while only a brief moment would elapse outside. "Step inside and enhance your training." Xiao Lang, Xiao Lu, and Xiaoya gazed at the surreal area, hesitating momentarily. Xiao Lang, enter and cultivate. Restrain your brute strength and truly attune yourself to the needs of the seeds and the breath of the earth. If you cannot produce a proper harvest, you shan't emerge. Xiao Lu, practice your fine control within. What is it to summon a single tree? I demand you conjure a miniature forest of diverse species, each with distinct virtues. Every leaf must be under your command. Xiaoya, delve into the exploration of your new recipes. Infuse the abstract sensations of joy, tranquility, and vitality into your pastries. Create something that shines. Without further ado, Lin Mo ushered the 3 disciples into the warped space as if herding chicks. Their figures vanished instantly. From the outside, the area remained distorted, obscuring any view of the interior. Bulma appeared in the backyard at some point, wearing multifunctional glasses with lenses frantically updating data, her face awash with astonishment. The flow of time altered, localized spatial distortion, energy levels beyond measurement. Lin Mo, how did you achieve this? This pertains to the laws of space-time. Lin Mo reclined on a newly conjured beach chair, sipping a chilled coconut juice, energy simulation, languidly replying, I just thought about it and made it happen. No need for such astonishment. It's merely a learning accelerator. Bulma, at a loss for words, could only feverishly document this phenomenon that defied the laws of physics as her instruments emitted distressing alarms under the weight of data. Goku, Krillin, and others gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the warped space. Piccolo crossed his arms, his emerald eyes glimmering with intensity as he sensed the anomalous disturbances in the temporal regulations within that area. This technique was inscrutable. As moments trickled by, which may have only been a matter of minutes outside, the distorted space rippled like water, and 3 figures were expelled. Xiao Lang emerged disheveled, his hair in disarray, clothes caked with dirt, yet his gaze was markedly steadier than before, less fraught with impatience. In his hands, he cradled a grotesque watermelon, the size of a basin, with a peculiar blend of green and blue. The watermelon was colossal, yet extraordinarily irregular, resembling several fruits forcefully fused together, its rind adorned with bizarre, vein-like crimson patterns. Master, I have endeavored to the best of my ability. The little wolf awkwardly cradled the enormous melon, while I attempted to communicate with it more gently. Despite its grotesque form, the vitality emanating from this fruit was remarkably robust. Little Green, though fatigued, wore an expression of exhilaration as he waved his tiny hand, conjuring a miniature forest standing merely half a meter tall in the clearing. There stood straight pine trees, clusters of berries adorned with diminutive fruits, and peculiar shrubs entwined with luminescent vines. Even a small patch of grass was sprinkled with tiny, star-like flowers. Each plant exhibited unique shapes, brimming with life, and exuding an aura of pure vitality. Particularly striking was one sapling, its leaves as translucent as crystal, crowned with a minuscule fruit radiating a soft, white glow akin to a grain of rice. Wow! Little Ya exclaimed in delight. She proudly presented a delicate little plate, upon which rested a piece of pudding. This pudding shimmered in an ethereal shade of light blue, as if a nebula were slowly swirling within, releasing a subtle, refreshing fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Most astonishingly, the pudding itself emitted a gentle and steady glow, reminiscent of moonlight. Master, please give it a try, Lilia eagerly implored. I endeavored to infuse it with the essence of a tranquil night sky. Consuming it should bring peace to the heart and relaxation to the spirit. Lin Mo picked up a spoon, scooping a small piece of the luminous pudding into his mouth. The icy, silky texture melted instantly, a wave of cool tranquility enveloping him, akin to the sensation of lying beneath a starry summer night, invigorating his somewhat languid demeanor from the sun's warmth. The flavor is delightful. The feeling of serenity is present, though it still lacks the profundity of the night sky. Lin Mo nodded, acknowledging the impressive luminescence, which he encouraged to be maintained. He then approached the little wolf's colossal melon, rapping gently on its hard rind. The strength is ample, yet the control remains woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, the vitality is astonishingly vigorous. His gaze shifted to Little Green's miniature forest, particularly the glowing sapling, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The affinity for life surpassed expectations. Bulma had already dashed forward with an array of instruments, fervently scanning the giant melon, the miniature forest, and the glowing pudding, murmuring to herself. Abnormal life activity. Spectral analysis unknown, containing a faint energy field. Is the light of this pudding bioluminescent, or is it energy excitation? My goodness, the data. Wukong curiously poked the giant melon, glancing at the forest and pudding, scratching his head. It seems all of it is rather impressive. Lin Mo, may I enter your little abode to practice? Vegeta, though absent from the scene, remained in a prolonged silence, his haughty avatar in the group chat overshadowed by the astonishing data and images shared by Bulma, the giant melon, the miniature forest, the glowing pudding. These unbelievable results, though seemingly ludicrous, especially the giant melon, harbored extraordinary qualities of power that subtly instigated a flicker of doubt regarding his previously unwavering bet. Lin Mo surveyed the diverse training outcomes of his disciples, then gazed at the astonished Bulma and the inquisitive Z warriors, contentedly savoring the last sip of coconut juice. The results were quite satisfactory. Tomorrow, what shall we engage in? Chapter 21. Gohan's curious experience, and Vegeta's covert observation. The sun over Salty Fish Bay was lazily gentle, with waves rhythmically lapping against the rocks, creating a hypnotic melody. The air was filled with the briny scent of the sea, the freshness of the earth, and a faint, sweet aroma wafting from the makeshift kitchen of Xiaoya. Gohan stood at the edge of the field, fidgeting with his hands, his martial arts uniform starkly contrasting with the villagers around him, who were wielding hoes and rolling up their pant legs. His father had insisted he immerse himself in life, claiming it would shift his perspective and allow him to experience different strengths. "Hey, newcomer!" shouted the little wolf, drenched in sweat as he finally managed to redirect the stubborn bull. "Stop dawdling. Mr. Lin Mo said you're under my supervision today. Do you see that plot? Turn the soil. The requirement is a uniform depth of 15 centimeters, not a millimeter more or less, and no machinery allowed. Purely manual." He tossed a hefty hoe in Gohan's direction. Gohan grasped the hoe, feeling its substantial weight, a tangible representation of physical labor. He swung it tentatively, driving it deeply into the earth and displacing a large clump of soil. That might have been too much force. "Idiot," the little wolf exclaimed, bounding over and pointing at the pit. "This is farming, not demolishing a planet. Control your strength. It's all about precision. Do you think sheer power is enough? Look at the hole you've made. The seedlings would drown if planted there. Feel the earth, understand the tool, and sense the flow of your strength in every muscle." Again, Gohan's face flushed, and he took a deep breath. Accustomed to explosive bursts of energy, this nuanced control of sustained power was a novel challenge for him. He reined in all his energy and, like a true farmer, clumsily swung the hoe once more. Sweat soon dampened his brow, and his arms began to ache. With each strike of the hoe, he had to concentrate fully, calculating the angle, force, and depth. Initially, his attempts were clumsy and uneven, but gradually, an unusual sense of focus enveloped him. He no longer thought of destructive energy blasts, but concentrated on the sensation of the hoe's blade slicing through the soil, the moisture and texture of the earth being turned. Unbeknownst to him, his movements became fluid, and the soil he turned was evenly displaced, as if measured with a ruler. Finally, it started to look somewhat decent, the little wolf remarked, having appeared beside him, arms crossed. Although his tone remained brusque, his eyes reflected a diminished level of criticism. Gohan suddenly realized that he had been entirely immersed in this laborious task, undistracted, and he even felt a heightened sensitivity and control over the vast energy within him. In the afternoon, Gohan was assigned to Little Green. The location was a small experimental field behind the dojo, where a few sickly, drooping plants with yellowing leaves were growing. "Are they unwell?" Gohan inquired. Little Green squatted beside the plants, her delicate fingers gently caressing the yellowing leaves, her gaze tender, as if she were regarding an injured creature. The soil seemed a tad unbalanced, and the sunlight inadequate, rendering them unhappy. She closed her eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible emerald glow blossoming from her palms, reminiscent of morning dew on leaf tips. This aura gradually seeped into the roots and veins of the plants. Gohan held his breath, his acute perception instantly capturing the shift. It was not a violent surge of energy, but rather a vibrant pulse, as if dormant life were gently awakened. The withered leaves unfurled at a visible pace, the yellow spots fading, returning to a lush, vibrant green, and even tender buds sprouted at the tips, blooming into modest flowers. The entire process was serene and silent, enveloped in an ineffable sense of harmony. Gohan felt a profound shock within. This was not the power of combat, but the essence of life itself. It was nourishment, a cycle, the most primal rhythm of the universe. The energy within him seemed to resonate with this pure vitality, becoming warmer and more tranquil. For the first time, he truly comprehended that strength need not solely manifest as destruction. In the evening, fatigued yet peculiarly invigorated, Gohan was enthusiastically ushered into Xiaoya's joyful kitchen. The air was rich with the intoxicating aromas of butter, cream, and roasted fruits, igniting one's appetite. Xiaoya presented a plate of freshly baked, adorably shaped pink cream puffs. "Try these. They're filled with vitality. I just developed this recipe." Gohan picked up a puff and took a bite. The outer shell was crisp, while the inside revealed a silky, cool cream paired with a tangy raspberry jam. The flavor was delightful, but more astonishing was the indescribable warmth that flowed down his throat into his stomach, swiftly radiating through his limbs. The fatigue accumulated from interstellar travel and the muscle soreness from the day as labor melted away like snow under the sun. More crucially, The mental tension and doubts dissipated, leaving his mind unusually clear and focused. "How is it?" Xiaoya asked eagerly, her large eyes sparkling. "It's simply extraordinary," Gohan exclaimed, genuinely amazed. Feeling lighter and filled with vigor, his mind exceptionally lucid. "Hee, that is the power of happiness." Xiaoya twirled joyfully, her spirits high, believing that when one feels good, everything becomes twice as effective. Gohan thoughtfully savored the last bite of the cream puff, reflecting on the day's experiences. The meticulous control of farming, Little Green's wondrous awakening of life, Xiaoya's delightful treats bringing a spiritual uplift. These seemingly unrelated, even frivolous activities had collectively deepened his understanding of power itself. Particularly in terms of mindset, he distanced himself from the clamor of battle and the shadows of destruction, finding a long-lost sense of peace and groundedness in the everyday life of Salted Fish Bay. Before departing, Gohan sought out Lin Mo, who lay on a beach chair, nearly merging with the sunset. He bowed solemnly. "Mr. Lin Mo, thank you for today's arrangements. Although the method is rather unique, I seem to grasp a fragment of the essence you spoke of, particularly concerning the state of one's heart. I feel a profound sense of tranquility, and my perception of power appears to have sharpened considerably." Lin Mo languidly lifted the straw hat that had covered his face, revealing one eye that glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible arc. "Your understanding is decent. Go now. Your father is likely waiting anxiously." With that, he replaced the hat back over his face. Gohan bowed once more and turned to leave, his steps considerably lighter than when he had arrived. Vegeta's covert observation. Atop a steep, seldom-trodden cliff on the outskirts of Salted Fish Bay, a figure stood like a statue. Vegeta, arms crossed, cast a frigid gaze that penetrated the distance of several kilometers, fixating intently on the inconspicuous little cove below. His aura was tightly controlled, a source of pride in his mastery of stealth, confident that even the fool Kakarot would struggle to detect him. Perched on his nose was Bulma's custom-made third-generation high-precision power detector, its lenses shimmering with a ghostly blue light. He adjusted the detection mode, initially locking onto the recently departed Gohan. The boy's energy is indeed more solid, a tedious increment. Vegeta scoffed, the increase appearing insignificant in his eyes. Next, the detector shifted its focus to the heart of Salted Fish Bay, Lin Mo. On the lens, the energy reading representing Lin Mo remained glaringly at 0, as if mocking everything. Vegeta's brow furrowed tighter. What sorcery is this? How can it truly be 0? It must be some form of cloaking technology. He repeatedly cycled through detection modes, thermal imaging, bioelectric waves, energy field scanning, yet the results remained unchanged. The figure reclining in the chair appeared lifeless, akin to a stone in the detector's display. TCH, Vegeta grumbled irritably, redirecting his focus to Lin Mo's 3 disciples. Little Wolf. The readings fluctuated wildly on the detector, occasionally spiking around 50, considered commendable for an Earth boy, then plummeting below 10, exhibiting great instability. However, Vegeta keenly observed that the peaks were slowly, albeit laboriously, ascending, and more importantly, the frequency of the drops seemed to be diminishing, with the amplitude of fluctuations narrowing. What could this signify? Dramatic fluctuations in values. Yet the peaks are gradually rising, with increasing stability. Little Green. The detector's readings were pitifully low, hovering between 2 and 5, barely surpassing that of an ordinary Earthling. Yet, the special analytical module of the detector illuminated a warning light. Life energy activity extremely high, surpassing the baseline by 500. Energy recovery rate anomalous. Peak recovery speed unquantifiable. The scrolling data on the lens caused Vegeta's pupils to constrict. This girl possessed a feeble strength, yet her vitality surged like that of a stellar core. Extremely low values. Yet the detector indicated her life, energy activity, and recovery speed were exceedingly outrageous. Little Ya. Combat value? Nearly 0. The detector nearly classified her as a harmless target. However, when she immersed herself in the creation of desserts, particularly during the moment she infused them with her heartfelt intentions, the detector captured exceptionally subtle, yet remarkably clear, anomalous ripples. This phenomenon was neither physical energy nor vital energy, but rather a form of emotional energy wave. The detector was unable to quantify its intensity. It could only identify high frequency, high resonance, and significantly positive emotional characteristics. Though there are almost no combat statistics, The detector nonetheless detected peculiar emotional energy waves emanating during her confectionery endeavors. Humph. Vegeta abruptly shut off the detector, extinguishing the cerulean glow on the lens. His expression darkened ominously, his fingers unconsciously tightening as he crushed the solid rock beneath his feet to dust. A slight increase in value? Insignificant. The Saiyan path was one of unadulterated destruction and power. What purpose did this chaotic life and emotion serve? He raged internally. Nevertheless, the anomalous data captured by the detector clung to his mind like a stubborn virus. Life vitality exceedingly high, emotional energy? What on earth was that Lin Mo up to? The teachings he imparted were far from the orthodox methods of enhancing combat strength. This was in direct contradiction to the warrior's path that Vegeta upheld. A faint tremor, so minuscule that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge it, rippled through his heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The unwavering belief in victory upon that indomitable rock seemed to reveal a trivial, nearly imperceptible crack. He stared intently at the placid salty fish bay below, his gaze complex, and ultimately let out a cold snort, his figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 22. The Warm Daily Life of the Dojo, Part 1. The days at Salty Fish Bay seemed to be enveloped in a soft, luminous filter, slow, serene, yet imbued with the vibrant essence of everyday life. Lin Mo's dojo resembled less of a sanctuary for cultivation and more of a peculiar yet affectionate family. In the early morning, the little wolf was always the first to appear in the vegetable garden, vociferously battling weeds, insects, and unruly tools. His voice was loud enough to startle birds several miles away. Damn aphids. Watch me turn you to dust. Oh, can't use energy? How annoying. Yet, when he spotted Little Green squatting by the ridge, pale-faced and staring intently at a plump green caterpillar wriggling on a leaf, his tirade would abruptly cease. He would nonchalantly stroll over, rudely use the handle of his hoe to shove the creature away, muttering, "TCH, what a nuisance. Blocking my work." Then he would return to his labor, acting as if nothing had transpired. Little Green would secretly breathe a sigh of relief and offer him a grateful smile, earning a reluctant grunt and a faint blush on his ears in return. Little Green was the healing core of the dojo. The experimental plots she tended were always vibrant, yielding fruits that often possessed unexpected sweetness or miraculous effects. She delighted in washing the largest and reddest tomatoes, the most plump and juicy strawberries, or some peculiar berry that invigorated the mind, placing them on the wooden table of the dojo, calling out in a crisp voice, "Senior brother, Little Wolf. Senior sister, Little Ya, Mr. Lin Mo, come and taste. Just picked." Little Wolf would usually scoff at the overly sweet offerings, exclaiming there was nothing appealing about them, yet would swiftly snatch the largest one and pop it into his mouth. Xiaoyu joyfully embraced Xiao Lu, exclaiming, "Xiao Lu, you are simply the best. This flavor is so unique. I must see if I can create a new filling." Lin Mo, on the other hand, sauntered over leisurely, plucked a piece, tossed it into his mouth, and mumbled a vague assessment. It's slightly undercooked. It was unclear whether he was referring to the fruit or something else entirely. Xiaoya's cheerful kitchen served as both a fountain of joy and a source of physical exertion. The cumbersome, vintage oven was quite a challenge to maneuver. Whenever she needed to rearrange the kitchen or clean behind the oven, Xiao Lang would grumble about the hassle, yet his body was honest as he approached, bending his waist and exerting his strength, muscles taut, though still mindful of his force, as he steadily lifted and repositioned the weighty oven. Sweat trickled down his taut jawline, while Xiaoyu nervously and gratefully directed him, "A bit to the left, just a touch more. Ah, yes. Thank you, Xiao Lang. I shall treat you to double cream puffs." After setting down the oven and catching his breath, Xiao Lang accepted the puff and took a hearty bite, replying indistinctly, "At least you know how to be sensible." Lin Mo, the nominal master, often languished in a state of lethargy. He could be found either basking in the sun on a lounge chair, napping under the eaves, or daydreaming by the sea. However, whenever Xiao Lang struggled to control his strength and nearly shattered the handle of a hoe, or when Xiao Lu turned pale from overexerting the plants, or when Xiaoyu grew disheartened from failed attempt at a new recipe, his seemingly half-closed, lazy eyes would always catch the moment with precision. He would not expound at length. Instead, a seemingly trivial remark would drift over. "Xiao Lang, the ground is not sand. Don't think you can break through it. Remember how you stabilize your weight when moving the oven? Xiao Lu, trees die when moved. People thrive when they do. If you rush too much, you'll injure the roots." Take it slow and let them catch their breath. Xiaoya, too much sweetness becomes cloying, while excessive bitterness turns astringent. The path of moderation lies in balance, not extremes. Such light, airy words would often strike like a bolt of enlightenment, instantly awakening the disciples trapped in their dilemmas. They would pause, pondering, and upon trying again, their problems would often resolve effortlessly. Lin Mo would then revert to his indifferent demeanor, as if he had not spoken at all. The arrival of number 18 added a striking, cool vibrancy and sharp wit to the daily routine. Her visits became increasingly frequent, always under the pretense of supervising Xiaoya's confectionery progress to ensure a steady supply of energy. Yet, everyone in the dojo understood that this cold beauty was equally susceptible to the allure of delightful desserts. She would typically appear silently at the kitchen door, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, her golden short hair gently swaying in the sea breeze, her expression indifferent as she observed Xiaoya's flurry of activity. Xiaoya, accustomed to her presence, would greet her without turning. Sister number 18 has arrived. We have freshly baked lemon tarts today. Number 18 would respond with a reserved yet her gaze was already glued to the golden tarts. She would unceremoniously take one, savoring a small bite, and occasionally offer an exceedingly professional critique. The tart crust could be flakier. Try adding a bit of ice water next time while kneading the dough. The acidity of the lemon curd is acceptable. After a commentary, she would typically nonchalantly swipe another one or two tarts. At times, her spirits appeared exceptionally high, perhaps enchanted by the delights of dessert. Upon witnessing the little wolf's chaotic disruption of the fields, such as the uneven furrows left by overly vigorous tilling or the wild scattering of grass roots during weeding, she would furrow her brow slightly. In the next instant, a remarkably refined and expertly controlled energy blast shot forth from her fingertips. Whoosh! Bang! The energy projectile landed precisely on the area that required leveling, neither harming the adjacent crops, nor failing to shatter the clods of earth in a fine soil, simultaneously obliterating the stubborn grass roots. What would have taken the little wolf a laborious half-day to accomplish was effortlessly resolved by her in mere seconds. The little wolf often stared in astonishment, then in defiance, would exclaim, "Hey, human weapon, mind your own business," to which she would respond with a colder gaze, saying, "You're my way. Your efficiency is appalling." This left the little wolf speechless. Occasionally, she would take an interest in the little green one. When the little green one crouched in front of the flower bed, cautiously conversing with a seemingly wilted flower, she would silently approach, gazing down from above. The little green one, sensing the shadow, would timidly look up. She might suddenly extend a finger to gently poke a petal or unexpectedly inquire, "Why is it unhappy?" Her tone as indifferent as if asking about the weather. The little green one would respond earnestly, "It says the stone beside it is blocking its sunlight." Upon hearing this, she might expressionlessly lift her foot and, with a thud, send the obstructive stone flying far away. The little green one would be left in disbelief. Following this, she might nonchalantly take away the fruit the little green one had just washed and prepared to share, departing with an air of indifference. This one-sided, somewhat clumsy interaction often brought a smile to the observing little elegants. The most captivating daily spectacle at the dojo, however, was the sharp-tongued banter between Lin Mo and her. 18 looked at Lin Mo sprawled on the lounge chair and remarked, "Is the earth about to perish? Are you planning to lie there and watch?" Lin Mo replied without lifting her eyelids, "If it perishes, all the better. I won't have to relocate. What about you? Running around here to mooch food and drink. Has the capsule company gone bankrupt, or has Miss Lazily finally realized she is inept at anything but fighting?" 18 sneered. "Better than some people who, under the guise of being a master, teach others how to farm and bake." Lin Mo yawned. "Baking is also a skill. Better than some who, while secretly delighted, pretend to be tough and live awkwardly." 18, pricked by her words, responded with a chill in her breath, "Would you care to test my awkwardness?" Lin Mo finally opened one eye. "Sure, but if you break something, you'll pay for it." Perfect timing for Little Elegance to bake a few more batches of pastries to replenish energy. Little Elegance quickly interjected, "The freshly baked chocolate lava cake is ready. Sister 18, do try it." Such dialogues unfolded almost daily, filled with a palpable tension yet inexplicably harmonious, becoming a unique spectacle in the Bay of Salted Fish. Chapter 23. The Warm Daily Life at the Dojo, Part 2. The daily life in the Bay of Salted Fish grew increasingly vibrant with the arrival of more visitors. Wukong's visits were always accompanied by a gust of wind, quite literally, and his signature booming voice. "Hey, Lin Mo, Little Elegance, I'm back. This time, I brought fresh fairy beans from Kailinta and specially crafted dried fish from Garen. He landed in the clearing before the dojo like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. He was utterly defenseless against Xiaoya's snacks, effortlessly devouring an entire platter with the speed of a tempest, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "So delicious! Xiaoya, this pudding, it's so smooth, it feels as though every cell in my body is cheering. Far better than the fairy beans." At that moment, Garen sneezed in the temple. His curiosity about Lin Mo's salty fish cultivation method was childlike. Upon hearing that Xiaolang was practicing strength control, he eagerly decided to try his hand at farming. However, with a single swing of his hoe, he inadvertently carved a trench half a meter deep and over 10 meters long, burying the seeds deep within the earth's core. Xiaolang, exasperated, shouted, "Cockroach, are you trying to ruin my land?" Goku, scratching the back of his head, looked innocently puzzled. "Aha, my apologies. I couldn't control my strength. Let us try again." Startled, Xiaolang hurriedly shooed him away. Upon learning that Xiao Lu was communicating with life, Goku sat cross-legged beneath a tree, attempting to meditate. He sought to feel the energy of life. It was indeed peaceful and warm. However, within 3 minutes, a steady snore erupted, startling the birds above that were attempting to connect with him. Lin Mo remarked, "Having a pure heart is commendable, but when one's mind is reduced to mere muscle and food, that is another matter altogether." Seeing Xiaolang fishing by the sea, a control exercise arranged by Lin Mo, Goku became intrigued. He mimicked the posture, holding his breath and focusing intently on the fishing float. A large fish bit the hook. Goku, brimming with excitement, tugged, but it didn't budge. Hey, quite the strength. Instinctively, he infused a hint of energy into the fishing rod. In the next moment, with a light pop, the fishing line remained intact, and the rod was unharmed, but all creatures within a 10-meter radius underwater, including the large fish and countless unfortunate smaller fish and shrimp, were stunned by the surge of energy, floating belly up to the surface. Xiaolang stared at his empty fishing basket and the bounty that surrounded him, utterly speechless. Goku, once again scratching the back of his head, mused, "Ah, well, can we have a feast tonight?" Bulma's technological support arrived. Bulma typically came accompanied by a heavy transport aircraft and an array of peculiar technological products. She was filled with a scientist's fervor for exploration regarding the energy anomaly at Salty Fish Bay and several special disciples. "Lin Mo, look, this is my latest invention. The Intelligent Rural Steward, Alpha Model." A robot with a sleek design and several agile mechanical arms was unloaded. It could automatically and precisely water, fertilize, and eliminate pests according to soil moisture, light exposure, and crop growth stages. "Xiaolang, liberate your hands." Xiaolang glanced at the robot, then at his calloused hands. With a complex expression, "Xiaoya, this is the temperature-controlled precision fermentation magic box, a device resembling a small refrigerator, capable of simulating various humidity, temperature, and microbial environments to ensure your dough ferments to perfection. The data can also be transmitted to me for real-time analysis." Xiaoya twirled around it in delight. The most significant gift was the planetary environment simulation holographic training room. A massive silver sphere was placed at the back of the dojo, theoretically capable of simulating the gravity, atmosphere, temperature, and even energy radiation environments of any known planet. Vegeta has given it a try and claims that the gravity simulation is quite accurate. "What do you think, Lin Mo? This could be practical training for your disciples," Bulma said with pride. And what was the outcome? Little Wolf simulated an environment with gravity 100 times that of Earth, and after enduring it for merely 5 minutes, he emerged gasping, declaring he could not withstand it any longer, fearing his bones would shatter. Little Green, upon entering, discovered that it could replicate various exotic growth environments, and joyfully set about collecting virtual specimens. Lilia found that it simulated a unique repository of ingredients from different planets, becoming engrossed in researching alien recipes. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. "I appreciate Miss Bulma's goodwill. I believe transforming it into a holographic gaming room will be quite suitable, a balance of work and leisure." Thus, this high-end training apparatus, despite its exorbitant cost, was predominantly utilized by the disciples for simulated interstellar adventures, virtual botanical garden tours, or alien restaurant management games, leaving Bulma both amused and exasperated. However, the data collected regarding Little Green's influence on virtual plants and the emotional energy fluctuations of Lilia in simulated environments made it all worthwhile in her eyes. Of course, Bulma's primary objective remained the data. Armed with various sophisticated instruments, She meticulously recorded the bioelectrical waves during Little Green's plant cultivation, along with energy radiation spectra, analyzing the genetic blueprints of those mutated plants. Her focus on Little Ya's pastries was paramount. From raw materials to finished products, every step's energy residue, molecular structure. An immediate physiological impact on consumers, with Goku and Krillin as the best volunteers, was diligently documented, establishing an extensive database. She firmly believed that these non-combat applications of energy harbored revolutionary scientific principles. In the daily interactions of the internal communication group of the Universal Capsule Company, members, Z Warriors Core Circle, Master Roshi, Lin Mo, the chatter was ever bustling, with Salty Fish Bay undeniably at the center of attention. Goku, image of a large platter piled high, with various pastries. Afternoon tea at Salty Fish Bay. Little Ya's culinary skills are the best in the universe. Image of Goku giving a peace sign to the camera, cream smeared on his lips after devouring this. I feel like I could take on 10 Friesias. Vegeta, idiot. Friesia is nothing but ashes now, and you are merely overstuffed. Krillin, sighing emoji, I envy Goku. Training in the Heavenly Temple is so dull. It's just meditation and sparring every day. Tian Shinhan and Dumpling are far too serious. I miss Little Ya's healing pastries. Vegeta, weaklings, lost in their gluttony. A true warrior needs only the sacred beans. 18. Vegeta, remember the last time you secretly packed 3 boxes of cream puffs? Need I remind you? Vegeta, shut up. Doll. Master Rashi, nosebleed emoji Little Ya. I hear Salty Fish Bay has splendid sunny beaches. Do you have the latest swimsuit pastry photos? I'll trade you with my treasured limited edition magazine. 18. Administrator has silenced Master Rashi for 24 hours, you old pervert. Be quiet. Lin Mo suddenly chimes in. Oh, speaking of Friesia, it seems he has a brother named Cooler. Allegedly a more thoroughly modified mechanical being, particularly prone to tears. Supposedly ruling as a local emperor on some frozen planet. Instantly flooded with messages. What? Is that true? Cooler, a mechanical being, prone to tears. Lin Mo, how do you know this? Please elaborate. Lin Mo, with a signal that faltered, occasionally dropped hints that ignited fervent discussions among the Z Warriors, stirring anxiety over verification and preparation, even as he might have drifted off to slumber in his chair. The tranquil routine of Shinyu Bei was thus subtly intertwined with the grand narratives of the world and the cosmos through invisible waves of communication. Chapter 24. The Ripples of the Mind, Part 1. The days in Shinyu Bei felt as if they were steeped in tepid seawater, gradually smoothing the edges of each individual's character, leaving behind subtle yet profound imprints. Little Wolf remained irritable. His grumbling as he tilled the earth served as the morning alarm of the training ground. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that his tirades had shifted from cursing the wretched soil and foolish insects to lamenting his own clumsiness and misaligned angles. He no longer resorted to brute force. Instead, he began to awkwardly learn the art of acquiescence, adapting to the firmness of the soil, the balance of the hoe, and the natural growth patterns of the crops. On one occasion, in an effort to unearth a large stone deeply embedded in the ground, he refrained from using sheer strength, which might have devastated the surrounding seedlings. Instead, he calmed his mind, carefully excavating a circle of loose soil around the stone, attuning himself to the point of contact between stone and earth. Ultimately, with a deft maneuver akin to pulling a radish, he extracted it entirely, leaving the nearby seedlings unscathed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at his accomplishment, remarkably refraining from cursing, merely murmuring, "It doesn't seem so difficult after all." Not far away, Lin Mo stirred in his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Little Green had become increasingly adept at channeling her life energy, no longer confined to healing ailing plants. She began to explore the art of guidance. She discovered a patch of flowers, long overshadowed by a towering tree, struggling in the dim light. Rather than forcefully stimulating their growth, she knelt beside them, closed her eyes, and pressed her hands gently against the soil. A verdant aura flowed like a gentle stream into the ground, not through coercive energy, but through a delicate communion with the flower roots, guiding them to stretch gradually and steadfastly towards the sunnier side, in search of light. Days later, the branches and leaves of those flowers indeed reached out towards the sunlit area, their leaves glossy and their buds beginning to bloom. This was a subtle, yet profound power at work. She even began to experiment with infusing this delicate, vibrant energy into Little Ya's pastry ingredients, perhaps by adding a hint to the water in the dough or softly brushing it over the cream before whipping. thereby imparting an indescribable freshness and vitality to the final product. Little Yo was delighted to discover that the pastries blessed by Little Green seemed to possess a more stable and enduring wave of joyous energy. Little Yo's mastery of creating delightful desserts sought breakthroughs amid stability. The sophisticated instruments provided by Bulma offered her unprecedented data support. She commenced a precise analysis of the pastries crafted under various emotional states, examining how the frequency, amplitude, and harmonic components of their energy waves varied during moments of tranquility, joy in success, and fleeting discouragement in adversity. She endeavored to actively regulate her emotional states through music, specific aromas, and even cherished memories, infusing this emotional essence into her creative process. Once, she reminisced about the joyful moments spent picnicking with her parents during her childhood. With that pure warmth and nostalgia, she prepared a batch of cookies. Bulma's device captured the emotional energy waves of these cookies, revealing an extraordinarily gentle and warm shade of orange. After consuming them, Krillin remarked that not only did he feel invigorated, but also cherished fragments of his distant childhood resurfaced vividly in his mind, granting him an unparalleled sense of calm and focus during his training. This led Xiaoya to realize that the power of delightful confections may extend beyond mere upliftment of spirit. It might also reach into the depths of emotional memory. Goku's visits continued to be a blend of calamity and surprise. He became enamored with competing against Little Wolf in a no-breath fishing contest, but the outcomes were often as follows. Little Wolf would catch a few small fish, while Goku either scared the fish away, accidentally threw his fishing rod into the sea with excessive force, or caught an irate crab that pinched his nose. Yet, he reveled in his clumsy amusement. On one occasion, he observed Little Green guiding a flower patch, and, brimming with enthusiasm, sat down beside her, mimicking her actions by pressing his hands on the ground and attempting to communicate with utmost seriousness. However, his intense focus inadvertently emitted an overwhelming life force. Saiyans are inherently endowed with a terrifying vitality, which stimulated the surrounding flora to grow wildly, instantly engulfing both the flower patch and Little Green in a verdant jungle. After a struggle, Little Green managed to emerge from the foliage, a leaf perched atop her head, gazing at the innocently bewildered Goku, both exasperated and amused. Vegeta had not reappeared on the cliff, yet his derisive comments about the unambitious nature of Fish Bay had noticeably diminished in the group chat. Occasionally, during Bulma's exuberant sharing of Xiaoya's snack data analysis, he would fall unusually silent or merely offer a cold, mundane piece of data. However, in the stillness of the night, standing before the observation window of the gravity chamber, he gazed at the terrifying multiplicity displayed within, while his mind involuntarily flickered with the detector's sharply fluctuating yet gradually ascending curve, the absurdly high vitality data, and those peculiar emotional waves. Frustrated, he slammed his fist onto the control panel, growling, meaningless interference. Yet, a faint ripple of intrigue, born from the unknown, quietly expanded within him. Chapter 25, The Ripple of Mindset, Part 2, and Undercurrents. Beneath the warmth of the dojo, sunshine does not always reign supreme. Daily trivialities accompany individual worries and subtle ripples. Little Wolf's troubles stemmed from the holographic gaming room. He became engrossed in a game simulating interstellar combat, where he could unleash his powers recklessly and savor the thrill of battle, achieving remarkable victories. However, upon exiting the game and returning to reality to grasp a hoe, the stark contrast left him exceptionally irritable. The exhilarating freedom of the virtual realm clashed sharply with the meticulousness required in reality. He grew increasingly impatient during his labor, and his strength while hoeing began to spiral out of control, nearly destroying entire rows of seedlings on several occasions. After a failed attempt, he furiously hurled the hoe to the ground, exclaiming, "What is the point of this wretched thing? It's utterly maddening." Lin Mo's languid voice drifted from the direction of the lounge chair. "In the game, your opponents are mere data. They vanish when struck. The earth does not disappear. If you strike it, it merely becomes pockmarked, ultimately yielding nothing and leaving you to starve, which is more challenging, which requires greater control." The little wolf stood frozen, gazing at the small pit he had created on the ground, then shifting his attention to the flourishing seedlings nearby. His previously agitated spirit felt as if doused with a bucket of cold water, gradually calming down. The ephemeral triumph of the virtual realm paled in comparison to the reality, where every fruit born of labor demanded patience and restraint. He seemed to grasp the profound intent behind Lin Mo's insistence on cultivating the land. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu encountered a bottleneck in her abilities. She endeavored to cultivate a special medicinal plant seed provided by Bulma, derived from an extraterrestrial source. This seed possessed remarkable vitality, yet was exceedingly particular about its environmental conditions. As was her custom, Xiao Lu infused the seed with life energy, but it responded with nothing but a sense of resistance. After several days of failure, staring at the unresponsive soil, she experienced her first pangs of frustration and self-doubt. Was her power insufficient, or had she misunderstood its needs? She sat by the experimental field, hugging her knees, feeling despondent. An unknown moment, Lin Mo strolled over, picking up one of the obstinate seeds and rolling it between his fingertips. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. The rain of earth cannot revive the cactus of the desert. It does not yearn for your offerings, but rather for what it intrinsically requires. Feel it. Do not seek to alter it. Contemplate how to create the environment it needs. Xiao Lu stared at her master, seemingly enlightened. The following day, she refrained from forcibly imparting energy to the seed. Instead, she employed Bulma's equipment to meticulously analyze the soil composition, light cycles, and atmospheric conditions of the seed's native habitat. Gradually, she adjusted the microenvironment of the experimental field to simulate similar conditions, quietly standing guard nearby, transmitting gentle encouragement. A week later, a delicate sprout, glistening with an unusual metallic sheen, finally trembled its way out of the soil. Watching the fresh green emerge, Xiao Lu felt her spirits lift, her heart illuminated. Communication and guidance far surpassed coercive imposition. Xiao Yu faced her own anxieties regarding innovation. Bulma's data analysis demands escalated, and the group's expectations for the pastries grew ever higher. Eager to develop more remarkable and effective super snacks, she encountered one failure after another. Whether it was unstable energy or peculiar flavors, she even nearly caused an explosion in the oven once. Thankfully, number 18 was present and instantly shielded her with an energy barrier. As the failures accumulated, Xiaoyu began to feel anxious, her emotional turmoil affecting her energy flow, resulting in mediocre pastries tinged with bitterness. She locked herself in the kitchen, biting her lip as she stared at a pile of failed creations, her eyes reddening. Number 18 leaned against the door, observing her in silence for a moment before speaking. The caramel pudding you first made for me was a failure, wasn't it? The edges were burnt. Xiaoyu was taken aback, nodding in acknowledgement. Number 18 approached, picked up one of her latest failed, misshapen cookies, and popped it in her mouth, chewing a couple of times before delivering her verdict with an unchanging expression. This is better than that caramel pudding. At least it's not burnt, Xiaoyu replied. And number 18 continued sampling her failed attempts, providing her characteristic, acerbic yet precise critiques, all while avoiding any mention of energy. Finally, she turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Did you make that for me because you thought I would enjoy it, or to prove something?" Xiaoyu was left speechless. The words of the 18th resonated like a key, unlocking the locks within her heart. In her fervent desire for success, she had forgotten the original intent of crafting desserts, to share joy and happiness itself. Taking a deep breath, she bestowed a genuine smile upon the 18th. "Thank you, Sister 18. I understand now." No longer entangled in data and special effects, she began to pour her heart into creating the flavors she most wished to share at that moment. Underneath this tranquility lay an imperceptible shadow creeping closer. In the depths of a distant galaxy, a fearsome spacecraft emblazoned with the insignia of the Frisia Force. Though Frisia was dead, remnants of his power still lingered, received a faint signal from Earth. This signal contained fragments of extraordinarily unique energy readings inadvertently leaked during Bulma's analysis of Xiaoyu's pastries and Xiao Lu's plants. These readings were both unusual and potent, starkly different from conventional combat energy, immediately capturing the attention of a one-eyed science officer aboard the ship. Unknown high-activity life energy, a peculiar stable emotional energy radiation source, detected on the lowly planet Earth? The science officer's eye gleamed with avarice and excitement as he commanded, "Scan the coordinates. Lock onto the signal source." The King of Cold, Frisia's father, will undoubtedly be most intrigued by this extraordinary energy sample. Prepare for capture and analysis. The spacecraft altered its course, silently navigating towards the azure planet, Earth. The languid sunlight of salted fish bay, the sweat of labor in the fields, the aroma of pastries, and the recently kindled ripples of peace in the hearts of the disciples were on the verge of confronting an unknown storm. The Saiyan Prince, previously shaken by the data from the detector, might soon find an opportunity to validate the doubts within his heart. Yet this opportunity would come hand in hand with a chilling danger. Chapter 26. The Beginning of the Storm. Shall Lose Troubles. Part 1. The days in salted fish bait seemed marinated by the sea breeze, imbued with a certain languid constancy. The generous sunlight cascaded upon the wooden eaves of the dojo, upon the sweat-drenched vegetable patch tended by Xiao Lang, upon the vibrant experimental fields of Xiao Lu, and upon the kitchen of Xiaoya, which wafted with sweet aromas. Yet, this tranquility was as fragile as the most exquisite glass, beautiful yet easily shattered. A fire of greed, ignited by an unintentional slip, was stealthily approaching. Its target aimed squarely at the pure and delicate life within the dojo, Xiao Lu. In the Stardust Dome banquet hall on the top floor of the Universal Capsule Company's headquarters in West City, an informal yet highly prestigious technology salon was underway, gathering the foremost scientists and entrepreneurs from Earth and certain friendly extraterrestrial civilizations. Crystal chandeliers refracted a soft glow, and the air was thick with the tipsy essence of fine champagne mingling with the ambitions of the tech elite. Bulma Briefs, one of the central figures of the salon, donned a sharply tailored silver gown, surrounded by a throng of eager scholars. Thus, the application of life energy is certainly not merely a matter of accumulating combat power. Bulma exclaimed, her high-stemmed glass in hand, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a scientist sharing a monumental discovery. It can be healing, nurturing, and creative. With a gentle tap on the miniature projector on her wrist, several soft beams of light converged upon the central display, instantly materializing into vivid holographic images of plants. A delicate blade of grass, exuding a soft, moonlit aura, known as moonlight grass, stands gracefully. Nearby, a cluster of leaves unfolds, releasing a serene and elegant fragrance from a plant called tranquility flower, which soothes the spirit. Several tendrils, where they have been severed, ooze a crystalline gel with adhesive properties, referred to as healing vine. These are not the products of genetic editing or chemical synthesis. With a tone of pride, Bulma declares that they are miracles guided solely by pure life energy. The photosynthetic efficiency of moonlight grass surpasses that of ordinary plants, and its emitted specific spectrum effectively deters pests and calms the mind. The molecular structure of the fragrance from tranquility flower uniquely interacts with the brain's limbic system, alleviating anxiety, while the gel from healing vine contains active ingredients that significantly promote tissue repair, achieving results akin to diluted bean extract. Surrounding them, a chorus of awe and hushed whispers arises. Some marvel at the wonders of creation, while others, with glimmering eyes, contemplate the underlying commercial value. A voice, somewhat somber and textured like a metallic scrape, interrupts the admiration. The speaker is a middle-aged man ensconced in the shadows of a corner. Lean and dressed in a neatly tailored yet conservatively styled dark gray suit, he sports thin gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, his gaze sharp as a scalpel. Imbued with an almost obsessive scrutiny, he is Dr. Herbert von Kreutz, known colloquially as Dr. Herb. If I may be so bold, he begins, the life energy spectrum you present exhibits an anomalous peak of activity, and the energy conversion model is exceptionally unique. Such phenomena are unattainable through natural evolution. Is it directed energy guidance? Might you disclose its technological origins? Or perhaps the source of the energy guide itself? Bulma, momentarily taken aback, lifts her chin with a hint of offended pride. Dr. Herb, your inquiry strikes at the heart of commerce. I can only say that this is a unique ability, deeply resonant with nature, entirely pure and untainted. As for its source, she playfully winks after a deliberate pause, is a treasure bestowed upon us by Mother Earth, discovered fortuitously in a, vivacious locale. Her vague allusion to salty fish bay, however, becomes a precise coordinate in the ears of the discerning. Dr. Herb adjusts his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. He refrains from further questioning, merely nodding slightly, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corners of his mouth, a smile devoid of warmth, imbued instead with the fervor of a predator whose quarry has finally come into view. The core data of the plants showcased by Bulma, their guiding rather than imposing life energy fluctuation patterns, their high activity and low invasiveness, serve as a key, unlocking a long-sealed vault deep within his memory. The Red Satin Ribbon Legion. Dr. Glow-S classified archive. Dr. Herb's thoughts instantly transport him back to that subterranean realm, filled with the scent of formaldehyde and the chilling hum of machinery. As a peripheral researcher, He had fortuitously encountered a document marked as abandoned, an early project named Sprout. The file was incomplete, its core idea revolving around the use of embryonic gene editing to cultivate a life form capable of symbiotic resonance with plants and the entire ecosystem, aiming to create self-healing biological weapons or sustainable energy farms. The project was abandoned by Dr. Jarrow due to its exceedingly low energy output efficiency, lack of direct combat value, and the alarmingly low survival rate of the experimental subjects. However, the ideal energy characteristics described in that report, gentle, highly permeable, and possessing an affinity for life signals, exhibited a remarkable 927 compatibility with the plant spectrum demonstrated by Bulma. Sprouting, mused Dr. Jarrow, the discarded waste that you abandoned has taken root on Earth? Dr. H's heart raced in his chest, the blood surging through him in a wave of exhilaration. In the eyes of Dr. Jarrow's legacy seekers, the destructive entities known as Subjects 17 and 18 were merely tools. In contrast, the sprouting entity, capable of genuinely understanding and harnessing life energy, was the key to unraveling the ultimate mysteries of existence. It represented a bridge transcending mere destruction, leading to creation and control. Its worth was immeasurable. After the salon concluded, Dr. H vanished like a specter. He returned to the depths of West City, to a clandestine laboratory fashioned from abandoned underground pipelines, a place even the Capsule Corporation's satellite network struggled to fully cover. Here, there was no bright orderliness of Bulma's lab, only the cold metal walls, flickering green indicators, the grotesque remnants of biological tissues submerged in nutrient solutions, and the acrid scent of disinfectants mingling with organic solvents in the air. Initiate Darknet Protocol with highest clearance. Dr. H's voice echoed in the vast laboratory, carrying a chilling metallic edge. Target keywords: Shinubei, special plants, green-haired girl, life energy, vitality. Reward: unlimited. I demand all relevant information, especially visual data. Money is the most effective passport in the underworld. The wealth and black market connections Dr. H had amassed over the years were instantly activated. Soon, fragmented, obscure information flowed in like a stream. Shinubei, a remote fishing village on the eastern coast, has gained some notoriety due to a peculiar dojo in recent years. The dojo's master is laid back, and the three disciples include an irritable youth, Xiaolang, a timid green-haired girl, Xiaolu, and a girl obsessed with snacks, Xiaoya. Fishermen have rumored that the green-haired girl can converse with plants, and her vegetable garden grows exceptionally fast and well. Recently, someone in the West City black market has been offering a high price for luminescent grass and flowers that evoke a profound sense of tranquility when smelled. The clues gradually sharpened, becoming increasingly pointed. The fire igniting in Dr. H's eyes seemed almost capable of melting his lenses. He mobilized a few reconnaissance drones that had undergone special signal jamming. Days later, on a mist-laden morning, a drone disguised as a seabird silently glided over Shinubei, its lens focusing on a small experimental field behind the dojo. The camera zoomed in. The green-haired girl, Xiaolu, was crouched next to a tomato seedling with yellowing, curled leaves. Her delicate, pale fingers caressed the withered leaves with an almost reverent tenderness. From her fingertips, a faint, nearly imperceptible, yet purely heart-stirring emerald glow emerged, akin to the first drop of morning dew clinging to new spring leaves. The luminescence seeped into the leaves, as though it possessed a life of its own, wandering freely. Miracles unfold beneath the lens. The curled, yellowing leaves seem to be infused with an invisible vitality, unfurling at a pace perceptible to the naked eye. As the yellow spots swiftly fade away, replaced by a vibrant emerald green, the entire tomato seedling appears to awaken from slumber, its stems standing erect, and, even new, tender yellow buds emerge at its apex. Following this, the young girl approached a patch of strawberry plants, partially obscured by other flora and deprived of adequate sunlight. Rather than directly tending to the strawberries, she gently placed her hand upon the soil near their roots. A verdant aura seeped into the earth like ripples in water. The readings from the drone's life energy detector surged dramatically. The curves displayed on the screen were not erratic pulses, but rather smooth, rhythmic undulations akin to the act of breathing. Days later, captured through time-lapse photography, the camera distinctly observed the strawberry roots deliberately, slowly, and resolutely maneuvering away from the shadows, extending toward the sunlit clearing nearby. Confirmation: life energy guidance. Activation mode compatibility 993. Target: germination experiment subject. Status: stable. Capability: growing. Location, Shinyubei Dojo. Dr. He's assistant. A similarly expressionless cyborg, reported in a monotonous electronic voice. Dr. He abruptly rose from the console, his emaciated hands trembling violently with excitement. His gold-rimmed glasses slipping to the tip of his nose, revealing bloodshot eyes ablaze with a frenzied desire for possession. It is her. She is the treasure left behind by Lord Gallo, the most perfect life-energy vessel. He directed his gaze toward the cold screen, toward the frail figure in the image, proclaiming in a voice akin to a beast-esque growl, suppressed for years. Initiate the harvesting operation. Commence immediately. Target. Unscathed capture of the germination subject. Activate the highest level contingency plan. Type T, Squad, 7 tiers. Equipped with high-potency neural anesthetic, Kiss of Slumber 3, and energy, binding netting for immobilization. Operational guidelines. Avoid conflict with unrelated targets, with paramount importance placed on the integrity of the experiment subject. Timing of action. He inhaled deeply, a glint of cunning and cruelty flickering in his eyes, awaiting the most opportune moment. When she is alone, the alarm lights of the underground laboratory began to spin silently, reflecting Dr. He's distorted and fervent visage. The languid sunlight of Shinyubei, the refreshing sea breeze, and the gentle green aura emanating from the girl's fingertips remained blissfully unaware of the net woven from greed and madness, which had quietly unfurled in the shadows, heralding the onset of a deadly hunt. Beneath the tranquil facade, a tempest was brewing. Chapter 27. The Storm Begins, Little Green's Troubles, Part 2. On a languid afternoon in Shinyubei, time seemed to slow under the embrace of sunlight and tides, languorously suspended. Upon the wooden terrace extending from the dojo, Lin Mo lay reclined deep within a sun chair, an old straw hat securely shielding his face, his chest rising and falling gently with measured breaths. As if he had melded with the wooden surface beneath him, the caressing sea breeze, and the very essence of this space itself, entering a profound state of salty tranquility. In the garden, only the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze and the gentle lapping of distant waves composed a serene lullaby. In the corner of the experimental field closest to the bay, Xiao Lu crouched, in her exclusive realm of stardust grass. The alien seedling sent by Bulma was extraordinarily delicate, demanding almost exacting conditions for light angle and soil moisture. She was utterly engrossed, her tiny nose nearly touching the freshly unfurled, oddly metallic glossed tender leaves. Agent l'Emerald d'Oha, lighter than breath itself, swirled around her fingertips as she meticulously adjusted the angle of the light projected by the environmental simulator, whispering softly as if coaxing a newborn. Be good, today the sunlight is warm and the angle is just right. See, isn't this much more comfortable? Soon, you will shine like the stars. Her voice was soft and sweet, imbued with pure joy and anticipation, fully immersed in the communion with this fragile life. Sunlight filtered through her green hair, casting dappled shadows on the tender leaves, creating a scene both tranquil and beautiful. However, this tranquility was a carefully orchestrated trap set by hunters. In the underground command center, dark screens divided into 5 different perspectives coldly locked onto the unsuspecting green figure in the garden. Dr. He's gaunt fingers hovered above the red button on the control panel, trembling slightly with excitement. The fervor burning in his eyes was nearly spilling over the screen. Target confirmed, isolated. Germinating experimental subject. Status. Focused, completely unalert. T7 Squad, proceed. Codename, Harvest. Remember, I want it alive. Perfect. Undamaged. Suddenly, the air was torn apart by a piercing shriek of high-frequency oscillation. This sound did not come from a single direction, but erupted like 5 tolling bells from the depths of hell, bursting forth from various corners of doom. Behind a reef, a shadow sliced through the air like a black razor flying close to the sea, creating a sharp sonic boom as it lunged towards Xiao Lu's back. From the hillside shrubbery, 2 figures launched forward like cannonballs, their heavy landing creating deep craters in the soft earth. Without the slightest pause, they executed a pincer maneuver. From behind a pile of abandoned fishing nets, the last 2 figures appeared like phantoms, their movements swift and silent, yet exuding a deadly sense of pressure, sealing off the only escape route to the dojo. 5T7 Type Ripper cyborgs. They donned matte dark gray combat suits, resembling a second skin, outlining their inhumanly muscular forms. Their bare necks, arms, and legs revealed the twisted amalgamation of metallic skeletons and biological tendons, glistening coldly under the sun. Their faces were obscured by semi-transparent tactical visors, behind which lay emotionless, reptilian-like cold pupils. Their movements were coordinated, swift, and precise, embodying the efficiency of pure killing machines. Target: Xiao Lu. Action plan: Thunderous Might. Capture in one strike. Two cyborgs positioned at Xiao Lu's flanks, arms raised, as specialized launchers emitted a low-energy, charging sound. A series of high-intensity blue electric arcs flickered across a polymer energy net, a steel cage reminiscent of a predatory spider's web. Suddenly unfurling with an unsettling hum of static electricity, enveloping the diminutive green figure from both sides. The mesh was tightly woven, the electric arcs leaping with vigor, once ensnared. The powerful bioelectric shock could incapacitate even a colossal elephant in an instant. Simultaneously, three augmented individuals positioned at the front and back had their grotesquely designed thick-barreled firearms locked onto the target. The triggers were pulled. The sound was not the deafening crack of gunfire, but rather a muted thud from the rapid compression of air. Several needles, glimmering with an eerie azure sheen, soared through the air. Kiss of slumber, three neural anesthetic projectiles, tearing through the atmosphere at speeds exceeding that of sound. They approached from cunning angles, covering every potential escape route of the small green figure, her head, neck, and the major arteries of her limbs. The ominous blue of the needle tips heralded the onset of deep slumber or even brain death. The assault was executed in less than 0.5 seconds. The net of doom and the lethal needles converged simultaneously. This was a textbook-perfect execution aimed at a defenseless girl, one who might not even grasp the impending peril. The sudden onslaught, as if a nightmare materialized, left the small green figure utterly bewildered. Her mind blank, she was consumed by the primal fear of death. Her piercing scream, filled with despair and helplessness, shattered the afternoon tranquility, resonating through to the very soul. There was no time for contemplation, driven by instinct. Her body unleashed an unprecedented will to survive. Buzz. Time seemed to warp within the confines of her anguished cry. Her eyes, usually imbued with timidity and gentleness, were instantaneously flooded with a vibrant green light. No longer gentle guidance, but a ferocious protective force emanating from the essence of life itself. In a simultaneous motion, she slammed both hands fiercely into the earth beneath her, disregarding all else. Boom! The ground, centered around her petite form, rumbled like a colossal beast awakening from slumber, emitting a deep and furious roar. The hard soil churned as if boiling water, rising up. Countless thick, dark brown vines as robust as a child's arm erupted from the earth with terrifying force, akin to an enraged serpent or dragon, surging upwards in frenzy. They twisted and intertwined, instantaneously weaving into a massive shield of vines, 1/2 meter thick and 3 meters high, brimming with primal strength, standing resolutely between the small green figure and her demise. Puff puff hiss! The energy net of confinement crashed down upon the vine shield. The wild blue electric arcs flickered violently, emitting a piercing sound of electrical searing. The resilient surface of the vines instantly charred and carbonized, belching forth acrid smoke. The vines writhed in agony, producing a grating sound that could set teeth on edge. Yet astonishingly, they did not shatter under the instantaneous assault. Beneath the deep brown exterior flowed an indomitable will, withstanding the ravages of the high-voltage arcs. However, the deadly azure needles, the kiss of slumber, they were too small, too swift, too cunning. The barrier formed by the net was not absolute. Gaps remained amidst the twisting vines. Several venomous needles, akin to the most insidious of serpents, pierced through the gaps in the vine's defenses, carrying the grim smile of death and glimmering with a deadly blue light, aimed directly at the exposed neck and chest of the pale, trembling little green, who had collapsed to the ground due to the overwhelming surge of her abilities. The distance was scarcely 3 feet. A low, inhuman growl emanated from the leader of the augmented beings, his eyes behind the tactical visor flashing with impatience and fury. Clearly, Little Green's unexpectedly tenacious defense had incensed him. His right arm swelled like a hydraulic press, fingers splayed wide, as sharp, gleaming alloy claws shot forth like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, ready to rend apart. The harsh sound of tearing metal echoed as the resilient, iron-like vine shield was effortlessly shredded, revealing a gaping hole before the absolute might of the alloy claws. Wood shavings and charred fragments flew in all directions. The other 2 augmented beings followed suit. their alloy claws slashing through the remnants of the vine as if they were hot knives cutting through butter, instantly clearing the obstruction. The vine's shield lay in ruins. Little Green's final barrier had vanished. The cold muzzle of a gun once more probed through the breach, akin to the frigid tongue of a venomous serpent. Locking onto Little Green, who sat trembling in the dirt, unable to scream due to exhaustion and overwhelming terror. In her emerald eyes reflected the emotionless tactical visor of the augmented being, mirroring the gun muzzle that once again lifted, shimmering with a lethal azure glow. This time, there was no concealment. Despair surged like a frigid tide, swiftly engulfing all her consciousness. More of the sleeping kiss needles, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. This time, the proximity of death allowed her to almost hear it. Hurtled toward her smooth forehead, frail neck, and slender chest with merciless intent. The azure tips magnified in her dilated pupils, dominating her entire world. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Little Green could even perceive the metallic tang of the earth, the burnt scent of the vines, and the cold, sweet, rusty odor of death. Instinctively, she raised her trembling arm in a futile attempt to shield her eyes, her body curling in on itself from sheer terror, awaiting the inevitable, eternal darkness. The last image in her mind was of the stardust grass seedling she had tenderly nurtured, still glistening with dew. Chapter 28. The passive strike of the salty fish. Tom appeared to be submerged in viscous amber at that moment. On the terrace, beneath his straw hat, Lin Mo's brow furrowed imperceptibly, as if disturbed from a serene dream by an annoying fly. A vague, drowsy mumble floated in the salty sea breeze, reminiscent of a dreamlike murmur. So noisy, can't anyone let me sleep? A wave of invisible, incomprehensible energy surged from the terrace, instantaneously enveloping the entire vegetable garden. Solidification. As all the tranquilizer darts aimed at the little green girl approached, their sharp tips hovering less than a foot away from her trembling eyelashes. They collided with an invisible wall of insurmountable force, abruptly halting. Then, without explosion or sound, they vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Likewise, the energy net, shimmering with arcs of electricity and poised to descend upon the little green girl, disappeared as well. Confinement. The 5-type T7 cyborgs lunging towards her, their bodies still caught in the momentum of their charge, brandishing weapons in a menacing stance, were suddenly frozen as if encased in the hardest ice. Their muscles stiffened like iron, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger impossible. The cold, murderous intent in their eyes was instantly replaced by a boundless, primal fear. Their eyeballs strained to turn towards the terrace, yet even this minuscule motion was beyond their capability. Only their minds screamed in the abyss of terror. Move. Why can't I move? What is that? Protection. Surrounding the little green girl, the remnants of the torn vines surged forth as if infused with miraculous vitality. Swelling wildly and silently, they became as hard as forged steel, their surfaces glistening with a jade-like luster. Instantly weaving into an impenetrable sphere of vines radiating a soft green light, enveloping the stunned little girl with gentle yet firm embrace. Impossible. Far away in the underground base of West City, Dr. He, observing through the cyborg's visual sensors, leapt from his chair in a state of shock, gripping the edge of the control panel with white-knuckled intensity. Before him, the myriad of screens displayed a singular view of the frozen cyborg, its eyes filled with terror, while all other monitoring feeds, including energy detectors, spatial fluctuation meters, and biofield scanners, had transformed into blinding static and frenzied, indecipherable code. A force that transcended all of his cognitive limits. Incomprehensible and immeasurable, violently disrupted and obliterated everything. What manner of power is this? Is it that person lying there? What have they done? Why have all instruments failed? Dr. He's voice trembled and distorted with sheer horror as his worldview crumbled. On the terrace, Lin Mo seemed merely uncomfortable. Furrowing his brow, he rolled over on the lounge chair, adjusting his straw hat over his face as if to swat away an annoying insect. His mutterings became more indistinct, irritating. Clatter. The confinement was lifted. The 5 cyborgs collapsed to the ground as if all their bones had been extracted. Yet their nightmare was far from over. Before their terrified cries could escape, they felt an eerie, chilling sensation of annihilation from within their bodies. The biological control chips embedded in their spines, which regulated their ferocious strength and pain sensitivity, vanished. The biometal frameworks reinforcing their bones and muscles disintegrated into fine dust. The energy weapon units embedded in their shoulders crumbled like a sandcastle. Even the communicators, locators, and spare ammunition embedded within their combat uniforms vanished silently and simultaneously in almost imperceptible particles, akin to dewdrops evaporating under the sun. They dispersed from their bodies and garments, shimmering briefly in the sunlight before utterly dissolving into nothingness. They were no longer the fearsome T7 biochemical warriors. They could scarcely be considered ordinary soldiers. Their strength had been stripped away, their weapons dismantled, leaving only the scars of their modifications and an all-consuming weakness and terror. Monsters! An unprecedented dread shattered their minds. They emitted inhuman wails, scrambling and crawling to escape this garden that had instantaneously transformed from paradise to hell, leaving behind trampled plants and puddles of excrement born of extreme fright. The vine-like orbs unfurled as if alive, revealing the trembling figure of a small green entity within. Her complexion was pale, tears glistening in her large eyes as she stared vacantly at the garden, which had returned to a semblance of calm, aside from the trampled areas, and at the dust raised by the fleeing modified beings. At last, her gaze settled upon the figure still asleep on the terrace. As the tide of fear receded, an indescribable sense of safety and reliance flooded her heart. She gently caressed the now iron-hard vines beside her, her large eyes reflecting only comfort and longing. Chapter 29. Aftermath and Internal Shock, Part 1. As the sunset bathed the sea in molten gold, Xiao Lang and Xiao Ye drove a hover truck generously sponsored by Bulma, laden with flour, cream, new farming tools, and an adorably designed automatic watering robot, chattering excitedly as they returned to Salty Fish Bay. "Hey, Xiao Lu, come see what we bought. A new toy from Miss Bulma," Xiao Lang exclaimed as he jumped from the vehicle. But when his gaze swept over the garden, his voice faltered abruptly. The sight before him made his pupils constrict in horror. The experimental field near the edge lay in disarray. Precious stardust grass seedlings had been trampled, the soft earth marred by chaotic and deep footprints, along with several distinct energy burn marks and suspicious puddles. Most alarming were the several severed, thick vines on the ground, glinting with an eerie metallic sheen. "Xiao Lu," a surge of rage welled up within Xiao Lang, and a crimson aura flickered uncontrollably around him, like an enraged leopard. He dashed into the garden. Xiao Ye noticed too, nearly dropping the snack box in her hand, her face paling. "Xiao Lu, where are you? What happened?" Senior brother Xiao Lang, senior sister Xiao Ye, a feeble voice, tinged with tears, emanated from deep within the experimental field. There sat Xiao Lu, hugging her knees on a relatively intact ridge, her body trembling slightly, tear stains still visible on her face. The two rushed over immediately. "What happened? Who did this?" Xiao Lang asked urgently. Xiao Ye, filled with concern, embraced Xiao Lu gently, patting her back. "Don't be afraid, we're back. Tell me what happened." Little Green sobbed, her voice trembling as she recounted the terrifying ordeal from the afternoon, the sudden appearance of a dreadful figure, the frigid net and needles, her desperate attempt to summon vines for defense, only to have them torn apart as the needles were about to strike her. With awe and fear glimmering in her eyes, she pointed towards the terrace, exclaiming, "Master!" Master seemed to mutter something in his sleep, and then those people became incapacitated. The needles and nets vanished, and the vines became incredibly strong, protecting me. Afterward, it seemed they had something within them that vanished, which frightened them away. Little Wolf listened, fury igniting within him. His fists clenched tightly, the tension radiating uncontrollably. The audacity to wreak havoc here, to capture Little Green. They seek their own demise. He turned to chase after the direction the modified humans had fled, filled with the desire to dismantle them. "Chase what?" A languid voice, like a spell of immobilization, anchored Little Wolf in place. On the terrace, Lin Mo languidly sat up, removing his straw hat, and yawned widely, as if emerging from a profound slumber. "They are merely a bunch of insignificant beings, thoroughly incapacitated." Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, his tone as monotone as if discussing the weather. "Their chips have been removed, their weaponry neutralized, their enhancements revoked. At present, I doubt they could even defeat a chicken. Why pursue? To hear their cries for mercy? It's rather noisy." He stood, stretching his limbs, the faint crack of his joints echoing in the air. His gaze swept across the chaotic vegetable garden, his brow slightly furrowing. "TSK, what a mess." Without any grand gesture, he casually waved his hand towards the ravaged area. Was an invisible, vibrant wave swept across the land. The trampled soil, once a pitiful sight, was smoothed by an unseen hand, restoring its softness and evenness in an instant. The fallen plants stood upright once more, their broken stems healing rapidly. And even the flattened seedlings of stardust grass unfurled at a visibly accelerated pace, their starry spots glimmering brighter than before. The scattered metallic remnants of the vines disintegrated swiftly, as if weathered by time. In the blink of an eye, the garden returned to its original state, even more vibrant than previously. All right, all that fuss for nothing. Lin Mo clapped his hands, as though merely dusting off debris. His drowsiness still lingered as he turned to Xiaoya, his tone tinged with an expectation that seemed entirely reasonable. Dinner time. That scare took quite a toll on my energy. Xiaoya, today I particularly crave braised pork to soothe my nerves. Do add extra sugar. Little Wolf and Xiaoya stared in astonishment at the garden that had instantaneously rejuvenated, then glanced at Lin Mo, whose expression conveyed hunger, and finally at Little Green in their arms, who seemed to have calmed down and ceased trembling due to her master's words. They felt utterly bewildered. Was that life and death crisis truly so casually brushed aside? And with a meal order to boot? Chapter 30. Aftermath and Internal Shock. Part 2. Bulma's communication request arrived almost precisely as Lin Mo finished placing his order. Her virtual image materialized in the dojo's living room, her face reflecting a mix of lingering fear and intense excitement. Lin Mo, Little Green, are you both unharmed? I just traced some abnormal energy procurement records from the black market in the West City and hacked into that lunatic system. Oh my goodness. You want to believe what I found? Bulma spoke rapidly, not waiting for a response, and directly sent a segment of edited surveillance footage along with a report to the encrypted chat group exclusive to the Z Fighters, simultaneously projecting it in the dojo. The video clearly depicted 5 bioengineered individuals launching a ghostly assault on a vegetable garden. Little Green, in a state of panic, screamed to activate the vine defenses, which were effortlessly torn apart. Tranquilizer darts were shot toward the defenseless Little Green, and then the image distorted violently, instantaneously transforming into a blinding flurry of static and garbled text for approximately 3 seconds. Once the static dissipated, the footage resumed, capturing the bioengineered beings fleeing in terror, as if they had seen a ghost, while Little Green remained cocooned in protective vines. As for Lin Mo, throughout the recording, only a straw hat covering his face was visible on the terrace, with not a single hem stirred. The report was a summary of Bulma's analysis of Dr. H's laboratory data, detailing his assessment of Little Green, the Bud experiment subject, the capture plan, codenamed Harvest, performance parameters of the T7 bioengineered beings, and the final segment of the system log featuring Dr. H's panic scream. Impossible. What kind of power is this? All instruments have failed. Bulma also noted the condition of the bioengineered individuals when found in the suburbs of West City after their escape. All internal modifications and weapons had mysteriously vanished, leaving them in a state of mental collapse, muttering incessantly about demons, the sleeping demons. Dr. H himself had been easily cornered in his underground lair by an elite security team from the Capsule Corporation, equipped with gravity guns and energy nets. The chat group erupted in a flurry of messages at an astonishing speed. Goku Sun Wu Kong Wow, accompanied by a shocked emoji. Lin Mo is incredible. He can scare away such formidable villains even while sleeping. Those robots look more robust than Frisia's minions. Followed by a thumbs up emoji. I'm just glad Little Green is okay. Is there any of Xiaoya's snacks left? I'm a bit hungry after watching the video, with a drooling emoji, always fixated on combat prowess and food. Piccolo. After a prolonged silence, the instantaneous disintegration of bioenhancements, the removal of implanted components, not even energy reactions detected. No, it's beyond detection. This power exceeds comprehension. Lin Mo, who exactly are you? His words conveyed a sense of gravity, reflecting his shock and vigilance. Krillin, my goodness. With a crying emoji, that's terrifying. Did those tranquilizer darts just vanish before our eyes? Did the bioengineered beings revert to ordinary humans? Is this what he means by invincibility? Solved with an app? Little Green must have been frightened. Mr. Lin Mo is truly unfathomable. With an awe emoji, a blend of fear and relief. Vegeta, with a disdainful emoji. To deal with such trash, one must resort to theatrics. A waste of energy. T7 model? Merely a pile of inferior scrap metal. However, that ability to solidify space and annihilate matter. Vegeta's avatar flickered for a moment, the text pausing for several seconds. Boring. His words dripped with disdain. Yet the hesitation and ellipsis revealed the tumultuous waves of trepidation within him, as that power instilled a primal sense of dread. On the 18th, with a cold smile, Lin Mo remarked, should another fool disturb your slumber, do you intend to raise both the house and the hill to spare yourself the hassle? This sarcasm concealed a profound inner turmoil while highlighting Lin Mo's passive nature in confrontation. Master Rashi, just unbanned wow. With a lecherous expression, is Little Green all right? If you are frightened, do you need Grandpa's warm embrace for comfort? And that vine shield, how comforting. Can it transform into a Sailor Moon form? With an expectant expression, 18 replied, the administrator has silenced Master Rashi for 48 hours. Tian Xinhan, incredible. No energy fluctuations, no movements. What a realm of mastery. Piccolo, what do you think? Equally astonished. He sought Piccolo's insights. Kaiatsu, so frightening, with a look of fear, but Mr. Lin Mo protected Little Green. He is a good person, expressing a simple perspective. In the eye of the storm, Lin Mo leisurely picked up the communicator and chimed in the group chat. Everyone, it's all good, just a minor incident. With a nose-picking emoji. They say invincibility is a lonely path. Goku, order some dim sum for Xiaoya. Don't steal my braised pork. Piccolo, don't overthink it. I'm just a salted fish. Krillin, Little Green is fine, just startled. Vegeta, yes, you're the strongest. Will you handle such trivial matters next time? With a mischievous grin. 18. Demolishing houses is so exhausting. I sent it better to just lie down. With a lazy salted fish emoji. Bulma, that Dr. H. Please handle him properly, and don't send more flies and mosquitoes to bother me. Thanks, and I'll have Xiaoya bake you a huge cake. With a fist emoji. Bulma replied, okay. With a thumbs up emoji, rest assured, I'll ensure he spends the rest of his life in a special psychiatric hospital, studying the ceiling. I want a 3-tier chocolate cake. Thus, the incident came to a close. Dr. H's mad ramblings about sleep and incomprehensible power were dismissed as the ravings of a failed experiment, disregarded by all. His remaining days would be spent under strict surveillance. Muttering to the blank ceiling, the tranquility of Salted Fish Bay returned, yet the hearts of the Z warriors could never be at peace again. Lin Mo's nonchalant display had cast a deep-sea bomb into each soul. Invincibility? Perhaps it was no jest. What unfathomable abyss lay beneath the surface of that seemingly tranquil salted fish? This question, especially the forcibly suppressed astonishment within Vegeta, was like a seed quietly sown. Daily life in Salted Fish Bay continued, but an invisible reverence had taken root. Xiaoya's braised pork was particularly fragrant and tender, soothing the startled spirits. If only to comfort the chef who ordered it. Chapter 31. The Custom Class of Salted Fish Bay. The waves of Salted Fish Bay lazily licked the shore, and the sun generously poured its light upon the dojo, the flourishing vegetable garden, and Lin Mo, who seemed to have grown into the beach chair itself. Not far away, the gravity chamber echoed with Goku's challenges against his limits, while the sharp sounds of combat at Vegeta's training ground pierced the air, showcasing the warriors' desire inherent in their Saiyan blood. The entire island appeared to be enveloped in an intangible tension, taut with an undercurrent of power. Save for the salty fish dojo. Master! Little Wolf burst forth like a blazing red whirlwind, his amber eyes ablaze with pure energy. Mr. Wukong and the others. With just one punch, he obliterated another advanced training robot. Boom! Debris soared to great heights. How formidable! Lin Mo struggled to pry his eyelids open, his voice a muddled murmur akin to a dream. Oh, destroyed it? Quite good. After all, Bulma is affluent. He smacked his lips, adjusting the straw hat that shaded his face. Growing stronger? A commendable pursuit. Go and thoroughly water the newly opened vegetable patch to the east. Xiaoya is awaiting the planting of herbs. Then head to the storeroom and carry those 2 bags of 50 pounds of flour to the kitchen. Carry them. Do not use a cart. Strength, after all, he yawned widely, is rooted in serving the community, beginning with hauling flour. Little Wolf's fervent zeal was instantly doused by the mundane tasks of watering vegetables and carrying flour. He let out a reluctant, drawn-out "oh" and trudged towards the vegetable patch, grumbling under his breath about flour and vegetables. The alloy doors of the holographic game room slid open silently, a cold azure light spilling forth. Lin Mo, leading the unwilling Little Wolf, stepped inside. Look up! Lin Mo's voice resonated clearly in the spacious room. Little Wolf instinctively glanced upward, his pupils constricting abruptly. What lay before him was not the combat arena or training dummies he had envisioned, but a strikingly realistic, three-dimensional projection of a dilapidated town, square engulfed in smoke and ruin. Crumbling walls, burning houses crackled ominously, and the acrid scent of charred debris seemed to seep through the projection, invading his nostrils. 3 menacing cosmic pirates hovered in midair, unleashing their energy weapons with reckless abandon. A few shabby, terrified civilian NPCs huddled together beneath the remnants of a collapsed statue at the center of the square. Among them, a little girl clad in a green dress with braided pigtails, clutching a small doll, bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Lu. Roar! The furious rage surged forth, shattering Little Wolf's reason. In his amber eyes, crimson veins spread like a spider's web. His fists cracked uncontrollably, a tempest of ferocity swirling around his diminutive frame. The searing air even ruffling the red strands of hair on his forehead. Do you see those people cowering below? Lin Mo's calm voice interjected into Little Wolf's impending fury, his finger pressing firmly on the projection of the civilian NPCs, particularly Xiao Lu. Your mission, Little Wolf, his gaze, sharp as a needle through the lenses, pierced through the tumult of anger in Little Wolf's eyes, is not to reduce those 3 tin cans to scrap metal, but to ensure their safety. He emphasized, not a single hair must be harmed. If they're injured or perish, even if you atomize the pirates, this training will be deemed a failure. What? Protect? Little Wolf could hardly believe his ears, his rage choked by this absurd demand, reddening his face. Rushing in to tear them apart is the true protection. Tear apart? That is permissible. Lin Mo nodded, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet, at the moment you shred the first pirate, the energy cannon of the pirate captain, aimed at the one emitting a shrill, maniacal laugh while charging his main weapon, would instantly vaporize the little girl clutching a doll. As you pursued the second pirate, the third pirate's scattering projectile would transform the remaining 2 civilians into mere sieves. Anger, Little Wolf, is akin to a beast that can only bite, incapable of safeguarding anything you wish to protect. Contemplate your fist. Is it meant for destruction or for safeguarding? The last 2 words were articulated with such gravity by Lin Mo, akin to a hammer striking an anvil. The little wolf trembled violently, as though doused with a bucket of icy water. Destruction, safeguarding? These 2 concepts clashed fiercely within his wrath-filled mind. He fixated intently on the NPC resembling the frightened little girl, reminiscent of Xiao Lu, who had shut her eyes in terror, and then turned his gaze towards the grinning pirates, their guns incessantly spitting flames. His crimson pupils constricted and expanded wildly, his jaw clenched, producing a resonant sound. His body quivering slightly from immense restraint and surging fury, an explosive aura flickering around him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A roar, infused with pain, resentment, and resoluteness, erupted from the depths of the little wolf's throat. No longer hesitating, he transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, propelled by a torrent of ferocity, charging boldly into the smoke-laden virtual battlefield. His objective was not to annihilate the enemy, but to protect that fragile life. Behind the dojo, what was once a vegetable patch had been transformed by Xiao Lu into a vibrant healing garden. Various peculiar plants unfurled their leaves, and the air was suffused with the refreshing scent of greenery and a subtle floral fragrance, soothing to the senses. Xiao Lu knelt before a patch of freshly turned soil, her small hands delicately cradling a seed that radiated a gentle, emerald glow, her expression one of profound concentration, bordering on reverence. Tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her long eyelashes trembled anxiously, as though listening to the subtle pulse of life within the seed. Life, dear Xiao Lu, is not merely growth. Lin Mo had approached unnoticed, crouching beside her, his voice softly modulated, as if fearing to disturb the slumbering vitality. It is also connection, solace, and transmission. He extended a finger, gently tapping the palm of her hand that cradled the seed, a gentle and guiding thought flowing from him, attempting to perceive its yearning, comprehend its language, and convey to it the form he wished it to embody. Should it heal wounds? Soothe restlessness? Or perhaps bring tranquility? Xiao Lu nodded, half comprehending, her clear eyes shimmering with innocent light. She inhaled deeply, striving to assimilate the vague, yet warm sensations Lin Mo had imparted into her own thoughts, immersing her entire being in the small seed nestled in her palm. Time seemed to thicken and slow in that moment. The seed, which had merely emitted a faint glow, suddenly blazed forth with brilliance. A gentle, emerald light rippled like tangible waves, enveloping the seed and Xiao Lu's hands in an instant. Within the radiance, the seed expanded at a visible pace, splitting open to reveal tender sprouts. The tender sprout no longer resembled the ordinary, delicate green of common plants. Instead, It radiated a lustrous sheen akin to jade, swiftly reaching upward and branching out. Its leaves unfurled with a meticulous grace, reminiscent of intricately carved emeralds, while a faint, visible aura of vital energy flowed across the surface of the leaves. In a mere span of seconds, a petite sapling, scarcely reaching the height of small green knee, stood elegantly upright. It was drenched in a vibrant green, and an ethereal, almost imperceptible milky glow enveloped its branches and leaves, instilling an involuntary sense of tranquility. An indescribable calm, as if purified by the clearest spring water, gently spread with that soft luminescence, cloaking a small area in serene repose. Is this a tranquil aura? Lin Mo mused, raising an eyebrow as she observed the sapling exuding an extraordinary sense of peace, a genuine surprise flickering in her eyes. It was intriguing indeed. It appeared that the language she spoke was understood by it. Little Green gazed at the sapling she had nurtured with delight, her large eyes shimmering with incredulous excitement. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Unable to resist, she extended her fingertip to lightly touch the jade-like leaves, a wave of cool serenity coursing through her body, making her involuntarily squint in bliss. At that moment, a faint, sorrowful whimper echoed from the bushes at the garden's edge. Both Little Green and Lin Mo turned towards the sound. There, peeking out from behind the foliage, was Wukong, scratching his head with an apologetic expression. "Ah, my sincerest apologies. I seem to have inadvertently flung something earlier." As he parted the branches, they discovered a small, brown-feathered bird huddled in the grass, its wing twisted at an unnatural angle, stained with droplets of blood. The tiny creature trembled violently, its body racked with pain and fear, emitting intermittent cries of distress. Little Green's heart clenched instantly. She nearly lunged to the bird's side, but hesitated to touch it, tears of compassion brimming in her large eyes as she helplessly looked towards Lin Mo. Master. "Life is interconnected, Little Green," Lin Mo replied, crouching down, her voice steady and imbued with strength. "You have just communicated with the seed. Now, listen to its suffering. Feel its pain. Transform your words into the healing power it so desperately requires. Just as you conveyed tranquility to the seed, now help it understand the essence of healing." Little Green gazed into the bird's tear-filled, agonized eyes, sniffing back her tears. She took a deep breath, striving to suppress her panic and sympathy, channeling her entire focus onto the wounded creature. Gently, she extended her hands, hovering them above the injured wing, as a gentle green luminescence emanated from her palms, now imbued with an even warmer, more supple rhythm. With her eyes closed and her brow slightly furrowed, it seemed she was endeavoring to comprehend a voiceless, painful narrative. The verdant glow from her palms flowed like a living stream, tenderly enveloping the bird's wounded wing, gradually permeating its essence. Under the radiance, the trembling body of the bird began to calm, its fearful cries transforming into soft, soothing purrs. Lin Mo and Wukong held their breath, their attention riveted on the unfolding miracle. The bloodstains upon the little bird's wings quietly vanished in the verdant glow, while the twisted and fractured bones seemed to be gently realigned by an invisible hand of tenderness, seamlessly mending. The damaged membranes and feathers, enveloped in a gentle life force, grew at a visibly rapid pace, healing. In a matter of mere minutes, the green light gradually dissipated. The little bird shook its restored wings and cautiously stood up, tilting its tiny head to curiously observe the small green figure with its lustrous, dark eyes. It then emitted a melodious and crisp chirp, took flight, and gracefully circled around the sapling that radiated a tranquil aura, before joyfully darting towards the azure sky. Little Green stared blankly at her empty palm, then raised her gaze to the distant speck soaring freely in the sky. A profound sense of accomplishment and an indescribable emotion, intertwined with the essence of life, instantaneously engulfed her. She sprang up, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and for the first time, not out of fear but pure joy, she exclaimed in a voice tinged with tears yet remarkably loud, "Master, Mr. Wukong, it is well. It has flown away. I truly did it." Wukong beamed widely, showcasing his signature radiant smile, and clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Incredible, Little Green. I knew you could do it." Lin Mo extended his hand to gently tousle Little Green's soft hair, his eyes radiating unreserved admiration. "Yes, splendid work. This is your power, a power that is uniquely yours." At that moment, the kitchen of the dojo was filled with a rich and tantalizing sweetness, mingling with the warm aroma characteristic of baked goods. "Lilia, adorned with a pristine apron and a hint of flour dusting her nose, was utterly absorbed in gazing at a freshly baked pink macaron, still emitting wisps of steam. Her hands hovered just a few centimeters above the macaron, her little face taut with intense focus, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Not through sheer force, Lilia. Lin Mo leaned against the doorframe, a clean, crisp peach in hand that he had been leisurely nibbling. Think about the moments when you feel the most joy and satisfaction while making pastries. Is it witnessing the smiles that emerge when others take a bite? Is it the comforting assurance of the sweet aroma filling the room? Or is it the feeling of perfectly infusing your heartfelt desire to bring happiness into the dough? Capture that essence, and then, gently and tenderly, infuse it into the shell, as if you were adding cream filling. Lilia closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath them. She endeavored to recall Bulma's surprised admiration upon tasting her strawberry tart, Master Rashi's comical antics as he fussed about the calories while devouring an entire cake, and even Uncle Piccolo, though he vehemently denied that title, quickly sneaking a cookie when no one was watching, the corners of his tightly pressed lips seemingly relaxing for a fleeting moment. These images flickered through her mind, and a warm, sweet sense of happiness blossomed within her, akin to honey melting in the sunlight. Now is the moment. She abruptly opened her eyes, her clear blue irises sparkling with an unprecedented seriousness. The palms of her hands hung in the air, and faint golden specks began to manifest, almost imperceptible, like the gentlest fireflies on a summer's night. This luminescence exuded a peculiar warmth that effortlessly uplifted one's spirits. Xiaoya delicately guided the weak, yet pure, golden light, handling it as one with the most tender of petals, gently infusing it into the pink macaron shell, bit by bit. A soft hum resonated, a fleeting, nearly ungraspable warmth shimmered across the surface of the macaron before vanishing, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the sweet fragrance that permeated the air now carried an indescribable freshness that invigorated the senses. Xiaoya let out a long sigh, her face pale from the exertion of her spiritual energy, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation and trepidation. She grasped the seemingly unremarkable macaron, hesitating briefly, her gaze drifting to the kitchen doorway where Wukong peered curiously, his nose twitching like a radar, detecting the sweetness in the air. Clins had also wandered over, gazing hungrily at the treat in her hand. Wukong-san, Clin-san, Xiaoya summoned her courage, her voice soft yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Can you help me try this? Give it to me, Wukong exclaimed, lightning fast, his hand reaching out before she could finish her sentence. But Clins, having anticipated the move, swiftly darted in front, seizing the pink macaron with a decisive speed that left Xiaoya momentarily stunned. He grinned at Wukong, playfully sticking his tongue out. It's mine. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth and began to chew vigorously. Clins, you are so cunning, Wukong cried out in frustration. Xiaoya watched anxiously as Clins chewed a few times, his eyes suddenly widening in astonishment. He let out a strange sound, as if struck by an invisible current, his posture straightening instantly. The fatigue from his daily training evaporated in an instant, and his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, radiating vigor and vitality. He instinctively puffed out his chest, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. This sensation? Clins gazed incredulously at his hands, then at Xiaoya, his words tumbling out in excitement. Xiaoya, this treat of yours is phenomenal. After eating it, I feel as if I've just had the best sleep. No, even more invigorated. I feel like I could take on 100 robots. He bounced on the spot, his agility astonishing, but inadvertently bumped his head against the low kitchen doorframe, producing a dull thud. Ouch! Clins crouched down, clutching his head, grimacing in pain. Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh at Clins' comical demeanor, and as she heard his genuine feedback, a wave of immense joy erupted within her like fireworks. She had succeeded. Her vitality macaron had truly worked. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and tears of joy sparkled in her blue eyes as she turned to Lin Mo. Master, did you see? I did it. Lin Mo finished the last bite of the peach, accurately tossing the pit into a distant trash bin. A fleeting, inscrutable glimmer reflected off his lens. The corners of his mouth seemed to lift slightly. Not bad. It appears that your essence of happiness is beginning to find its own abode. Have you settled on a name? Lively macaron. Xiaoya responded brightly, her voice brimming with pride. At that moment, Wukong snapped back to reality from the comical scene of Clin bumping his head, inhaling the lingering, seemingly more enticing sweetness in the air. Observing Lin, who, despite clutching his head, remained spirited, he exclaimed in frustration, "Ah, Xiaoya, I want one too. Make me one. No, make me 10. No, 100. He jumped around the countertop in excitement. The kitchen was instantly filled with Xiaoya's melodious laughter, Lin's gasps of pain, Yukong's indignant shouts, alongside the increasingly rich aroma of sweetness. The afternoon at the Salted Fish Dojo flowed lazily and warmly amidst this vibrant atmosphere, infused with a hint of whimsical energy. Chapter 32. Marks of Growth and the New Winds of the Dojo. The haze of conflict enveloped the virtual town once more. Little Wolf darted through the explosive flames and energy beams, resembling a furious bolt of red lightning. A suppressed growl rolled in his throat, his amber eyes shifting from blood red to a deep, dark gold as he navigated the chaos. The cannon fire from 3 cosmic pirates wove a net of death, raining down around the shelters where civilian NPCs were hiding, with debris falling like rain. To spare bugs, the pirate captain cackled maniacally. The main cannon's crimson light locking onto the statue's base where a girl NPC, resembling Little Green, stood. Roar! Little Wolf's eyes widened, fury nearly consuming his reason. He instinctively yearned to pounce on the pirate captain and rend him apart. Yet Lin Mo's words, protect, not destroy, thundered in his mind. In a critical moment, he forcibly twisted his body, relinquishing the readily available opportunity to attack, accelerating to his utmost limit, transforming into a streak of red light. Boldly placing himself between the girl NPC and the charged crimson cannon. Boom! The massive energy beam struck fiercely against Little Wolf's crossed arms. The raging energy exploded, propelling him backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. The searing heat scorched his skin, pain piercing to the core. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, as the muscles in his arms bulged and tore under the violent force. The red energy clashing fiercely with the pirate's cannon fire, annihilating. Protect, guard! Little Wolf let out a roar through clenched teeth, no longer driven by mere destruction, but infused with an almost tragic obsession. The feral power within him, restrained by the will to protect, refrained from spiraling out of control, instead coalescing into a resilient energy shield that steadfastly resisted the cannon's onslaught. The surface of the shield flickered violently with crimson light, wavering as if on the brink of collapse, yet it held firm without shattering. The 2 other pirates seized the opportunity to launch scattering projectiles from the side, still targeting the civilians behind the shelter. Not on my watch. Little Wolf caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, roaring in defiance. He could not move, yet he summoned a surge of strength. This force was not an attack, but transformed into a powerful yet precise shockwave, crashing violently against the trajectory of the incoming energy orbs. Bang! Bang! Several energy orbs were deflected off course by the shockwave, exploding in the distant open space. The main cannon's energy had finally been expended. Little Wolf's arms were charred and trembling slightly, and his shield had disappeared. He breathed heavily, sweat mingled with blood trickling down from his brow. Yet, the 3 civilian NPCs sheltered beneath him remained unscathed. The small green NPC gazed at him with wide eyes filled with both fear and gratitude. Training objective achieved. Successful protection. Energy control rating, B. Fury threshold suppression, significantly enhanced. The cold electronic voice resonated. Little Wolf looked at his trembling yet powerful hands, then at the intact, small green figure. A sensation previously unknown surged within him. Not the thrill of destruction, but a heavy, warm satisfaction that filled his chest. It dawned upon him that to master one's anger and wield it for protection felt profoundly gratifying. He turned to exit the holographic chamber, his steps now steadier than before. Under the tranquil aura of the healing garden, beneath a small tree, Piccolo sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. He had not intended to come here. Rather, he had been drawn in by the peculiar serenity of the atmosphere. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, glancing at his left arm hanging at his side. It bore the scars from an encounter with a formidable cosmic entity, where he had been struck by a corrosive energy beam while shielding Gohan. The muscle tissue along his forearm had suffered extensive necrosis, the skin charred and ulcerated, although the Namekian's regenerative abilities were slowly mending the damage. The process was painful and left unsightly scars. The small green figure was carefully watering a plant that emitted a soft blue glow. Upon noticing Piccolo's injury, her large eyes filled with compassion and concern. Hesitating for a moment, she timidly approached him, her voice barely a whisper. "Uncle Piccolo, your hand must hurt a lot, right?" Piccolo opened his eyes, his green pupils scanning the small green figure with their usual indifference. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. He was not accustomed to such concern. However, the small green figure summoned her courage, tilting her face upward, her clear eyes radiating genuine kindness. I might be able to help you feel better, just like I did for that little bird. She pointed to the sky. Piccolo initially intended to refuse. Yet as he beheld the undeniable sincerity in her gaze and felt the throbbing pain from his arm, he paused for a moment in silence before simply emitting a low grunt in tacit approval. Taking a deep breath as if to bolster her resolve, she approached Piccolo's side and extended her slightly trembling hand, hovering above the charred, festering wound on his forearm. She closed her eyes, striving to recall the sensation she had experienced while healing the little bird, connecting her gentle life energy with the essence of the tranquil aura of the small tree. The fresh scent of the garden's flora seemed to coalesce around her. Once again, a soft green light emanated from her palm, more substantial and resilient than when she had healed the bird. The glow enveloped Piccolo's gruesome wound like warm spring water, gently covering the jagged injury. Piccolo's body trembled imperceptibly. As the green light permeated his skin, an indescribable sensation of cool comfort replaced the relentless burning pain. He could distinctly feel his necrotic, charred muscle tissue rejuvenating under the gentle yet potent life energy, akin to parched earth being nourished by spring rain, blossoming with renewed vigor. The dead tissue underwent accelerated metabolism and decomposition, while fresh, healthy cells proliferated and fused at an unprecedented pace. The decayed, blackened epidermis seemed to be delicately lifted by an invisible hand, revealing the tender, nascent skin beneath. The gaping wound, visible down to the bone, contracted at a discernible speed, healing. In just a few minutes, as the green light gradually faded, only a faint pink scar remained on Bick's forearm, a testament to the grievous injury that once resided there. Bick raised his arm, flexing his fingers and stretching his forearm. His strength had fully returned, and the irritating burning sensation and impediment had vanished without a trace. He gazed down at the arm, now almost unrecognizable, and a rare flicker of astonishment crossed his usually stoic face. The girl's power was remarkably peculiar and formidable. He lowered his arm and looked toward Little Green. Xiaoya was nervously twisting her fingers, her little face pale from the exertion of mental energy, her large eyes anxiously fixed on him. Yes, Bick replied after a brief silence, managing to utter 2 words with some difficulty. This was, for him, an exceptionally high compliment. Little Green's eyes sparkled instantaneously, filled with starlight, and her face blossomed into a radiant yet shy smile. She understood that she had truly assisted this seemingly fierce yet genuinely kind Uncle Bick. The success of the Vitality Macaron ignited Xiaoya's confidence. Her enthusiasm for the development of energy confections surged to unprecedented heights. Days later, as Clin and Tianjin Fan concluded an intense sparring session, utterly exhausted and sprawled on the grass outside the dojo, Xiaoya approached with a delicate little plate, bounding over like a nimble fawn. On the plate rested a few small, enticing croissant rolls, emanating an alluring caramel aroma, their golden, crispy surfaces adorned with scattered bits of nuts. Clin-san, Tianjin Fan-san, Xiaoya's voice brimmed with excitement. I've made some calming croissants. Could you help me try them? They might help you relax a bit. Clin and Tianjin Fan, fatigued to the point of speechlessness, merely nodded feebly. Xiaoya carefully handed them the croissants. The two nearly devoured them whole. The initial bite was exquisitely crispy, followed by subtle bitterness and caramelized fragrance, intertwined with the richness of butter and the oiliness of nuts. Delicious, to say the least. However, a more wondrous transformation occurred after swallowing. An indescribable, gentle warmth emanated from their stomachs, swiftly radiating throughout their limbs. The top muscles, strained from high-intensity training, relaxed gradually under this soothing warmth, as if they were immersed in warm water. The mental fatigue and irritability born from excessive exertion dissipated like a gentle caress, enveloping them in a long-lost, profound tranquility and comfort. It felt as if a taut bowstring had been released, or like weary travelers finally returning to the warmth of home. Clin released a contented, almost moaning sigh as his taut body completely relaxed upon the grass, his visage reflecting an unparalleled sense of ease. This sensation was exquisite, more delightful than soaking in a hot spring. Even the aches within his bones had dissipated. Although Tianjin Fan remained silent, the tension in his 3 eyes had fully unfurled. the weariness etched upon his brow vanishing entirely, replaced by a profound sense of relaxation and tranquility. He exhaled deeply and silently, feeling as though much of his accumulated fatigue had been alleviated. Xiaoya, Clin struggled to sit up slightly, gazing at the empty plate, his eyes brimming with surprise and eagerness. This calming croissant is divine. I feel like I could fall asleep into a deep slumber right now. If this were sold at the audience stands during the martial arts tournament, an idea flickered in his mind, his small eyes sparkling with the shrewdness of a merchant. It would definitely sell out. Miss Bulma would surely be willing to invest. Upon hearing his feedback, Xiaoya's face lit up with joy, and when she caught Clin's suggestion, her eyes sparkled even brighter. Sell pastries? At the world's greatest martial arts tournament? To allow more people to savor my desserts and experience happiness? This thought quickened her heartbeat. She nodded vigorously, yes. I will make many. Let everyone have a taste. Clint immediately became energized, counting on his fingers. Costs, pricing, packaging, booth location. Xiaoya, you can rest assured, I will handle the sales. We are bound to make a fortune. Master Lin Mo once said that the profits would be split with Bulma and the rest. Hith. I can almost see the gold coins dancing before my eyes. The news of Xiaolang's success in the virtual battles spread like wildfire. Although the Z fighters, particularly Vegeta, scoffed at it, the atmosphere within the dojo grew increasingly cohesive. Xiao Green's healing garden transformed into a sanctuary for relaxation after training. Even Master Rashi enjoyed napping beneath the tranquil aura of the trees, his snores reverberating like thunder. The aroma of Xiaoya's desserts became the most recognizable hallmark of Salty Fish Bay, with their vibrant macarons and calming croissants receiving rave reviews among the limited testers. In the vegetable garden, various fruits and vegetables thrived under the nurturing energy of life, lush and bountiful, nearly becoming a specialty produce base for the Bulma household. An ambience of warmth, harmony, and the essence of life, filled with marvelous possibilities, quietly entwined itself around every corner of the Salty Fish Dojo, much like Xiao Green's vines. Consequently, even Xiao Lang found the tasks of watering vegetables and carrying flour less daunting. At least he felt that the place he was safeguarding was becoming increasingly worthy of his protection. Chapter 33. The Challenge of the Martial Arts Tournament and the Response of Salty Fish Bay. The tranquility of Salty Fish Bay was abruptly shattered by an explosive message in the group chat. Sun Wukong, everyone, all of you. Registration for the new session of the world's greatest martial arts tournament has begun. The date is next month. The location is the same as before. Come one. Come. This time, I am determined to face stronger opponents. Excited monkey emoji. The message landed like cold water splashed in a hot oil, instantly igniting the previously relatively quiet Z Fighters group. Clint, finally, I've recently developed new techniques and was just lamenting the lack of a venue to test them. Rubbing hands eagerly, Tianjin fan, just in time to assess our training results. Jiaozi, let us register. Jiaozi, yes. Tianjin fan, go for it. Encouraging emoji, Yamcha, count me in. Recently, I have devised new strategies in collaboration with Poir. Piccolo board. But since Goku is going, I shall accompany him. Gohan dad. I wish to join too. I want to test my current strength. I'm looking forward to it. Future Trunks. Gohan, let's go together. I want to sign up as well. Vegeta. Kakarot. This time, the championship shall be mine. Prepare yourself. In the group chat, an array of spirited declarations flooded the screen, brimming with a fervent desire for battle and aspirations for victory. Just then, a message laden with palpable provocation emerged. Targeting with precision. Vegeta, Lin Mo, Kovat. Do you dare allow your 3 precious disciples to embarrass themselves at the martial arts tournament? It will provide everyone a chance to witness your ludicrous teaching results. The worthless individuals you've raised can only be as pitiful as you, hiding by the seaside playing in the mud. This message struck like a boulder into the turbulent waters, rendering the group chat silent for several moments. Meanwhile, at the Shinyu Dojo, Krillin and Goku, wiping the sweat from their training, also noticed the message. Krillin furrowed his brow. That Vegeta, his words are as harsh as ever. Goku scratched his head, Master Lin Mo's disciples are quite formidable. Xiaoya's pastries are truly delightful. Inside the dojo, Little Wolf was the first to erupt. Having just concluded a successful virtual guardian training, steam still rising from his body, he was instantly ignited with fury at Vegeta's taunt, his amber eyes ablaze with rage. He snatched the communicator from little Lin Mo, Lin Mo's avatar, engrossed in a game, jabbing at the screen with fervor, nearly puncturing it. Little Wolf, Using Lin Mo's account, let us go. Who fears you, green-haired turtle? I will obliterate you. Only after sending the message did he realize he used his Master S account, retracting his neck but still glaring fiercely at the screen. Little Green, nestled in her healing garden, carefully infused energy into a newly cultivated moonlight herb that emanated a calming essence. Upon reading the messages in the group, especially Vegeta's scornful remarks about embarrassment and worthlessness, her face paled, her body instinctively shrinking. However, upon seeing Little Wolf's furious reply and recalling the strength she felt while healing the little birds and assisting Uncle Piccolo, an unprecedented courage began to blossom within her. She bit her lip, a glimmer of determination flashing in her emerald eyes, gently tugging at the sleeve of Lin Mo's avatar, softly yet resolutely stating, Master, I also wish to go. I want to prove myself. I'm not worthless. Though her voice was faint, it carried an undeniable conviction. Xiaoya, meanwhile, was cradling a platter of freshly baked croissants, wafting an enticing caramel aroma. Her blue eyes sparkled with excitement as she chimed in. Yes, of course we should go. Master, there will be so many people at the martial arts tournament. I can sell pastries from the sidelines. My vibrant macarons and calming croissants will surely be a hit. Krillin said we could earn a lot of money. Her entrepreneurial spirit gleamed brightly. Lin Mo lay languidly on a recliner, his face obscured by a magazine, seemingly oblivious to the tumultuous discussions in the group. It was only when 3 disciples expressed their intentions, each motivated by their own desires, that he slowly lifted the magazine to reveal a drowsy eye. He surveyed the furious expression of Xiao Lang, the timid yet determined demeanor of Xiao Lu, and the glimmer of greed in Xiao Ya's gaze. Goodness, it's so noisy. He mumbled in a haze, stifling a yawn. All right, let us consider it a spring outing. Bulma, he called lazily into the air, or perhaps to a communication device. You'll cover the registration fee, and if we make a profit, I'll give you 30%. Bulma, group chat facepalm, emoji got it. You lazy bum. Lin Mo, but save the best spot for Xiaoya S snack stall. Also, I want 40% of the earnings. Lin Mo deal. Sloth emoji. The group chat was soon filled with ellipses and various emojis. Krillin, as expected of Master Lin Mo. Yamcha, Bulma pays the registration fee. And we split the profit. This move is hilarious. Vegeta, truly a bunch of useless fools, relying on a woman for the registration fee. At the martial arts tournament, I shall show you what true power is. Prepare to be crushed, you trash. Saiyan King S. disdain. News of the martial arts tournament acted like a potent stimulant, intensifying the training atmosphere across the island. The gravity levels in the training room soared, and the sounds of energy blasts in the training grounds became increasingly frequent. At the Shinyu Dojo, Lin Mo pointed to a newly laid soft mat beneath the tranquil halo tree in the backyard. Xiao Lang, lie down. Xiao Lang, bewildered, replied, lie down? Master, isn't there supposed to be special training? I want to go to the virtual room. This is special training. Without further ado, Lin Mo pressed him down onto the soft mat, instructing him to close his eyes. Sleep. Xiao Lang struggled to rise. Master, Vegeta said. Anger will scorch your mind. With a single finger, Lin Mo easily pressed it back down. Sleep. Dream about what you wish to protect. Is it the dojo's vegetable garden? Xiao Lu's flowers? Xiao Yai's nuts? Or something else? Let the thought of protection take root in your heart like a seed. Sleep is the best fertilizer. When you awaken, your fist will know where to strike, and your strength will not be lost. Saying this, he casually placed a calming croissant, crafted by Xiaoya and emanating a soothing aroma, into Xiao Lang's mouth. With the croissant in his mouth, Xiao Lang felt a mix of reluctance and confusion, but under the dual influence of the tranquil aura and the calming treat, his taut nerves and muscles began to genuinely relax. His eyelids grew heavier, and the anger and ridicule from Vegeta gradually faded away, replaced by warm images of the dojo. Unbeknownst to him, soft snores began to escape his lips. Lin Mo placed a large basin of freshly sprouted, vibrant clover seedlings before Xiao Lu. Here, this is your task. Xiao Lu blinked her big eyes. Master, do you want me to help him grow? Indeed. Lin Montauk nodded, gesturing towards a plethora of delectable snacks being fervently prepared by the spirited Xiao Ya for sale at the martial arts competition. There were exquisite macaron shells, freshly baked croissant dough, and an array of decorative icing. With your ability, adorn each piece with a few leaves of the clover you have nurtured, infused with an essence of good fortune. It is not about magnifying, but rather about imbibing them with the spirit of luck. If Xiao Ya's treats sell well, generating joy and profit for all, then that is your success. Remember, luck is not merely a result. It is the process that fosters hope and joy as one strives forward. Lin Mo unusually articulated a string of profound thoughts. Xiao Lu, somewhat bewildered, yet inspired by the prospect of aiding her sister, Xiao Ye, in making the snacks more appealing, felt a surge of enthusiasm. She delicately cradled a seedling. Her emerald eyes focused, gently infusing it with the warm, life-giving energy of her heartfelt wishes for good fortune. The seedling swayed gently, its leaves becoming even more vibrant and lush, with the edges shimmering with a faint golden hue. She began painstakingly decorating the snacks, as if engaging in a sacred ritual. Xiao Ye's arena was the kitchen, and her objective was clear: to create snacks that would enhance the viewing experience. Master, mere vitality and tranquility seem insufficient to evoke excitement. Xiao Ye circled around Lin Mo. During the martial arts competition, spectators crave snacks that amplify the thrill and engagement. Perhaps something that immerses them in the moment, or enhances dynamic visuals, or that urges them to applaud and cheer. Lin Mo, munching on a peach, mumbled immersion dynamic visuals. Applause. Think of the most exhilarating moments during a match. Is it when Wukong evades a lethal strike? When Krillin unleashes a dazzling energy attack? Or the audience erupting in thunderous applause? Capture that fervor, that breathless anticipation and exuberance, and infuse it into your new creation. But be cautious. We wouldn't want anyone to spit fire. He jested in a nonchalant manner. Xiao Ye tilted her head, her blue eyes sparkling with contemplation. Fervor, exuberance, she murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration, of course. Popcorn. What is a competition without popcorn? I shall create fervent popcorn and exuberant energy jelly beans. She dashed into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets as various ingredients and a faint golden glow of happiness began to dance across a workspace. The Z fighters were well aware of the unique training regimen at the Lazy Fish Dojo, or rather, it was Bulma who had been vocal about Lin Mo's lethargy in their group chat. Krillin, sleeping? Decorating snacks? Researching popcorn? Is this really pre-competition training? He exclaimed, astonished. Yamcha, indeed. Master Lin Mo's thought process is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. He replied with a mix of laughter and tears. Vegeta, a useless master has produced a useless disciple. I shall demonstrate at the martial arts competition that even a single finger is sufficient to make that red-haired fool understand that in the face of absolute power, sleep and snacks are worthless. The Saiyan prince scoffed. Goku, huh? I think Xiao Ye's snacks are delightful. They really energize me. Vegeta, would you care to try? He offered sincerely. Vegeta, get lost. Kakarot. The group chat buzzed with anticipation for the martial arts tournament, interspersed with jests and bewilderment regarding the peculiar training at the Salty Fish Dojo. Meanwhile, at the dojo, Little Wolf slumbered peacefully under a tree. Little Green meticulously adorned delightful clover snacks. Little Ye fervently devised her observation tool in the kitchen, and Lin Mo languidly reclined in his beach chair, nonchalantly shielding his face with a magazine, as if the surrounding clamor bore no relevance to him. Only the gentle sea breeze of Salty Fish Bay continued to waft lazily about. Chapter 34. The Calm Before the Storm and Silent Transformation. As the day of the martial arts tournament drew near, the atmosphere on the island thickened with an unyielding sense of battle. The gravity chamber hummed incessantly, operating beyond its limits, while the resounding clashes of energy in the training grounds echoed like a relentless drumbeat. The air was laden with a sense of sweat and searing energy. In front of the Turtle Hermit's house, the Turtle Hermit rarely stowed away his lecherous grin, honing Gohan and Trunks' fundamentals in a seemingly casual, yet cunning manner. Bulma's Universal Capsule Corporation busily provided various technical support for the competitors, with frequent arrivals and departures of spacecraft. However, Salty Fish Bay seemed shrouded in an invisible barrier, isolating it from the external clamor. Here, the sunlight remained warm, the sea breeze languorous, and the air was imbued with the fragrances of greenery and the warmth of confections. Beneath the tranquil aura of the tree, Little Wolf lay on a soft cushion, his breathing long and even. He was indeed asleep, yet was far from silence. Within the depths of his consciousness, a silent battle of guardianship unfolded. His dreams were not a coherent tale, but a series of rapid flashbacks. Laden with symbolic fragments, a vibrant garden of verdant vines engulfed in ferocious flames. He roared and leapt forth, shielding the flames with his body. A scarlet barrier formed from his arms, struggling against the inferno, his skin seared with pain, yet the vines behind him remained unscathed, even blooming a small white flower. A delicate pastry stand was overturned by an unseen shockwave, colorful macarons scattering through the air. He transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, stabilizing the imminent collapse of the stand with his body and explosive energy just before the shockwave struck, paying the price with a solid thud to his back. A muffled groan escaping his lips, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet not a single pastry was lost. Vague silhouettes resembling Little Green and Little Yo were cloaked in a colossal shadow. Without hesitation, he surged forward, shielding them behind him, confronting the monstrous entity alone. The tempestuous power within him roared, yet he forcibly restrained it within his arms, coalescing it into a massive, cracked yet unbroken crimson barrier, fiercely withstanding the cataclysmic assault. Each collision sent his insides churning, his bones aching, yet the will to protect remained as steadfast as rock, refusing to yield. In reality, Little Wolf's body occasionally twitched, his brow furrowed, muffled groans escaping his throat, while his arm muscles tensed unconsciously, as though he bore immense pressure in his dreams. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet the raging aura that enveloped him, through this profound dreamscape, became more refined and contained than ever before. The crimson energy no longer resembled a flame on the verge of explosion. Instead, it assumed the form of finely forged steel, imbued with a weighty and indestructible essence. The will to protect, through relentless trials in the realm of dreams, was indelibly etched into his very instincts, akin to a brand. Occasionally, as he turned in his slumber, his unconscious fist clenched tightly, the knuckles pale, yet exuding an unprecedented sense of steady power. Before Little Green's workbench, a mountain of semi-finished pastries awaited her fortuitous blessings. Her movements grew increasingly adept, the verdant radiance enveloping her fingertips gentle yet unwavering. Each clover she nurtured by hand, adorning the pastries, emanated a faint yet palpable wave of delightful energy that lifted one's spirits. She transcended mere energy infusion, weaving an invisible tapestry of blessings. As she focused on a macaron graced with 3 golden-hued clover leaves, her thoughts seemed to penetrate the tiny leaves, glimpsing a potential future, a despondent spectator, disheartened by a favored competitor's defeat, biting into a pastry, the subtle lucky energy and sweetness easing his furrowed brow, rekindling a flicker of hope. A nervous young competitor consuming a croissant before the contest, the tranquil aura of the clover calming his racing heart, allowing for a more stable performance. These indistinct, benevolent visions were silently woven into the very veins of each leaf. Her power, through this sustained and meticulous practice, achieved an unimaginable elevation of control. The creation of a miniature clover imbued with specific blessings had become second nature to her. The energy output as precise as if rendered with the finest brush in meticulous detail. She could even simultaneously guide multiple streams of distinct intentions, tranquility, joy, hope, into different leaves, bestowing subtle variations of luck upon each pastry. This mastery over the fusion of life, energy, and intention quietly reached a new pinnacle. Her speed in decorating pastries accelerated, her fingertips dancing with a serene yet resolute rhythm. The kitchen was her realm, the oven her forge. Lilia immersed herself in her world of creation, the spark of ingenuity glimmering in her blue eyes. The first batch of exuberant popcorn emerged, golden and plump, exuding a rich aroma of buttery caramel. Yet curiously, each kernel was adorned with an extremely fine layer of dark red energy specks, pulsating like a heartbeat. Lydia sampled one. The crunch was followed by a gentle yet invigorating warmth, reminiscent of a spicy surge, rushing from her tongue to the crown of her head. It was not painful. Rather, it invigorated her like a sip of warm spirits, causing her heart to quicken, blood to flow swifter, igniting an impulse to cheer and celebrate the thrilling moments, the very essence of the excitement felt while watching a competition. The jubilant energy jelly beans glimmered like translucent gems, their colors as vibrant as a rainbow. Lilia picked up a green one and placed it in her mouth. The sugar bean melts effortlessly upon contact, releasing a refreshing burst of sweet and tangy juice that envelopes the senses. Almost instantaneously, an irresistible wave of joy bubbles up from deep within, akin to the exhilarating thrill of witnessing an astonishing reversal or a knockout moment. She cannot help but emit a soft exclamation of delight, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. She meticulously regulates the intensity of the happiness infused, ensuring that this immersive experience and jubilant effect remain fleeting and safe, preventing any potential loss of control. This demands an exquisite mastery of energy manipulation and emotional perception. She diligently adjusts the recipe and the rhythm of energy infusion, much like a maestro fine-tuning the sweet notes that resonate with the audience's hearts. The kitchen is suffused with a medley of enticing aromas, mingling with subtle energy fluctuations, brimming with vibrant vitality. During a training interlude, the exhausted Krillin and Tien Shinhan once again serve as taste testers for Xiao Ya's new delicacies. Krillin grabs a generous handful of the exhilarating popcorn, shoving it into his mouth. After a few chews, his eyes widen in astonishment. Wow, this sensation is potent. He feels a surge of warmth rush to his head, significantly alleviating his fatigue, and he finds himself instinctively wanting to cheer on Goku, who is doing push-ups nearby. Tien Shinhan cautiously samples a blue energy sugar bean. As it dissolves, a wave of refreshing delight sweeps over him, causing his typically stern expression to soften, even prompting a desire to whistle. He glances at Xiaoya in surprise. This candy is quite intriguing. As Piccolo passes by the healing garden once more, he subconsciously lingers, standing beneath the tranquil aura tree, eyes closed, absorbing the soothing essence that cleanses the spirit. The subtle mental agitation left over from previous battles quietly dissipates. He remains silent, but his stay is considerably longer than before. Master Rashi has become a frequent visitor, ostensibly to offer guidance, yet he spends most of his time lounging beneath the tree, savoring the oversized, calming croissant specially provided by Xiaoya, snoring thunderously in blissful slumber. Bulma has dispatched someone to collect the first batch of Xiaoya's trial snacks, preparing for an internal tasting event at the Capsule Corporation, while also testing market reactions. Xiaoya watches her creations being carefully loaded for transport, her face radiating with anticipation and excitement. In the group chat, Vegeta's taunts persist. Vegeta, only 3 days until the martial arts tournament. Prepare yourselves, weaklings of the Salty Fish Dojo, to be obliterated. I hope that red-haired kid doesn't soil himself in the arena. The disdain of the Saiyan King. Little Wolf, using Lin Mo's account humph. Green-haired turtle, clean yourself up and brace for a beating. After sending, he shrinks back. Krillin, Vegeta, just say a little less. Goku, go, Little Wolf. Go, Little Green. Go, Xiaoya. Your snacks are incredible, full of energy. Lin Mo pays no heed to this. He reclines on a beach chair, directing his clone, Little Lin Mo, to precisely water the most distant watermelon seedling in the garden using a key blast. The water flowed gracefully in a beautiful arc, landing softly at the roots without a single drop spilling. Ah, even the act of watering is a form of cultivation. He languidly remarked to the little green beside him, who was diligently adorning the last croissant with a patch of clover. Control is omnipresent. The little green, seemingly understanding, nodded, her fingertips glowing with a steady and gentle emerald light. She gazed at the array of meticulously decorated pastries, then at the small wolf sleeping serenely beneath the tree, and finally at the cheerful Xia, who was humming in the kitchen, conjuring sweet magic. A small yet profound sense of reassurance, named "We Are Ready," quietly took root in her heart. The breeze from Xinyu Bay, carrying the lingering sweetness of the pastries and the taste of sea salt, gently wafted into the distance, where the clamor of the world's premier martial arts tournament could be faintly heard. Chapter 35. The journey begins. The Xinyu flag is raised at the martial arts tournament. The long-awaited day of the opening of the world's foremost martial arts tournament had finally arrived. In the early morning, the tranquility of the island was thoroughly shattered. The roar of the gravity chamber had long ceased, replaced by the growl of engines. Bulma's luxurious flying machine docked at the main island's airstrip, and the Z-warriors arrived one after another, the air thick with excitement, anticipation, and a potent scent of gunpowder. Goku, clad in his iconic orange martial arts uniform, was in high spirits, animatedly discussing potential opponents with the equally spirited Gohan and Trunks. Krillin sported a brand new training outfit, nervously flexing his wrists and ankles. Tien, with a composed demeanor, kept his 3 eyes focused, while Kairatsu floated quietly by his side. Yamcha, accompanied by Puar, made an effort to strike a handsome pose. Piccolo stood in a corner, arms crossed, exuding an aura of cold detachment. Yet, it was Vegeta who drew the most attention. Dressed in a deep blue battle suit, arms folded and chin held high, a golden aura emanated from him as if tangible, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, betraying no effort to conceal his battle intent and disdain for certain individuals. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth, as if he could already envision the dismal fate awaiting some. "Humph, a bunch of weaklings," Vegeta's voice, though low, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, chilling them to the bone. "The champion will only be me, Vegeta." Goku chuckled heartily, unfazed. "That is not necessarily the case, Vegeta. I look forward to our next match." Bulma directed her staff to load various equipment and supplies onto the aircraft, urging through her communicator. "Lin Mo, where are you? If you don't hurry, the ship won't wait for you. Saiyan has saved you a spot for your pastries." In stark contrast, the atmosphere at Xinyu Bay was entirely different. The small wolf was forcibly roused from his peaceful slumber on the soft cushion beneath the tranquil halo tree by the little Lin Mo, his doppelganger. Groggy and yawning widely, with suspicious remnants in the corners of his eyes, he mumbled, "Is it morning? Is it time to fight?" rubbing his eyes in a daze. His body instinctively assumed a defensive posture, his aura calm and restrained, akin to a raw gem polished in slumber. Meanwhile, the little green had risen early, conducting a final check of her carefully prepared lucky pastries. Each macaron, each croissant, and every bag of popcorn was adorned with freshly picked clovers, shimmering with a soft golden light. She meticulously divided the items into specially designed, thermally insulated boxes, her movements as gentle as if handling fragile treasures. Clad in a pristine green dress, her small face bore a hint of anxiety, yet was predominantly illuminated by the satisfaction of fulfilling her task. The busiest among them was Xiaoya, whose entrepreneurial ambitions were far-reaching. The customized mobile snack stall was disassembled and loaded onto the vehicle, with a projection of Xiaolin's doppelganger managing the transport. It was crammed with an array of baking trays, portable energy ovens, ingredient boxes, insulated containers for finished products, and the precious energy infusion tools she cherished dearly. She herself donned a crisp, neat chef's uniform, with an assortment of small tool pouches hanging from her waist, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement and determination for the task ahead. Lin Mo remained the last to rise. He leisurely emerged from his beach chair, stretching in an exaggerated manner, the sound of cracking bones punctuating the air, dressed in his ever-present loose t-shirt and beach shorts. With flip-flops on his feet and a half-eaten peach in hand, he appeared unhurried. "Master, hurry up. Bulma is urging us." Xiaoya anxiously stomped her foot. "What has the rush?" "It's merely a spring outing," Lin Mo replied, methodically finishing his peach before flicking the pit into the vegetable garden as fertilizer. He scanned his assembled disciples, his gaze lingering on Xiaoling's composed demeanor, Xiaolu's prepared snack box, and Xiaoya's extensive commercial setup for a moment before lazily waving his hand. "All right, let us depart." As the delegation from the Salted Fish Dojo arrived at the main airport aboard a small, leisurely-looking aircraft adorned with a salted fish motif, courtesy of Bulma. Though clearly not a flagship vessel, they immediately became the center of attention, or rather, the source of amusement. The Z-Warriors observed the eclectic group disembarking from the aircraft, Lin Mo in his t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, bleary-eyed, searching for a trash bin while still clutching the remnants of his peach pit. Xiaoling, with hair in disarray resembling a bird's nest, yawning and rubbing his eyes. Clad in an ill-fitting old martial arts uniform that likely belonged to Lin Mo, with grass clippings from sleep clinging to the sleeves, Xiaolu, timidly clutching a large, thermally insulated box, her small head peeking nervously behind it, revealing only her anxious yet curious green eyes. Xiaoya, brimming with energy, directing several of Xiaolin's doppelgangers as they laboriously unloaded the nearly half-aircraft-sized, fully equipped mobile snack stall adorned with charming cartoon snacks and Xiaoya's Happiness Energy House sign. And the doppelgangers themselves, expressionless yet diligent, shouldering various boxes and equipment. This scene starkly contrasted with the surrounding group of fierce, battle-ready martial artists. After a brief silence, uproarious laughter erupted. Kiririn clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "Pahaha! Master Lin Mo, are you all heading out for a spring outing or preparing for battle?" Yamcha laughed heartily, slapping his thigh as snack stall. "Ha! Xiaoya, are you serious?" Even the typically serious Tianjin fan could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Dumplings floated in the air, curiously gazing at the colossal stall. Vegeta's cold smirk was utterly unrestrained, brimming with profound disdain. Indeed, a collection of useless flotsam, bringing mere toys and a cook to participate in the world's foremost martial arts tournament? This is an insult to the very essence of martial arts. Kakarot, is this what you consider formidable? His golden aura surged fiercely, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had become searingly hot. Directed unapologetically towards the group from the Xinyu Dojo, particularly at the little wolf who was still rubbing his eyes. Goku, however, was in high spirits, feeling no sense of impropriety. He rushed over to assist Xiaoya, who was nearly toppling her sign. Wow. Xiaoya, your stall is enormous. I want to be the first to buy something. Faced with various gazes and Vegeta's oppressive aura, the little wolf's drowsiness was swiftly incinerated by a blaze of anger. His amber eyes igniting with fervor as he defiantly glared back. Green-haired turtle. Just you wait. His previously subdued aura sharpened instantaneously, akin to a slumbering beast roused from its rest. Little Green, intimidated by Vegeta's presence, instinctively shrank her neck, yet her grip on the box of pastries tightened, as if it were her source of strength. Xiaoya, fully immersed in her entrepreneurial ambitions, remained oblivious to Vegeta's taunts, busily directing Lin Mo's clone to position the stall at the prime location reserved by Bulma. Lin Mo had finally located a trash bin, disposing of a peach pit, and nonchalantly brushed off his hands, ignoring Vegeta's provocation and the laughter of the crowd, as if merely dusting off a bit of grime. With a languid yawn, he waved to his 3 disciples and the heap of equipment. Let us go, time to enter. Xiaoya, keep an eye on your stall. Little Wolf, don't actually kill anyone. Medical expenses are quite steep. Little Green, he glanced at the girl clutching the box. There are plenty of pastries. Don't be nervous. With that, he took the lead, shuffling in flip-flops toward the bustling entrance of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, as if strolling through his own backyard, followed by the still sleepy, yet spirited little wolf. The fortunate pastry-holding Little Green, the happiness energy pushing Xiaoya, and the dutiful Lin Mo clones carrying the luggage. Thus, the banner of the Xinyu Dojo was planted in a remarkably unconventional, incongruous yet strangely harmonious manner amidst the battlefield of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. The true storm was just beginning to brew. Chapter 36. The flames of martial arts rise. The Xinyu yearns to fish. The days in Xinyu Bay flowed like the carefully tended healing garden of the Little Green in the backyard, a blend of tranquility and vitality. The sweet aroma of fruits mingled with the buttery scent of Xiaoya as freshly baked morning cookies, wafting through the gentle breeze. The little wolf wielded especially crafted, weightless alloy hoe, courtesy of Bulma, as Lin Mo deemed the primitive hoe inefficient, tending to the soil in the training field of willpower. His movements now less chaotic and imbued with a newfound rhythmic steadiness. Sweat dripped from his chiseled chin, merging with the earth. Not far away, Little Green was gently brushing his small hand over a somewhat wilted blue stargrass with closed eyes. A soft green halo flowed, and the grass leaves visibly unfurled, exuding a refreshing aroma. Meanwhile, Little Yo was in the open kitchen, humming a tune as she carefully drizzled the dreamlike, starry purple syrup she had just prepared over a row of delicate puddings. Lin Mo naturally epitomized the state of sloth. He reclined in a luxurious, holographic gaming room transformed into a throne of lethargy, an ultra-comfortable chair that combined top-tier massage functionality with a 360-degree scenic projection, wearing immersive sunglasses crafted by Bulma. Seemingly engrossed in watching a swordsman from a high martial world comprehend the essence of swordsmanship atop a snowy peak. In reality, however, his eyelids behind the sunglasses were blissfully shut, with his breaths barely audible. Suddenly, the notification sound from the group chat erupted like thunder, incessantly ringing with a long-lost exhilaration akin to that of fervent fools. Dragon Ball Warriors joyful. Group chat. Son Goku. Attention all members. Look, the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sign-ups for the new session are about to begin. Official tournament poster JPG. The Golden Martial Arts uniform emblem gleaming. Krillin, wow. Really? It feels like ages since I last participated, though I did die a few times in between. Tien Shinhan. It's a splendid opportunity to test our training. Kaiatsu. This time we must give it our all. Kaiatsu, yes. Tien Shinhan. Yumped. Ahem. Although I've been busy running the ranch lately, it's good to stretch my limbs occasionally. Inner thoughts. I must look dashing this time. Piccolo. A tedious display. However, if Gohan wishes to participate, I can offer guidance. Son Gohan, huh? I need to check the class schedule first. The daily life of a high school student caught between Uncle Piccolo and school. Bulma. Hey, you bunch of combat enthusiasts. This time the sponsor is still our Universal Capsule Company, and the prize money has doubled. Lin Mo, why not let your Sloth Dojo join in? I'll reserve a VIP box for you. Vegeta. A gathering of ants. Kakarot, you're the only one interested in such childish games. A classic taunt. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, disturbed by the incessant notifications, and even the massage feature of his sloth throne seemed to pause. He lazily opened one and glanced to the virtual screen. A martial arts tournament? Prize money? Bulma S box? He felt utterly disinterested. Just as he was about to send a do not disturb emoji and continue his reverie, a message imbued with clear provocation popped up. Vegeta, Lin Mo coward. Are you afraid to let your precious disciple embarrass themselves at the tournament? It's the perfect opportunity for everyone to witness the ridiculous results of your farming and dessert-making lessons. The 3-month bet is nearing its end. Don't tell me you're too scared to let them show their faces. I shall personally test them in the arena to see if they can last 10 seconds before me. The final 10 seconds struck like a heated needle, piercing sharply into the sensitive nerves of Little Wolf. He abruptly halted his tasks, the alloy hoe clattering against the ground, sending up a few specks of dirt. He lifted his head, a familiar fire igniting in his eyes, a blend of anger and defiance, as he gazed towards the terrace. A low growl escaping his throat. That guy, Little Green, startled by the sound of the hoe, trembled and timidly glanced at Little Wolf, then worriedly at Lin Mo. Xiaoya also paused with her piping bag, curiously peeking out. Before Lin Mo could speak, Little Wolf had already dashed a few steps towards the throne of the salted fish. Tilting his head back, his voice a hoarse whisper filled with suppressed rage. Master, let's go. I want that arrogant Saiyan to see that those trained at the salted fish dojo are no weaklings. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The confidence accumulated after the Dr. H event was instantly ignited by Vegeta's disdain. Little Green hesitated for a moment before trotting over to stand beside Little Wolf. Though still a bit fearful, he straightened his small frame, if that round shape could be considered a frame, and said in a soft yet determined voice, I also want to go, to prove that we have worked hard. I no longer wish to be seen as a burden that needs protection. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled, her entrepreneurial spirit whirring. The martial arts tournament. A sea of people. Master, we can set up a stall to sell limited edition snacks to support the tournament. It'll definitely be a big hit. The profits could be used to buy a larger oven for the dojo. She had no interest in fighting, but possessed a keen sense for business opportunities. Lin Mo leisurely removed one half of his sunglasses, revealing a sleepily blinking eye as he scanned the 3 faces below, each displaying a distinct but unified desire to participate. The battle spirit of Little Wolf, the courage of Little Green, the financial enthusiasm of Xiaoya, and the glaring avatar of Vegeta in their group chat. He yawned widely, as if the power of the salted fish was about to spill out of the screen. All right, he drawled, as if discussing what to have for breakfast tomorrow. Consider this a spring outing for you all, basking in the sun and enjoying the spectacle. And by the way, let us open the eyes of a certain arrogant fellow. He adjusted his sunglasses back on and settled in more comfortably. Bulma, you'll cover the registration fee, and I'll give you 30% of the earnings as venue and advertising costs. Reserve me the box with the best view. And the lounge share must have a massage feature just like the one I have. Dragon Ball Warriors happy. Group chat. Lin Mo, Vegeta, as you wish. Prepare your female attire, and remember to choose a brightly colored dress for better photo effects. Salted fish with a rose JPG. Vegeta, you insolent fool. At the tournament, I shall personally stuff your shabby dojo sign into your mouth. Son Goku, whoa, that's fantastic. Lin Mo is coming too. Go, Little Wolf. Little Green, Xiaoya, remember to save some snacks for me. Drooling JPG. Krillin, I have a feeling this tournament will be very special. Master Rashio, are there new, beautiful contestants? Xiaoya, contestant? Please share your contact information. Lecherous JPG. Android 18. Master Rashi, silence for 24 hours. System prompt. Master Rashi has been silenced by Administrator 18 for 24 hours. Android 18. Lin Mo, reserve me a spot in the VIP box and priority for snack tasting. Bulma, deal. Lin Mo, registration is all set. Venue and advertising fees will be charged to your account, deducted from the profit share. In the tranquil haven of Xinyu Bay, a transformation was underway. Young Wolf, having received affirmation, felt the flames of anger subside, replaced by a fervent determination. He ceased his chatter and returned to the field. Not with the brutishness of before, but with a deep breath, engaging in his toil with a newfound focus and strength, as if each stroke of the hoe was a reservoir of energy for the battles that lay ahead. Inspired, Little Green dashed to her small flower bed, endeavoring to cultivate robust, entwining vine seeds, her delicate leaves quivering with effort. Meanwhile, Little Ya excitedly rushed to the kitchen, unfurling her recipe book to conceive a series of exclusive desserts for the martial arts tournament, muttering to herself, Golden Whirlwind Lightning Cream Puffs, Vitality, burst energy bars. And victory goddess macaron towers. Lin Mo sensed an unusual tension and anticipation in the dojo, a stark contrast to the usual atmosphere. Beneath the sunglasses, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. The once placid waters of Xinyu Pond had been disturbed by a stone named the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Beneath the ripples lay either a lurking dragon or merely a true salted fish. He adjusted the angle of his throne, shifting the projection to a meditative backdrop of the vast starry sea, murmuring, "Spring outing, I hope remains undisturbed." Chapter 37. Special Training? The term was non-existent in the dictionary of a salted fish. News of the martial arts tournament spread, like the ripples from a stone cast into a pond, quickly reaching every corner of Xinyu Bay. Young Wolf's training regimen underwent subtle changes. He was no longer content with merely tilling the soil. Instead, he sought to control the force of each stroke precisely, creating unique spiral patterns in the soft earth, while constructing trellises for the vines. The alloy rods in his hands seemed alive, weaving and intertwining to form a defensive formation. He even requested entry into the time room. Lin Mo was too lazy to rename it, not to expedite his farming, but to simulate confrontations with various opponents. The opponents were mere shadows crafted by Lin Mo based on descriptions of characters like Vegeta and Goku from the group chat, employing primitive attack patterns in Lin Mo's eyes. However, for young Wolf, these simulations were invaluable practice. Each time the ultimate flash of the shadowy Vegeta surged toward him, he forced himself to suppress the instinct to evade or withstand, instead recalling Lin Mo's words about the will to protect, envisioning Little Green and Little Ya standing behind him, striving to coalesce the raging energy into a shield. Though he often emerged battered and bruised, his gaze grew increasingly sharp. Little Green immersed herself in her tactical garden, where the plants she nurtured began to exhibit diversity and peculiarity. Beyond the slippery moss and resilient vines, she cultivated sleepy flowers that emitted paralyzing pollen, blinding mushrooms that could momentarily obscure vision, and even attempted to breed screaming peas that produced jarring noises to disrupt foes, though this was abandoned after Lilia vehemently protested. Citing its adverse effect on dessert texture, her diminutive figure darted through the blossoms, eyes intent, occasionally mimicking Jerry from Tom and Jerry, tracing evasive paths. Though her movements were clumsy, her earnestness evoked both amusement and affection. Lily was the busiest of all in the dojo. Her delightful dessert shop, is bustling with preparations for a martial arts competition. The kitchen has transformed into a laboratory and production line, with the oven roaring and mixers whirring, as the air is infused with the sweet scent of icing, cream, and a faint yet invigorating aura of a peculiar energy. She strives to imbue the process with the focused tranquility she experiences during meditation, her fingertips seemingly aglow. Unique confections emerge, lightning puffs shaped like the Kamehameha wave, filled with an explosive sweet and sour jam, cotton candy resembling the Nimbus cloud, for Demon Fist chocolate bars twisted together, and slender baguettes filled with a special meat floss. Each creation brimming with both whimsy and vitality. She has also designed packaging adorned with a chibi logo of sunglasses wearing salted fish and support banners. A temperature-controlled transport vehicle, sponsored by Bulma, stands ready at the door, while her disciples fervently engage in their training for the competition. What is their mentor, Lin Mo, up to? The answer is, he has become even more of a salted fish. He has relocated to the best vantage point on the terrace, upgrading his salted fish throne to a supreme version complete with a sunshade and temperature control system. On the small table beside him, there are always samples of the latest desserts developed by Xiaoya and chilled fruit juices provided exclusively by Bulma. He holds a fishing rod, not for fishing, but rather for lounging. "Master, when do we start the special training?" Xiao Lang asks, having just emerged from another virtual encounter with Vegeta, covered in digital dust, a whimsical effect added by Lin Mo. With only a week until the competition, he eagerly yearns for Lin Mo's true teachings. Even a mere word of guidance would suffice. Lin Mo doesn't even lift his gaze, the fishing rod casually dangling in the backyard pond, which, aside from a few ornamental water lilies transplanted by Bulma, harbors not a single loach. Special training? Hasn't it always been ongoing? He replies lazily. Xiaolang, you are too impatient. Anger fuels you, but it should not steer your course. Reflect on the first watermelon you cultivated the size of a basin. Uncontrolled power results in deformity. What you must do now is identify that point where you can deliver fuel precisely to the engine, rather than allowing it to explode the engine compartment. Continue to cultivate, continue to meditate, continue to endure, and when you are enduring, Think of how to protect those behind you. That is the essence of special training. He pauses, then adds, "Oh, and please adjust that bobber, it's askew." Xiao Lang stifles a breath, approaches the pond, and gazes at the motionless bobber, feeling his path of cultivation is even more muddled than the still waters. Yet he follows his master's advice, carefully adjusting the angle of the bobber with his energy. Xiao Lu also wanders over, cradling a newly cultivated silver fruit exuding a tranquil fragrance. "Master, could this tranquility fruit help Xiao Lang?" It has been experimenting with infusing healing and calming energy into its fruit. Lin Mo finally concedes a glance, nodding slightly. Quite good. The intention is there. Let Xiao Lang try one after his meditation. The effect will be even better." He stifled a yawn. "As for you, little green, your battlefield does not lie in physical confrontation. Remember, the forest does not engage in a direct struggle with the axe. Rather, it possesses myriad ways to corrode the blade. Mislead the lumberjack, and allow the earth to rejuvenate. Your vines are your limbs, your pollen is your breath, and every inch of soil beneath your feet is your domain. Go and play as you wish, just ensure you do not poison my watermelon vines." Little Green appeared somewhat perplexed, yet grasped the essence of enjoying oneself, nodding happily as it embraced the fruit and sought out Little Wolf. Little Ye approached, holding a tray of freshly baked, golden-hued Vitality Sun cakes. "Master, please try this. I infused it with the warm sensation I experienced during meditation." Lin Mo finally perked up, reaching for a piece and taking a bite. The crisp outer layer and the dense, sweet filling released a gentle warmth that spread through his esophagus, enveloping his entire being in comfort, even awakening a flicker of vigor within his weary body. He squinted with satisfaction. This is delightful. Their progress. The concentration of happiness energy has increased by 0.00001, and the flavor has improved by 10. Keep it up, and aim to make all spectators at the martial arts conference feel as though they could live for another 500 years after tasting. Little Ye beamed with affirmation, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Yes, Master, I will make another batch." Lin Mo reclined back on his throne, observing Little Ye's cheerful figure, then glancing at Little Wolf, who was frowning at the meditation fruit by the pond, and finally at Little Green, who was struggling to silence the shrieking peas among the flowers. He leisurely flicked his fishing rod, destined to yield no catch. "Special training? Huh," he mused to the barren pond, as if speaking to himself. The most potent training is allowing the heart to discover its own rhythm. Anger, fear, and joy are tributaries of the source of power. It is better to guide than to obstruct, better to entice than to suppress. Let them revel on their respective paths, focused and joyful, and naturally, everything will fall into place. Vegeta's grim and arduous training lacks any aesthetic appeal. He took a sip of fruit juice and sighed contentedly. Indeed, being a salted fish is comfortable, and Bulma's juice recipe is extraordinary. The atmosphere of special training in the dojo, under Lin Mo's salted fish aura, exhibited a peculiar harmony. On one side, the disciples engaged fervently in play, while on the other, the mentor delved deeply into relaxation. All of this was faithfully recorded by miniature detectors disguised as decorations, strategically placed throughout the dojo by the Universal Capsule Corporation, transmitting data to Bulma's laboratory in West City. Bulma watched the fluctuating data graph on the screen, depicting Little Wolf's power stabilization during virtual combat, the intricate life energy spectrum emitted by Little Green while nurturing plants, and the faint emotional resonance peaks captured the moment Little Ye's pastries emerged from the oven. Adjusting her glasses, a glint of insight flashed across the lenses. Though the methods are unconventional, the effects are becoming increasingly fascinating. Has this fellow Lin Mo truly mastered a revolutionary energy theory? She summoned the list of participants for the martial arts conference, noting the entries for Little Wolf, Little Green, and a special guest pastry supplier, Yiya's Happiness Pastry Shop, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This year's martial arts conference promises to be anything but dull. "Vegeta, what size should I prepare for your outfit?" She smirked mischievously as she began her search on the computer for Saiyan Prince custom cross-dressing. Chapter 38. The Combat and the Whispers of the Uninvited God in the Holographic Training Room. The date of the martial arts tournament approached with each passing day, and beneath the calm surface of Xinyu Bay, the disciples were quietly amassing their strength. Lin Mo's fishing training persisted for 3 days, and the water lilies in the pond seemed to have grown more vibrant, perhaps nourished by the inadvertent release of his salted fish energy, yet the fish remained elusive. Just as Little Wolf was on the verge of inquiring whether the fishing rod was some divine artifact, Lin Mo finally made a new move. On this day, remarkably, he did not recline upon the supreme salted fish throne, but instead sauntered to the entrance of the holographic training room, which had remained untouched since Bulma had sent it. Originally intended for the disciples to experience the gravitational environments of different planets, Lin Mo had transformed it into a holographic gaming hall, filled with an abundance of classic Earth games and animations. Bulma's creation was a waste if left idle. Lin Mo stroked his chin, surveying the silver metallic door, contemplating offering them some amusement while also stretching his limbs. He pushed the door open. Little Wolf, Little Green, and Little Ya curiously followed him inside. The space was vast, with smooth projection surfaces on all four walls and the ceiling. Lin Mo casually tapped a few controls on the panel, eschewing the gravity mode and any preset training programs. Let us engage in a practical simulation, he languidly suggested, seemingly haphazardly striking keys on the virtual keyboard. Buzz! The entire space transformed instantaneously. The floor beneath him no longer gleamed with metallic smoothness, but morphed into a rugged terrain strewn with gravel and sand. In the distance loomed a massive, weathered rock mountain. The blazing sun hung high above. The simulation was strikingly realistic, even conveying the sensation of heat waves. And dry winds stirred up clouds of dust. Most strikingly, three distinct holographic figures materialized in the center of the arena. One was a towering, robust figure, bald with a fierce countenance, muscles bulging, clad in sleeveless martial arts attire, arms crossed, gazing imperiously. None other than a virtual Tien Shinhan, though the details were slightly blurred. The iconic three eyes and overwhelming presence were mimicked exquisitely. The second figure was short yet sturdy, with a shiny bald head and dressed in the orange martial arts uniform of Master Roshi's school, wearing a friendly yet shrewd smile. Krillin. The final figure was tall and slender, with green skin, a white cape, pointed ears, and arms crossed, floating half a meter above the ground, his gaze sharp and indifferent. Piccolo! Wow! Little Ya exclaimed, instinctively retreating behind Little Wolf. Little Green was so startled that his leaves stood on end, gripping Little Wolf's pant leg tightly. Little Wolf's pupils dilated, instantly entering a combat stance, his aura intensifying as he cautiously fixed his gaze on the three virtual Z-fighters. Though aware they were mere illusions, the palpable pressure quickened his heartbeat. Don't be nervous, Lin Mo's voice called from the edge of the arena. He had somehow procured a beach chair and a small table, which displayed juice and snacks, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a vacation proctor. It's merely a training exercise. The rules are straightforward, Little Wolf. Your objective is to safeguard the small green energy core situated at the edge of the arena. He indicated a floating orb in the corner, emanating a gentle green glow, resembling Little Green in form. Your goal is to endure as long as possible before either being defeated or the energy core is destroyed. Little Green, you may employ your abilities to disrupt these three shadows, thereby protecting Little Wolf and the energy core. Remember, this is your domain. Little Ya, you will be responsible for cheering us on while also documenting the changes in the shelf life of snacks in this simulated environment. As Lin Mo's voice faded, the virtual cleanse sprang into action. He flickered and instantly vanished from his original position, reappearing at Little Wolf's side, delivering a swift hand strike aimed at his neck with a blade-like motion. The action was as quick as lightning. So fast, Little Wolf was taken aback. However, the reaction speed honed over time saved him. He abruptly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike, while simultaneously gathering power in his right fist, instinctively aiming to deliver a blow to Clin's face. Yet, in that fleeting moment of launching his fist, he recalled Lin Mo's words, protect. He forcibly halted his punch, pivoting his body instead to execute a sweeping kick aimed at Clin's lower body, attempting to create distance. Bang! The virtual Clin responded with remarkable agility, effortlessly leaping to evade the kick, while simultaneously launching several waves of energy, blocking Little Wolf's retreat with a trajectory aimed directly at the energy core behind him. Be careful, senior brother, Little Green screamed, casting aside its fear. It pressed its small hand firmly against the ground. Suddenly, the sand at Clin's landing point became as soft as quicksand, while several resilient vines surged forth, entangling his ankles. The virtual Clin seemed momentarily disrupted by this unexpected environmental change, causing a slight hesitation in his movements. The waves of energy he had unleashed veered off course, narrowly missing the energy core and exploding against a distant rock wall in a burst of flames. Well done, Little Green. Little Wolf's spirits lifted as he seized the opportunity to break free from the entanglement and swiftly approached the energy core, adopting a defensive stance. He noted that Little Green's interference was remarkably effective. Although it could not inflict actual harm upon the virtual opponent, it succeeded in disrupting their rhythm. At that moment, the floating virtual Bic moved. Rather than advancing, he raised a hand, gathering a blinding white light at his fingertips, the precursor to the magical annihilation cannon. The target was unmistakably the energy core. This is bad. Little Wolf felt a chill run down his spine. Bic's attack was immensely powerful and rapid, given his speed. It would be challenging to fully intercept. Don't be afraid. Watch me. Little Green summoned its utmost courage, concentrating entirely. It ceased attempting to directly assault Bic and instead infused its power into the air between Bic and the target. The air in that region suddenly seemed to thicken and become viscous, with light undergoing subtle refraction and distortion, akin to a layer of frosted glass. The virtual Bic unleashed his magical annihilation cannon. However, upon entering the area where Little Green had thickened the air, the projectile's speed visibly diminished, and its trajectory experienced a minuscule deviation. It was this slight deceleration that afforded Little Wolf precious reaction time. He let out a fierce roar, ceasing to evade, his entire aura surging forth as he thrust his palms forward. A wave of energy, imbued with all his current strength and the will to protect, surged forth in a pale red hue, boldly meeting the oncoming attack. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated at the heart of the arena, sending waves of dust and debris spiraling into the air. Young Wolf staggered back, his blood surging, and his arms tingling with the shock. The magical energy cannon of the virtual Piccolo was successfully intercepted, veering off course and creating a substantial crater beside the energy core. Before Young Wolf and Little Green could catch their breath, the previously indifferent virtual Tien Shinhan sprang into action. His four arms extended simultaneously, unleashing a ferocious aura that soared skyward, targeting Young Wolf with alarming precision. A wave of dread washed over Young Wolf, his complexion paling. The range of Tien Shinhan's Kamehameha was too vast. Escape was impossible, and the energy core would offer no protection. In that critical moment, the supervising instructor, the lazy mentor, finally twitched a finger. Suddenly, the virtual Tien Shinhan's charging motion faltered, and his violent energy dissipated like a punctured balloon. The entire arid landscape blurred and faded, resembling a desaturated painting. The holographic chamber reverted to its silvery original state, and the three virtual figures vanished. Exhausted, Young Wolf and Little Green collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for air, their bodies covered in virtual dust, yet their eyes sparkled with brilliance. The brief but intense practical exercise had allowed them to genuinely experience the power of collaboration and how to harness their abilities under extreme pressure. Not bad. Lin Mo's languid voice broke the silence as he set down his juice cup. Young Wolf, that last interception bore the semblance of the Guardian Fist. Yet your focus was lacking, wasting 70% of your power on the explosion's effect. Remember, strength is the arrow, will is the bow, and the target is the bullseye. Little Green, your idea of air refraction interference was commendable, but its range was too limited, duration too brief, and mental energy consumption excessive. Next time, try creating localized strong winds or miniature dust storms. The results may prove more effective and less taxing. He stood up, stretching lazily. All right, today's session concludes here. Pack up. We shall continue tomorrow. How about a change of scenery? An underwater volcano, perhaps? Or the icy tundra with its snow beasts? He spoke as if discussing amusement park attractions. Young Wolf and Little Green exchanged glances, both reflecting the thrill and trepidation in each other's eyes. This specialized training was 1,000 times more exhilarating and 1,000 times more perilous than farming. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of a dimension beyond mundane comprehension, within the realm of the destroyers, a colossal fragment of a planet floated silently. An ancient and grand temple lay in stillness. Deep within the temple, on a vast, soft bed composed of unique energy, a creature resembling a purple, earless cat curled up within a blanket adorned with the Destroyer S insignia, a circle with a dot, sleeping soundly. This being was none other than Beerus, the supreme entity of the seventh universe. Suddenly, the whiskered nose of Beerus twitched ever so slightly. Moments later, it twitched again. His eyelids, heavy with the weight of deep slumber, struggled to part ever so slightly. A vague, drowsy syllable escaped his throat. It seemed he caught a whiff of an exceptionally faint yet uniquely intriguing scent in his dreams. The aroma intermingles with a warm fragrance of sun-drenched wheat fields, the refreshing essence of forests after a gentle rain, and a certain sweet, blissful sensation that evokes the purest joy deep within the soul. This scent is faint, as delicate as cosmic dust. Yet for Beerus, the god of destruction who has slumbered for decades, this unfamiliar essence, never before experienced, caresses his godly senses like the softest feather, stirring him from his eons of sleep. His brow furrows minutely in his dreams, as if to express disdain for the dust that disturbs his repose. However, that slight crease is soon smoothed by a deeper slumber. Yet, the faint twitch of his nostrils and a vague murmur escape his lips, akin to a stone cast into the divine realm, shattering the ancient stillness. Outside the temple, beside a lake composed of radiant, multicolored light, a blue-haired angel clad in a black martial arts uniform, gracefully holding a crystal staff, floats serenely in midair. He is Whis, the angel who serves the god of destruction. At the moment Beerus's nostrils flared and he uttered his dreamlike words, Whis's lavender eyes, seemingly holding the cosmos within them, widened slightly. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the temple's barriers to rest upon the still sleeping Beerus, his expression revealing a blend of surprise and amusement. Ah, how intriguing, Whis mused softly in his melodious tone, his voice echoing in the tranquil temple. Lord Beerus, do you also perceive that interesting scent from the lower realms? It seems to be mingled with the aroma of delectable cuisine and the ripples of a nascent emotional energy. Quite unexpected indeed. The crystal atop his staff flickered faintly in response to his words, pointing towards the distant blue planet of Earth in the seventh universe. A profound and enigmatic smile graced Whis's lips. It appears that before Lord Beerus fully awakens, he might venture forth to that seemingly intriguing place himself. Chapter 39, Pre-Match Turbulence and the Ambitions of the Snack Shop. The immersive games in the holographic gaming room have become a daily preparation for the upcoming tournament at the Salted Fish Dojo. Each day, Lin Mo randomly selects a fortunate spectator, usually the virtual forms of Goku, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, or Krillin, with occasional appearances from a blurred yet ferocious Vegeta silhouette to be thrown into bizarre environments, serving as practice partners for Little Wolf and Little Green. From the bubbling lava of a volcanic crater to the bone-chilling glaciers of the polar regions, from the miasma-filled swamps to the anomalous gravity of an asteroid belt, each game propels Little Wolf and Little Green into rapid growth amidst their frantic cries, primarily from Little Green and extreme challenges. Little Wolf's guardian fist becomes increasingly refined. Although perfection remains distant, he at least avoids self-detonation while intercepting energy blasts. He has learned to observe calmly on the brink of chaos, utilizing the environment, mainly the settings created by Little Green, and tactics to navigate through challenges. Little Green, on the other hand, has fully transformed into a master of the environment. The vines at birth became more resilient and flexible, capable of instantaneously forming shields or tripwires. The fog it conjured expanded in scope and duration, now infused with trace amounts of paralyzing pollen. It could even subtly alter the terrain, creating quicksand traps or abruptly rising earthen walls. Although each game concluded with it appearing as a withered plant drained of vitality, the determination in its eyes grew ever more resolute. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was completely engrossed in the grand ambitions of her snack shop. Her Yaya Happy Snack Shop had expanded to over 20 varieties in a special support series for the martial arts tournament, each uniquely shaped, whimsically named, and superb in taste. Imbued with her distinctive, heartfelt energy, she employed several robotic assistants recommended by Bulma to handle packaging and transportation, while she focused on the core recipes and the development of new products. With Bulma's assistance, she even launched online reservations and energy snack efficacy descriptions on the official martial arts tournament app, meticulously crafted in Bulma's lab to highlight benefits such as enhanced concentration, alleviation of spectator fatigue, and slight promotion of cellular vitality. Amidst this fervent preparation, an unexpected disturbance quietly descended. One day, Xiaoya, accompanied by her robotic assistants, was transporting the first batch of temperature-controlled containers filled with snacks towards the West Capital, preparing to set up her temporary stall near the tournament venue. Upon entering the bustling commercial district of the West Capital, she was halted by a group clad in matching black uniforms, adorned with the emblem of the Golden Spoon Culinary Association. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a protruding belly, exuding an air of arrogance. "Stop!" he barked, pointing imperiously at Xiaoya's transport vehicle. Who authorized you to sell snacks here? Are you unaware that the food business rights in the core commercial area of the West Capital, especially during major events, are under the unified management of our Golden Spoon Association? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. In her excitement, she had indeed overlooked these commercial regulations. I had no idea, she stammered. I'm here for the World Martial Arts Tournament, and I have already secured a location. The martial arts tournament? The man scoffed. That's even less acceptable. The exclusive rights to the food area at the tournament have long been secured by our Golden Spoon Association. You, a mere fly-by-night operation, claiming to sell energy snacks. What a farce. Quickly take your shabby wares and leave. Otherwise, do not blame us for our rudeness. Behind him, several burly men crossed their arms, displaying menacing expressions. Xiaoya's face flushed crimson, not from fear, but from indignation. She could endure being called weak, but she could not tolerate anyone maligning her snacks or her dreams. You're talking nonsense. My snacks are not a scam. They are endorsed by Miss Bulma. Standing firm, she asserted her case with conviction. Bulma? The Bulma of Capsule Corporation? The man's expression flickered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Even Miss Bulma cannot violate commercial regulations. The association's rules are rules. Either pay the exorbitant franchise and brand authorization fees, or get lost. He quoted an astronomical figure, clearly intending to make things difficult. The robotic assistant immediately entered a state of alert, emitting a low, resonant hum. Bystanders paused. Their curiosity piqued as they pointed and whispered among themselves. Xiaoya trembled with indignation, tears welling in her eyes. Though she was not afraid of confrontation, despite knowing she could not prevail, she feared that the opening of her pastry shop would be delayed, that she would disappoint her master and senior brothers, and that her dreams would be extinguished before they even began by these loathsome individuals. Instinctively, she reached for the communicator in her pocket, seeking assistance. Just then, a cold, metallic voice pierced through the tension. Oh? The Golden Spoon Society? Rules? The crowd parted instinctively, creating a path. Miss 18, astride her iconic, sleek motorcycle, arrived at the scene of the altercation with an inscrutable expression. She removed her sunglasses, her icy blue gaze sweeping over the pompadoured man and his thugs, her stare seemingly imbued with a tangible chill that made the man shudder involuntarily. Miss 18, the pompadoured man stammered, clearly recognizing this formidable figure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. No matter how audacious the Golden Spoon Society was, they dared not provoke an android capable of reducing cities to ruins with a mere flick of her wrist, without so much as acknowledging the man. Miss 18 approached Xiaoya and gently patted her head. Why are you crying? You're tarnishing the reputation of the Salted Fish Dojo. She then turned her attention to the pompadoured man, her tone as flat as if discussing the weather. Her stall was reserved by me for Bulma. Her pastries are under my protection. She paused, a frigid smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Do you have any objections? An invisible pressure enveloped the members of the Golden Spoon Society. The pompadoured man found it difficult to breathe, his legs trembling uncontrollably. And no objections. Absolutely none. Miss 18, we wouldn't dare, he babbled, bowing profusely. It's all a misunderstanding. We'll leave now, wishing this lady prosperous business. With that, he and his subordinates scrambled away, their retreat a comically disheveled spectacle. The crowd erupted in laughter before dispersing. Xiaoya gazed at Miss 18, tears finally spilling over, not from grievance but from gratitude. Thank you, Sister 18. Miss 18 wrinkled her brow in disdain, but still handed her a tissue. Wipe your face. You look dreadful. Next time you encounter such a situation, just mention my name, or even the name of your family's salted fish. It may lack intimidation, but at least it will be off-putting. She donned her sunglasses once more, mounted her motorcycle, and departed. Remember to reserve a VIP seat for me at the martial arts tournament and priority tasting rights. The engine roared to life as she sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. Xiaoya, wiping her tears, broke into a smile, nodding vigorously as she called after Miss 18's receding figure. Absolutely. The best spot. I'll save the freshest pastries for you. She dried her eyes, her face glowing with renewed determination, directing her robotic assistant. Let us go. It's time to set up our kingdom of pastries. This minor upheaval not only failed to dishearten her, but also strengthened her resolve to expand her pastry shop. She was already envisioning a new confection, aptly named Frost Guardian 18, featuring a frosty blue sugar coating and a vibrant dragon fruit filling. The news of the calm after the storm swiftly reached Xinyu Bay. Lin Mo reclined upon the supreme Xinyu throne, sipping juice through a straw while observing Xiao Lang and Xiao LV being playfully pursued by a virtual sun, Wukong, amidst an underwater volcanic scene. Oh, number 18 has made her move? Quite efficient. He raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, perfectly fine, as it spares me the effort. That girl, Xiaoya, possesses a commendable business acumen. Yet she adheres too rigidly to rules. At times, in dealing with those who disregard convention, one must resort to a force that is equally unconventional. He called out to Xiao LV, who was nearly swept away by the residual energy of Wukong's Kamehameha. Xiao LV, to your right. The fountain. Distract him. Flustered. Xiao LV summoned his abilities, and a scalding jet of steam erupted from a nearby fissure, momentarily obscuring the vision of the virtual Wukong. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Taking another sip of juice, and delightfully squinted his eyes. It appears that the delights of the martial arts tournament exceed my expectations. Chapter 40. Bulma's report and the resurgence of the group chat. Only 3 days remained until the commencement of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. The special training at the Xinyu Dojo was entering its final phase of relaxation. Lin Mo declared that, due to the disciples' recent indulgence in play, leading to mental exhaustion, primarily due to Xiao LV's fatigue, they needed to conserve their energy in these last few days. Consequently, the atmosphere of Xinyu Bay reverted to its original essence. Xiao Lang was ordered to meditate in the healing garden, which was actually akin to napping. Surrounded by the calming fruits and tranquil flowers cultivated by Xiao LV, Xiao LV was assigned to his own little nursery, engaging in the purest form of photosynthesis, basking in the sun, napping, and occasionally watering the plants. Xiaoya had completed all her snacks, entering the final stages of packaging and transportation adjustments, while Lin Mo insisted she recline in a lounge chair, compelling her to let the inspiration for new creations settle, essentially, daydreaming while savoring her own confections. As for Lin Mo, he naturally returned to the embrace of the supreme Xinyu throne, donning sunglasses and activating a projection, this time showcasing elemental sprites from a magical realm dancing the dance of life, slipping into a profound meditative state, or dozing off. The entire dojo was enveloped in a languid tranquility, reminiscent of a calm before a storm. Only the rhythmic sounds of the automated watering robot and the occasional slurping of juice by Xiaoya punctuated the stillness. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered by an urgent analysis report from Bulma's laboratory. Dragon Ball Warriors joyful. Group chat. Bulma, Lin Mo, and all members, urgent interruption. A significant discovery. The in-depth analysis report PDF on the energy snacks from Xinyu Dojo. I have conducted a hyper-precise molecular and energy field analysis of Xiaoya's specially crafted cheese sun cakes, vitality macarons, and victory goddess dumplings for the martial arts tournament. The results are utterly revolutionary. The content of the report rapidly flooded the group chat. Report summary. 1. Low energy. High resonance. The biological energy, calories, of the snacks is comparable to that of ordinary high-end confections, far below that of the magical beans or high-energy military rations. 2. Emotional energy field. A uniquely distinctive energy field or pheromone, exceedingly challenging to capture with conventional instruments, was detected. The intensity of this field is faint, yet its stability is remarkably high, resonating in perfect harmony with the positive emotions recorded during the creation process, such as focus, joy, and blessings. Physiological impacts. This field can gently stimulate specific areas of the brain associated with pleasure, concentration, and stress relief, resulting in observable effects. A temporary enhancement of mental focus, approximately 5 to 10, with individual variations, a slight alleviation of mental fatigue, similar to some effects of high-quality sleep, and potentially a mild activation of human potential, leading to a brief increase in cellular energy circulation efficiency, approximately 1 to 3, manifested as a slight acceleration in physical recovery post-training or competition. Quantifying happiness. Bulma has named this phenomenon the Yashian Emotional Resonance Effect, YEC. She speculates that the heartfelt intention invested by Xiaoya during the creation process, the pure desire for consumers to experience happiness, is the key to triggering and stabilizing this unique energy field. This may represent the embryonic stage of transforming emotional energy into observable, consumable carriers. Scientific endorsement, Bulma-style conclusion. While the effects are subtle and fleeting, Xiaoya's delicacies are by no means a gimmick. This represents an entirely new approach to energy application based on positive emotional resonance, potentially touching upon the profound interplay between consciousness and material energy with immense potential. Of course, The taste is also exceptional. The group's reactions erupted instantaneously. Klin, wow, I knew it. I knew that after eating Xiaoya's dumplings. My practice felt particularly smooth that afternoon, as if my bottlenecks had loosened a bit. Was it not an illusion? Bulma is amazing. Xiaoya is amazing. Shocked JPG. Sun Wukong. Really? No wonder I felt more energetic with each bite. Much better than the magic beans. Magic beans? Xiaoya. Save some for the martial arts tournament. I want 100. No, 200. Salivating wildly JPG. Tianjin rice. Emotional energy infused into food, affecting physiological and mental states? This is simply unheard of. Bulma, could you send me a detailed report of your research? Wuji is filled with curiosity for any new forms of power. Yumucha, ahem, Xiaoya, does this delicacy help enhance charm? A rather peculiar concern. Piccolo, after a long silence, is emotion also a form of power? There seems to have been vague references to this in the records of the Namekians, but its concretization is thought-provoking. Number 18, Xiaoya. Is there a report on the newly released Frost Guardian effect? Is there any data supporting its enhancement of the perpetual furnace's energy circulation efficiency? The android is focused on practical efficacy. Master Rashi. Unmuted Xiaoya, the beautiful girl. I crave your delicacies. I seek a photo. I feel like eating them could make me 10 years younger. Heart emoji, flying JPG. Gohan, incredible. Xiaoya, this is a perfect amalgamation of cuisine and science. Congratulations. Academic praise, JPG. Vegeta, absurd. Ridiculous. Eating a piece of pastry can make one stronger? Bulma, isn't it time to service your instruments? Kakarot, has your mind been clouded by sugar? Such unorthodox methods. Lin Mo, is this truly the lesson you imparted? To rely on such trivialities? His tone remains disdainful. Yet beneath it lies an undeniable irritation. At the eye of the storm, the third disciple of the Salted Fish Dojo, Xiaoya, gazes at the barrage of messages in the group chat, her face flushed, overwhelmed with excitement yet utterly bewildered. I merely wish to enhance the taste of the snacks, to bring joy to everyone. What is this YC? Lin Mo, roused by the cacophony of messages, leisurely removes his sunglasses, glancing at Bulma's report and the chaotic chatter, his expression devoid of surprise, instead revealing a languid smile of confirmation. He picks up his communicator. Methodically typing, Lin Mo, Bulma, thank you. Your report is quite professional. Xiaoya, well done. Your intentions are evident, and the results will follow. Remember, your strength lies within the frosting and cream in your hands, in your desire to spread happiness. Keep pushing forward. Let them witness the power of culinary artistry at the martial arts tournament. Lin Mo, Vegeta, feeling anxious? This is what we call the power of science. Do you comprehend? Oh, I forgot. Your mind is occupied solely with muscles and combat stats. Is your female attire ready? How about some pink lace? I believe it complements your hair color splendidly. Attached is an exaggerated image of a pink frilly dress. System notification, Vegeta's avatar instantly turns a blinding crimson. As if magma were boiling within. An invisible fury seems poised to erupt from the screen. Vegeta, Lin, Montag, the martial arts tournament arena. I shall personally reduce you and your pitiful snacks to cosmic dust. Ultimate flash explosion effect GIF. The group chat is instantly flooded with Vegeta's furious emojis. Lin Mo watches with satisfaction as he successfully ignites the powder keg, that is Vegeta, casually tossing aside the communicator, donning his sunglasses once more, and reclining back on his throne. The power of science, intention, and culinary excellence. He softly savors these words, his gaze directed toward the horizon, as if piercing through the clouds to the venue of the forthcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. It seems that the debut of the Salted Fish Dojo is destined to delight the entire audience. A meaningful smile curves his lips as he picks up a Vitality Sun cake crafted by Xiaoya, savoring a bite with bliss. Golden crumbs fall onto his salted fish t-shirt. Yet he pays them no mind. The drums of the martial arts tournament have already begun to sound amidst the clamor of the group chat and Vegeta's enraged roars. Meanwhile, the revolutionary ideas of the Salted Fish Dojo, propelled by Bulma's astonishing report, have officially dropped a monumental bombshell in the minds of the warriors within the Dragon Ball universe. All eyes are focused on the impending arena, on the three seemingly eccentric disciples. The ultimate showdown of the wager is imminent, and perhaps an even greater storm is brewing. Quietly observed by a certain angel, across the distant reaches of the cosmos. Chapter 41. The Preliminary Round. The evasion art of the farming boy. The first martial arts tournament. An ancient arena that embodies the dreams and glories of countless martial artists from Earth, has once again been engulfed in fervor and excitement. The vast circular venue is filled to capacity, with a cacophony of voices resonating through the air, mingling with the sense of sweat, popcorn, and a peculiar warmth reminiscent of sunshine and sweet confections. This delightful aroma emanates from a striking tent at the entrance of the contestant village. Adorned in shades of pink and white, emblazoned with a large, whimsical saltwater fish emblem. The special support station for the tournament by the Happy Snack Shop. Little Yo is clad in a specially designed white chef's uniform, embellished with tiny saltwater fish motifs, and wears an adorable chef's hat, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her robotic assistants operate with remarkable efficiency, handing out boxes of uniquely shaped, fragrant delicacies to the long queue of spectators and contestants. Energy Sun Cakes, Vitality Macarons, Victory Goddess Dumplings, and Turtle School Kamehameha Lightning Cream Puffs. Each name exudes charm, and their alluring presentation has propelled Little Yo's snack shop to unprecedented popularity. Especially after Bulma's scientifically backed report went viral online. The demand has far surpassed supply. Even Sun Wukong has taken it upon himself to carry away a box as tall as himself, squatting in the contestant passage to indulge, drawing curious glances from onlookers. At this moment, the two competitors from the Saltwater Fish Dojo, Little Wolf and Little Green, stand in the preparation area, absorbing the starkly different atmosphere. Little Wolf, attired in a black training outfit crafted by Lin Mo's energy manipulation, still adorned with subtle saltwater fish patterns, has his muscles taut and his sharp gaze sweeping over a variety of opponents. He can sense the diverse energies around him, some emanating from robust fighters, others from seasoned martial arts experts, and even a few peculiar extraterrestrial beings. Vegeta's scornful gaze seems to pierce through the crowd and settle upon him, causing his Saiyan blood to stir restlessly. Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to remain composed, reciting Lin Mo's wisdom. Anger is fuel, not a steering wheel. Guard your will. In contrast, Little Green appears exceedingly anxious. Dressed in a diminutive green training outfit, he shrinks behind Little Wolf, revealing only half of his round head and two quivering leaves. The overwhelming noise and the powerful auras surrounding him make him tremble, wishing he could bury himself in the earth. As senior brother, there are so many people, it's so terrifying. His tiny voice quavers with a hint of tears. Do not fear, Little Wolf replies firmly, despite feeling a twinge of nervousness himself. Remember Master S words. Your battlefield is your environment. If you cannot fight, run. If you cannot run, hide. If you cannot hide, ensnare them with your vines. He strives to recall the practical experiences from the holographic training room. Just then, the announcement for the preliminary matches rings out, calling Little Wolf's name and his arena number. It's my turn. Little Wolf's gaze sharpens as he casts a final glance at Little Green. Good luck. With that, he strides confidently toward his designated arena. The platform is already surrounded by an eager crowd, and as Little Wolf steps onto the stage, whispers ripple through the audience. The Saltwater Fish Dojo? Is it the one that grows crops and makes snacks? He looks spirited, but I wonder how strong he really is. His opponent is the formidable Goliath Barton. He made it to the top 16 last time. Incredibly strong. Oh no, with that small frame, he might be knocked out with a single punch. Little Wolf's adversary, Barton, stood at an imposing height of over 2 meters and 30 centimeters, a muscular behemoth with a bald head, his physique resembling granite. Clad only in a pair of leather shorts, his bronze skin gleamed with a glossy sheen, and with each step he took, the arena seemed to tremble beneath him. He looked down at Little Wolf, whose height barely reached his chest, grinning to reveal a set of yellowed teeth, and boomed in a deep, resonant voice. Kid, it's not too late to concede now. My fists are not made of clay. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Barton, with no hint of hesitation, let out a thunderous roar, his immense form surging forward with astonishing speed, akin to a rampaging rhinoceros, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Little Wolf's face. The wind from his fist howled, compressing the very air around them. Gasps erupted from the audience, many timid spectators even covering their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Little Wolf being sent flying. In the VIP box, Bulma gripped the armrest anxiously. Little Wolf, meanwhile, number 18, with an expression devoid of emotion, savored a Frost Guardian macaron, relishing its cool exterior and fiery filling. Goku, with his mouth stuffed with a Vitality Sun cake, mumbled encouragement. Come on, Little Wolf. On the stage, at the very instant Barton's fist was about to connect, Little Wolf sprang into action. He did not respond with his usual furious bellow, nor did he attempt a complete evasion. Instead, his body tilted ever so slightly at an exquisitely precise angle. While his feet danced like a specter, evading the blow, Barton's colossal fist, capable of shattering stone, grazed past the edge of Little Wolf's clothing. The force of his punch whipping the dark locks on Little Wolf's forehead back. Huh. Barton paused, clearly astonished that this little figure had managed to evade him. Enraged by his failure, Barton unleashed a flurry of punches like a tempest, his fists crashing down upon Little Wolf with tremendous force. The ground of the arena was pockmarked with shallow craters from his strikes. Yet, Little Wolf moved like a leaf on a stormy sea, appearing perilously close to danger, yet always managing to escape the lethal blows by the narrowest of margins. His movements were devoid of unnecessary flair, simple sidesteps, gliding motions, and backward leans. Yet the precision of his timing and angles was astonishing. It was as if he had anticipated the trajectory of each of Barton's punches. Wow, how fast! That evasion is incredible. Like an eel. The audience gasped, their astonishment transforming into cheers of admiration. In the VIP box, Krillin's eyes widened. Is this what Lin Mo taught him? This evasion technique is the epitome of anticipation and minimal movement. Piccolo, arms crossed, observed with a glint of insight in his eyes. It's not just technique. His breathing remains steady, unperturbed by the evasions. Clearly, that rigorous training has yielded significant results. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, yet his gaze remained fixed on Little Wolf's every movement. As Barton, frustrated from his relentless attacks, began to show signs of fatigue and his movements slowed, Little Wolf's eyes sparkled with determination. In that fleeting moment when Barton executed a right hook, his old strength spent and new energy yet to be summoned, Little Wolf seized the opportunity. He no longer evaded. Instead, he surged forward with ferocity. With the index and middle fingers of his right hand brought together, a faint yet remarkably concentrated energy coalesced, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, swiftly striking an inconspicuous acupoint beneath Barton's armpit. A soft yet resonant thud echoed. Barton's immense frame stiffened abruptly, his elevated right arm drooping limply as if all its bones had been removed. One side of his body instantaneously succumbed to numbness. What? Barton was struck with terror. The young wolf offered him no respite, swiftly maneuvering behind Barton, employing the same technique to precisely target another acupoint on his lower back. Barton's colossal body lost all balance, crashing to the ground like a collapsing hill, stirring up a cloud of dust. He yearned to struggle and rise, only to discover that half of his body was utterly unresponsive. The referee rushed in to commence the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Barton fought against the inevitable, but it was in vain. 3, 2, 1. The match concluded. The victor from the Salted Fish Dojo, the young wolf. Following a brief silence, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause and cheers. He won. He actually won. How astounding. What was that technique? Acupoint striking? The legendary art of acupoint manipulation. Salted Fish Dojo. Salted Fish Dojo. The young wolf stood upon the arena, breathing slightly heavily, gazing down at the incapacitated Barton, then glancing at his own fingers. A glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes. The meticulous control of strength cultivated while farming, the awareness of every muscle and breath developed through meditation, and the extreme evasion and flaw-finding abilities honed against virtual opponents in the holographic gaming chamber, all converged at this moment in perfect harmony. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd, as if he could see the VIP box, and perhaps even the figure reclining in the chair at Salted Fish Bay. He clenched his fist, feeling within him a force that was no longer wild, but rather more concentrated and controllable. The will to protect, step 1, accomplished, he murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curving up for the first time on the arena, forming a confident smile. Chapter 42. The Preliminaries. The natural victory of the little one. The young wolf's triumph ignited an explosion of interest in the Salted Fish Dojo, akin to a drop of water hitting a sizzling hot oil pan. The audience buzzed with conversation, while media reporters flocked in droves, eager to interview the boy renowned for his farming and acupoint evasion skills. The young wolf, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, maintained a stoic demeanor, responding briefly before hurriedly retreating to the competitor's resting area, closing his eyes to recuperate and savor the battle's aftermath. Meanwhile, the spotlight and the sympathetic gazes of most spectators shifted to another diminutive figure, the second disciple of the Salted Fish Dojo, Little Green. Its opponent had already ascended the stage. This was a lean young man clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, codenamed Shadow Dagger. He moved with graceful agility, his actions swift and silent, clearly a contender specializing in speed and assassination techniques. He looked at the trembling Little Green, nearly curling into a ball, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. The Salted Fish Dojo's Little Green Ball? Shadow Dagger's voice dripped with mockery. What's wrong? Afraid to the point of losing your footing? Shall I give you a 3-count head start? Laughter erupted from the audience, but more than anything, sympathy for the Little Green one prevailed. What a bully of an opponent. Poor little creature, just give up already. The Shadow Dagger is notorious for its speed and ruthless strikes. In the VIP box, Xiaoya anxiously grasped the hand of number 18, only to have it disdainfully shaken off. Come on, Xiao Lu, you can do it. Bulma was sweating nervously, pondering whether Xiao Lu could react to such rapid movements. Goku munched on an energy bar, mumbling reassuringly, don't be afraid, Xiao Lu is really impressive. Krillin's face was etched with worry, with that size and speed disparity. This is going to be tough. On the stage, Xiao Lu, engulfed by the laughter and taunts surrounding it, felt a wave of fear wash over like a chilling tide. It longed to flee, to concede, to hide away, yet images of the garden in Salted Fish Bay flooded its mind. Accompanied by Lin Mo's languid voice, the forest does not clash with the axe, and the silhouette of Senior Wolf standing protectively in front of it, along with Sister Xiao Ye's expectant gaze. I don't want to hold everyone back. Xiao Lu's tiny form trembled, its faint voice nearly drowned by the clamor. I must prove that I am not a burden. At that moment, the referee's command rang out. The match begins. Without wasting a breath, the Shadow Dagger's eyes gleamed coldly, and its body vanished in an instant. Like a specter, it left behind a fleeting shadow, lunging towards Xiao Lu with incredible speed, leaving only a blurred black line in its wake. Its target was clear, to swiftly subdue this seemingly harmless little creature. Such speed gasped the audience. Startled, Xiao Lu let out a shriek and instinctively shrank back. In that very moment, its tiny feet unwittingly stepped on the edge of the arena. Crack! A faint sound went unnoticed. However, just as the Shadow Dagger's fingertips were about to make contact with Xiao Lu, the seemingly solid edge beneath it unexpectedly shattered and collapsed, as if an invisible force had instantaneously disintegrated its structure. The Shadow Dagger was too swift, its momentum too fierce, and it had no time to halt. Suddenly feeling the ground beneath it give way, it lost its balance, its expression one of disbelief as it toppled into the gaping pit. Splash! A short, startled cry and the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed through the venue. Instantly, the martial arts arena fell into an eerie silence. The audience stared in disbelief at the newly formed pit, its edges smooth as if corroded by some unseen force. Inside the pit, the Shadow Dagger lay sprawled awkwardly, disheveled and dazed. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu huddled at the edge of the pit, clutching its round body, still trembling from shock, peering down with wide eyes. The referee was equally stunned, taking several moments to regain composure before rushing to the edge of the pit to look down. Competitor Shadow Dagger, can you continue the match? The Shadow Dagger struggled to rise, though not severely injured. It was thoroughly disoriented, its pride shattered, and more importantly, it realized it had fallen beneath the arena. I, filled with both astonishment and fury, pointed at the little green creature, exclaiming, You're responsible for this. The little green one recoiled in fear, hastily shaking its hands in denial. No, it wasn't me. It collapsed on its own. The referee examined the unnaturally smooth edge of the pit and glanced at the rulebook, appearing quite perplexed. Theoretically, falling off the stage meant losing. Yet this collapse seemed exceedingly bizarre. In the VIP box, Bulma abruptly slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, I understand now. It's disintegration. In a state of sheer terror, the little green one instinctively caused the rock structure beneath it to momentarily disintegrate, just as it had previously disassembled Dr. H's weapon. This was yet another manifestation of its life manipulation ability. With excitement, she pulled up the detector data. Look, there was an exceedingly brief yet intense surge of life energy, leaning towards disintegration and collapse. Klin gaped in astonishment. It could do that too? The glimmering green light in Piccolo's eyes indicated intrigue. The manipulation of the environment has penetrated to the molecular level, although it was unconscious. Goku erupted in laughter. Well done, little green one. Luck is also a form of strength. Vegeta, however, wore a face as if he had just swallowed a fly, muttering, "Such dirty tricks." Ultimately, after repeatedly confirming that the contestant Shadowblade had indeed fallen off the stage and could not return immediately, the referee declared, due to the contestant Shadowblade's fall from the stage, they lose their qualification. The victor is the Salty Fish Dojo's Little Green One. A brief silence enveloped the audience before erupting into even more fervent cheers than when Little Wolf had triumphed, a cacophony of disbelief, laughter, and awe. My heavens! This really works. The stage collapsed? Did the little green ball cause it? What incredible luck. Ha ha ha. Salty Fish Dojo. It's Salty Fish Dojo again. How uncanny. Little green, little green, little green. Someone initiated the chant, which quickly evolved into a synchronized cheer. The little green one's bewildered and fearful expression unexpectedly struck a chord with the audience's sense of whimsy and humor. Standing atop the stage, amidst the roaring applause, though it sensed that much of it was kindly laughter, looking at the disheveled Shadow Blade crawling out of the pit. It glanced at the spot it had just stepped upon, its small mind filled with questions. It had merely taken a step back in fright. The words of its master echoed in its mind. The forest confounds the lumberjack. Perhaps there is some truth to that. In a daze, it pondered as it descended from the stage at the referee's signal. Awaiting it was a rare nod of approval from Little Wolf and an ecstatic Xiaoya rushing over to scoop it up and twirl around. You were magnificent. You were the best, Xiaoya exclaimed jubilantly. Meanwhile, in the Salty Fish Dojo's spectator area, Lin Mo had unknowingly reclined on a chair adorned with a salty fish pattern, donning sunglasses and holding a victory rice dumpling, as if he had merely witnessed an inconsequential farce. Not bad, he mumbled through a mouthful of dumpling. Instinctive reactions were adequate, but the control of the situation was lacking. It almost caused its own downfall. I'll need to teach it how to disassemble with precision next time. But as long as the outcome is favorable, that suffices. He squinted contentedly, savoring the gentle warmth and subtle sweetness brought by the dumplings. Amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding him, the Salted Fish Dojo, having achieved 2 victories in 2 battles, has made an indelible mark in the realm of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament in an exceptionally unconventional manner, leaving behind a vivid and dramatic first impression. Chapter 43. The Pastry Storm and Vegeta's Watchful Gaze. The theatrical triumph of Little Green sent ripples through the tranquil waters, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake. Lingering long after, the entire venue, as well as the online audience streaming the event, fervently debated the Salted Fish Dojo and its 2 eccentric disciples. The tags Little Wolf, the spot setter and lucky star Little Green, who collapsed the arena, swiftly became sensations online. Various memes and jokes proliferated. Whispers began to circulate, suggesting that the dojo's secret training methods included 8 hours of meditation, napping, daily, giving massages to watermelon vines, and watching Tom and Jerry to learn combat philosophy. Though bizarre, the fact remains they truly emerged victorious. The most immediate beneficiary of this fervor was undoubtedly Xiaoya's Yaya, Happy Pastry Shop. The queue at her support stall extended far beyond the venue, winding like a dragon. Spectators who had initially approached with curiosity, after truly sampling the pastries, were instantly captivated by their exquisite texture and the indescribable uplifting effect they provided, especially after witnessing the thrilling competition. Consuming a vibrant macaron banished fatigue and rejuvenated spirits, rendering it an essential companion for the audience. Boss, another 10 boxes of Energy Sun Cakes. That Victory Goddess dumpling. Save me a dozen. My son has an exam tomorrow. Are there any Frost Guardian pastries left? The same as on the 18th. I'll take 5. Oh my, the jam in this turtle school, Kamehameha, puff really bursts. So much fun. Give me 3 more. Xiaoya was busily bustling about, her cheeks flushed with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Her robotic assistant operated efficiently, collecting payments, packing, and delivering orders in an organized frenzy. Bulma's temperature-controlled transport vehicle shuttled between Salted Fish Bay and the venue, replenishing supplies. She even temporarily hired a few nimble human servers to help maintain order. Everyone, please be patient. We have plenty for all. Thank you for supporting the Salted Fish Dojo. Thank you for supporting Yaya Pastries. Xiaoya's lively voice resonated through the loudspeakers, brimming with vitality. She felt closer than ever to her dream of spreading happiness through her pastries. More importantly, the dedication and heartfelt intention she infused into her creations seemed to truly resonate, allowing those who tasted them to feel warmth and strength. In the VIP box, Bulma observed the bustling scene of the pastry shop and the soaring sales data on the monitoring screen, her smile wide. We've hit the jackpot. Lin Mo is an absolute commercial genius, even if he may not realize it himself. This advertising effect surpasses the billions we spend on sponsorship for our Universal Capsule Company. She had already begun to contemplate signing a long-term partnership with Xiaoya, even launching a collaborative pastry series with the Salted Fish Dojo. On the 18th, leisurely savoring his exclusive Frost Guardian, the figure cast his ice-blue gaze over the bustling snack shop below, then shifted his attention to another match unfolding in the arena. A subtle smile gracing his lips. The vibrancy and delicacies here were undeniably more captivating than mere destruction. Sun Wukong, fully immersed in a sea of culinary delights, had a table before him piled high with empty boxes of various snacks. His cheeks stuffed to the brim as he mumbled indistinct encouragements to an unfamiliar competitor in the arena. Delicious. Go for it. After the match, I'll treat you to some dumplings. Clin, covering his face, could hardly bear to look. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood with arms crossed before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the private box, his keen gaze scanning the arena and the competitor's entrance. Most of his attention was fixated on the two disciples from the Salty Fish Dojo. The combat style of the Little Wolf centered on control, compressing and directing ferocious power to achieve maximum effect with minimal cost. While it may appear to be a shortcut, it actually necessitates absolute mastery over one's own strength and the opponent's weaknesses. Such control is paramount in life and death battles. Piccolo calmly analyzed, his assessment of the Little Wolf rising significantly. As for the Little Green, his green eyebrows furrowed slightly. That ability was not merely a stroke of luck. The instantaneous dissection of the environment, although unconscious and uncontrollable, possessed a remarkable quality and vitality of life energy. If he could learn to harness it, he would wield a formidable ability for support and battlefield control. He glanced at the Little Green, who was still somewhat bewildered while being fed snacks by Xiaoya in the resting area, deep in thought. At that moment, while Piccolo was analyzing, a shadow in a high, inconspicuous corner of the venue, overlooking the main arena, revealed a solitary figure, Vegeta. He had chosen this undisturbed corner rather than remaining in the VIP box. With arms crossed and an expressionless face, his sharp eyes functioned like the most precise scanner, fixating intently on the Little Wolf in the resting area below, as well as the recently victorious Little Green, who was being celebrated by Xiaoya. On his wrist, Bulma's custom-made high-precision battle power detector silently operated, displaying a cascade of intricate data on its screen. For the Little Wolf, basic battle power, the value steadily increased, reaching a commendable level, far exceeding that of an average Earthling, approaching the early Piccolo Demon King tier. Power fluctuation coefficient, significantly reduced, transformed from a previously erratic, jagged waveform into a relatively smooth curve. This indicates a qualitative leap in his control over his own power. Energy condensation efficiency. At the moment of the recent pressure point strike, the detector captured an extraordinarily brief peak of energy condensation. The degree of condensation far surpassed what would be expected from his current basic battle power. Although it lasted only an instant, it was sufficient to penetrate Barton's defenses. Analytical conclusion, significant power enhancement, a leap in stability, and the capacity for high concentration attacks with instantaneous bursts. Threat level, moderate. For the Little Green, basic battle power remained woefully low, nearly negligible. Life energy vitality, high, very high, like a miniature life energy reactor. Especially at the moment when the arena collapsed, the detector registered a brief, yet highly directional explosion of life energy, characterized by disintegration. The energy recovery rate, astonishing. The time required to revert from the weakened state post-explosion to normalcy was exceedingly short, akin to a plant undergoing an exceptionally efficient process of photosynthesis. Environmental energy affinity, anomalous. The detector indicated that the life energy field surrounding it, emanating from the plants, the spectators, and even the arena itself, was remarkably vibrant, as if it were spontaneously rallying to nourish it. Analytical conclusion. Foundational combat strength is exceedingly weak, yet the characteristics of life energy are extraordinarily unique, exhibiting robust recovery capability and high environmental affinity, possessing an unknown potential for control. Threat level, low. In direct combat, unknown regarding special abilities. As Vegeta perused the data returned by the detector, his brow furrowed deeply. The advancement of Little Wolf remained within his comprehension, albeit at an accelerated pace, merely reflecting an enhancement of strength and control. However, the data concerning Little Green transcended his understanding entirely. Life, energy, disintegration, environmental affinity, Vegeta murmured to himself, each term eliciting a visceral rejection and a vague unease. The Saiyans revered absolute power and destruction, harboring an ingrained distrust towards such bizarre abilities that bordered on creation and manipulation. Oof. He ultimately snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing that strange sentiment. Deceptive tricks. No matter how peculiar the ability, before absolute power, it is akin to mere froth. That fool Kakarot, along with Bulma, has been beguiled by these fanciful notions. He shut off the detector, his gaze transforming once more into a cold, battle-ready glare. Lin Mo, these are the only tricks you can teach your pathetic students. He cast a glance towards the exclusive viewing area of the Shinyu dojo, where a man in sunglasses lay leisurely, anger igniting within him. Just wait, on the true arena, before this king, these laughable antics, along with your wretched dojo, will be utterly crushed. He could almost envision Lin Mo donning women's attire and posting photos in the group chat. This thought made his stomach twist, and with a flicker of his figure, he vanished into the shadows. He needed a place to vent the inexplicable irritation brewing within him, utilizing the gravity chamber for release. Meanwhile, in the venue below, Little Yez's snack stall remained bustling. Little Wolf meditated with closed eyes, while Little Green naively munched on treats. The non-mainstream storm of the Shinyu dojo had only just begun to sweep through this ancient martial arts hall. Vegeta's scrutiny was merely a dissonant interlude in this tempest. Chapter 44. The conclusion of the preliminary rounds and the leisure of the Shinyu mentor. The martial arts tournament preliminaries were in full swing. Each arena was ablaze with fierce battles, ki blasts soaring, fists and kicks whistling through the air. The enthusiasm of the audience continually heightened by rounds of spectacular or bizarre confrontations. Yet, the exclusive viewing area of the Shinyu dojo had become a sanctuary amidst the cacophony, or rather, a haven of tranquility. Lin Mo's supreme VIP recliner was placed in the most comfortable corner, angled perfectly to overlook the main arena while basking in just the right amount of sunlight. He donned his signature sunglasses, wrapped in a small blanket adorned with a pattern of salted fish, while the nearby coffee table overflowed with an array of delightful treats. The freshly made, limited edition popcorn cyclone cup featuring a blend of caramel popcorn and energy cream, specially provided by Xiaoya, chilled sparkling fruit juice courtesy of Bulma, and even a small dish of sliced, sweet and juicy meditation melons cultivated by Xiao Lu in salted fish bay. He reclined his lounge chair, exuding an unparalleled languor. Only when particularly spectacular moments occurred in the arena, such as Sun Wukong sending his opponent flying with a punch, or Tianjin Fan unleashing his 4 demon fists, would he lazily raise a hand to offer a token applause, mumbling indistinctly, that punch was decent. Oh, for hands, how convenient. I can hold 4 snacks at once. More often than not, his attention seemed entirely absorbed by the snacks and drinks in his hands, or he would simply close his eyes to rest, as if the deafening cheers and fierce battles surrounding him bore no relevance. Did he even emit the faintest sound of snoring? This demeanor of the salted fish mentor inevitably drew countless gazes and whispers. Look over there. The master of the salted fish dojo. Is he sleeping? Goodness. His disciple is down there fighting desperately, and he is here enjoying himself? How irresponsible. What do you understand? This is the demeanor of a master. Didn't you see his disciple winning? Perhaps sleeping is his method of cultivation. Sleeping is a form of cultivation. I think he is just lazy. Still, that lounge chair looks incredibly comfortable. Journalists attempted to rush over for interviews several times, only to be politely, yet firmly, stopped by the security robots arranged by Bulma, remaining outside the spectator area. Lin Mo remained utterly oblivious or simply indifferent to all. Seizing a brief lull in the snack booth's business, Xiaoya sneaked back to the stands, refilling Lin Mo's juice and delivering treats to her fellow disciples. Upon seeing her master, she could not help but stifle a giggle. Master is truly something else, but it's fine. With him here, we feel at ease. Xiaolang sat cross-legged at the edge of the stands, eyes closed, focusing on his breath. The victory in the preliminaries had not led him to relax. Rather, it had sharpened his awareness of his own shortcomings. Although Barton's strength was formidable, his technique was crude. True powerhouses like Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and even Vegeta possess speeds, techniques, and strengths far beyond Barton's capabilities. He needed greater control, quicker reflexes, and a more cohesive guardian fist. He recalled Lin Mo's seemingly casual yet piercing insights in the holographic game room. repeatedly simulating potential battle scenarios in his mind. Xiao Lu quietly remained by Xiao Yu's side, nibbling on a meditation melon slice larger than his own face. He appeared still enveloped in the shock and confusion from the earlier collapse of the arena, his green skin glistening warmly under the sunlight. He watched the back-and-forth exchanges of battle on the stage, his small eyes blinking, occasionally mimicking the contestants' movements, only to quickly retreat in fear. More than anything, he absorbed the atmosphere of the entire venue, the cheers of the audience, the fighting spirit of the competitors, the sweet aroma of snacks wafting through the air, and the pulsing vibrations of the ground beneath him. Lin Mo spoke of a realm that seemed to subtly brush against the edges of understanding. At that moment, a focal battle on the main stage captivated everyone's attention. Sun Wukong versus a renowned martial artist from the Northern Galaxy, Kira. The match escalated into a fierce confrontation right from the outset. Sun Wukong, as if strolling through a garden, effortlessly evaded Kira's tempestuous onslaught, occasionally offering remarks. Good speed. If you concentrate your strength a bit more, it would be even better. This elicited bursts of laughter from the audience. Infuriated, Kira unleashed his full power, executing his ultimate technique, the Galaxy 100 Cracks Fist, with countless fist shadows raining down like meteors upon Sun Wukong. Be careful, Mr. Wukong, Xiao exclaimed. In the VIP box, Krillin and others held their breath. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and in an instant, his body vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared like a phantom behind Kira, having traversed the dense barrage of punches. So fast, Piccolo murmured. Instantaneous movement. Krillin gasped. Sun Wukong grinned widely, lightly tapping Kira's nape with his right hand. Kira's massive form instantly stiffened before collapsing softly to the ground. The victor is Sun Wukong. The crowd erupted in cheers. Instantaneous movement. This miraculous display ignited the audience's fervor. Wow, Mr. Wukong is amazing. Xiao jumped up in excitement. Xiao Lang's eyes widened, filled with shock and intense fighting spirit. Instantaneous movement. Could this be the speed of a top-tier warrior? Xiao LV was also mesmerized, forgetting the melon in his hand. Amidst the waves of astonishment and admiration, Lin Mo, seated in the spectator area of the Salted Fish Dojo, seemed awakened by the uproar. He languidly removed his sunglasses, rubbed his bleary eyes, yawned, and glanced towards the main stage. Oh, has it ended? He lazily picked up his popcorn whirlwind cup, scooped a generous bite into his mouth, and mumbled, The use of instantaneous movement was decent, though the timing felt a bit contrived, wasting some energy. However, he contentedly chewed the crispy popcorn and sweet cream, narrowing his eyes in pleasure. When watching the match, it's all about enjoying oneself. The snacks are delightful. The crowd marveled at his unique and unbothered perspective. Chapter 45. The Draw for the Top 8. A preordained duel. The smoke of the preliminary matches finally dissipated, and the dust settled. After several rounds of intense, and occasionally bizarre, competition, those who stood upon the stage of the top 8 in the world's martial arts tournament were all formidable warriors of remarkable renown, or those who had made an astonishing breakthrough. As the tournament's MC passionately announced the list of the top 8, the atmosphere in the venue reached its zenith. 1. Sun Wukong, Guardian of Earth, Saiyan, last champion. Strength unfathomable. 2. Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, a solitary warrior, possessing devastating power. 3. Piccolo, Namekian, once a demon king, a fusion of wisdom and strength. 4. Krillin, Earth's strongest human, experienced and skilled. 5. Tianjin Fan, a prodigy of the Three-Eyed Clan, inheritor of the 4 demon fists and chi cannon. 6. Sun Wufan, a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling, endowed with extraordinary talent and limitless potential. 7. Little Wolf of the Salted Fish Dojo, a master of the pinpoint acupuncture style, dazzling everyone with agility and control. 8. Little Green of the Salted Fish Dojo, a lucky star who collapsed the arena, or a master of nature, hidden beneath the surface. As the last 2 names were announced, especially with the prefix of the Salted Fish Dojo resounding, the audience erupted into an unprecedented wave of cheers, whistles, and good-natured laughter. The chant of Salted Fish Dojo, echoed through the venue. Little Wolf and Little Green had become the hottest topics and the biggest dark horses of this martial arts tournament. The 8 competitors ascended the main stage, lined up in a row under the gaze of thousands. Sun Wukong waved to the audience with a radiant smile. Vegeta crossed his arms, chin slightly raised. With a disdainful gaze as if he looked down upon the mere mortals, Piccolo wore a stern expression, while Krillin and Tianjin Fan appeared serious. Wufan seemed a bit shy. Little Wolf stood tall, with sharp eyes, striving to maintain his cool persona, while Little Green huddled closely behind Little Wolf, revealing only half of her body, her leaves nervously curling. Next came the exhilarating draw for the top 8. A colossal, transparent lottery box, shimmering with technological brilliance, was pushed onto the stage. Inside floated 8 energy spheres, each engraved with the names of the contestants. The enthusiastic host proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that determines destinies has arrived. Who among these elite fighters will face the strongest opponent in the next round? Who will be fortunate enough to hold the key to the semifinals? Let's await the outcome." The audience held its breath in anticipation. The first to draw was Sun Wukong. He casually thrust his hand into the box and pulled out an energy sphere. The host took the sphere and announced loudly, "The opponent of contestant Sun Wukong is Tianjin Fan." Tianjin Fan's expression sharpened, fierce determination igniting within his 3 eyes. "Wukong, at last, I have the chance to battle you with all my might." Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Tianjin Fan, please go easy on me." The second to draw was Vegeta. With a cold snort, he nonchalantly grabbed a sphere without even glancing. The host's voice carried an unusual tone. "The opponent of contestant Vegeta is Little Green of the Salted Fish Dojo." The audience erupted in astonishment. "Oh my heavens! Vegeta against Little Green? It's over. Poor Little Green is truly doomed. Prince Vegeta, please show mercy. Little Green is so adorable. This draw is too cruel." Upon hearing her name linked with Vegeta's, Little Green's entire body stiffened, and then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she swiftly darted behind Little Wolf, leaving only a few trembling leaves exposed, emitting faint whimpers. No, please, it's terrifying. So terrifying." The young wolf's expression darkened, instinctively positioning himself to shield the Little Green one behind him. His gaze was sharp as a blade, unwavering in the face of the cold, murderous contempt emanating from Vegeta on the arena. It felt as if invisible sparks of electricity crackled in the air. In the VIP box, Xiaoya covered her mouth in astonishment. "Oh my, Little Green." Bulma furrowed her brow, remarking, "This draw is terribly unfavorable for the little one." Krillin expressed his concern. "Vegeta won't show any mercy." Meanwhile, Goku scratched his head in confusion. Little Green against Vegeta? Vegeta, go easy on him." Android 18 raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she continued to nibble on snacks. Vegeta observed the young wolf's protective stance and unyielding gaze, a cruel, icy smirk playing on his lips as he silently mouthed a few words. "First, I'll take down your precious green ball." The young wolf's fist clenched instantly, knuckles cracking audibly, as a ferocious aura threatened to erupt uncontrollably. The will to protect burned fiercely within his chest. The draw continued. The third contender, Piccolo, was matched against Krillin. The fourth, Gohan, drew the last name. The young wolf from the Fishy Dojo? A resounding roar swept through the crowd. Gohan versus the young wolf. The brilliant hybrid Saiyan against the master of pressure point techniques. This year's quarterfinals were exceedingly captivating. The Fishy Dojo was beset by misfortune, one facing the prince, the other facing Gohan. Upon hearing that Gohan was his opponent, the young wolf paused momentarily, only for a surge of fierce fighting spirit to ignite in his eyes. Gohan, Mr. Goku's son, the exceptionally gifted youth who trained in the temple. This was an invaluable opportunity to test his own strength. Though Vegeta's threat to Little Green ignited a fire within him, the prospect of facing Gohan equally stirred his blood. Gohan, noticing the young wolf, offered a gentle yet earnest smile. "Senior brother Shaolin, I look forward to our match." He held a favorable impression of this resolute senior he had met at the Fishy Dojo. The final matchups crystallized on the massive screen. Upper bracket, Goku versus Tien Shinhan. Fishy Dojo's Little Green versus Vegeta. Lower bracket, Piccolo versus Krillin. Fishy Dojo's Young Wolf versus Gohan. A fateful confrontation had taken shape. The draw concluded, and the contestants exited the stage. The audience buzzed with chatter, akin to a relentless tsunami, with the spotlight undeniably on the two highly discussed matchups. Vegeta versus Little Green, a potential overwhelming domination, and the Young Wolf versus Gohan, the rising dark horse against the talented hybrid. In the Fishy Dojo spectator area, Xiaoya clutched the still trembling Little Green tightly, offering incessant reassurances. "Little Green, don't be afraid. We'll concede when the time comes." Vegeta wouldn't dare go wild in the arena. despite her own wavering confidence. Meanwhile, the young wolf stood at the edge of the stands, gazing solemnly towards the contestant passage. His opponent was Gohan. He had to give it his all. Yet, what truly gnawed him was the thought of Little Green. He could not allow Vegeta to harm him. However, within the confines of the arena and its rules, how could he intervene? Lin Mo had unknowingly risen to a seated position, his sunglasses pushed up to his forehead. He gazed at the blinding match schedule displayed on the screen, then glanced at his anxious disciples, his habitual expression of indifference softening slightly. He picked up the last piece of the Victory Goddess pastry from the coffee table, savoring it slowly, as if relishing the intricate sweetness and the faint energy imbued within. Little Green, he suddenly spoke, his voice low, yet possessing a peculiar penetrating quality that compelled the trembling Little Green to lift his gaze. Lin Mo regarded the boy's wide, fearful eyes, a lazy yet inscrutable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Remember, your opponent is not that hot-headed Saiyan prince. He licked the icing from his lips. His tone is casual, as if discussing the weather. Your adversary is the arena itself, the ground beneath your feet, the winds in the air, the sound from the audience. And even yourself. Little Green blinked in bewilderment. In the forest, there are 1,000 ways. Lin Mo stood, stretching lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoing lightly. Vegeta, huh? Does he fancy himself a lumberjack? He turned his gaze towards the main stage, his sunglasses sliding back down to obscure his eyes. Alas, he is but a rusty axe. As for Little Wolf, he patted the boy's tense shoulders. Gohan is a formidable opponent. Fight well, and do not overthink. Protection does not stem from recklessness. With that, he reclined back into his comfortable lounge chair, pulling down his sunglasses as if his previous words had never been uttered. Bulma, we're out of juice. Xiaoya, will the new snacks be ready? Watching the match is quite exhausting. His languid voice resounded once more. Little Wolf and Little Green exchanged glances, their anxiety and fear seemingly dissipating under Lin Mo's cryptic yet oddly reassuring words. Little Green's trembling subsided, and Little Wolf's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. A storm was brewing, yet their languid mentor appeared to remain comfortably ensconced in his chair. The quarterfinals were about to commence, amidst countless expectations, worries, and Vegeta's frigid intent to kill. Chapter 46, The Quarterfinals. The Guardian's Fist vs. The Hybrid Prodigy, Part 1. At this moment, the main stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament seemed to transform into the very center of the universe. Sunlight poured over the ancient stone floor, the air thick with dust, sweat, and a hint of elusive sweetness from the pastries. The audience was packed to capacity, their roars echoing like a tidal wave, nearly lifting the venue's ceiling. The colossal electronic screen flickered with the matchup information. Little Wolf of the Lazy Fish Dojo versus Son Gohan. Taking a deep breath, Little Wolf stepped onto the stage, his muscles taut beneath his black training uniform, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's, locked onto the gentle figure of the boy standing opposite him. Gohan, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his clear eyes filled with seriousness and respect, slightly bowed. Senior brother Little Wolf, I look forward to your guidance. Please, Little Wolf replied in a solemn tone. In the absence of superfluous chatter, a weighty spirit of combat clashed silently. Within the VIP box, the atmosphere was equally tense. Xiaoya clasped her hands together, anxiously fixing her gaze upon the arena. Come on, Brother Xiaolang. Gohan, you can do it. Bulma, Krillin, Tien, and Android 18 held their breaths in anticipation. Rarely did Sun Wukong relinquish his jovial demeanor. His eyes now bore a focused intensity. Vegeta stood in a corner, arms crossed, exuding disdain, yet his gaze remained fixed on stage. Piccolo, arms folded, exhibited a piercing gaze. Lin Mo lounged in his exclusive recliner, the sunglasses obscuring his eyes, but the energy pastry in his hand was being crushed into an odd shape. With a swift motion, the referee signaled, "The match begins." Xiao Lang was the first to strike. Fully aware of Gohan's extraordinary talents, he aimed to seize the initiative. In an instant, his figure became a blur, leaving behind a phantom as he launched himself at Gohan like an arrow released from a bow. The speed surpassed that of the preliminary rounds. So fast, Krillin exclaimed. Gohan's eyes narrowed, yet he remained unflustered. He shifted his feet, his body swaying gracefully like willow catkins in the wind, deftly evading Xiao Lang's concentrated punch. His movements flowed seamlessly, imbued with an unexpected composure for his age. With a missed blow, Xiao Lang's onslaught surged forth. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees transformed into a barrage of shadows, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. raining down upon Gohan. Each strike was imbued with force, targeting vital points and joints. Yet, Gohan's responses were nothing short of exemplary. It was as if he could foresee Xiao Lang's every assault, maneuvering with minimal movement yet astonishing efficiency. Xiao Lang's cunning pressure point techniques were consistently thwarted at the last moment by Gohan's palms, forearms, or subtle evasion. The sound of fists and feet clashing resonated like a rapid drumbeat. Gohan's foundation was remarkably solid. Tien marveled, having wholly inherited the virtues of both Wukong and Piccolo. Xiao Lang's attacks were fierce, yet they seemed to lack that crucial edge. Krillin frowned. In the arena, Xiao Lang's apprehension grew with each exchange. Gohan resembled a boundless abyss. No matter how violently he unleashed his strength, it was silently absorbed and neutralized. The rhythm of his attacks was entirely dictated by Gohan. Several attempts to unleash the Guardian Fist were preemptively interrupted by Gohan, who responded with greater speed and precision. Damn it, Xiao Lang roared inwardly. The warrior blood of the Saiyan igniting, a tempest of power threatening to burst forth beyond control. At that moment, Gohan's gaze sharpened, seizing upon a minuscule opening in Xiao Lang's exhausted state. Be careful, brother, Gohan shouted, his right fist swiftly gathering a gentle yet overwhelming energy, not a killing blow, but as swift as lightning, aimed directly at Xiao Lang's midsection, executing the Turtle School's foundational technique. Simplifying complexity, returning to the essence. This seemingly unremarkable punch locked down all avenues of evasion for Xiao Lang, embodying Gohan's perfect understanding of force, timing, and angle. This is bad. Xiao Lang's pupils dilated. There was no escaping it. To take it head-on? With Gohan's strength, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. A tempest of fury surged to his head. He was on the verge of relinquishing control, ready to clash with sheer force. Yet at this critical moment, visions of the vegetable garden and salted fish bay surged through his mind, accompanied by the timid figure of Little Green, the expectant gaze of Little Ya. In Lin Mo's words, that protection does not rely on recklessness. With a suppressed roar, the little wolf unleashed a low growl, not a wild abandonment of control, but a fierce compression of all his fury, unwillingness, fighting spirit, and the will to protect, converging like rivers returning to the sea. He did not choose to withstand the blow nor evade it completely. His body arched back an astonishing angle, while his arms crossed protectively over his chest. As a faint red energy swiftly coalesced before his arms into a minuscule, yet exceptionally solid, diamond-shaped energy shield. The nascent form of the Guardian's fist shield. Boom! Gohan's powerful punch struck the diminutive energy shield with undeniable force. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud that resonated like a heartbeat stalling. Crack! The minuscule energy shield was instantly riddled with fractures before shattering into oblivion. The little wolf felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. His body propelled away from the ground by the immense force. Yet, he held his arms firmly crossed over his chest, redirecting most of the impact downward. With a thunderous crash, the little wolf's body slammed against the edge of the arena, fracturing the hard stone floor into a spiderweb of cracks. A metallic taste filled his throat, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, while his arms throbbed with excruciating pain, as if his bones might splinter. Nevertheless, he stood firm. He had not been knocked off the stage. He had not lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was astonished by the instantaneous exchange of offense and defense. In the VIP box, Krillin sprang to his feet. He blocked it. That level of attack. Tien's 3 eyes widened in disbelief. To compress power to the utmost for instantaneous defense. What remarkable control. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, little wolf. Well done. Vegeta snorted dismissively, yet a subtle ripple of acknowledgement passed through his gaze. Piccolo gave a slight nod. To unleash the will to protect in the face of despair. Forcefully compressing power to form a defense. Such resolve and control are truly rare. Little Ya covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. Senior brother Little Wolf, Lin Mo, concealed behind his sunglasses, seemed to curve his lips into the faintest of smiles as he sipped his juice. In the arena, Gohan retracted his fist, observing the little wolf struggling to rise from the rubble. Blood at his lips, yet his eyes shining brighter and more resolute than ever, eliciting genuine admiration and a hint of remorse on his face. Senior brother, are you all right? I'm sorry for earlier. I'm fine. The little wolf wiped the blood from his lips, shaking his numb and tingling arms, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. Gohan, you are strong. But it's not over yet. He took a deep breath. The force of his will to protect, forcefully compressed and nearly explosive within him, did not dissipate. Rather, amidst the pain and the success of his earlier defense, it became even more refined and tamed. Bring on. The little wolf adopts a stance markedly different from his earlier demeanor. Gone is the restlessness, replaced by an unwavering steadiness akin to that of a steadfast boulder. Gohan's gaze grows more serious. Very well. Senior brother, please instruct me. In the first round of their clash, although the little wolf finds himself at a disadvantage, he successfully maintains his ground on the arena, steadfastly adhering to his principles. Yet, the true contest has only just begun. Chapter 47, The Quarterfinals. The Guardian's Fist versus the Hybrid Prodigy, Part 2. As the dust upon the stage gradually dissipates, it reveals the little wolf, slightly disheveled, yet brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. The blood at the corner of his mouth is a stark contrast, and though his arms tremble slightly, his gaze emanates an astonishing brilliance, reminiscent of tempered steel. Gohan, standing opposite him, feels the warmth in his eyes being replaced by gravity. He senses the transformative aura surrounding the little wolf. A resilience forged from a wild will into a protective bastion. Be careful, senior brother. Gohan no longer holds back. His figure flickers, and his aura surges dramatically. His speed escalates instantaneously. No longer does he merely evade with ease. He now assumes the offensive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gohan's silhouette seems to split into three, attacking the little wolf from various angles simultaneously. The Phantom Fist. The speed is unparalleled. The little wolf's pupils constrict, his mind sharpening in focus. He does not attempt to discern the true form amidst the illusions. Time does not permit such deliberation. Memories of being pursued by the virtual Goku flood his mind. Feel. Perception does not rely on sight. The languid guidance of Lin Mo echoes in his ears. With a sudden resolve, the little wolf shuts his eyes, concentrating all his senses on the flow of energy, the vibrations in the air, and the subtle feedback from the ground beneath his feet. Whoosh, whoosh. Two gusts of wind rush past him from either side. They are mere phantoms. Straight ahead, the most substantial aura. That is the true form. Huh. The little wolf bellows, no longer retreating, but instead confronting the oncoming attack head-on, his fists crashing forward simultaneously. This time, the faint crimson energy coalescing around his fists is no longer scattered. It resembles two searing brands, infused with an unyielding spirit of guardianship, as they collide fiercely with the incoming shadow of Gohan's punch. The Guardian's fist strikes. Boom! The fists collide. A tempest of energy erupts, centered around the two combatants. The arena floor fractures beneath them. The little wolf stifles a groan, staggered back several steps, his arms aflame with pain. Yet, Gohan too is momentarily shaken by the force of this concentrated will and strength. His advance momentarily halted. Effective. A surge of joy fills the little wolf's heart. Although the disparity in power remains vast, he has discovered a means to resist. Concentrate. Channel all will and strength into a singular point, to pierce through the expanse. A flash of brilliance ignites in Gohan's eyes. What formidable willpower! Senior brother, you have truly impressed me. He abandons the strategy of overwhelming speed, instead adopting a methodical approach, his aura dense and profound. Each punch and kick is steeped in rich, pure energy, surging forth like relentless waves crashing against the shore, continuously assailing the little wolf. The little wolf grits his teeth, urging his guardian spirit to its pinnacle. He executes the Jerry-style evasion taught by Lin Mo to its utmost limit, skillfully navigating through the torrent of Gohan's attacks, mindful of the fractured ground beneath him that affects his footing. Each time he found himself unable to evade, he summoned that minuscule yet remarkably resilient shield of protection to withstand the onslaught. Bang, 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 boom. The arena was engulfed in a tempest of energy. With shards of stone flying through the air, the young wolf stood like a rock amidst a furious sea, submerged time and again, yet persistently resurfacing. His arms were already numb, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his training uniform tattered, revealing bruised and battered flesh. Yet the flame in his eyes never flickered. Rather, it blazed more fervently under the immense pressure. Each block, each moment of resistance, honed his protective fist further, granting him a more refined control over his power. Brother Wolf, Xiaoya wept in the private box, her heart clenching tightly. Keep going. Hold on. Clint could not help but shout. Sun Wukong's expression was grave, filled with admiration. Remarkable. This determination is rarer than strength. Vegeta's face darkened. He had not anticipated that this farm boy could endure for so long under Gohan's relentless assault. Growing braver with each passing moment, that infernal will to protect irritated him immensely. Piccolo's eyes glimmered with a green light, or refined strength. Lin Mo's path, though peculiar, is indeed effective. Lin Mo remained reclined, sunglasses shielding his face, seemingly asleep. Yet the crumpled snack in his hand betrayed a facade of tranquility. The battle on the arena escalated to a fever pitch. Gohan, having failed to break through, finally unleashed a greater power. His aura surged once more, enveloped in a faint golden glow, not yet transformed into Super Saiyan, yet at his peak state. Speed and strength skyrocketed once again. Brother, the final move, Gohan declared solemnly, hands drawn to his waist, palms facing each other, as a highly concentrated blue energy wave rapidly took shape. Magic flash. Although he controlled its power, the compressed energy still sent shivers down the spine. Come on. The young wolf, drenched in blood, faced Gohan without a hint of fear. He understood he could neither evade nor withstand entirely. The only way was to, just as before, gather all his strength and indomitable will into a single point for the final defense. He frantically compressed all remaining energy within him, alongside that unyielding will to protect, consolidating it into his right fist. Instantly, his entire right arm was enveloped in a rich, almost tangible dark red energy. This energy was no longer wild. It bore a terrifying weight, as solid as a mountain and as profound as the abyss. The Guardian Fist, the ultimate bastion. The young wolf charged towards Gohan's magic flash, not retreating, but advancing, his right fist, concentrated with all his power, striking like a cannonball towards the blue orb of light. This was not a clash of brute force. Rather, it aimed to redirect and guide that destructive energy to safeguard the boundary behind him. Boom! The dark red fist collided with the blue magic flash in a cataclysmic explosion. A blinding light instantaneously enveloped the entire arena. A deafening roar of the explosion swept across the venue. The sturdy arena floor was torn asunder like paper, upheaving. Smoke billowed upwards like a mushroom cloud. The entire venue was plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on the center of the arena, shrouded in smoke and turbulent energy. As the brilliance and dust gradually dissipated, a massive, deep pit emerged. Gohan stood at the edge of the pit, breathing heavily. His martial arts uniform was somewhat tattered, yet he was largely unscathed. His gaze was complex as he observed the depths of the pit. At the bottom, the little wolf knelt on one knee, his right arm hanging limply, the entirety of his training attire having been completely torn apart, his skin charred and marred with cracks and blood, clearly having suffered severe injuries. He coughed violently, each spasm bringing forth blood-stained froth. Nevertheless, he braced himself with his left hand against the ground, refusing to collapse. His head was defiantly held high. He remained on the arena. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers filled with reverence. Little wolf, little wolf, little wolf, so resilient. Even in defeat, he shines with honor. Shinyu Dojo, well done. The referee rushed in to assess Little Wolf's injuries, then announced loudly, Son Gohan is the victor. However, Little Wolf was neither knocked out nor thrown from the ring. He fought until the very last moment. Let us offer our applause to this tenacious warrior. The applause thundered on, relentless. In the VIP section, Xiaoya was in tears. Krillin, Tien, and others stood respectfully. Goku clapped vigorously. Incredible. Little Wolf. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Yet his gaze lingered momentarily on Little Wolf's charred right arm. Piccolo's eyes reflected a hint of acknowledgement. Lin Mo finally removed his sunglasses. Gazing at the stubborn figure with head held high at the bottom of the pit, a genuine smile of approval gracing his lips. He picked up his communicator and lazily sent a message to the Dragon Ball Warriors happy group. Lin Mo, Little Wolf, well done. You haven't brought shame to your master. When you return, let Xiao Lu treat you, and perhaps add a chicken leg. Little Wolf, with the assistance of the staff, struggled to stand, despite the excruciating pain and the near loss of feeling in his right arm. The resounding applause and the message in the group filled him with an indescribable warmth and pride. He broke into a bloodied yet radiant smile. The path of guardianship had taken a solid step forward. The name of Shinyu Dojo resonated throughout this battle of honor, despite the defeat. Chapter 48, The Quarterfinals. Nature's Domain versus Absolute Power. The remnants of the fierce and spectacular battle between Little Wolf and Gohan still lingered, and the fervent atmosphere in the venue had yet to subside when a chill of coldness and a sense of foreboding swept across the main arena like an icy tide. The electronic screen blared the glaring matchup. Shinyu Dojo's Xiao Lu versus Vegeta. The clamor of the audience instantly diminished by several decibels, replaced by an oppressive tension and sympathy. Few held hope for this confrontation. The disparity in strength was as vast as a chasm. At the entrance of the contestant passage, Little Green clutched tightly onto the uninjured left leg of Little Wolf, who was being supported. His small frame trembled like leaves falling in an autumn breeze, curling tightly as he emitted a faint whimper. "Brother, no, don't go, it's terrifying." Little Wolf gently patted the top of Little Green's head with his left hand. His voice hoarse, yet resolute. "Do not be afraid, Little Green. Remember Master S words. Your opponent is not him. It is the arena, the air, the earth. And most importantly, it is yourself." Despite his own overwhelming anxiety, Lin Mo's words became a solitary source of reassurance in that moment. "Little Green, stay strong. If you cannot win, concede. Safety first." Xiaoya, with reddened eyes, stood beside them, encouraging him while tightly clutching a calming fruit, seemingly eager to hand it to Little Green. Vegeta's figure had already appeared on the opposite side of the ring. He stood with his arms crossed, chin slightly raised, coldly gazing down at the trembling Little Green, a cruel and disdainful smirk gracing his lips. An intangible yet palpable aura of terror surged forth, suffocating the spectators near the arena. "Greenball, come forth and meet your demise." Vegeta's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the venue, imbued with an undeniable command and murderous intent. Little Green flinched at the sound, his entire body stiffening in fear. Yet, amidst the worried gazes of Little Wolf and Xiaoya, and under the weight of the impending dread, a flicker of defiance, born from the instinct of survival, ignited within him. Like a stubborn firefly in the darkness, he did not wish to be a burden any longer. He yearned to prove himself, releasing his grip on Little Wolf. Little Green moved forward onto the stage, each step heavy and laborious. His body trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. He kept his head lowered, too fearful to meet Vegeta's gaze. A profound silence enveloped the audience, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing. In the VIP box, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Xiaoya's nails dug into her palm. Bulma furrowed her brow. Krillin and Shinhan wore expressions of concern. And Goku had wiped the smile from his face, his demeanor now serious. Piccolo's eyes were fixed intently on Little Green, while Lin Mo remained reclined, sunglasses obscuring his face. Yet his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair. Android 18 cast a cold glance at the bloodthirsty Vegeta, then at the diminutive green figure on the stage, before taking a bite of a Frost Guardian. The referee, sensing the heart-stopping aura, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead but steeled himself to announce, "The match begins." As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta's figure vanished like a specter. No probing, no words wasted. He aimed to crush this annoying green ball and the reputation of the Salty Fish Dojo with the most brutal and overwhelming force. A piercing shriek split the air as it was torn apart. Vegeta's form suddenly materialized before Little Green. His speed was such that even his afterimage was nearly imperceptible. A fist enveloped in deep blue energy, bearing destructive power akin to a falling star, hurtled towards Little Green's defenseless body. That punch was potent enough to reduce steel to dust. Little Green, Xiaoya, and Xiaoling simultaneously let out piercing screams. The audience erupted in terrified cries. Everyone shut their eyes. It was over. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to make contact with Xylv's body, an extraordinary turn of events occurred. With a heart-wrenching scream, Xylv unleashed a desperate cry not of fear, but of instinctual survival. In response to the imminent threat of death, its tiny form erupted with an unprecedented, resplendent emerald glow. This was not mere fury, but a pure manifestation of vital energy. Boom! At its center, the very ground of the arena instantaneously softened and collapsed, swirling like quicksand. Simultaneously, countless robust, deep green vines, glistening with a metallic sheen, burst forth from the ground as if released from slumber, intertwining wildly to form a thick, resilient shield of vines, standing resolutely before Xylv. Moreover, Within the confines of the arena, the air thickened, becoming viscous like mercury. Countless minuscule, paralyzing pollen spores materialized out of thin air, suffusing the atmosphere. The ground was alive with slick, luminescent moss burgeoning in vast patches. Vegeta's earth-shattering punch crashed against the vine shield. Crack, crack, boom. The sturdy vines crumbled like paper under the force of absolute power, splintering into fragments. Yet, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming, layered upon each other. Vegeta's devastating blow was inexorably absorbed and delayed by this formidable shield of entwined vines, reducing its impact by over 70%. When his fist finally pierced through the vine shield, its speed had significantly diminished, and its might was greatly diminished. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Xyl's diminutive body was sent hurtling through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest, arcing gracefully before crashing heavily onto the far edge of the arena, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The radiant glow surrounding it dimmed instantaneously. Its tiny form curled up, leaf-charred and curled, clearly injured and breathing faintly. However, it had not been obliterated. It had not been reduced to mere fragments. It still lived. It remained upon the arena. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixed, astonished, upon the chaotic scene in the arena. A massive crater, the point of Vegeta's landing, the shattered ground, the remnants of broken vines, the pervasive paralyzing pollen, the slick luminescent moss, and that distant curled-up petite green figure. Vegeta stood rooted in place, maintaining his striking pose, his fist hovering before the shattered vines. The cruel smirk on his face froze, replaced by an incredulous astonishment and a flicker of offended rage. He, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, had unleashed his full power in a punch, only to be thwarted by a mere green orb with almost zero battle power, shielded by a bewildering array of vines and muck. Though he had sent it flying, it was a far cry from the instant obliteration he had envisioned. Damn it! Vegeta's roar echoed like a wounded beast, resonating through the heavens. The deep blue aura erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a more terrifying killing intent that sent tremors throughout the entire venue. Filthy insect! I shall obliterate you along with this wretched arena, reducing it to atoms. Vegeta was consumed by fury, raising his hands high as a sphere of destructive energy coalesced into form, rapidly expanding into a blinding beam. He intended to annihilate the arena indiscriminately, along with that green sphere that had brought him such humiliation. Vegeta, stop! Goku shouted anxiously from the VIP box. The referee was paralyzed with fear, while the audience erupted into terrified screams. In this critical moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the arena. We concede. We concede. Xiaoya's desperate voice rang out through the loudspeaker. Simultaneously, the referee scrambled to reach the small green figure, exerting every ounce of strength to shout. The contestant Xiao LV has lost the ability to fight. Contestant Vegeta wins. The match is over. Cease all attacks immediately. The blinding beam in Vegeta's hands flickered ominously as his face turned pale with rage, his eyes frantically scanning the curled-up figure and the referee who had declared the end. His chest heaved violently. Ultimately, constrained by the anxious gazes of Goku and others, and the rules of the match, he reluctantly unleashed the gathered energy, hurling the blinding beam into the sky with a fierce outburst. Boom! The colossal blue sphere soared into the clouds, bursting open and transforming into an energy storm that enveloped the heavens. The terrifying pressure rendered the faces of all present pale. After the storm, Vegeta's expression darkened, his gaze icy as it sliced through the stands of the Salted Fish Dojo, finally landing a fierce glare at Lin Mo, who lounged in a chair. Before vanishing from the arena, on the stage, only the remnants of the ravaged battlefield remained, along with the small green figure curled in a corner, carefully surrounded by medical personnel. In its own way, Xiao LV, amidst the overwhelming power, had defended its life and dignity, leaving an indelible impact despite its crushing defeat. The realm of nature had begun to reveal its prowess. Chapter 49. Aftershocks and the warmth of the dojo. Vegeta's cathartic beam dissipated slowly above the martial arts arena, leaving behind a silence filled with the haunting echoes of survival. The audience, pale and gasping for breath, had truly felt the threat of death in that moment. On the stage, medical personnel carefully lifted the unconscious Xiao LV on a specially designed stretcher. Its small body was marred by bruises and burns, several leaves singed and curled. yet its breath remained faint but steady. Xiaoya, with tear-stained eyes, closely followed the stretcher, clutching tightly to the unoffered tranquil fruit. Little Wolf, disregarding his own injuries, leaned on his left hand and limped behind, his gaze fixed on Xiao LV, filled with guilt and worry. In the stands of the Salted Fish Dojo, the atmosphere was heavy. Lin Mo finally rose from his reclined position, tossing his sunglasses carelessly onto the coffee table. The usual nonchalance on his face had vanished, replaced by a calm, icy demeanor. He cast a glance at the small green figure being carried away, then turned his gaze towards the direction in which Vegeta had vanished, his eyes reflecting a profound depth, betraying no emotion. Bulma. He picked up the communicator, his voice calm and unruffled. Please arrange for the finest medical room and regeneration pod. Bill it to my account. Lin Mo, thank you. Little Green, rest well. You performed admirably. Upon returning to the dojo, S Garden, I shall double your space, he added, a hint of affection in his tone. Received. Rest assured, the little 1's vital signs are stable, though he has expended considerable energy and requires recuperation. The medical team is already in position, Bulma replied. Krillin. Little Green is truly remarkable. That rascal Vegeta. Goku, Vegeta has gone too far. Is Little Green all right? Tien. That instantaneous control over the environment is nothing short of miraculous. Little Green's potential is limitless. Yamcha. That guy Vegeta is becoming increasingly unhinged. Android 18, Lin Montag. Please allocate 1/3 of today's earnings from the snack shop to buy nutrients for the little one. Piccolo. The eruption and application of that life energy is worthy of study. Little Green, recover well. Vegeta did not appear in the group chat, his avatar shrouded in a desolate crimson. The medical staff carefully placed Little Green into the top-tier medical room arranged by Bulma. The gentle glow of the regeneration pod enveloped his small body, mending his wounds. Xiaoya remained steadfastly by the pod's side. Meanwhile, Xiao Wolf was forcibly restrained on a nearby hospital bed, receiving treatment for his injured arm. Observing the tranquil Little Green within the regeneration pod, his clenched fists gradually relaxed. Yet the flames of anger in his eyes remained unextinguished. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Xiao Wolf murmured, his voice hoarse. It's not your fault. Senior brother, Xiaoya wiped her tears. Little Green is very brave. He protected himself. In the dead of night, the Shinyu dojo lay in silence, punctuated only by the chirping of insects in the healing garden. The lights in the medical room radiated softly. Lin Mo's figure appeared silently beside the regeneration pod. He waved away the duty robot and stood alone outside the pod, gazing quietly at the sleeping Little Green within. The gentle glow illuminated his face, and his usually languid eyes now shimmered with an indescribable depth, as if containing the birth and demise of countless stars. He extended a finger, gently tapping the center of Little Green's brow through the transparent cover of the regeneration pod. A faint, barely perceptible emerald light, imbued with boundless vitality, quietly seeped into Little Green's body, akin to the purest essence of life. Inside the pod, Little Green's charred leaves began to regain their vibrant green sheen at a visible pace, and his weak breath grew steadier and longer. Well done, little one. Lin Mo's voice was low and gentle, imbued with a soothing power that spoke of the wisdom of the forest. You are beginning to understand. Sleep well. Upon awakening, you shall be even stronger. He withdrew his hand, the profound light fading away, returning to his usual languid demeanor. He cast a glance at the small wolf sleeping soundly on the adjacent bed, exhausted and injured, and then turned to observe the slumbering Xiaoya, who had dozed off beside the regeneration pod. Gently shaking his head, a hint of warmth crept to his lips. He approached the corner of the medical room, where uneaten snacks brought by Xiaoya lay. Picking up a piece of Victory Goddess dumpling, he took a bite, savoring the subtle sweetness imbued with heartfelt energy. As he moved to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, outside, the martial arts arena remained brilliantly illuminated, with the dazzling nightscape of the western capital in the distance. Vegeta, destruction. Lin Mo murmured under his breath, his gaze penetrating through the glass, as if he beheld a more profound universe, along with the cat that was about to awaken. The waters were becoming increasingly murky. He finished the dumpling in a few bites, brushing away the crumbs from his hands. After all, murky waters are ideal for fishing. Even a salted fish must occasionally flip over to bask in the sun. Stretching lazily, his figure seemed to meld into the shadows, silently vanishing from the medical room. The night at the Salted Fish Dojo returned to tranquility, yet an intangible force was quietly gestating within this stillness. The temperature of the dojo, having weathered a storm, felt all the more precious and warm. Chapter 50. Bulma's report and the angel's gaze. The clamor of the martial arts tournament had temporarily subsided. The shock of the top 8 matches, particularly the bout involving the small green fighter, continued to resonate. Discussions online were fervent, encompassing topics such as point strikes, collapsed rings, and natural domains, with Vegeta's flash cannon igniting explosive interest. The reputation of the Salted Fish Dojo peaked in an extraordinarily complex manner, eliciting admiration, sympathy, curiosity about its eccentric teachings, and condemnation of Vegeta's ferocity. Within the exclusive medical room of the Salted Fish Dojo, the atmosphere had calmed considerably. The glow of the regeneration pod operated steadily. The small green fighter was nearly healed, merely exhausted and still in slumber to recuperate. The small wolf's arm injury, aided by the Senzu beans, courtesy of Son Goku, and the life energy discreetly supplied by Lin Mo, was recovering well, bandaged up and engaged in rehabilitation exercises. Xiaoya had transformed into the most attentive nurse, occasionally wiping the leaves of the small green fighter, despite the regeneration pod's cleanliness, and delivering water and snacks to the small wolf, bustling with delight. Lin Mo reclined once more on his supreme salted fish throne, now relocated to the medical room's balcony, basking in the morning light with a cup of hot tea in hand, observing the healing garden below that was gradually regaining vitality, as if the events of the past few days had never occurred. Yet, beside him, the communicator lay with its screen persistently aglow, stuck on the group chat interface. Suddenly, the communicator vibrated vigorously. Dragon Ball Warriors joyful. Group chat. Bulma. Lin Mo. All members urgent. Shocking. A groundbreaking discovery. The ultimate analysis report on Xiaoya's snack emotional energy field, classified PDF, took 3 days and nights to complete. Combining the life energy explosion data from the small green fighters match and the energy field data from Xiaoya's snacks, I have finalized this ultimate analysis report. The results are enough to overturn our understanding of energy. Are you ready? The group chat was instantly inundated with, and sent it fast, messages. Bulma promptly shared the core summary of the report. Core summary of the report. 1. The essence as a source of energy. Confirmed. The unique energy field exhibited by Xiaoya's pastries and Xiaolu's arena explosion, tentatively named the Lingyun field, is driven not by traditional notions of qi or spiritual power, but rather by highly concentrated and pure emotional intent. Xiaoya conveys a profound sense of happiness while crafting her delicacies, and Xiaolu embodies the will to survive in dire circumstances. 2. Characteristics of the field. Intermateriality. The Lingyun field can attach itself to material objects, like pastries, while also independently influencing the environment, such as the arena's collapse and the growth of vines, even temporarily altering spatial structures, air viscosity, resonance, and amplification. This field can resonate with specific frequencies of life energy, Xiaolu, or mental fluctuations, the consumer, producing a subtle yet undeniable amplification effect, enhanced mental focus, brief cellular activation, and environmental responsiveness. Rule of affinity. Speculative data suggests that when the Lingyun field erupts, it induces extremely faint fluctuations in the arena's space, akin to a brief rewriting of permissions. Bulma boldly speculates that highly concentrated positive emotional intent may possess an unknown affinity with certain fundamental rules that constitute the universe. 3. Scientific significance. Bulma's exclamation, "This is the embryonic manifestation of emotional energy materialization." It serves as evidence of consciousness directly interfering with reality. Lin Mo, your theories on joyful teaching and the enjoyment of the process may indeed touch upon a higher dimensional force law that we are entirely oblivious to. This is 1,000 times more important than merely enhancing combat power. This is the gateway to a new realm. This astonishing report detonated like an information bomb within the group. Clin, wow. Consciousness interfering with reality. Emotional energy. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Brain overload. Sun Wukong, huh? Although I don't quite understand. Xiaoya's pastries can bring joy and strength, and Xiaolu can conjure vines for protection. That is impressive. Bulma is amazing. Tianjin fan. Speechless from shock. The power of emotion and will can manifest in such greatness? The path of martial arts is indeed vast. Bulma, please provide detailed data. Yamucha. So, if I eat more of Xiaoya's pastries, I can really enhance my charm? Obsessively, Piccolo, rule of affinity? In the ancient legends of Namek, the Grand Elder seemed to possess a similar blessing ability. Bulma, send me that report immediately. Android 18, Bulma, have you developed a theoretical enhancement model for the core energy conversion efficiency of the perpetual motion furnace? Xiaoya, we need to customize a batch of high-concentration, focused, intent pastries for the laboratory. Master Rashi, nosebleed, Xiaoya, beautiful girl. I can feel your intent. Son Gohan, this is astounding. Aunt Bulma, this will be a groundbreaking discovery in energy studies and life sciences. Congratulations. And congratulations to Xiaoya and Xiaolu as well. The ultimate shock of the academic elite. In the heart of the storm, Xiaoya stared at the incomprehensible jargon and explosive discussions within the group. Her cheeks flushed with confusion as she blinked in bewilderment. Spiritual harmony field? Rule affinity? I just wish to make delightful pastries and protect myself. Xiao Lang frowned as he gazed at the report, although he was not well versed in science. The concepts of emotional willpower transforming into strength and consciousness interfering with reality struck a deep chord within him. Wasn't his guardian fist a culmination of anger and the will to protect? At that moment, the most suppressed volcano within the group finally erupted. Vegeta exclaimed, Bulma, has your wretched machine contracted a virus? Or has your mind been corroded by that sickly, sweet rubbish? Emotion? Will? Rules? Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. Power is power. It is destruction. It is conquest. It is the absolute crushing of numerical superiority. Such trivial, cowardly psychological tricks cannot be deemed as strength. Lin Mo, look at what you have nurtured. Just like you, they are but worthless fools dabbling in these crooked ways. How many days remain in the 3-month wager? Clean your neck and wait. This king shall show you what true power is. Vegeta's fury threatened to shatter the screen. He could neither comprehend nor accept that the absolute power he had pursued and cherished throughout his life was belittled by Bulma's pile of data and the ethereal notions of emotion and will. This humiliation and anger surpassed even the moment when Xiao Lu had blocked his punch. He felt an urgent need to vent, to crush everything with absolute strength. Lin Mo leisurely picked up the communicator, observing Vegeta's fiery remarks. He glanced at the steadily breathing Xiao Lu in the medical pod and the rehabilitating Xiao Lang, revealing his signature, nonchalant and teasing smile. Vegeta, Lin Mo began, are you in a rush? This is what we call the power of knowledge, understand? Oh, I forgot. Your brain is filled only with muscle and battle statistics. It is only natural that such profound concepts elude you. Is your female attire ready? The pink one, adorned with lace and bows, I believe it complements your temperament splendidly. Accompanying this was an exceedingly extravagant image of a pink Lolita dress, embellished with rhinestones and feathers. By the way, Bulma, the report was quite commendable. I applaud your efforts. Xiaoya, Xiao Lu, splendid work. I shall host a celebration feast for you at the dojo, with an abundance of pastries. System notification, Vegeta's avatar instantly transformed into a blinding, supernova-like brilliance. The terrifying anger seemed to manifest as tangible flames burning within the virtual space. Vegeta shouted, Lin Mo, I shall kill you. Ultimate Flash Max Explosion Special Effect GIF, accompanied by a shared location. Coordinates of a gravity training room on the outskirts of West City. The group was instantly inundated with Vegeta's furious emojis and location, plunging into a chaotic uproar of mediation and gossip. Amidst this cacophony, far removed from Earth, beyond the mundane realm of the god of destruction, within the ancient, silent depths of the temple snore, zzz, the deep, resonant snores of the god of destruction, Beerus, abruptly ceased. Almost immediately, his curled body, ensconced within the blankets emblazoned with the insignia of destruction, stirred ever so slightly. A corner of the soft pillow covering his face slipped away, revealing his tightly shut eyes and the faint quivering of his nostrils. This time, the delicate yet distinct aroma, a blend of the warm sweetness of delightful confections, the steadfastness of indomitable will, and the refreshing vitality of nature, transcended the hazy perceptions of dreams, brushing against his slumbering divine consciousness with the gentleness of a feather. His eyelids, amidst the profound darkness, trembled with great difficulty. The long lashes, reminiscent of slumbering butterfly wings, gradually parted to reveal a narrow slit. A flash of deep purple light, seemingly imbued with the chaos and destruction of the universe's inception, flickered momentarily within that gap. Outside the temple, by the iridescent lake, the ever-quiet angel, Whis, almost simultaneously turned his head sharply as Beerus's eyelids quivered. His pale lavender eyes, seemingly filled with countless stars, widened in astonishment. His face no longer bearing a playful expression, but rather one of profound surprise and eager anticipation. "Oh dear," Whis murmured in his unique melodic tone, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. "Lord Beerus, have you finally been stirred by the ripples of intention emanating from the lower realms?" The crystal staff in his hand shone with an unprecedented brilliance, steadfastly pointing towards the azure planet known as Earth. A deep and enigmatic smile curved Wiss's lips. It appeared to be time to pay a visit to that intriguing dojo of the lazy fish and to that mentor, who seemed to truly relish life. Chapter 51. The Day of the Bed, a finger that shakes the universe. On the desolate surface of a lifeless planet, dead rock, fierce winds swept up rust-colored dust, emitting a wailing howl. This planet, deliberately chosen as the battleground and distance from any life-bearing star systems, was, at this moment, unusually lively. Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, the entire Z-Fighters had gathered. Bulma sat tensely on the floating observation platform with young Trunks, gripping the handrail tightly. The disciples of the Lazy Fish Dojo, Little Wolf, Little Green, and Little Ya, stood at the edge of the platform, shielded by Bulma's protective barrier. Little Wolf clenched his fists, muscles taut. Little Green nervously fiddled with the leaves, while Little Ya fixed her gaze on a figure in beach shorts and flip-flops in the distance, subconsciously clutching a freshly baked delicacy. The chat group for the Earth Lazy Fish Dojo exploded with messages like a cascading waterfall. The atmosphere within the group having already reached a fever pitch despite the vast distance of star systems. Krillin, Earth's strongest bald head, has begun. Prince Vegeta has transformed. The intensity is palpable even through the screen. Is everyone online? Yamcha, Wilderness Lone Wolf, I'm on site. My legs feel a bit wobbly. Vegeta has become even stronger than during the Namek saga. Master Roshi. Ah, the vigor of youth is indeed remarkable. Is Lin Mo still yawning? Bulma, don't be afraid, Trunks. Though her voice trembles. Lin Mo, if you dare let Vegeta harm my son, I will dismantle your pitiful dojo. Android 18. Krillin, make sure to record this clearly. I want to see it later. Vegeta in women's clothing? TSK, the image is too beautiful. Yamcha, Tien, do you really think Lin Mo can win? Vegeta is terrifying. Tien, he is unfathomable. Lin Mo has yet to reveal his true limits. In the center of the arena, Vegeta radiated a golden aura, crackling energy coursing wildly across his body, accompanied by explosive sounds. The overwhelming pressure of his Super Saiyan 2 form seemed to warp the very gravity of the planet. He fixated on Lin Mo, 100 meters away, who stood nonchalantly in the wind, appearing half asleep. Damn it, Kakarot. Vegeta's roar drowned out the howling wind, his golden eyes ablaze with battle intent and humiliation. And you insects, prepare to tremble beneath this absolute power. Lin Mo, he pointed fiercely at the languid figure. This was the moment of reckoning. I shall force you to don the most disgraceful attire and parade through the universe in shame. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes and yawned widely, the sea breeze seemingly lulling him further into drowsiness. How annoying, disturbing my peaceful dreams at this early hour. Hurry up and finish this. I need to catch up on my sleep. He dug at his ears, casting an impatient glance at Vegeta, then at the disciples on the observation platform, speaking as casually as if ordering food at a market. Hey, Vegeta, who do you want to fight? Little Wolf? Little Green? Or Little Ya? Choose one. Don't waste time. What? Vegeta's golden hair bristled in fury, his aura swelling dramatically, reducing the rocks beneath him to mere dust. Do not look down on me. My opponent is you. Only you. He was convinced Lin Mo intended to use his disciples as fodder to humiliate him. A fate more intolerable than outright defeat. Me? Lin Mo seemed to finally comprehend, scratching his messy hair in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be a sparring match between disciples? Well, fine, I'll play along. He extended his right hand, lazily raising a finger, shaking it at the furious Saiyan prince. Just one move. Hurry up, I'm tired. Vegeta was ignited with rage. A sense of humiliation he had never before experienced shattered his last semblance of reason. He ceased speaking, letting out a beastly roar, his hands converging at his waist. The golden energy surged like a supernova, compressing violently. The very light of the planet was consumed by this terrifying source of energy, plunging everything into darkness. The space warped. The earth groaned, and the watching Z-Fighters turned pale. Bulma clamped her hands tightly over Trunks' eyes. Ultimate flash, accompanied by a roar that tore through the void, a torrent of golden energy capable of piercing the stars and annihilating all. surged forth like a luminous spear from the dawn of the universe. It carried with it all of Vegeta's pride, fury, and strength, hurtling towards Lin Mo with a terrifying velocity that transcended light itself. Wherever it passed, the fabric of space was cleaved open, leaving behind a pitch-black chasm of nothingness from which even light could not escape. Master, Xiao Lang gasped in horror, instinctively attempting to rush forward, only to be halted by an invisible barrier. Mr. Lin Mo, Krillin cried out in shock. It's over. Yamcha closed his eyes in despair. Cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead as he fixated on the impending wave of destruction. Confronted with this world-ending strike, Lin Mo did not even lift his eyelids. He made no effort to adopt a defensive stance. Instead, he stood languidly in place, extending a seemingly powerless index finger toward the roaring, annihilative torrent of energy that could instantaneously vaporize the earth. With a gentle touch, time appeared to come to a standstill. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no annihilating clash of energies. The roaring, destructive golden torrent, upon making contact with Lin Mo's fingertip, was as if it had collided with an unfathomably tranquil cosmic ocean. All its fury, all its will to destroy, all physical laws crumbled before that singular point. Like a gentle stream encountering an insurmountable dam, the ultimate energy torrent astonishingly began to swirl around Lin Mo's fingertip, collapsing in on itself. That fearsome power, capable of obliterating planets, was forcibly bound and compressed by an incomprehensible force, its volume visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. In a mere breath, the cataclysmic energy torrent vanished, replaced by a small, shimmering sphere of energy, no larger than a ping-pong ball, rotating gracefully above Lin Mo's fingertip. It radiated brilliance, as if it contained a miniature galaxy, emanating a soft, yet heart-stirring glow. All traces of destruction dissipated, leaving only a pure and concentrated essence of energy. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the dead silence rock star, as if the wild winds held their breath. Vegeta maintained his stance, poised to unleash the ultimate attack, his pupils dilating in shock. The golden aura that once blazed around him extinguished in an instant, causing him to plummet from Super Saiyan 2 back to his normal state. He stared blankly at the small sphere of light on Lin Mo's fingertip, his mind devoid. His pride, his strength, the dignity he cherished as a Saiyan prince. Everything was ground to dust beneath that seemingly casual touch. He found himself utterly unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Lin Mo appeared to lose interest in the diminutive orb, flicking his finger as if brushing away dust. In an instant, the energy sphere, which encapsulated Vegeta's mightiest strike, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. Moments later, in the distant reaches of the universe, it silently detonated, blossoming into a magnificent and vibrant firework that, though muted in the vacuum, momentarily illuminated that expanse of starry domain. Well then, that concludes our encounter. Lin Mo retracted his hand and casually wiped it on his beach shorts, as if he had merely brushed away a small insect. Vegeta, remember to send the cross-dressing photos to the group. Oh, never mind, he said, glancing at Vegeta, who stood there in a daze, as if his soul had departed. With a dismissive wave, he continued, look at your expression of existential doubt. Let's skip that. Just treat me to a splendid seafood feast next time. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Mo's figure shimmered like ripples on water and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a Vegeta who stood there, utterly drained of spirit. Resembling a stone statue, alongside a group of spectators left speechless and mentally frozen in awe. In the earth, at the chat group of the Salty Fish Dojo, the information flow peaked at the moment Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash, only to come to a complete halt when Lin Mo condensed the energy sphere at his fingertips. The screen was blank, save for a cursor blinking forlornly. Everyone was rendered mute by this scene that transcended comprehension and overturned all common sense. Their minds roared, leaving only the image of that lightly tapping finger and the suspended star that encapsulated annihilation. Chapter 52, Ripples of Aftermath and the Awakening of the Divine. The profound silence of the dead silence rock star did not linger for long, yet the shock of the moment was etched deep into the souls of all present. Sun Wukong was the first to regain his senses, soaring to Vegeta's side without a trace of a victor's joy, only pure, almost numbed astonishment and an admiration for formidable power. Vegeta, are you all right? What was that just now? Vegeta offered no reply. He remained rigid, his golden eyes unfocused, his body trembling slightly. That finger, That glowing sphere replayed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. The power he once took pride in now felt as insignificant as dust in comparison to that finger. He could not even feel anger, only an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness, as if utterly crushed, rendering him incapable of even the thought of resistance. He forcefully shoved away Wukong's outstretched hand, emitting a low, unintelligible growl from his throat, a faint aura erupting around him as he turned and sped into the depths of the cosmos, leaving behind a lingering afterimage. He needed to escape this place immediately, to find a deserted realm where he could nurse his shattered pride, or perhaps succumb entirely. Vegeta, Bulma cried out, but Vegeta's figure had long vanished from sight. She looked at the terrified Trunks in her arms, then back at the still blank chat group screen. Her heart a tumult of emotions, worry, fear, and an indescribable reverence for Lin Mo's unfathomable power. Krillin and the others gathered around, their faces etched with shock and confusion. But that just happened, right? I wasn't dreaming, was I? Yamcha pinched himself hard, grimacing in pain. The ultimate flash was stopped by a single finger. Tien's 3 eyes widened in disbelief, his worldview shattered. Is he truly human? Piccolo's voice emerged low and hoarse, his green skin seemingly dulled. He prided himself on being the genius warrior of Namek, having witnessed the might of Super Saiyans. Yet what Lin Mo exhibited transcended all his comprehension of power. It was an embodiment of near-perfect order. Master, how extraordinary, murmured Xiao Lang, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration, yet beneath it lay an unwavering sense of direction. The energy within him surged tumultuously upon witnessing that miraculous scene, almost bursting forth, yet he forcibly restrained it, his body trembling slightly. Xiao Lu was entirely immersed in a wondrous perception. At the moment Lin Mo's fingertips grazed the torrent of energy, it felt as though the very flow of the universe came to a halt and transformed. Its perception of life energy seemed to have been forcibly expanded. Xiaoya gazed at the crushed snack in her hand, then at the place where Lin Mo had vanished, her face paling before a flush of excitement surged forth. From the previous spectacle, she seemed to have grasped an ineffable connection between energy and intention. Destruction God Realm. This is one of the pinnacles of the universe, where the concepts of time and space become indistinct. Endless nebulae slowly spiral in the void, emanating a serene and eternal glow. A magnificent temple hovers at the center of the nebula, exuding an ancient and imposing aura. Deep within the temple, on an enormous, incredibly comfortable divan, reclined a being resembling a purple, hairless cat, adorned in the garb of a god of destruction. Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, curled up in a long slumber. A faint snore echoed within the vast temple. Suddenly, the white-furred ears of Beerus twitched ever so slightly. In swift succession, his tightly shut, elongated purple pupils sprang open. An overwhelming divine aura, sufficient to make galaxies quiver, awakened like a dormant volcano, instantly filling the entire realm of destruction. The nebulae surrounding the temple seemed to freeze for an instant. The usual languor and irritability vanished from Beerus's eyes, replaced by a rare expression of surprise and gravity. He gradually sat up, his sharp gaze piercing through the temple's dome as if it could penetrate endless dimensions. Beerus's deep and authoritative voice resonated, tinged with the raspy quality of awakening, yet imbued with undeniable strength. That earlier aura had flickered and vanished, surpassing the mundane and touching upon the conceptual realm. Intriguing. Very intriguing. He extended his paw, covered in purple fur, as if attempting to capture the nearly imperceptible remnants of that disturbance in the void. 7th universe. When did such a being conceal itself? Whis. With Beerus's call, the space at the center of the temple rippled like the surface of water. An elegant, elongated figure materialized from thin air. With pale blue skin and silvery short hair, the handsome visage bore an almost androgynous quality. Clad in a form-fitting black attire draped with a white robe, wielding a staff topped with a magical orb, it was none other than Whis, the attendant of the 7th universe's angel. Whis, with his eternally gentle smile, slightly bowed, "Lord Beerus, you are awake. It appears that the very essence has disturbed your slumber." His voice resonated like the most melodious of wind chimes, imbued with a soothing power. Do you sense it? Beerus's amethyst vertical pupils fixated intently on Whis. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Whis replied with a graceful nod, lightly tapping his staff upon the ground. The orb atop the staff emanated a gentle glow, instantly projecting a vivid cosmic star map, with one coordinate prominently highlighted. The source of that essence lay within the seventh universe, on a rather remote, life-bearing planet known as Earth. Its energy possessed an extraordinarily unique nature, neither divine nor magical, yet encapsulated an inexplicable absolute quality. A deeper smile graced Wiss's lips, tinged with a hint of amusement. It seemed that an exceedingly intriguing existence awaited discovery. Earth? Beerus found the name somewhat unfamiliar, his greater concern resting on the sensations evoked by that essence. Intriguing? Humph. Let us hope it is not yet another troublesome affair that requires resolution. Whether it be a nuisance or not, only first-hand observation could provide a true judgment, Lord Beerus. Wiss maintained his smile, once again tapping the staff upon the ground. The orb's radiance swirled, the star map fading away, replaced by a real-time, dynamic image. In this image, a tranquil bay unfolded. The azure sea and sky harmonized with swaying palm trees. A young man, clad in beach shorts and flip-flops, languidly reclined on a seemingly comfortable lounge chair, dozing off, his face shaded by a straw hat. Lin Mo. Beside him, a green-haired treant, Little Green, meticulously watered a patch of peculiar flowers, his movements gentle, as if cherishing a rare treasure. A short distance away, a girl with twin ponytails, adorned in an apron, Little Ya, busied herself in an outdoor kitchen, the oven releasing an alluring sweet aroma as she retrieved a tray of golden, round cream puffs. Near the cliff's gravitational edge, a dark-haired youth, Little Wolf, stood bare-chested, muscles taut and glistening with sweat, throwing punches at the air, each strike producing a sharp crack that rent the atmosphere. Yet, a look of anguish and strained concentration marred his features, as if he struggled to contain a tempestuous force surging within him, provoked by some unknown stimulus. The scene was serene, harmonious, perhaps even overly mundane. Is this the place? Beerus squinted, scrutinizing each individual within the frame, particularly the young man napping in the lounge chair. He endeavored to sense the fleeting essence from the other, yet only encountered a void reminiscent of mere mortals. This realization heightened his vigilance. His gaze traversed to Little Green, then to Little Ya, ultimately resting upon the freshly baked tray of golden cream puffs, exuding an enticing sheen and an unusual fragrance. Beerus's nostrils involuntarily twitched, a barely audible rumble emanating from his throat. Those golden, round delicacies, their rich, blissful sweetness seemed to penetrate Wiss's projection, directly invading his nasal passages. Beerus's focus remained unwaveringly locked onto those cream puffs, within his purple vertical pupils. The inquiry into the mysterious essence and its gravity was visibly supplanted by a more primal and intense yearning. The golden, round object emitted a fragrance that seemed utterly delectable. The god of destruction's yearning for exquisite cuisine surged forth like a deluge, overwhelming his vigilance towards the enigmatic being. Wiss observed Beerus as his expression shifted to one of intense focus, tinged with a hint of salivation. His smile radiating with greater brilliance, while a flicker of understanding danced in his eyes. He gracefully sheathed his staff, and the scene dissipated. It appeared, my Lord Beerus. Wiss's voice carried a perfectly measured delight, that we indeed have ample reason to personally visit this place known as Earth. Beerus licked his lips, rising from his plush seat, his purple tail swaying gently behind him. The earlier air of authority had receded, replaced by an eager craving. Then let us go and see. The god of destruction raised his chin with a semblance of restraint, yet his gaze had already drifted towards a distant point in the cosmos, hoping that the young pastry chef crafting the delicacies possessed skills worthy of the enticing aroma. Chapter 53. The Divine Visitor and the Puff Pastry Diplomacy. The sun at Salty Fish Bay remained lazily warm, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent that rustled the palm leaves. Xiaoya hummed an off-key tune as she carefully placed a freshly baked platter of divine puff pastries, imbued with an almost imperceptible golden shimmer, upon the stone table of the terrace pavilion. Little Wolf had concluded his gravity training and was seated at the cliff's edge, attempting to calm the turbulence within him stirred by witnessing his master's miraculous feats. Little Green squatted in its healing garden, whispering to several newly sprouted celestial grasses. Lin Mo shifted positions in his recliner, a straw hat covering his face, breathing steadily. Everything unfolded as usual, tranquil as if the cataclysmic events on the Dead Silence Rock had never transpired. However, in the next heartbeat, buzz, without any warning, the air above the terrace distorted violently, as if stones had been cast into a tranquil pond, rippling with tumult. An ineffable, overwhelming pressure, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the universe, descended abruptly. This pressure was not a deliberate malice, but rather an absolute suppression at the level of existence itself, akin to an ant suddenly cast into the lair of a dragon. Ugh, little wolf, having just settled his breathing, felt as though he had been struck by a mighty hammer in the chest, letting out a muffled groan as his body uncontrollably half-kneeled, veins bulging on his forehead, every bone in him groaning under the unbearable weight. The energy within him surged chaotically, the previously restrained power nearly spiraling out of control. Wah! Little Green, terrified, curled its leaves inward, trembling violently, instinctively seeking refuge behind Lin Mo's recliner, as if that were the sole sanctuary. Xiaoyan nearly dropped the platter of pastries from her grasp, her face turning pale, legs weak, barely managing to steady herself against the stone table. That oppressive force made her feel as though her very soul trembled. Even far across on the other side of Earth, within the gravity chamber, Vegeta, consumed by ferocious training to numb himself, suddenly felt a heart-stopping sensation from the depths of his bloodline, as though he were being targeted by some ancient beast. His movements froze, cold sweat cascading down his brow. In the midst of the distorted terrace space, two figures unfurled like a delicate scroll. On the left stood the newly awakened god of destruction, Beerus. His purple form, though not imposing in stature, exuded an aura that made him seem like the very center of the universe. His piercing purple vertical eyes surveyed the surroundings with a mix of scrutiny and impatience, radiating an innate divine authority that compelled all creation to submit. On the right, the angel Whis, staff in hand, wore a perpetually gentle and elegant smile, as if merely visiting a neighbor, yet the faint luminescence surrounding him hinted at his transcendent realm far beyond the mundane. The air thickened, and time appeared to halt at that moment. Suddenly, a languorous voice, heavy with drowsiness, shattered the stillness. Lin Mo lazily lifted the straw hat from his face, revealing a pair of half-awake eyes. He gazed vacantly at the sky and then at the two unexpected guests on the terrace, blinking in confusion as it took him a moment to comprehend their presence. Oh, the god of destruction and the angel? His tone was as nonchalant as if he had stumbled upon two lost cats. He yawned, tousled his messy hair, and welcomed them with casual indifference. Make yourselves at home. No need for formality. He gestured to the empty beach chair and stone bench beside him, then nodded at the still shocked Xiaoya. Xiaoya, why are you dawdling? Pay attention, we have guests. At that moment, a vein on Beerus's forehead throbbed ominously. Having existed for countless ages and wielded the power of destruction across the cosmos, he was accustomed to civilizations trembling in awe and reverence at his presence. How dare this mortal, clad in beach shorts, treat him with such casual disregard? He hadn't even bothered to rise from his recline. Impertinent mortal. Beerus's voice erupted like shattering ice, carrying an overwhelming pressure that caused the temperature of the terrace to plummet. Upon encountering the great Lord Beerus, should you not immediately kneel in homage? Do you wish to be destroyed? Purple destructive energy flickered at his fingertips, exuding a chilling aura that threatened to freeze the very souls of those present. Xiaolang, Xiaolu, and Xiaoya felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their thoughts nearly paralyzed. Finally, Lin Mo's attention fully settled on Beerus. He rolled his eyes dramatically, shifted into a more comfortable, lounging position, and muttered, "Kneel? How exhausting, my back will ache." He glanced at the destructive energy dancing at Beerus's fingertips, then at the plate of enticing cream puffs on the stone table, and with an audacious tone that suggested negotiation, he said, "How about you take your leave? The snacks are gone, you know." You. Beerus nearly choked, his purple visage darkening with rage. This mortal dared to threaten him with pastries? He, a dignified god of destruction, however, couldn't ignore the alluring scent wafting through the air. Just as Beerus was on the verge of erupting in fury to teach this oblivious mortal the meaning of divine authority, Whis intervened. "Oh dear, how rude of me, mister." Lin Mo, Whis stepped gracefully forward, positioning himself perfectly between Beerus and Lin Mo, his smile unwavering as he offered a slight nod to Lin Mo. His gaze swept over Lin Mo with keen interest before settling on the plate of cream puffs. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Whis, the angel serving Lord Beerus. He is merely, a bit fatigued from his travels." With this deft maneuver, he diffused the tense atmosphere. Beerus let out a heavy grunt, yet his eyes were irresistibly drawn to the plate of cream puffs. The golden sheen and the rich, blissfully sweet aroma seemed to cast a spell, enticing him irresistibly. Whis gracefully picked up a still warm, faintly glowing divine cream puff, and under Beerus's almost fiery gaze, gently took a bite. The crisp crackle of the outer shell echoed distinctly across the silent terrace. Whis paused momentarily, and his blue eyes, always adorned with a gentle smile, sparkled like a galaxy in that instant. A pure, almost childlike delight and satisfaction illuminated his face. "Oh my, what an unparalleled delicacy!" Whis exclaimed, his voice infused with unprecedented joy and awe. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, his expression one of rapture. The perfect balance of crispness and softness. The rich yet not cloying sweetness. The warmth that melted on his tongue. And more importantly, he opened his eyes. His gaze fervently directed towards the young lady crafting new pastries, then subtly towards Lin Mo. The artistry of infusing happiness and intention into these confections transcended mere skill. It embodied a peculiar embryonic form of a wondrous principle, my Lord Beerus. He emphasized the phrase, embryonic principle. Embryonic principle? Beerus raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting from pure culinary desire to a more scrutinizing appraisal of the cream puffs. To be referred to as an embryonic principle by Whis, even if just in its nascent form, was no trivial matter. Is it really that exaggerated? Beerus mused, skepticism lacing his thoughts, yet his throat involuntarily swallowed. Under the dual onslaught of Whis's rapturous expression and the tantalizing aroma, he could no longer resist. He stepped forward, moving with a speed that transcended sight. Seizing the largest cream puff with a somewhat brutish expression, as if to test the truth of its divine nature, and unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze once again. Beerus's entire body stiffened. His purple slit pupils dilated to their utmost, filled with disbelief and a bewildering sensation of overwhelming joy. The crispness, the fluffiness, the sweetness, the warmth, the happiness, the satisfaction, an indescribable, ultimate gustatory experience crashed over his senses like a tsunami. It was a pleasure he had never tasted in countless ages, reaching deep into his very soul. The duty of a destroyer is to annihilate, to bring an end, to impose a cold order. Yet the confection in his mouth brought forth the exact opposite, of vibrant, warm vitality and bliss. It struck perfectly at the core of his innermost yearning for beauty. Gulp, Beerus emitted an indistinct, almost moaning sound as he swallowed. Then, under the astonished gaze of all present, including Whis, the deity of destruction, whose duty was to obliterate planets, demonstrated an extraordinary ability to consume food at a speed surpassing light itself. His hands became mere afterimages, sweeping away an entire platter of a dozen cream puffs with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving not even a crumb clinging to the edge of the plate. As the last cream puff vanished into Beerus's mouth, he languidly licked his claws, a faint blush of satisfaction appearing on his purple visage, though he struggled to maintain a stern expression befitting his divine status. However, his gaze betrayed him, drifting uncontrollably towards the new batch of pastries being prepared by Xiaoya. Not bad. Beerus's voice quivered slightly, as he endeavored to sound like he was bestowing a generous compliment. "Mortal, bring me another 100. No, 1,000. Right now." Xiaoya glanced at the empty plate, then at Beerus's fierce gaze fixed on the oven, nearly moved to tears by the intensity of his stare. Lin Mo, finally sitting up slightly from his reclined position, rubbed his eyes and sighed at Beerus's ravenous demeanor. He retrieved a specially designed universal capsule communicator, courtesy of Bulma, lazily pressed a few buttons, and addressed the microphone. "Don't hold back, Xiaoya. Fire up the oven. Go all out." Bulma, the esteemed lady of the universal capsule. "Did you hear that? Hurry and send over some top-tier ingredients. The milk must be from the stellar pastures, the flour from the galactic heart mill's first snow wheat, and the eggs from the free-range rainbow phoenix hens of the forest of life. Send as many as you can and put it on my tab." Pausing, Lin Mo glanced at Beerus, whose gaze seemed capable of devouring the entire oven, and added, "He has quite the appetite." On the other end of the communicator, Bulma, who was monitoring the live feed from the laboratory in West City, witnessed Beerus's terrifying speed of consumption and his insatiable gaze. Upon hearing Lin Mo's casual mention of keeping a tab, her coffee cup clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. With her mouth agape, she remained stunned for 3 seconds before leaping up, unleashing a torrent of high-pitched screams into the communicator. "Lin Mo, are you out of your mind? That's a god of destruction. A god of destruction. And you're keeping a tab? And top-tier ingredients. Do you have any idea how much that costs? Do you think I run a bank?" In the chat group, Bulma's messages followed closely behind, punctuated by 3 shocking exclamation marks. Bulma, Lady of Universal Capsules. On the terrace, Whis observed Bulma's furious outburst, though only her voice was audible, and Lin Mo's seemingly rational demeanor, while glancing at Beerus, who had already positioned himself eagerly by the oven, awaiting the next batch of cream puffs. Unable to contain himself, he discreetly covered his mouth with his staff, letting out a minuscule yet delightful laugh. Thus commenced, in an utterly absurd yet inexplicably harmonious manner, a diplomatic engagement centered around cream puffs. Chapter 54. The Daily Life of the God at the Dojo, Part 1, Between Pastries and Destruction. In the serene mornings of Salted Fish Bay, the symphony of waves and the chirping of birds were no longer the sole sounds to grace the air. A subtle tension permeated the atmosphere, accompanied by an increasingly rich sweetness that wafted through. Beerus, under the pretext of overseeing the quality of pastry preparation and scrutinizing potential threats, specifically, Lin Mo, boldly took residence in Salted Fish Bay, with Whis naturally in tow. Thus, the daily routine of the dojo was irrevocably transformed by the divine presence of these two cosmic titans. Beerus's daily life was remarkably simple. A paragon of the destroyer god's regiment, he commandeered the sunniest spot on the terrace, originally Lin Mo's exclusive lounge chair, and conjured a floating soft couch that exuded an aura of unparalleled comfort through the manifestation of his destructive energy. Most of the time, he curled up on it, his tail draped over his face, emitting soft, purring sounds. The quality of the destroyer's slumber appeared exemplary, steadfast as thunder. Unless it was nap time, at least 80% of his gaze remained fixated on Xiao Ye and the oven, akin to a colossal purple feline awaiting its meal with an intensely focused stare. Little girl, are you done yet? Too slow. My patience is finite. That golden one. Yes, the one. Bring me 10 of those. Such urgings became the ambient sound of Salted Fish Bay. The pressure on Xiao Ye was palpable. Her eyes were shadowed with fatigue. Yet her pastry-making skills and efficiency thrived under the duress. For instance, when the little wolf practiced punches near the cliff's edge, he inadvertently shattered a decorative flower pot at the terrace's brink, one of Xiao Lu's cherished items. Just then, Beerus awoke, disturbed by the sound of shattering. Irritation flickered in his violet-slit pupils, and destructive energy coalesced at his fingertips. How noisy. Useless trash. A minuscule purple beam was poised to be unleashed. Lord Beerus, do mind your decorum. Whis' voice flowed like a gentle breeze, and with a light tap of his staff, the destructive beam dissipated silently like a soap bubble. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, reclining on another lounge chair, did not even lift his eyelids, merely emitting a muffled sound. Though softly spoken, it caused Beerus' claw, which had been gathering destructive energy, to pause momentarily. He glanced at Lin Mo, then at Xiao Lu, who was sorrowfully gazing at the broken pot. With an annoyed huff, he withdrew his claw and turned over to continue his slumber. The impulse for destruction was quelled. The little wolf, frightened and drenched in cold sweat, thereafter practiced with heightened caution, his control over power inadvertently elevated to a new level. Whis' routine was far more graceful and composed. He spent most of his time quietly standing at the terrace's edge or hovering in the air, his blue eyes, which seemed to penetrate the very essence of the universe, observing the dojo with keen interest. He watched Lin Mo, whose seemingly flawless demeanor occasionally revealed profound depths. He observed the little wolf as he honed his will and strength through extreme training. He noted how Xiao Lu communed with each plant in the garden, even engaging with every ray of sunlight and whisper of wind on a life-giving level. And he admired how Xiao Ye intricately infused her emotions and energy into each pastry she crafted. His observations carried no judgment, only pure curiosity and appreciation. He especially enjoyed engaging in conversation with Lin Mo. The topic often delves into the enigmatic, encompassing the origins of the universe, the flow of time, the significance of existence, and the essence of balance. Weiss, Mr. Lin Mo, how do you perceive the eternal cycle of creation and destruction within this infinite universe? Do you consider it merely a meaningless repetition? Lin Mo, yawning a cycle, like sleeping and waking, rising to toil, destruction, then weary from labor, retreating to slumber, creation. Meaning? The ability to sleep soundly is the greatest significance. Repetition? As long as I can continue to sleep peacefully, repetition is quite agreeable. Weiss, contemplatively smiling an intriguing perspective. Reducing the grand cosmic laws to the simplest need for tranquility may, indeed, be a return to the essence of truth. Weiss, what is the essence of power? Is it conquest, protection, or merely existence itself? Lin Mo, scratching his ear, power? It allows me to avoid cooking, Xiao Ye, to evade cleaning, household robots. To shoo away bothersome flies like pirates, so I can relax under the sun and gaze at the sea. That is true power. Essence? Merely a tool. Do not overthink it. Weiss, chuckling, lightly tapping his staff, a pragmatic tool theory. It seems Mr. Lin Mo is well versed in the principle of simplicity. He often perceives Lin Mo's responses as nonsensical, yet they subtly touch upon some core truth, making this dialogue endlessly enjoyable for him. When he sees Little Wolf suffering from the turmoil of uncontrolled power, Weiss drifts over and gently taps Little Wolf's brow with his staff. Power flows like water. It is better to guide than to force. Attempt to sense its direction rather than resist. A wave of cool, gentle energy surges in, and Little Wolf instantly feels the turbulent currents smoothen considerably, enhancing his control. Observing Little Green struggling to connect with a newly planted tranquil orchid from the realm of the Kais, Weiss kindly remarks, "The voice of life is not always loud. Sometimes, silence resonates more profoundly. Endeavor to listen to the quiet." Little Green, though somewhat confused, finds that after attempting this, communication with the plants indeed becomes much more fluid. Witnessing Xiaoya flustered and nearly burning the pastries due to Beerus's urging, Weiss reminds her, emotions are like flames. They can create delightful dishes or consume everything. A steady heart results in the truest flavor. Focus on the joy of giving rather than the weight of pressure. Xiaoya takes a deep breath, adjusting her mindset, as Weiss suggested, and indeed finds the process of making pastries flows more smoothly. Even the faint golden glow becomes more stable. Under the invisible pressure from the two great figures, especially Beerus, the disciples of the dojo feel immense stress yet benefit greatly. Xiaoya has become the busiest, but after receiving guidance from Weiss, her mastery of energy, particularly her emotional energy, and its infusion into her pastries has advanced remarkably, making them not only more delicious, but seemingly imbued with a wondrous stabilizing effect on the mind. Under Weiss's insight, Little Wolf's control over his power reaches new heights. His once volatile aura, now significantly subdued, exuding a newfound steadiness in his demeanor. What surprised everyone the most was Little Green. Summoning his courage, he timidly presented a carefully cultivated, tranquil, blue-glowing moonflower to Beerus, who was becoming increasingly irritable as he swished his tail while waiting for snacks. Just as Beerus was about to swat away this bothersome intrusion, the flower emitted a calming essence that soothed his restless spirit, causing his raised hand to pause. With a furrowed brow and an air of impatience, he accepted the little blossom and brought it close to his nose. A crisp, ethereal fragrance wafted into his nostrils, miraculously alleviating much of his frustration born from the weight. He grunted, uttering no words, yet he did not discard the flower. Instead, he casually tucked it into the crevice of the floating sofa. Little Green's joy was palpable as his leaves unfurled. The Z warriors, filled with awe and curiosity, visited several times. Goku was the most exhilarated, his eyes sparkling at the sight of Beerus. "You are the great god of destruction, Beerus, right? Such incredible energy. Let us have a spar," he exclaimed, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Beerus, sent crashing into the beach dozens of meters away, unable to extricate himself. Surprisingly, Goku emerged from the sand pit, his enthusiasm undeterred, yet he was firmly restrained by Krillin and Piccolo. Vegeta hovered at a distance, observing the languid purple figure of Beerus and the elegant blue figure of Whis, then glancing at Lin Mo, who remained lazily sprawled on a lounge chair, his expression shifting tumultuously. Proud as he was, witnessing the god of destruction he had long pursued, he found the deity lounging like a gourmand in a terrestrial dojo awaiting snacks, while Lin Mo, who had easily bested him, coexisted peacefully with a being of such power. His worldview suffered a catastrophic upheaval, prompting him to silently turn away and train with renewed fervor. Bulma, accompanied by Trunks, cautiously scanned from a distance with various instruments under Whis' tacit approval, fervently recording data on the lives of the god of destruction and the angel. Incredible energy readings. Life form analysis failed. This is undoubtedly an existence that transcends current physics, she muttered, until Whis, smiling, glanced over and gently tapped his staff, causing all her instruments to go dark, prompting her to awkwardly cease her efforts. Android 18, accompanying Krillin to observe the spectacle, could not help but remark as she watched Beerus voraciously devour the snacks. Is this the god of destruction? More like a gluttonous deity. Lin Mo will soon be bankrupt at this rate. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, caught Beerus's attention. The god of destruction's purple eyelids twitched, and a dangerous glare swept in her direction, to which 18 fearlessly returned a defiant stare. Krillin, terrified, quickly pulled 18 away to make their escape. In the chat group, the conversation was entirely dominated by the two formidable figures. Krillin, Earth's mightiest bald head extra. Goku has once again been slammed into the sand by Lord Beerus. This time, he has buried at least 5 meters deep. Goku, are you still alive? Goku, universe's strongest warrior, EM alive. Lord Beerus is too powerful. He just swatted me away without even trying. I didn't even see how he did it. I want to go again. Yamcha, the solitary wolf of the wilderness, acknowledged Goku's courage, albeit in a rather reckless manner. Bulma, the esteemed heiress of the Capsule Corporation, urgently sought assistance from all members, inquiring if anyone knew where to procure the exclusive milk from the Starry Domain's pastures, or perhaps the eggs of the resplendent Phoenix feather chicken. Price was no object, as the insistent demands of Lin Mo for ingredients had reached a critical point. After all, a single meal prepared by the god of destruction equated to a month's worth of her expenses, driving her to the brink of despair. Master Roshi, the martial arts sage, chuckled heartily, advising Bulma that sometimes financial loss could avert greater calamities. He then mischievously mentioned that the god of destruction had a fondness for Xiaoya's confections, revealing his collection of treasured tomes on cosmic desserts with a sly grin. Android 18, the strongest wife on the surface, requested Krillin to provide footage of Vegeta's expression during a particular incident, echoing Bulma's sentiments about the gluttonous deity. Kaiatsu, the loyal companion, quietly remarked that the god of destruction resembled a large feline. Tien, the three-eyed martial artist, admonished him to exercise caution in his words. On the terrace, Lin Mo, reclining on a lounge chair, turned over, shielding his face with a straw hat to block out the clamor of Beerus's persistent demands for snacks, Whis' philosophical musings, and the incessant notifications from their group chat. He longed for a moment of tranquil slumber, as the days of residing at the Divine Dojo had only just commenced. Chapter 55, The Daily Life at the Divine Dojo, Part 2, The Bottom Line of a Slacker and the Tea Party of the Elite. Life at Slacker Bay unfolded amidst the sonorous snores of the god of destruction, the soft whispers of the angelic attendant, the alluring aroma of snacks, and the diligent efforts of disciples striving to adapt to the heightened pressures. The initial shock and tension began to wane, replaced by a new normal that was both absurd and harmonious. It seemed that Beerus had completely transformed the dojo into his personal resort, showing little interest in the training grounds themselves. His concerns revolved around 3 primary matters: the comfort and sunlight of his sleeping quarters, for which he had contested with Lin Mo over the prime lounge chair positions, only to relent when Lin Mo warned that further disputes would lead to a shortage of snacks, the timely and varied supply of Xiaoya's delicacies, and the swift annihilation of anything that dared to disturb his slumber or enjoyment of treats. For instance, this morning, a garishly colored bird, whose screeching call was piercingly shrill, had mistakenly ventured into Slacker Bay from an unknown planet. Perhaps it was drawn to Beerus's striking purple fur or the enticing scent of the snacks. As it audaciously perched at the edge of Beerus's floating soft couch and began its raucous serenade, the cacophony was akin to a malevolent symphony assaulting the ears. Beerus's purple ears twitched violently, his tail flicked irritably, and his brow furrowed in displeasure. Just as he was on the verge of awakening in a furious state, Lin Mo, languidly reclining in his own chair, extended a single finger towards the noisy bird and gently flicked it from afar. There was no energy fluctuation, no sound accompanying the act. The boisterous bird, once exuberantly chirping, abruptly ceased its song. It remained frozen with its beak agape, its expression transformed into one of utter bewilderment, as if it had momentarily forgotten who it was, where it was, and what it had intended to do. It spun in place vacantly for a couple of circles, then, as if intoxicated, wobbled away, its flight path meandering, ultimately fading into silence. The furrowed brow of Beerus relaxed. He smacked his lips, turned over, and resumed snoring. The little wolf and little green exchanged glances, both recognizing the awe reflected in each other's eyes. The master's method of inducing amnesia in the bird was far more peculiar than simply extinguishing it, and all because it was too loud. Whis, on the other hand, maintained a fixed and elegant afternoon tea routine. He had somehow acquired a set of exquisite white jade tea utensils, which resembled works of art, and the tea emitted a refreshing aroma, as if it could cleanse the soul. He typically invited Lin Mo to join him. "Mr. Lin Mo, please sample this." The first dawn tea from the emerald dream planet of the 10th universe. Whis poured the tea gracefully, his movements fluid as flowing water. Lin Mo, holding the delicate teacup that seemed incongruous with his demeanor, took a sip. The flavor was indeed delightful, a refreshing essence penetrating his very being, invigorating his spirit. Not bad. It's quite refreshing. I won tea easily oversleep during my afternoon nap. Whis, intrigued, noted that it was his first encounter with someone evaluating the Emerald Dream first on tea based on its invigorating effects. He smiled gently and shifted the topic. Lord Beerus' appetite appears to embody a unique energy conversion principle. Miss Xiaoya possesses the rare ability to transform ordinary ingredients into food infused with a hint of the law of happiness, a talent scarcely found even among angels. Oh, is that so? Lin Mo set down his teacup, his interest waning. As long as it was edible, he cared little for the underlying principles. Can principles be consumed? He picked up a plate of newly delivered cookies from Xiaoya and began munching away. Whis remained unperturbed, continuing to savor his tea while observing the little wolf diligently practicing and little green tending to the garden. He remarked leisurely, "Your disciples are each treading their own unique paths. The little wolf's protective spirit is coalescing, akin to a stubborn stone being polished, revealing an inner brilliance. Little Green's affinity for life is beginning to take shape. Given time, perhaps she will communicate with the planetary will. As for Xiaoya's emotional energy, it holds boundless potential. Her pastries, in a sense, are creating miniature realms of happiness." Lin Mo responded vaguely, his thoughts evidently consumed by the cookies. Let them frolic as they please. As long as they don't blow up the kitchen, set fire to the garden, or collapse the cliff, I'm content. His standards were consistently low and pragmatic. At that moment, the terrace space rippled once more. A tall figure emerged, radiating an elegant purple glow, with silvery gray hair, purple skin, and adorned in a magnificent divine robe. She wielded an angelic staff, her face adorned with a playful smile reminiscent of Whis, yet with a hint of mischief. "Oh my, Whis, it seems you have quite the lively gathering here." The newcomer was none other than the angel of the sixth universe, Beerus. Her gaze swept across the terrace, pausing momentarily on Beerus, an eyebrow raised, then lingering on Lin Mo, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, before finally resting on Whis' exquisite tea set and pastries. Her eyes sparkling with delight. "Sister Beerus, what a rare visitor you are." With a smile, Whis rose to greet her. "What brings you to this remote corner of the seventh universe?" Bardos gracefully approached the tea table, unceremoniously taking a seat. She picked up a starry macaron crafted by Xiaoya, examining it closely. "It's all because of a certain someone who incessantly whispers in my ear about a place called Earth in the seventh universe, claiming that the delicacies there are so delectable that even the god of destruction would linger." She cast a sly glance at the still sleeping Beerus. "My dear brother, Lord Beerus, must be absolutely curious about it. Here I am, sent ahead to ascertain whether you, Whis, are exaggerating." She took a bite of the macaron, and in an instant, her violet eyes sparkled like stars, her face radiating sheer delight. This texture, so light and airy, the flavors bursting forth like a cosmic explosion, and this extraordinary sense of happiness. She closed her eyes in rapture. "Whis, you are not exaggerating. This is nothing short of art. It surpasses even the creations of the royal chef from our sixth universe's sweet dream star. To receive praise from Sister Bardos is indeed an honor for Xiaoya." Whis smiled as he glanced at Xiaoya, who was busy in the kitchen, somewhat flustered under the gaze of the newly arrived angel. "Did that little girl make this?" Bardos exclaimed, her eyes alight with fervor. "Unbelievable! Such pure and powerful emotional energy infused. Is she truly human? Whis, how about letting her come to our sixth universe? The conditions are yours to dictate." The angel began her overt attempt at recruitment. Ahem. Lin Mo cleared his throat, slowly finishing the last cookie. "Notrats, if Xiaoya leaves, who will make me desserts? And that one," he pointed at Beerus, "will surely dismantle this place." Only then did Bardos formally direct her gaze at Lin Mo, scrutinizing him with great interest. "So you are Mr. Lin Mo? To keep Lord Beerus content here and nurture such a remarkable disciple, you are indeed extraordinary." Her perception was like the most delicate web, attempting to capture the essence surrounding Lin Mo, yet she could only sense a profound void. Just average, third in the universe. Lin Mo waved dismissively, feigning humility as he slouched back in his chair. "You all continue your conversation. I shall take a nap. Xiaoya, please serve this new angel sister some desserts as well, and charge it to Bulma." Bardos was momentarily speechless. Whis chuckled helplessly and poured tea for Bardos. Sister Bardos, please enjoy the tea. As for matters concerning Xiaoya, let us refrain from discussing them. However, there will be no shortage of desserts. Thus, the afternoon tea on the salty fish bay terrace transformed from a simple tete-a-tete into a delightful gathering of three. Bardos lavished praise on the desserts, exchanging insights with Whis about angelic matters, their conversation flowing from cosmic balance to culinary delights across various universes. Occasionally casting curious glances at the seemingly asleep master of the salty fish dojo, who was diligently training at the edge of a cliff, striving to assimilate Whis's previous guidance. Each punch aimed at mastering his strength to avoid disturbing the god of destruction once more. In the garden, Little Green endeavored to immerse himself in the silence, seeking to forge a deeper connection with the tranquil orchid from the realm of the Kaioshin, as a faint blue aura ebbed and flowed between them. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Little Ya, under the scrutinizing gaze of the formidable trio, Beerus awakened, Whis, and Bardos, two of whom are angels, felt the weight of pressure surge, yet managed to excel beyond her limits. The newly crafted Angel's Kiss puffs emanated a dreamlike spectrum of colors, their fragrance enveloping the entire salted fish bay in a sweet reverie. Bulma lamented in the group chat. Bulma, the Capsule Corp heiress Lin Mo. How could the angel from Universe 6 also arrive? Ingredients. The stock of top-tier ingredients is critically low. My liquidity. My research funds. Lin Mo, I demand an accounting. The instigator of this chaos, Lin Mo, merely turned over in his reclining chair, the rhythmic sound of his snores escaping from beneath his straw hat. Life at the Divine Dojo was bustling. Yet for one individual who merely yearned for peace and quiet, the bottom line was simple. Do not disturb my slumber. Ensure an abundance of snacks. And as for who comes and goes, or who competes or quarrels, so long as my chair and dojo remain intact, all was permissible. Chapter 56. The Doomsday of Cosmic Pirates. Disturb my nap and face consequences. In the afternoon at Salted Fish Bay, the sun poured its warm rays onto the terrace, while the sea breeze carried a drowsy, briny scent. Beerus, reclining on a floating sofa, emitted a steady snore, his tail occasionally swaying in contentment. Whis and Bardos sat by an exquisite jade tea table, elegantly savoring Little Ya's latest creation, the Galaxy Moose, while engaging in hushed discussions of esoteric matters understood only among angels. Little Green, in the garden, sought to soothe a shy astral flower perturbed by Bardos's presence with life energy. Meanwhile, Little Wolf was below the cliff, undergoing intense gravitational combat training, the ground soaked with sweat, yet his movements were steady, a testament to his refined control of strength. Lin Mo occupied the sunniest recliner, his straw hat shading his face, his chest rising and falling gently, clearly enveloped in a deep midday slumber. The dojo radiated a languid and serene atmosphere, as if time itself had slowed its pace. However, this tranquility was ruthlessly shattered by the blaring of an alarm. The sharp, urgent sound, akin to the tolling of an apocalyptic bell, instantly reverberated throughout Salted Fish Bay. It emanated from the super alarms Bulma had installed across the dojo, linked to the Earth's global defense network. This was the highest-level invasion alert. What was happening? Little Wolf abruptly halted his training, gazing skyward, his eyes sharp as blades. He sensed a faint yet malicious energy wave emanating from the distant horizon. Ah! Little Green gasped, nearly uprooting the astral flower in fright. Little Ya's piping bag trembled in her grasp, causing the delicate cream design to skew. Beerus grumbled in displeasure, shifting his position, his tail flicking irritably, yet he remained asleep. Whis and Bardos simultaneously set down their silver spoons, their angelic perceptions unfurling like an invisible net, reaching beyond Earth's orbit. The air projector on the terrace activated automatically, revealing Bulma's anxious visage on the screen, her chaotic control room serving as the backdrop, with various data scrolling frantically. Lin Mo, and everyone, we have an emergency. Bulma's voice trembled with unprecedented urgency. A massive, unidentified fleet has been detected. They have breached the outer defenses of the solar system. Their numbers exceed 300 vessels. Energy readings are extraordinarily high. The flagship's energy levels are nearing those of Frisia's first form. They are disregarding all warning signals, and their main cannon is charging. Target locked on Earth. They are expected to enter attack trajectory in 3 minutes. The scene shifted to the cold expanse of space, where a colossal and menacing fleet advanced like a swarm of locusts. The ships were cloaked in dull metallic armor, adorned with ominous weaponry. At the forefront was a flagship resembling a giant shark, its massive main cannon gathering a heart-stopping crimson glow, the devastating energy fluctuations sending shivers down the spine. Even through the screen. Cosmic Pirates, Blood Shark. Bulma's voice quivered, notorious for plundering and annihilating lesser civilizations. Their leader, Butcher Karen, is a madman. They are certainly aiming for Earth. They might have intercepted the remnants of Dr. H.'s messages or been drawn by the unique energy of the dojo. The Z warriors have assembled urgently, but time is too tight, and once that flagship fires its main cannon, the power will be sufficient to obliterate the continental shelf. The group chat erupted. Krillin, Earth's strongest bald head what? Cosmic Pirates, approaching Friesia's energy levels. What kind of joke is this? Goku, universe's strongest warrior where? I'm on my way. Finally, a chance to fight. Vegeta, Prince of Saiyan, ignorant scum. Just what this prince needs to stretch his muscles. Piccolo, Namekian warrior location. Bulma. Tien Shinhan, three-eyed martial artist prepare for battle. Kaiatsu, stick close to me. Yamcha, wilderness lone wolf I feel a bit unwell. Shivering JPG, Android 18, Earth's strongest wife Krillin. Take care of yourself, don't be a hero. Bulma, Capsule Corporation, Air's coordinates shared. Hurry, the main cannon is at 90 charge. There's no time. In the King Kai realm, the old Kai and Jebbet gaze through a crystal ball at the scene unfolding beyond Earth's orbit, their expressions darkening. Damn it, it's Blood Shark Karen. How could this madman set his sights on Earth? The old Kai was beside himself with urgency. Jebbet, quickly, inform Goku and the others. No, it's too late. That main cannon. Are we about to lose another precious life-bearing planet in Universe 7? Jebbet, beads of sweat forming on his brow, replied, Sir, should we know? The old Kai gritted his teeth. The Kais cannot intervene directly. It is against the rules. We can only rely on the people of Earth. I hope Lin Mo. The atmosphere on the terrace of Xinyu Bay was nearly palpable with tension. The little wolf had charged to the edge of the terrace, his spirit ablaze and poised for an imminent leap into space to intercept. Yet he understood that against such a formidable fleet and its main cannon, advancing would only lead to his demise. Little Ya and Little Green clung to each other in anxious embrace. The expressions of Whis and Bardos grew grave. Bardos's staff faintly glimmered with a violet light, seemingly weighing the decision of whether to intervene in the affairs of the seventh universe. At that moment, a piercing highest-level alarm blared, cutting through Lin Mo's profound slumber like a demonic sound. Lying in a reclined chair, Lin Mo's body stiffened abruptly. The brim of his straw hat obscured his face, but his furrowed brow became increasingly pronounced, forming an intense crease. An indescribable and deeply oppressive irritability emanated from him, momentarily overshadowing the panic instigated by the Cosmic Pirates. Annoying, no vexing, Lin Mo's voice, laden with the heaviness of waking displeasure, rumbled forth from beneath the straw hat like distant thunder. He abruptly raised his hand, flinging aside the hat that had covered his face. Everyone on the terrace felt their hearts tighten as if gripped by an unseen force. Even Beerus was disturbed from his slumber, his sleepy eyes opening in discontent. Lin Mo sat up, his hair tousled, and his gaze filled with wrath and discontent at the interruption of his dreams. He did not even glance at the projection in the air depicting the grotesque fleet and the crimson main cannon charged to 97. Rather, with a fierce demeanor that dared anyone to challenge him, he irritably lifted his gaze, penetrating through the rooftop and the atmosphere, locking onto the flagship poised for launch beyond Earth's orbit. His eyes were as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of any fear of annihilation, only harboring an overwhelming fury at being roused from slumber. How intolerable! Am I to be deprived of sleep? Lin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with the power of a cosmic tempest, each word reverberating with the force to shake the very fabric of space. Begone! Accompanied by this exclamation fraught with endless irritation, Lin Mo waved dismissively toward the sky, as if swatting away flies. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, no dazzling brilliance. Only an invisible force, seemingly derived from the very fabric of cosmic law, surged forth in the direction of his gesture, instantly traversing the void of space to arrive beyond Earth's orbit. In the cosmos, aboard the Bloodshark flagship, the imposing figure of the one-eyed butcher, Karen, with a menacing scarred face, grinned wickedly as he observed the main cannon's charge reading surge to 100. Ha ha ha! Feeble earthlings! Feel the wrath of the Crimson Ripper. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. The main cannon, charged to its limit and on the brink of unleashing a beam of destruction, extinguished its light. No, it did not merely extinguish. The entire massive cannon, along with the energy core chamber behind it, and Karen himself, who had maintained his sinister grin at the command station, was as though deftly erased by the most skilled of artists with an eraser, silent and without a trace. There was neither explosion nor flames, nor remnants left behind. The ghastly shark-headed flagship, along with the Kalen and all bridge personnel, simply vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. The severed edge was as smooth as a mirror, revealing the vast emptiness of space behind it and the bewildered first officer, who remained poised at his station. This was merely the beginning. That intangible will to erase had not ceased. It spread instantaneously like ripples across the surface of water. In that very moment, all the bloodthirsty shark pirate ships, regardless of size or battle readiness, approaching Earth dissolved as if they had been immersed in a caustic acid, disintegrated, dissipated, reduced to the most fundamental and primal particles. The massive pirate fleet, capable of plunging Earth into catastrophe, completely vanished from the cold vacuum of space in less than 1/10 of a second, leaving behind not even a trace of dust. It was as though over 300 menacing warships and thousands of ferocious pirates had been nothing more than a collective hallucination. Outside Earth's orbit, all was desolate. Only the distant starlight continued to twinkle, as it always had. The Z warriors, who had just assembled and were prepared to fight to the death, stood petrified, staring at the radar screen where all the red dots had instantaneously vanished without a trace. Clint maintained his stance, ready to unleash the spirit bomb, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Sun Wukong held his instant transmission pose, bewildered. Huh? Where did they go? Vegeta hovered in the void of space, gazing at the emptiness, his pupils trembling, fists clenched. They disappeared? Even their presence has been utterly obliterated. Cold sweat dripped down Piccolo's forehead, his green face reflecting sheer incredulity. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin and Kibito stared at the empty universe within the crystal ball, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, their minds blank. On the terrace of Shinyu Bay, Bulma's projection screen displayed a frenzied stream of data that abruptly halted, followed by all energy detection modules flashing glaring red error. Then, the entire screen plunged into darkness, emitting a wisp of smoke as her monitoring system burned out from the instantaneous overload of incomprehensible information. Bulma herself stood frozen before the control panel, wrench in hand, her expression vacant, as if she had been struck by a paralyzing spell. In the group chat, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Only the solitary shared coordinates Bulma had last sent remained suspended in the air. Lin Mo, having vented his morning irritability, let out a long, satisfied yawn, the ferocity and restlessness in his eyes receding like the tide, returning to his languid, half-awake demeanor. He rubbed his eyes, glanced disinterestedly at the now pitch-black projection screen, and muttered, finally, some peace. Then, he leaned back in his lounge chair, casually draping his straw hat over his face. The rhythmic sound of his snores filled the stillness of the terrace once more. Weiss and Beerus exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound shock reflected in the other's eyes, along with a hint of understanding. Bardos exhaled softly, murmuring what a simple and crude method of resolution. Whis, observing Lin Mo, who had drifted back into slumber, glanced at the disgruntled Beerus nearby, who was licking his paw with annoyance, preparing to demand a snack from Xiaoya as compensation. He smiled wryly and whispered to the air. It appears that disturbing Mr. Lin Mo's afternoon nap carries dire consequences. Beerus paused his paw licking, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Mo, reclined on the lounge chair, before shifting his gaze to the empty sky, snorting in irritation. Waking that fellow? Serves him right. He then shouted toward the kitchen, "Little girl, where are my snacks? I demand double." On the terrace, only the sounds of Beerus's insistence, Xiaoya's flustered responses, and Lin Mo's steady snoring remained. As if the recent harrowing event, the apocalyptic fleet's annihilation, had merely banished an irritating fly. Bulma, Capsule Corp Eris, system notification. This user is currently unable to speak due to excessive emotional agitation. In the group chat, the first message finally appeared. An automated system response, followed by a lengthy series of ellipses representing collective silence. Chapter 57. The Misunderstanding in the Realm of the Kais and the Reversal of Time. The aftermath of the cosmic pirates' obliteration rippled through the upper echelons of the universe, creating far more tumult than in the fish market bay. The instantaneous annihilation of the entire fleet coupled with the absolute power that disregarded distance and the laws of physics, instilled a profound unease in certain entities. In the ancient sanctum of the Kais, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The elder Kai paced anxiously before the crystal ball, tugging at his grizzled beard. Having plucked a few strands, Jebbet stood by, his face etched with worry and confusion. "Did you see that, Jebbet? Did you see?" The elder Kai pointed at the crystal ball, displaying the replay of the pirate fleet's invisible eradication. The final image transmitted before Bulma's system was destroyed, his voice trembling, instantly, without warning. Not even a trace of energy left behind. This is not conventional power. This is a rewriting of the rules. An erasure at the conceptual level. "Why, yes, my lord," Jebbet stammered, swallowing hard. "Mr. Lin Mo's power indeed transcends our understanding." Understanding? The elder Kai abruptly halted, his wrinkled face filled with anxiety and suspicion. "The issue is not understanding. It is the uncontrollable nature of it. Ispit, an entity wielding such power, yet hiding like a mortal on earth. Running what is it? A fish dojo? Taking on a few disciples? Sleeping and snacking all day? Is this normal?" His agitation grew. Look at those around him. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and Lord Whis. Now, even Lord Bardos from the 6th universe has joined in. They seem remarkably tolerant, even fond of Lin Mo. What does this signify? An individual capable of effortlessly erasing fleets. What if one day he finds Earth tedious, or worse, develops some idea regarding Lord Zeno? "My lord, tread carefully." Jebbet, pale with fear, understood the gravity of the situation. The Omni King's supremacy was unmatched. "I comprehend." The Elder Supreme Kai interrupted, his irritation palpable. "It is precisely because of the Omni King's unrivaled authority that we must safeguard the balance and security of the universe. This uncontrollable, unpredictable bomb cannot be left unchecked. If he can erase an entire fleet simply because he was disturbed from his nap today, what will happen tomorrow if he finds a snack unsatisfactory?" He could hardly bear to contemplate the implications. A terrifying thought took root in the Elder Supreme Kai's mind, growing unchecked. Lin Mo's existence itself posed a monumental threat, one capable of destabilizing the cosmic equilibrium. His seemingly lethargic demeanor might be a profound guise. The beings he had gathered at the dojo, destroyers, angels, and special disciples, might be scheming something. We cannot remain passive. A flicker of resolve ignited in the Elder Supreme Kai's eyes. He must neutralize this threat before it escalates further. At the very least, he must be isolated from the tangible universe. "My lord, what do you intend to do?" Jebbet sensed impending doom. "Utilize the time ring." The Elder Supreme Kai declared solemnly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He approached a heavily sealed altar deep within the temple. At the altar's center lay an ancient ring, adorned with a gem that seemed to encapsulate the essence of endless temporal sands, emanating a heart-stirring pulse. This is the treasured legacy of the Supreme Kais throughout the ages. It can momentarily manipulate the flow of localized time. Jebbet gasped in horror. "You mean to exile him to the rifts of time and space, or at the very least, seal him away using the power of time?" The Elder Supreme Kai's tone was unwavering. This was for the safety of the universe. "Jebbet, lend me your strength." Gazing into the Elder Supreme Kai's eyes, filled with an almost obsessive concern, in recalling Lin Mo's unfathomable power alongside the mundane scenes at Lethargy Bay, Jebbet found himself torn. Yet, the responsibilities of the Supreme Kai and the looming threat to the Omni King's universe ultimately prevailed. He clenched his teeth. "Yes, my lord." The ancient ritual commenced. Jebbet channeled his divine energy into the altar without reserve. The Elder Supreme Kai's expression grew solemn as he recited cryptic incantations, carefully cradling the time ring that emanated an ethereal glow. Suddenly, the gem on the time ring blazed forth with brilliance. The flow of time within the realm of the Supreme Kais seemed to thicken. Countless minute particles of light surged from the gem, weaving into an illusory river of time that appeared to bridge the past and the future. The Elder Supreme Kai's consciousness locked onto the distant Earth of the 7th universe, focusing on the figure lounging at Lethargy Bay. "In the name of time, exile." The Elder Supreme Kai aimed the ring at the image of Lin Mo within the crystal sphere and unleashed his divine power. An invisible, vast force, composed purely of temporal laws, instantaneously transcended the barriers of space, disregarding any defenses, and precisely descended upon the terrace of Lethargy Bay, locking onto Lin Mo, who was sipping tea. At Lethargy Bay, Lin Mo had just received a freshly brewed milk tea, generously sweetened with double sugar, from Xiaoya, and was savoring a delightful sip. The sun shone brightly, and the pastries exuded a delightful aroma. Beerus had just finished a large platter and was momentarily subdued. Bardos engaged in a discussion with Whis about a rare fruit from the sixth universe, while the little wolf practiced his punches and the little green tended to the flowers, creating a scene of tranquil idleness. Suddenly, Lin Mo paused slightly with the teacup in his hand. He sensed that the surrounding space, no, it was time, had become exceedingly bizarre. It felt as though he were ensnared in an extraordinarily viscous glue, rendering every motion painfully arduous. More alarming was a profound sensation of detachment, as if an invisible hand were attempting to forcibly extricate him from his current temporal anchor, casting him into a chaotic void devoid of past and future. This feeling was even more distressing than the previous pirate alert, if the pirates were akin to buzzing flies. This time it was as if someone were pouring glue directly into his ears. Again, Lin Mo's brow furrowed once more, genuine irritation flashing in his eyes. Was this a trick of time? Was it never-ending? The slothful power within him was thoroughly incensed. Did they truly think he lacked temper? Lin Mo did not resist the pulling force of time. Instead, he followed the trajectory of that power's source, his consciousness acting like the sharpest of probes, flowing upstream along the illusory river of time. The speed surpassed the very concept of time itself. Almost simultaneously with the old Kai initiating the banishment, Lin Mo's consciousness beheld the scene of the Kaioshin realm. A solemn altar, the resplendent ring of time, the old Kai fully exerting his divine power, and the tense expressions of the old Kai in Jebit. To you again? Lin Mo's voice resonated directly in the old Kai's mind, cold and laced with the lingering annoyance of awakening. What idle mischief are you engaged in with time? Have you nothing better to do? The old Kai and Jebit trembled violently, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. They were horrified to discover that Lin Mo's gaze seemed to pierce through the endless expanse of time, landing squarely upon them. The terror of being seen through, akin to an ant under the watchful eye of a dragon, seized them instantly. Time does not operate in this manner. Lin Mo's voice carried an undeniable authority, as if he were the true master of time. Rewind it for me. There was no cataclysmic clash of energies. Lin Mo merely expressed his dissatisfaction towards the temporal anchor he sensed in the void the moment the Kaioshin ritual commenced. In the Kaioshin realm, as the ring of time was being fully activated and the old Kai's divine consciousness locked onto Lin Mo, he suddenly felt a searing heat emanating from the ring in his hand. Immediately, an irresistible and overwhelming force surged back along the river of time. What? The old Kai was utterly aghast. Buzz. The light emanating from the ring of time flickered as though an invisible hand had forcefully pressed it down, instantly rewinding. The banishment array, which had just been completed and directed towards Lin Mo, began to reverse, as if an invisible rewind button had been pressed. The luminous sands forming the river of time flowed wildly backward, surging into the gemstone of the ring of time. Even more terrifying for the old Kai and Jebit was the realization that their own bodies were moving uncontrollably. They were performing the pre-ritual motions in reverse. The old Kaioshin, with unrestrained hands, was returning the time ring to the altar. The incantations flowing from his lips emerged in a completely reversed order. The divine energy that Jebit had infused into the altar was receding back into him like the ebbing tide. Both of them stared wide-eyed in terror at each other and their own bizarre, comical backward movements, utterly unable to control even a single finger. It was as if someone wielding a cosmic remote control had forced their time tapes to rewind by a full 10 minutes. With a soft thud, the time ring settled back into the central groove of the altar, its brilliance completely dimmed, as if it had exhausted all its power. The intricate patterns that had swirled upon the altar vanished without a trace. The old Kaioshin and Jebit, drained of all their strength, collapsed to the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting boundless fear and astonishment. Not only had they failed, but they had also been taught a harsh lesson in a manner that was even more unfathomable and mind-bending. Time had partially reversed, leaving them astounded. The 10 minutes they had just experienced felt like an absurd nightmare. Lin Mo's voice resonated once more in the old Kaioshin's mind, this time with a slightly softened tone, yet laden with warning. Elder, refrain from unnecessary meddling. I harbor no interest in your universe. I merely wish to enjoy my retirement in peace. Should you disturb me again, A comical image of a lazy fish lounging on a beach chair will be forcibly implanted in your consciousness, and next time, the rewind will not be limited to just 10 minutes. Focus on your magazines and mind your own business, gazing at the cheeky fish emoji in his mind. The old Kaioshin felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, compounded by the dual exhaustion of body and spirit. For reversing time was no trivial matter. When he glanced at the crystal ball, where Lin Mo was contentedly sipping his milk tea, his eyes were filled only with profound reverence and trepidation. Trembling, he turned to the still-breathing Jebbit and declared, "From now on, regarding the Lazy Fish Dojo and Lin Mo, we shall observe only, never interfere. Do you understand?" Jebbit nodded vigorously, his face as pale as paper. Interfere? He wouldn't dare, even if granted 100 lifetimes. The reversal of time was a terror 1,000-fold worse than annihilation. At Lazy Fish Bay, Lin Mo savored the last sip of his milk tea, contentedly sighing, "At last, I can enjoy a proper cup of tea." It was as if he had merely swatted a mosquito that dared to challenge a mountain. Chapter 58, Prelude to the Disciples' Trial, the Beginning of Guardianship. The disturbances in the Kaioshin realm were like pebbles cast into a deep pond, failing to stir even a ripple at Lazy Fish Bay. Lin Mo remained as relaxed as ever. Beerus continued to wait for his snacks, and Whis and Beerus's afternoon tea session was enriched with several new delicacies from Universe 6. However, witnessing their master effortlessly deal with the cosmic pirates and the Kaioshin had subtly altered the disciples' mindset, particularly for the little wolf. As he threw punches at the cliff's edge, his gaze was more resolute than ever before. He yearned for power, desiring the absolute strength to protect all, much like his master. Yet, he understood more profoundly that the essence of power is responsibility, not destruction. That afternoon, Weiss elegantly set down the petal-shaped teacup, her gaze sweeping over the disciples diligently practicing, finally resting on Mr. Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin," Weiss said gently, "your disciples have laid a solid foundation in their training at the dojo. Xiao Lang's protective resolve is beginning to take shape. Xiao Lv's affinity for life is steadily advancing, and Xiao Ye's emotional energy is growing ever richer. However," she continued, "true growth often requires tempering through practice and the forging of responsibility." Lin Mo, sipping a blended fruit juice through a specially crafted energy straw made by Xiaoya, lazily lifted his eyelids. Practice? Are you suggesting they engage in combat?" His tone hinted at a touch of annoyance. "Not merely combat," Weiss replied with a smile, gently waving her staff, which projected a star map. A planet, shrouded in a grayish-green toxic mist and appearing lifeless, was highlighted. This was a planet named Ethera, located at the edge of the 7th universe. Not long ago, due to an uncontrolled industrial experiment, a toxic substance leaked, pushing its ecosystem to the brink of collapse. With the surviving indigenous life struggling amidst poisonous fog, mutated beasts, and a scarcity of resources, the scene shifted, revealing the dire state of Ethera. The cracked earth oozed a viscous green toxin, with withered, twisted plants resembling dying monsters. Stagnant waters emitted a foul stench, and emaciated, pus-ridden humanoid creatures huddled in crude shelters, their eyes filled with despair. Occasionally, from the toxic mist emerged polluted, mutated beasts, grotesque amalgamations of steel and decaying flesh. Emitting chilling howls, Xiao Lang, Xiao Lv, and Xiao Ye gathered around, gazing at the projection with expressions of compassion and sorrow. Xiao Ye even covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The disaster stems from technological recklessness, not external invasion, Weiss explained. The god of creation and the god of destruction will not directly intervene in such natural evolution. Yet for your disciples, this presents an excellent trial. They must harness their powers to purify, to protect, and to instill hope. This will forge their wills far more than secluded training in the dojo. "Mr. Lin," Bados spoke up, her purple eyes reflecting seriousness. "No matter how vibrant the flowers in a greenhouse, they cannot withstand the storm. Let them experience the weight of life and understand the cost of protection. Weiss and I can watch over them from the shadows, ensuring no danger exceeds their limits." She glanced at Xiaoya, particularly noting the potential her abilities might hold to bring a glimmer of hope to those despairing souls. Lin Mo finished the last sip of juice, the straw emitting a soft crunch. He looked at the hellish planet projected before him, then at the concerned and eager faces of his 3 disciples. Xiao Lang serious, Xiao Lv worried, and Xiao Ye sympathetic, before finally resting his gaze on Weiss and Bados. "Very well." Lin Mo casually set down the empty cup and reclined once more in his chair. You may go if you wish, he said. However, he stifled a yawn and reminded them of a few key points. First, if you cannot win, retreat. Do not be reckless, as returning alive is of utmost importance. Second, the treats prepared by Xiaoya should be prioritized for our own. Do not foolishly distribute them and end up hungry. Third, do not destroy the planet. Nor should you return in a state of disarray. Remember to clean up before you come back, as the dojo has just been upgraded, and it will be troublesome to clean up any mess. His 3 directives, rather than mere requests, resembled the nagging of a caring father, prompting a smile from Weiss and Bardos. Yes, master. Little Wolf straightened up, determination burning in his eyes. I will protect my junior brothers and sisters. We will accomplish our mission. Little Green, I will strive to assist those plants and beings. Little Green declared, waving a small branch with unwavering resolve. I will prepare a plethora of delicious treats to give everyone strength, to inspire hope. Xiaoya clenched her tiny fist, envisioning herself uplifting the disaster-stricken with her confections. Then, let's not delay, Weiss said gracefully, standing as he lightly tapped his staff. The environment of the Ethro planet is harsh. I will bestow upon you temporary blessings for environmental adaptation and provide necessary guidance. 2 gentle beams of light enveloped Little Wolf, Little Green, and Xiaoya, significantly enhancing their resistance to the toxic atmosphere and adverse conditions. Bardos also rose. I shall accompany you, Brother Weiss, to observe the rare industrial disaster ecology of the 6th universe. She was particularly interested in the application of Xiaoya's abilities in extreme environments. Before we depart, Aunt Bulma sent this. Xiaoya revealed a small ecological box from the universal capsule, which contained top-tier nutritional liquid and several purification plant samples that Bulma had urgently concocted, suggesting they might prove useful. That girl Bulma has finally done something commendable, Lin Mo murmured from his chair, waving his hand. Off you go, and return swiftly. Remember, Bulma, the lady of the universal capsule, do send more ingredients. The stock is nearly depleted by that one. He gestured toward Beerus, who had resumed tapping the table to hasten the arrival of treats. Bulma, the lady of the universal capsule, Lin Mo, am I your logistics officer? And are Xiaoya and the others heading to such a perilous place? Xiaoya, Little Wolf, Little Green, take care. Ensure your protective gear is donned. Vice, Bardos, I entrust you with them. Frantic and worried, amid Bulma's distant admonitions and Beerus's urgings, Weiss and Bardos took the hands of Xiaoya and Little Green, with Little Wolf following closely beside. With a wave of his staff, a vibrant portal opened on the terrace, revealing the suffocating gray-green skies of the Ethero planet beyond. We are setting forth, Master. Little Wolf inhaled deeply and stepped through the portal first. Farewell, Master. Xiaoya and Little Green quickly followed suit. Weiss and Bardos nodded slightly to Lin Mo and Beerus before vanishing into the portal. The portal gradually closed, leaving only Lin Mo, Beerus, and a large plate of freshly baked endurance cookies that Xiaoya had intentionally left for Beerus as a snack. Beerus seized a handful of cookies and, with a muffled voice, addressed Lin Mo. Hey, are you really so unconcerned about sending them off? The scent of that planet is utterly nauseating. Lin Mo pulled down his straw hat to obscure most of his face, his voice emerging from beneath the brim in a subdued tone. Young birds must learn to fly on their own. Only through stumbling do they discover the right path. Besides, he paused, with Weiss and Bardos watching. They won't come to any harm. It's just the right opportunity for a few days of peace. As Beerus chewed on the cookies, he regarded Lin Mo, who appeared blissfully content at the prospect of uninterrupted slumber. With a slight curl of his lip, he chose silence, though the sound of his munching echoed notably in the now more spacious terrace. Chapter 59, The Inferno of Aesera, The Trial of Guardianship, Part 1. Traversing through the vibrant portal felt akin to breaking through a viscous, frigid membrane of water. When their feet finally touched the cracked, sulphurous, and foul-smelling soil of the Aesera planet, Little Wolf, Little Green, and Little You truly grasped the desolation of this world. The air was thick with pollution, suffused with acrid chemical fumes and the stench of decay. Even with Wiss's blessing, each breath felt laborious, and a dull ache settled in their lungs. The sky loomed in oppressive shades of gray-green, toxic clouds hanging low, obscuring the sun's rays. As far as the eye could see, the land lay in ruin. Viscous green or purple toxins flowed across the scorched earth, forming fetid puddles, while withered, twisted trees clawed at the sky like dying specters. The only source of water was murky, bubbling sewage. In the distance, the chilling roars of mutated beasts pierced the air, accompanied by faint, haunting cries. This place was even more dreadful than depicted in their projections. Little Ya's complexion paled as she instinctively clutched at the hem of Wiss's robe. The aroma of her snacks seemed trivial amidst the tainted air. Little Wolf immediately shifted into a combat stance, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, positioning Little Ya and Little Green behind him. In a low voice, he commanded, "Stay close. Watch out for the toxic waters and mutated beasts." A thin layer of energy shield formed around him, isolating the noxious fumes while he remained vigilant to any signs of movement. Little Green's response was particularly peculiar. The moment its tiny form touched the ground, it trembled violently, its emerald leaves visibly dulling and even curling. Clutching its chest, it emitted a pained whimper. "Oh, the earth is crying, the plants are in agony, it hurts, it hurts." As a branch of the tree of life, Little Green's sensitivity to life energy surpassed that of ordinary beings. It felt as though it were ensconced within a colossal, dying organism, perceiving the boundless suffering and despair endured by the planet's ecosystem. This overwhelming sensation nearly drove it to despair. "Little Green," Lily exclaimed, concern etched on her face as she supported it. Wiss knelt down, gently placing his hand upon Little Green's head, a cool, soothing energy flowing into it. "Child," he spoke softly, "pain is a testament to existence. Feel it, but do not be engulfed by it. Your mission is to listen, to soothe, to bring forth vitality. Strive to comprehend the roots of this suffering, and then heal it." Under the soothing presence of Weiss, Xiao Lu's trembling began to subside, striving to heed Weiss's guidance. It relinquished its resistance to the surging waves of torment and endeavored to listen to the earth and the sorrowful wails of the flora, seeking to comprehend the intricate tapestry of toxin erosion. Though the green luminescence enveloping it remained dim, a newfound sense of resolute purpose illuminated its spirit. Bardos, with keen interest, surveyed the distorted surroundings. Indeed, the amalgamation of industrial toxins and organic mutations presents a unique ecological artistry, albeit one that tragically leads to annihilation. Her staff glimmered faintly, diligently recording data. The sanctuary for survivors lay to the northeast, approximately 5 kilometers away. Weiss gestured towards a region encircled by warped rock formations, where faint yet concentrated signs of life could be detected. "Our initial objective is to establish a secure base and endeavor to purify the water and soil. Xiaolang, the pathfinding and vigilance shall be entrusted to you. Xiaoya, prepare provisions that can withstand toxic gases and replenish our strength. Xiao Lu, attempt to cleanse this area and create a preliminary safe zone." "Understood." Xiaolang's gaze sharpened, leading the way ahead. Each step he took was firm and resolute, his formidable senses scanning the surroundings like a radar. Soon, they encountered a predicament. In a narrow canyon, a dense, dark green toxic mist enveloped the area, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Within the fog, the disconcerting sound of metal grinding and a low, guttural growl echoed ominously. "Be cautious. Something approaches." Xiao Langvant, stepping protectively in front of the group, his presence emanating determination. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures lunged forth from the toxic fog. They were 3 mutated beasts, severely tainted by industrial waste and toxins. Their forms resembled wolves, yet they were clad in rusted metal plates, their exposed muscle tissue oozing with pus. Their eyes a murky crimson, and corrosive saliva dripped from their maws, exuding a putrid and frenzied aura. With a fearsome roar, the largest among them opened its maw lined with metallic teeth, charging toward Xiaolang. The other 2 cunningly flanked to the sides, targeting Xiaoya and Xiao Lu behind them. "Seek your demise." A glint of cold fury flashed in Xiaolang's eyes. He refrained from unleashing a devastating energy attack, wary of triggering a collapse of the rock wall or exacerbating the spread of toxins. Instead, he focused his energy into his fists, his figure darting forward like lightning. With a resounding impact, Xiaolang's fist connected with the jaw of the oncoming beast, the sheer force propelling it away, crashing against the rock wall with a cacophony of shattering metal and bone. Simultaneously, his left leg swept like a steel whip, mercilessly kicking the second beast that attempted a side assault into the air. However, the third beast seized the opportunity, lunging toward Xiaoya and Xiao Lu, its fetid saliva dripping ominously. Xiaoya gasped in fright, instinctively raising the snack box before her. "Sister Xiaoya." Xiao Lu mustered its courage, brandishing a small twig in an attempt to shield them. In a moment of dire urgency, Xiaolang's figure appeared before Xiaoya as if by teleportation. With no time to throw a punch, he braced himself against the onslaught of the beast with his back. The sharp metallic claws tore through the fabric of Xiaolang's back, leaving deep, crimson gashes upon his resilient skin. A searing pain surged through, accompanied by a chilling toxin attempting to invade. "Get away!" the young wolf roared, disregarding the injury on his back. He seized the forelimb of the mutated beast and executed a furious shoulder throw, slamming it violently to the ground. The earth was dented, and the mutated creature twitched a few times before falling still. The battle concluded swiftly. 3 mutated beasts had been vanquished, yet the young wolf's back was drenched in blood. The edges of the wound radiating an ominous green hue, clearly laced with potent venom. Young wolf, Xiaoya and Xiao LV rushed over, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed upon the gruesome injury. "I'm fine, just a superficial wound," the young wolf gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, attempting to suppress the toxin with sheer will, but to little effect. The venom gnawed at his body like a relentless parasite. "Do not move," a gentle voice commanded as Bados floated gracefully to his side, her staff lightly tapping the young wolf's wound. A soft purple light enveloped the injury, and the spreading green toxin was swiftly purified, dissipating as the wound closed at an observable pace. In battle, protection is not merely about brute force. Utilizing the environment, guiding attacks, and eliminating foes while safeguarding oneself is the essence of effective guardianship, Bados observed calmly. The young wolf, feeling the pain dissipate and the wound healing rapidly, reflected on his previous defiance to protect Xiaoya, a flicker of shame and enlightenment crossing his face. "Yes, Lord Bados, I understand now." Meanwhile, Xiao LV, suppressing her aversion to the tainted land, pressed her small hand against the cracked earth. With closed eyes, she endeavored to communicate with the faint, nearly extinguished pulse of the earth and the remnants of plant consciousness buried deep within. Do not fear, Xiao LV is here to help you," she whispered softly as vibrant green life energy flowed from her palm into the ground. A miracle unfolded, centered around her hand, within a radius of several meters. The flowing green venom appeared to be purified by an unseen force, its color lightening and its foul stench diminishing. Several charred, lifeless plants began to show the slightest hint of nearly invisible, tender green buds emerging from their roots. Though faint, it signified the hope of life. Xiao LV opened her eyes, gazing at the minuscule green shoots, her weary face breaking into a radiant smile. "They responded to me." Encouraged, Xiaoya immediately opened the snack box. "Everyone, quickly eat some purification puffs and endurance cookies. We must replenish our strength to combat the toxins." The specially crafted treats emitted a soft, golden glow and a refreshing aroma, like a clear spring in the midst of the polluted environment. Upon consumption, the group felt their breathing ease significantly, their fatigue lifting, and even the acrid air was less unbearable. Witnessing this, Vis nodded with a smile. "A splendid start. The first step in establishing a safe zone begins here. Xiao LV, focus on purifying the land and water sources in this area. Young wolf, clear away any residual toxin crystals and potential hazards. Xiaoya, prepare more purification snacks and healing potions. Remember, guardianship is a meticulous and prolonged endeavor. The trial of Acera in the realm of purgatory has officially commenced amidst the sense of pain, hope, and delectable treats. The path ahead remains fraught with thorns." Chapter 60, The Dawn of Acera, Guardian's Trial, Part 2, and the Journey Home. Relying on the nascent sanctuary of safety, a verdant oasis radiating a radius of several meters. The trial team established a rudimentary yet sturdy temporary encampment sheltered from the windswept distortions of the rock formations. Bados constructed a transparent energy shield with divine power, effectively isolating the majority of toxic gases and sandstorms. Although the air within still carried a hint of unpleasantness, it was now breathable. At the heart of the camp, Little Green became the busiest nucleus. Its diminutive form seemed to harbor boundless vitality as it sat cross-legged at the center of the purification zone, hands pressed against the ground, emitting a flickering emerald glow akin to the rhythm of breathing. With its diligent efforts, the purification range gradually but resolutely expanded outward. The charred and cracked earth became soft once more, transforming into a deep brown hue. While devoid of plant life, it no longer exuded an aura of death. The toxins in several small puddles were thoroughly purified, revealing crystal-clear depths, though still undrinkable. Occasionally, one could spot a couple of resilient blades of grass timidly emerging from the edges of the purified area, offering a precious glimpse of vitality. "How remarkable Little Green is!" Little Ya exclaimed, admiring the ever-expanding fertile ground. She, too, was not idle, employing the portable molecular cooking device provided by Bulma, along with top-tier ingredients. She fervently crafted an array of functional delicacies, guided by Vis's suggestions and the purified water sourced by Little Green. Protective puffs, with a crisp outer shell concealing a resilient gel filling infused with a faint purifying energy. These treats form a lasting antitoxin membrane on the skin for several hours, significantly alleviating the burden on team members operating outside the purified zone. Vitality tarts, made from high-energy nuts and essence of life. These pastries swiftly replenish stamina and expended energy, serving as a primary source of sustenance for the little wolf. Calming biscuits, incorporating pollen from the tranquil flower nurtured by Little Green, which it had specially brought before departure. These biscuits effectively mitigate anxiety and fear, soothing the mind, and are intended for the survivors they are about to encounter. The little wolf bore the heaviest and most perilous responsibilities. Not only did he have to clear the remnants of toxic crystalline substances and potential sources of contamination, such as abandoned industrial apparatus, but he was also tasked with vigilance, warding off or eliminating the mutated beasts lured by the vitality of the purification zone. These creatures were far more formidable and cunning than those encountered in the canyon. Some could spray corrosive acid, others possessed impenetrable shells, and some could even momentarily blend into the toxic mists, launching stealthy ambushes. Combat became a daily occurrence. The little wolf, mindful of Battos's teachings, ceased reckless confrontations. He employed the rock walls and remnants of metal debris as shields, luring the mutated beasts into narrow confines to restrict their movements, delivering precise air bullet strikes, targeting their joints or eyes, vulnerable points. The wounds on his back had long healed under Battos's care and his own formidable recuperative abilities. Yet new scars continued to accumulate. Each battle deepened his understanding of guardianship. It was not about reckless sacrifice, but rather about securing the safety of those behind him and expanding the realm of purity at the least cost. His gaze grew increasingly resolute, his movements more composed and fierce, imbued with a ferocity honed through countless battles. 3 days later, the purified area had expanded to a radius of 100 meters, and the camp began to take shape. Vis resolved to lead them to the gathering place of the survivors. This sanctuary was concealed beneath a vast, partially collapsed metallic dome, its entrance barely obscured by heavy, rusted metal plates. As Vis effortlessly removed the obstruction, guiding Little Wolf, Little Green, and Little Ya inside, the sight that greeted them tightened the hearts of the trio. In the dim light, hundreds of Etherians were crammed together. Most appeared emaciated, their skin marred by festering sores and mottled with greenish discolorations, their eyes vacant and lifeless, resembling mere shades of humanity. The air was thick with the stench of decaying wounds and despair. A few sturdier men clutched rudimentary weapons, rusted iron rods and sharpened bones, eyeing the newcomers with a mix of caution and fear. Yet, upon perceiving the otherworldly aura emanating from Vis and Batos, they recoiled in trepidation. "Are there the gods? Come to save us?" quavered a frail elder, his voice trembling. A flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, only to be extinguished almost immediately. "It's futile, futile." Poison no cure, despair hung over the gathering place like a tangible shroud. Little Ya, upon witnessing the anguished eyes and festering wounds, felt a pang in her heart, tears welling in her eyes. She recalled her master's words, the original purpose behind her confectionery creations. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her sorrow and retrieved an ample supply of calming biscuits and protective puffs from her universal capsule, striving to present the warmest, most hopeful smile. "Everyone, fear not. We are not gods. We are here to aid you." Little Ya's voice rang clear and powerful, like a beam of sunlight piercing through the darkness. "Please try these treats. They can help you resist the toxins and bring some comfort." She distributed the delicacies to the nearest children and the frailest elders, initially met with skepticism and numbness. A miracle unfolded when the first child timidly took a bite of the calming biscuit. Gradually, a spark of vitality returned to the child's previously dull eyes. His furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint, long-forgotten smile graced his face. Though the sores on his body did not heal immediately, the flow of pus seemed to lessen, and his expression of agony softened. "Good, delicious, warm. It doesn't hurt anymore," the child mumbled. Like pebbles cast into stagnant waters, hope began to ripple through the crowd. "Give me a piece. I want some too. I truly feel a bit better." The once numb throng began to stir, reaching out with countless frail hands. Lilia, along with Little Wolf and Little Green, hurriedly distributed the treats. The warm, soothing, calming biscuits and the mildly protective puffs nourished these parched, despair-laden souls like a gentle rain. While they could not cure their ailments entirely, they significantly alleviated their suffering, dispelled some of the shadow of despair, and reignited the spark of hope in their eyes. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of terror erupted from the depths of the gathering. A monster! A monster has breached our sanctuary. A small yet exceedingly swift creature resembling a venomous scorpion had inexplicably emerged through a fissure in the ceiling, brandishing its toxic stinger and wreaking havoc among the crowd. Several burly men attempting to fend it off were easily pierced, collapsing to the ground in agonizing convulsions as their wounds rapidly turned black. Little Wolf. Shaoya iknaimetinadar. Leave it to me. Little Wolf's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. His speed was ghostly, weaving with precision through the narrow gaps in the panicked throng, evading all the surviving onlookers, and lunging directly at the venomous scorpion beast. This time, Little Wolf did not engage in a direct confrontation. Instead, he utilized discarded metal supports as springboards, twisting his body in midair to evade the creature's lethal tail swipe. Simultaneously, he unleashed a focused energy strike, piercing through the scorpion beast's relatively vulnerable compound eye. Hissing in pain, the scorpion beast writhed in frenzy. Little Wolf pursued it relentlessly, employing the environment to create obstacles and steer it away from the densely packed crowd. Ultimately, in a relatively open corner, he seized the opportunity presented by the creature's agony, delivering a powerful palm strike infused with protective intent, striking down upon its frail joint-connecting head and body. With a resounding crack, the scorpion beast's head fell away, its dark green blood splattering, yet contained by the protective barrier Little Wolf had established, sparing the crowd from contamination. Swift and precise. No collateral damage. Incredible. He saved us. The survivors gazed at Little Wolf with eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. Approaching the injured men, Little Wolf observed their wounds, which had turned black and swollen, the poison spreading rapidly. Xiaoya immediately produced a makeshift antidote, concocted from purified plant sap and vitality essence, according to the guidance of Bados, administering it to them. At the same time, Xiao LV hurried over, placing her small hands upon their wounds, channeling vibrant life energy that combined with the antidote to swiftly neutralize the toxins, allowing the wounds to begin healing gradually. Seeing their fellow compatriots receiving aid, feeling the warmth and hope of the morsels in their mouths, and witnessing the ever-expanding, vibrant area of purification, as Xiao LV resumed her efforts upon returning, the survivors' previously numbed silence was utterly shattered. They knelt upon the ground, offering heartfelt, tearful gratitude and prayers to Little Wolf, Xiao LV, Xiaoya, as well as to the figures of Vis and Bados hovering above. Thank you. Thank you all. We are saved. Ethera is saved. The flame of hope within this desolate inferno had finally been ignited. Observing this scene, Little Wolf turned his back to the crowd, quietly wiping the corner of his eye. He felt the protective resolve within him more solid and fervent than ever. Xiao LV gazed at her hands and then at the revitalized grass and the grateful faces of the people, a radiant smile of immense pride and happiness blossoming upon her weary visage. Xiaoya, too, was in tears, wiping her eyes while distributing more morsels. Everyone, keep up the fight. We will all be all right. Xiaoya will create an array of delightful delicacies. Weiss and Bados exchanged a knowing smile in the air. It seems the purpose of the trial has been fulfilled, Weiss remarked. Indeed, the resonance of emotions and the transmission of hope wield greater power than mere purification, Bados noted, gazing approvingly at the gathering below, shrouded in hope through her violet eyes. 2 days later, under the subtle guidance and assistance of Weiss and Bados, Xiaolu successfully purified the primary water source near the gathering and fostered a meadow capable of absorbing toxins and releasing oxygen, significantly enhancing the environment. Xiaolang led a group of survivors, who had regained some strength, to clear the dangers surrounding the gathering and imparted essential defensive techniques. Xiaoya's delicacies became a pillar of morale. She even began teaching some women to prepare simple hope rice balls using locally sourced, relatively safe ingredients. Although the planet Acera remained scarred within this small gathering, the dawn of hope had arrived. The disaster had been contained, and the seeds of revival had been sown. The moment to depart had come. The survivors, filled with reluctance, bestowed upon Xiaoya the most precious gifts they could find, several remarkable luminescent seeds capable of thriving in toxic soil, and a mineral stone imbued with a faint energy. The iridescent portal opened once more. Farewell. Everyone must live on with resilience. Xiaoyao waved, her eyes glistening. Protect this place well. Xiaolang earnestly addressed the leader of the survivors. Xiaolu will miss you. Xiaolu waved a small branch. Amidst the grateful and blessing-filled gazes of the survivors, the trio stepped into the portal, glancing back thrice as they departed. At the Xinyu Bay Terrace, the portal manifested, revealing the figures of Xiaolang, Xiaolu, and Xiaoya. They bore the marks of their arduous journey. Xiaolang's combat suit was tattered in several places. Xiaolu's leaves appeared somewhat wilted, and Xiaoya's eyes were still slightly red. Yet, their gazes sparkled with greater brightness and determination than when they had left, imbued with an indescribable composure forged through trials. Master, we have returned, the three exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with exhaustion, yet brimming with the pride of fulfilling their mission. Lin Mo lifted his straw hat, casting a glance at them, his gaze sweeping over their disheveled but spirited forms, finally resting on the luminescent seeds and energy mineral in Xiaoya's hands. He casually seized a triumphant puff pastry that Xiaoya had prepared before departure and placed it in his mouth, chewing a couple of times before mumbling, "Well, you remember to come back. Looking none the worse for wear. Very well, you've passed. Go wash up. You reek of peculiar scents. Xiaoya, the pastry oven can be ignited. I am famished." Beerus then approached, sniffing the bag of luminescent seeds Xiaoya had brought back. With a face full of disdain, "What is that strange smell? Can it be eaten? Where are the pastries? I have been waiting for several days." Xiaoya, breaking into a smile, replied, "Lord Beerus, the pastries will be ready soon. This time, I learned to season them with hope. The trials of Acera have come to an end. What has been brought back is not merely seeds and ores, but 3 hearts, tempered and enlightened, that truly comprehend the weight of guardianship and the light of hope. The disciples of the Salted Fish Dojo have taken a pivotal step towards becoming true warriors." Chapter 61, The Worries Beneath the Ripples. In the realm of the old Kai, suspended within the silent dimensions of the universe, an ancient and sacred aura flows. A crystalline river of energy encircles the majestic temple, while peculiar flora emits a gentle glow. Yet, within the temple at this moment, the atmosphere is as heavy as a frozen stellar core. The old Kai, with a visage etched by the passage of time, furrows his brow, capable of crushing stars with his intensity. His gaunt fingers unconsciously tap upon the smooth, divine wooden table, producing a dull thud, each strike resonating like a hammer on the taut strings of Jebet's heart. Jebet stands by, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, too apprehensive to breathe. Before them hovers a luminous screen, crystallized by divine power, replaying a scene that would send shivers through the hearts of any deity. Outside the orbit of Earth, a merciless fleet of cosmic pirates, their main cannons charging with a light akin to the grin of death. However, in the next frame, all is gone. Not explosion, not disintegration, but a complete erasure, leaving no trace behind. It is as if the universe itself, wielding an invisible eraser, gently wiped away that region along with all its matter, energy, and life signatures. Jebet, the old Kai's voice dry and hoarse, carries an unprecedented fatigue and profound anxiety. Confirm once more, is there truly no residual energy? No fluctuations of the laws? No signs, even the slightest, of Lord Zeno's intervention? Jebet inhaled deeply, suppressing the storm within. "My lord, I have scanned that star region with the authority of the Kai 10 times. There are no remnants of explosions, no radiative energy dispersions, no signs of spatial rifts. Even the dust belts of the minor asteroids that once existed in that area have vanished, as if they had never been. As for Lord Zeno, there is no indication that he has ever taken notice of that place." "Erasure," the old Kai murmured, disbelief and terror swirling in his murky eyes. "Not destruction, not annihilation, but complete erasure. Beerus' destructive energy at least leaves behind a void, yet this denies the very concept of existence? This surpasses the limits of a god of destruction's power, even transcending the means by which angels uphold cosmic order." Suddenly, he stood up, his frail form quivering with agitation. What exactly is this being named Lin Mo? He possesses such power, yet conceals himself on Earth, indulging in trivialities like the Salted Fish Dojo, tending to flowers and grass, sleeping, and snacking. This is utterly absurd and immensely perilous. Jebet hurriedly supported him. "My lord, please remain calm. Both Lord Beerus and Lord Whis are on Earth. and they do not seem to regard Lin Mo as a threat. Beerus? The old Kai scoffed, his disdain palpable. That feline is consumed only by food and slumber. He has been completely won over by the pastries crafted by that little girl. As for Weiss, he is indeed inscrutable. However, his attitude towards Lin Mo is ambiguous, resembling that of one observing an intriguing toy. They fail to comprehend the terrifying nature of such power. He paces restlessly, contemplating. Think about it, Jebbit. A mere thought could obliterate a fleet capable of threatening entire galaxies, leaving no trace of causality. What does this imply? It suggests that if he were ever in a foul mood, or if his afternoon nap were disturbed, would he not erase an entire planet? A galaxy? Perhaps even the entire universe. Such power ought not to exist. It entirely disrupts the balance of the cosmos. It is the sword of Damocles hanging over all life. But what are we to do? Jebbit, too, felt an icy chill. Even Lord Beerus is unreliable. Relying on others is futile. The old Kaioshin abruptly halted, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. It is our sacred duty as Kaioshins to protect the order and balance of the universe, even when confronted with incomprehensible entities. We must act. We cannot allow this uncontrollable threat, one potent enough to upend everything, to roam freely. His gaze turned toward the depths of the temple, to an ancient stone cabinet sealed by layers of divine power. We still possess one final means. Jebbit followed his gaze, his complexion turning ashen. Master, are you referring to the Ring of Time? No, that is far too perilous. It is a forbidden artifact passed down from antiquity, one we dare not wield lightly. A moment's carelessness could precipitate a collapse of time and space. We cannot afford to hesitate any longer. The old Kaioshin's voice was resolute, imbued with the gravitas of a martyr. Compared to the risk of the entire universe being casually erased by a capricious whim, the threat of temporal collapse appears manageable. We must neutralize him before he causes greater calamity. At the very least, we must banish him to the interstices of time and space, ensuring he can never interfere with the reality of a universe. He approached the stone cabinet, his frail hands resting upon the sealing runes. Ancient divine energy began to surge forth, illuminating and dissipating the runes layer by layer. Prepare the ritual, Jebbit. Summon all current apprentice Kaioshins to contribute their divine power. This is our final line of defense. Observing the burning resolve in the old Kaioshin's eyes, Jebbit opened his mouth, but ultimately could not voice his objections. A tremendous fear clashed violently with his loyalty to duty within his heart. He could only nod gravely and turn to arrange the perilous, forbidden ritual. For the first time, the sacred atmosphere of the Kaioshin realm was shrouded in a pall of fear and desperation. They were about to embark on a suicidal probe against an unknown terror. Chapter 62. The tranquility of the dojo and the undercurrents of the divine realm. In stark contrast to the brewing tension in the Kaioshin realm, Earth, specifically the outskirts of West City, was enveloped in an almost languid serenity at this moment. The upgraded dojo, its space subtly expanded by Weiss's divine power, appeared even more spacious and translucent. The sunlight cascades through an ethereal energy dome, meticulously arranged by divine forces, casting gentle patches of light upon the ground. The air is infused with a delicate, life-affirming fragrance emanating from a healing garden lovingly tended by the little green sprite. The garden has expanded exponentially, vibrant with extraordinary flowers and plants that compete for attention, even attracting a few resplendent energy birds, effortlessly summoned by Lin Mo, who flit gracefully among the blossoms, producing melodious chirps. At the edge of the terrace, a suspended cloud platform extends into the air, resembling a carpet from fairyland. Lin Mo reclines in his signature luxurious lounge chair, seemingly anchored at the center of the cloud platform. He has donned a pair of new beach shorts adorned with a large salted fish motif, while one of his flip-flops precariously clings to his toes. With his eyes closed, his chest rises and falls gently with deep breaths, as if he has slipped into a profound afternoon slumber. Beside him, on a small side table, rests a half-drunk glass of chilled fruit juice, its walls beaded with fine droplets of condensation. The little green sprite hums a tuneless melody, carefully watering a starry flower with jade-like leaves and a glimmering blue fruit at its tip, using a uniquely shaped watering can. This flower, one of the tokens brought back from the planetary trial, embodies faint spatial fluctuations and is cherished by the sprite. In the open kitchen of the dojo, Xiaoyi is fully engrossed in handling a ball of dough that glows with a soft golden hue. Surrounding her are various special spices from the sixth universe. A gift from Xiangpa during his last visit, as she endeavors to incorporate them into a new flaky pastry. The kitchen is enveloped in a warm aroma, blending notes of creamy sweetness, fruity scents, and exotic spices. From the direction of the gravity chamber, a muted yet rhythmic vibration is heard. Xiao Lang is engaged in high-intensity adaptive training within. Under the guidance of Weiss, he has refined his control over strength. Each punch and kick carries the weight of a mountain, erupting with volcanic power, yet perfectly contained within the specially designed force field of the gravity chamber. With no hint of leakage, the ecological recycling system provided by Bulma operates silently, maintaining the dojo's perfect temperature and humidity. The outer invisible energy barrier acts like a translucent veil, flawlessly isolating the tranquility from the clamor of the outside world. Vi sits elegantly in a floating cloud chair, holding a cup of divine tea that emanates a spectrum of colors, observing Xiaoya as she kneads the dough with keen interest. His staff leans against the side of the chair, the crystal orbitop occasionally flashing a barely perceptible glow. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, occupies the largest lounge chair on the terrace, his round belly protruding as he contentedly snores. In his paw, he holds half of a divine heart cream puff specially made by Xiaoya, with a trace of cream at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, a sumptuous lunch followed by dessert has lulled this deity into an extraordinarily pleasant post-meal slumber. Serenity, peace, the passage of time in blissful harmony. This is the daily life at the Salted Fish Dojo at this moment. Yet beneath this tranquility, ripples of unease stir. The occasional flicker of light from the crystal orbitop Weiss' staff is no mere coincidence. It is receiving streams of information from the depths of the cosmos in a manner beyond mortal comprehension. A faint and ethereal wave, imbued with the ancient and sacred aura of the Supreme Kai, caught Wiss's attention, reminiscent of a small stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake. His azure eyes subtly shifted, briefly catching a fleeting glimpse of a fragment of information regarding the loosening seal of the time ring within the crystal sphere, alongside an unusual concentration of divine energy emanating from the direction of the Supreme Kai's realm. A delicate, meaningful smile graced the lips of the angel as he lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, his gaze unconsciously drifting over to Lin Mo, who lay asleep on the cloud platform, and then to his disciples, blissfully absorbed in their own worlds. Ultimately, he said nothing, redirecting his attention to the earnest and perspiring Xiaoya, who was diligently kneading dough, as though contemplating the wondrous principles contained within it. Beneath the cosmic scale, an undercurrent quietly surged. The Supreme Kai's desperate gamble stood in stark and ironic contrast to the profound tranquility of the dojo. Meanwhile, the center of the storm, the slumbering salted fish king on the cloud platform, appeared entirely oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, to the unfolding events. Chapter 63. The Awakening of the Time Ring. The Binding Net of the Gods. In the heart of the Supreme Kai's realm, a solemn and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the central area of the sacred hall. The ancient stone floor was etched with a vast and intricate circular magic array. The array's patterns, composed of flowing liquid sands of time, shimmered with a silvery gray, ever-changing luminescence, pulsating as if alive. At the core of the array, an ancient ring hovered. This was the time ring. It appeared unremarkable, neither metallic nor stony, exhibiting a chaotic grayish-white hue, with its surface adorned by spiraling patterns so fine they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, merely gazing upon it induced a dizzying sensation of one's soul being siphoned away, consciousness lost within the river of time. The space surrounding the ring exhibited slight distortions and afterimages, as though it were a miniature singularity of time and space itself. The old Supreme Kai stood at the array's main position, his withered visage unusually grave, even tinged with a sense of solemnity. Clad in the most ceremonial robes of the Supreme Kai, he wielded a staff topped with a crystal of time. Jebit and two other apprentice Supreme Kais, hastily summoned from distant star realms, stood at the three secondary nodes of the array, their faces mirroring the tension and unease as they continuously infused their pure divine energy into the patterns beneath their feet. Children. The voice of the old Supreme Kai resonated through the hall, empowered by divine energy, carrying an undeniable authority. Today's actions are not driven by selfish desires, but rather to uphold the foundation of cosmic order. The power of Lin Mo, profound and unfathomable, poses the greatest threat to balance. The time ring, an ancient relic, contains the essence of time's fundamental laws, and is our only means to bind and banish him. He raised his staff, the time crystal erupting in blinding silver light. Initiate the time banishment ritual. Target, the seventh universe, Earth. Coordinate locked on the core of the salted fish dojo, Lin Mo. In the name of the supreme Kais, we shall invoke the torrents of time, weave a net of confinement, and drag him from the present world, banishing him to the eternal void. As he intoned his incantation, the array beneath him erupted in a brilliant radiance. The liquid sands of time surged like boiling mercury, swirling and ascending. The time ring, suspended at the core, seemed to awaken. The spiral patterns etched upon its surface began to rotate in reverse, emitting a deep, resonant hum that echoed like a sigh from the farthest reaches of time. A powerful wave of indescribable laws radiated outward from the time ring, shaking the very sanctity of the divine realm. The crystalline rivers rippled with chaotic waves, and the dome of the temple distorted and stretched, as if a stone had been cast into still waters. Time in this moment became anything but stable. Channel divine power. Stabilize the anchor point. The old king of the gods commanded, his forehead veins bulging. He directed his staff towards the time ring, a thick silver beam connecting the staff to the ring. Jebet and the apprentice gods gritted their teeth, pouring their divine energy unreservedly into the array. Their faces paled visibly, their bodies trembling slightly. The consumption required to activate the time ring exceeded all expectations, nearly burning through their very essence. The array's brilliance intensified, and the silver-gray power of time intertwined above it like tangible chains, gradually forming an immense web of temporal laws that enveloped the entire temple. Each thread of this web contained the terrifying power of existence's severance and the exile of time and space. At the center of this web, a silver-gray vortex slowly took shape, revealing the bizarre, ever-changing chaos of time and space within its depths. The vortex pierced through layers of spatial barriers, locking onto a distant blue planet in the far-off seventh universe, focusing on a seemingly mundane dojo and the figure clad in beach shorts lounging upon its cloud platform. Lock complete, Jebet shouted hoarsely, sweat soaking through his divine robe. Exile the net of time and space bind. The old king of the gods' eyes flashed with fierce light as he forcefully pressed down on the staff. Exile. Boom! The time ring erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The colossal web, composed of temporal laws, along with the core vortex of time and space, instantly collapsed and vanished, not in a physical sense, but by transcending the dimensions of space and time. Following the locked causal line, it descended upon its target. The target, Lin Mo. Chapter 64, Counterflow. The Play of Time. At Salty Fish Bay, on the floating cloud platform, Lin Mo lay peacefully in his chair, breathing steadily and deeply. Little Green had finished watering the flowers and was sitting beside the blooms, engrossed in the cosmic plant encyclopedia gifted by Bulma. In the kitchen, Littleya placed the kneaded dough into a specially designed temperature-controlled box, wiping her brow with a satisfied smile. The vibrations from the gravity chamber ceased just then, as Little Wolf emerged, steam rising from his body, grabbing a towel to wipe away the sweat. Everything was so tranquil, so mundane. Yet in that instant, a hum, indescribable by sound yet piercing the very depths of the soul, resonated unannounced throughout the entire dojo. The Pokédex in Xiao Lu's hand fell to the ground with a soft thud. She raised her head in bewilderment, sensing that the light around her seemed to slow down. A falling leaf appeared to freeze in midair within her gaze. Xiao Ya's smile faltered as an indescribable heaviness enveloped her, rendering her movements sluggish and burdensome. Just outside the gravity chamber, Xiao Lang's pupils dilated sharply. His primal instincts thrust him into a state of combat readiness, a golden aura erupting uncontrollably. Yet, to his horror, he found that even his explosive display felt akin to struggling in a quagmire. Time had become viscous and chaotic. On the cloud platform, Lin Mo's rhythmic breathing was interrupted for the first time. Though his eyes remained closed, his brow furrowed slightly, as if disturbed from a tranquil slumber by a bothersome insect. An invisible, chilling force, akin to countless frigid needles of time and space, sought to pierce his body and ensnare his soul, attempting to forcibly detach him from the comfort of his reclined position in this temporal nexus. This power bore an ancient, sacred aura, yet was imbued with undeniable coerciveness and folly. Lin Mo emitted a soft, drowsy grunt of displeasure from his nostrils, signifying his annoyance at being disturbed. He did not open his eyes, nor unleash any earth-shattering aura. Instead, He allowed his consciousness to drift along the tendrils of the net that sought to draw him into the chaotic currents of time and space, extending a fragment of his will as one might gently cast a stone into a serene lake. This fragment transcended speed, space, and even the very concept of time itself. It surged upstream along the web woven from the laws of time, akin to the most sophisticated probe or the most unyielding judge, instantly penetrating layers of dimensional barriers, disregarding spatial distances, and arriving directly at the source of that power, the realm of the kings. The majestic temple, the ancient array shimmering with blinding silver light. The ring of time, wildly rotating at the core of the array. And within the array, the pale-faced, power-exhausted old king god, Jebet, and the apprentice king god. Desperately striving to maintain the ritual, Lin Mo's consciousness sharply captured the complex interplay of fear, resolve, and a glimmer of hope in the old king god's eyes. The trembling despair of Jebet, and the almost predatory greed emanating from the ring of time as it siphoned their divine energy. TSK, Lin Mo's consciousness expressed a clear, impatient click of the tongue through the dimensions of time and space. You antiquated relics are at it again, are you? Haven't you had enough? What do you intend to cast me off to this time? He sensed the formidable, binding force of the net of temporal exile, capable of dragging any god-level entity into eternal banishment. Yet for him, it felt like being ensnared by a few damp spider silk threads, merely irritating and distasteful, devoid of any real threat. Time? Lin Mo's consciousness carried a tone of condescension, almost mocking. Time does not operate in such a manner, old man. Just at that moment, amidst the realm of the kings, as the old king god bellowed the word banishment under the weight of his staff, the brilliance of the array reached its zenith. Lin Mo's thoughts, entwined within the web, stirred gently. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no apocalyptic clash of energies. He merely directed his impatience, akin to swatting away a fly, towards the torrent of temporal laws bearing down upon him, a cascade of banishment that threatened to drag him away into the vortex of time and space. With a simple command, he declared enough. Rewind it. Buzz. The laws of time unraveled instantaneously. In the realm of the old realm king, within the sacred hall, the resolute expression on the old realm king's face mirrored that of someone who had hit the rewind button. His staff, pressed down with authority, began to rise uncontrollably in an exceedingly bizarre manner. The very words of banishment he had just thundered became suspended in the air, reversing and retracting back into his throat. His wide eyes brimmed with an incomprehensible horror that transcended mere fear. Jebet and the apprentice realm kings, channeling their divine power into the formation, felt their energy siphoned back into their bodies like a waterfall flowing in reverse, forcibly drawn out from the formation. This illogical reversal struck their already fatigued bodies hard, turning their pallor into a deep crimson as they nearly spewed divine blood, only to be stifled by an invisible force. Most terrifying of all was the formation itself. The turbulent sands of time, resembling liquid mercury, instantly reversed their flow. The rising light was crushed back to the ground as if by an unseen giant hand. At the core, the banishment vortex, which had already formed and was poised to transcend time and space, collapsed like a burst soap bubble, vanishing in an instant. In its place, the ring of time began to tremble violently. The counterclockwise spirals etched upon it, akin to jammed gears, emitted a piercing friction sound before abruptly spinning in reverse. Crack! A faint sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, resonated from within the ring of time. A minuscule, nearly invisible crack appeared on its surface. The brilliance of the formation receded like a receding tide, dimming from a blinding silver to a muted hue. The entire ritual process, including the old realm king's downward motion of the staff, the incantation he had bellowed, the divine power Jebet and the others had infused, and the formation's peak luminescence, all unfolded as if a film had been rewound in an absurd and chilling manner within mere seconds. When the rewind concluded, thud, 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 the old realm king, Jebet, and the two apprentice realm kings collapsed to the ground, as if stripped of all their bones, gasping for breath, their eyes vacant, filled with the bewilderment of having survived a catastrophe and a profound, bone-deep terror. The divine power within them, chaotic and turbulent, threatened to rupture their meridians. The ring of time lost all its radiance, quietly suspended at the dim center of the formation, the crack upon its surface serving as a mocking scar. The entire temple lay in eerie silence. Only the heavy and trembling breaths of a few supreme Kai echoed. along with the frantic reverberation of that impatient voice piercing through time and space. Time does not play this way. Give it to me, rewind. Indeed, it had been reversed, dragging along their divine powers, their movements, their incantations, and even their artifacts, all suffering damage. What manner of force is this? Manipulating time as if it were childish play, the old Supreme Kai lay prostrate on the ground, his murky eyes gazing up at the towering dome of the temple, the last remnants of pride and resolve as a Supreme Kai shattered into dust, leaving behind an abyss of cold despair. Their once prized trump card, in the eyes of their opponent, likely amounted to nothing more than a poor jest. Chapter 65. The Warning of the Lazy Fish and the Collapse of the Gods. In Lazy Fish Bay, upon the floating cloud platform, the soul-chilling hum had dissipated. The thick, chaotic sensation of time receded like a tide. The frozen leaves continued to fall. Xiao Jia se frozen as my blossom de no. Xiaolang gradually withdrew the explosive energy within him, glancing around in uncertainty, the momentary terror and stagnation seeming but an illusion. Xiao LV, in a daze, picked up the fallen compendium, brushing off non-existent dust. Only Lin Mo remained. He still lay with eyes closed upon his chair, as if he had never stirred. The slight furrow of his brow relaxed, the displeasure of being disturbed seemingly dissipating with the thought of rewinding. He even smacked his lips, adjusting to a more comfortable sleeping position, his breathing becoming long and steady once more. It was as if the temporal clash, capable of driving a Supreme Kai to despair and damaging artifacts, had merely been the swatting away of an annoying fly for him. The others in the dojo, including Whis, remained oblivious to any anomalies. In Whis's perception, the unusual temporal fluctuations from the Supreme Kai realm were swiftly and roughly smoothed out by an invisible hand, calming immediately, so rapidly that he had no time to react further. He gazed at Lin Mo, who had returned to slumber, the azure light of interest shining unprecedentedly in his angelic eyes. Oh my, Whis raised his teacup, taking a delicate sip, the curve of his lips deepening, finding it increasingly fascinating. Lord Beerus, you miss quite the spectacle. God of Destruction Beerus, reclining on another lounger, merely smacked his lips in irritation, turning over and covering his ears with his tail, continuing his sweet dreams, utterly unaware of the minor events around him that could upend divine comprehension. Meanwhile, within the silent temple of the Supreme Kai realm, the cold tendrils of fear entwined every Supreme Kai, paralyzed on the ground. Jebet struggled to rise, yet felt as if his limbs were disassembled and reassembled, the pain and exhaustion rendering him immobile. The other two apprentice Supreme Kais appeared as pale as paper, their breaths weak, evidently suffering severe backlash from their divine powers. The old Supreme Kai lay on his back, his chest rising and falling violently, his murky eyes fixated on the intricate star map of the dome, his gaze hollow. The ring of time lay quietly on the ground nearby, its surface marred by a fine crack, resembling a mark of disgrace etched upon his very soul. The order he had safeguarded throughout his life, the artifact he took pride in, along with the dignity he held as the Supreme Kai, lay shattered by the mere utterance of a seemingly trivial phrase, turn back time. In the midst of this desolate silence, a voice unexpectedly resonated deep within the old Supreme Kai's mind. The tone was unremarkable, languid, tinged with the remnants of sleep, and perhaps a hint of impatience, yet it exploded in his consciousness like thunder. Ding! You have a private message from the user. Do not disturb the retired fish. The old Supreme Kai jolted violently. Immediately after, Lin Mo's distinctive voice, unmistakable and clear, rang in his ears. Hey, old man, can you hear me? There seemed to be a faint sound of snoring in the background. The old Supreme Kai emitted a series of raspy sounds from his throat, attempting to respond, only to find his thoughts paralyzed. Lin Mo's voice continued, sounding as if he were complaining about the noisy renovations of a neighbor. I say, aren't you God a bit too idle? Why all this commotion in the middle of the day, with the nets and whirlpools and even a countdown? It's so loud that I can't take a decent nap. The old Supreme Kai felt a burning shame wash over his face. To think that the terrifying ritual of temporal exile had been reduced to mere noise pollution in the other S words. I know what you're thinking. Lin Mo's voice carried a casual insight. Are you afraid? Worried that one day I might decide to mold the universe like clay if I'm in a bad mood? The old Supreme Kai's heart leapt into his throat. Lin Mo sighed, a tone of exasperation in his breath that struck the old Supreme Kai with a sense of absurd grievance. You gods just love to meddle. I have no interest whatsoever in your notions of balance or order. What does it matter to me if the universe explodes? He stifled a small yawn. I merely wish to find a quiet place to enjoy my retirement, bask in the sun, take naps, savor the delicacies made by Xiaoya, and teach a few inept disciples not to self-destruct. Thus, Lin Mo's tone grew, slightly more earnest, albeit just a tad. Could you please refrain from causing any more disturbances? Old man, at your age, you should enjoy your twilight years, stop to smell the flowers, and perhaps entertain some birds, if there are any in your realm, rather than pondering these trivial matters. Do not disturb my sleep again. He paused. The old Supreme Kai slumped on the ground, and the struggling Jebet both felt their hearts nearly cease to beat. Lin Mo's voice took on extremely faint chill, one that could freeze even a divine soul. Next time, the rewind 1TB just 10 minutes. As the words faded, a dynamic image appeared in the old Supreme Kai's mind. A plump salted fish reclining on a beach chair, adorned with sunglasses. Beside it flickered the words, "Do not disturb." Sleeping. ZZZZ. Then, the connection was severed. Within the temple, an eerie silence once again enveloped the space. Thud. The old Kai, having barely mustered a semblance of strength, succumbed completely, his head striking the cold stone floor with a heavy thump. Pain eluded him, replaced instead by an icy chill that penetrated to his very marrow and an overwhelming sense of dread. More than 10 minutes had passed. He recalled the ritual, replayed like a nightmarish film in reverse, the uncontrollable lifting of his staff, the violent divine energy surging back into his being, the jarring sound of the time ring's friction, and the minute cracks that had appeared. What if it had not been merely 10 minutes that had flowed backward? An hour? A day? A year? Or even longer? Back to the moment he first ascended as a Supreme Kai, or perhaps back to before his very existence? The old Kai dared not ponder further. A wave of cold surged from his spine to the crown of his head, plunging him into an icy abyss, causing his body to quiver uncontrollably. He had lived countless ages, weathered innumerable storms, yet never had he felt so acutely the insignificance and fragility of his existence as he did in that moment. Master. Jebet struggled to crawl closer, his voice tinged with tears. He beheld the old Kai's visage, which seemed to have aged eons in an instant. Witnessing the extinguished flame in his eyes and the remnants of profound terror, everything fell into place. That warning was more shattering than any cataclysmic blow could ever be. The old Kai lay on the floor, gazing up at the temple's dome, his eyes vacant, lips trembling as he muttered words only he could discern. A salted fish, retirement. Do not disturb, sleep, do not disturb, do not disturb. He comprehended fully. The entity known as Lin Mo was a threat beyond their understanding, beyond their ability to fathom or restrain. He was an unfathomable ocean, an immeasurable expanse of stars. The so-called exile in his presence was nothing more than a crude prank that disturbed his slumber. His final warning and that salted fish emoji were merely a disdainful, yet merciful glance cast upon these self-righteous guardians of the shore. The pride and dignity that the Supreme Kai held dear shattered utterly before the absolute unknown and indifference, leaving not even a remnant behind. The old Kai lay prostrate on the ground, akin to a worn-out puppet stripped of all divine power, with only the echoes of survival and boundless reverence, or perhaps fear, permeating the vast emptiness of the temple. He vowed that in this lifetime, no, for all eternity, he would never again disturb that salted fish who merely wished to slumber. Chapter 66. Weiss's proposal and the salted fish's free range in the afternoon at Salted Fish Bay. The sun poured down like molten gold, lazily draping itself over every corner of the newly upgraded dojo. Upon a floating cloud platform, Lin Mo had just concluded a quality afternoon nap, squinting as he sipped from the calming floral tea that Xiaoya had brought, perfectly steeped to the ideal temperature. The aroma of the tea intertwined with the crisp scent of the newly planted celestial flowers in the garden, refreshing and uplifting. The destroyer god, Beerus, occupied another lounge chair, his paws cradling a creme puff tower larger than his face, devouring it with glee, his tail curling contentedly. The angelic Weiss gracefully hovered nearby, the crystal orb atop his scepter reflecting the harmonious scenes both inside and outside the dojo, occasionally glimmering with subtle flashes of light. Little Wolf had just concluded a session of gravity training, his bare torso glistening as he rinsed his robust physique with cool well water, droplets cascading down his muscular contours, rising in wisps of steam, exuding a contained yet surging sense of power. Little Green squatted beside the newly established astral flower bed in the garden, meticulously watering a prized plant adorned with shimmering azure fruits using a specially crafted energy dew, humming an off-key melody. Meanwhile, Lilia busied herself in the open kitchen, the enticing aroma of caramel wafting from the oven as she endeavored to create a new tart delicacy using the dreamlike sugar crystals brought from the 10th universe. A scene of serene tranquility unfolded. Weiss's gaze swept over the three disciples, his cerulean eyes reflecting gentle approval. He set down his divine teacup and turned to Lin Mo, his voice flowing like a clear spring. Mr. Lin Mo, your disciples have truly made remarkable progress during this period. Little Wolf has mastered his control over power to an extraordinary degree, as steady as a mountain. Little Green's affinity for life and ability to communicate with nature have become increasingly refined, brimming with potential. And Little Ya's pastry skills have begun to embody the nascent forms of emotional laws, veritably an art form. Lin Mo lazily acknowledged with a grunt, not even lifting his eyelids, indicating he was listening. Weiss smiled faintly and continued. However, flowers in a greenhouse ultimately require the baptism of storms to blossom into more resplendent radiance. Perhaps the pure practice in the dojo lacks some practical tempering? Lin Mo finally raised an eyelid, casting a glance at Weiss. Speak plainly if you have something to say, his tone tinged with impatience, as if to say, do not disturb my tea. Weiss lightly tapped his scepter, and the crystal orb projected an image of a dim starfield, revealing a planet enshrouded in a gray-green toxic gas, its surface marred with desolation and decay. This planet, which Weiss temporarily named the Twilight Star, had not fallen victim to external invasion. Rather, its intelligent life had lost control during a reckless ecological transformation experiment, triggering a chain reaction. Toxic gas leaks, water source contamination, disrupted geological veins, and withering vegetation had led the entire ecosystem of the planet to accelerate towards collapse, with the surviving indigenous life struggling in despair. The scene shifted to display peculiar intelligent beings, resembling large insect-plant hybrids, huddled in makeshift shelters with hollow gazes and festering wounds. The withered, distorted forests and rivers flowing with putrid slime, coupled with ominous gray-green mist shrouding the skies, painted a picture of a calamity born from their own errors, heavy with despair. Weiss's voice carried a note of compassion. The Realm Kings were preoccupied with maintaining order in higher dimensions and could not attend to this plight. Yet, life there desperately needed a glimmer of hope. He looked towards Lin Mo. Mr. Lin Mo, your three disciples possess a formidable combination of abilities. Little Wolf's strength and protective will are sufficient to stabilize the chaos and eliminate threats. Little Green's affinity for life and purification capabilities are key to reversing the ecological disaster, while Little Ya's healing and inspiring emotional energy serve as an indispensable spark of warmth amidst despair. This seems to be a trial custom tailored for them, does it not? Lin Mo gazed at the dying planet within the crystal ball, his expression devoid of any significant emotion, akin to watching a rather uninspiring documentary. He stifled a yawn, remarking, "Oh, that sounds rather troublesome. Do you wish for them to assume the roles of both cleaners and therapists?" "One might say so." Vis replied with an elegant nod. This endeavor not only serves to validate their learning, but also allows them to tangibly grasp the weight of the responsibilities that accompany power, to truly understand the essence of guardianship. Such an experience is far more profound than merely striking a practice dummy in the dojo or nurturing a few ornamental plants. Lin Mo fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze drifting to the nearby trio, Little Wolf, Little Green, and Little Ya. Little Wolf was diligently grooming himself, his eyes resolute. Little Green observed the Star Realm flower, her eyes brimming with gentle compassion for life, while Little Ya focused intently on the oven, her face radiant with the joy of creation. Very well. Lin Mo set down his teacup, his tone as casual as if deciding on breakfast for the following day. Having them wander about might alleviate the noise of their incessant presence beneath my eyelids. However, he turned to Vis, his gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. You shall accompany them and keep a watchful eye. I do not wish for my disciples to return missing limbs. Otherwise, the supply of snacks will be halved. A deeper smile graced Vis's face. Of course, I shall maintain a safe distance to ensure the trial security threshold. He understood that Lin Mo's emphasis on vigilance was primarily about safety, rather than intervening in the process. Byrus lifted his head from the pudding tower, mumbling indistinctly and troublesome. Be sure to remind that little girl to bring ample provisions to fill their bellies. Clearly, the god of destruction was primarily concerned with logistical support. Master, Do you consent for us to go? Little Wolf, with his keen hearing, instantly seized upon the crucial information, his eyes igniting with fierce determination and anticipation. He yearned for a true challenge to test himself, the will to protect already surging within his heart. Little Green hurried over, her gaze fixed on the withered earth and the suffering beings within the crystal ball, her emerald eyes filled with sympathy and sorrow. Master, I want to help them. Those plants, they're crying. Little Ya switched off the oven, wiped her hands, and with utmost seriousness on her small face declared, Master, I will prepare many snacks that can counteract poison, restore energy, and uplift spirits. I will ensure everyone can persevere. Lin Mo regarded his eager disciples with impatience, waving his hand dismissively. If you wish to go, then go. Do not bicker here. Little Ya, bring plenty of food to keep that gluttonous cat, referring to Byrus, at bay. Vis, I entrust them to you. The sooner they return, the better, so as not to delay dinner. He reclined back in his chair, closing his eyes, as if he had merely arranged a trivial task. Off you go, just don't perish out there. Yes, Master, the three disciples chorused, their eyes alight with excitement, a sense of responsibility, and a hint of trepidation regarding the unknown. The trial of guardianship was about to commence upon the Twilight Planet, while their languid master continued to savor his tranquil afternoon, now devoid of three sources of noise. Chapter 67. The Breath of Twilight, the Land of Despair. Under the vastness of the cosmos, the brilliance of space-time leaps flickered and vanished. With an elegant wave of his staff, Whis, accompanied by the small wolf, Little Green, and Little Ya, seemed to traverse an invisible veil, instantly departing from the familiar and vibrant starry expanse of the seventh universe, and arriving in a suffocating realm of grayish-green. The twilight star has arrived. Whis's voice remained calm. It appeared to be dulled by the viscous air that surrounded them. An indescribable stench assailed them, a foul miasma that was not merely the scent of decay, but a noxious amalgamation of chemical toxins, the sickly sweet odor of decaying organic matter, and a desperate essence that emanated from the depths of the earth, laced with the smell of sulfur. The air was as heavy as if laden with lead, each breath akin to inhaling scalding gravel that scorched the trachea, inducing waves of sharp pain and dizziness. The gray-green toxic mist was so dense that visibility was reduced to less than 100 meters, casting the sky into a suffocating, morbid hue of twilight yellow. Beneath their feet lay a land that was chillingly desolate, a mix of withered yellows and charred blacks. Once thriving forests now stood as twisted black trunks, their branches starkly reaching towards the overcast sky, resembling vast, lifeless coral reefs. The ground was blanketed with a thick, ash-like substance that felt soft yet devoid of life, permeated by the scent of death. Occasionally, resilient and oddly shaped thorny plants could be seen, yet they exhibited an unhealthy purplish-black hue, their leaves marred by rotting spots, emitting a faint yet dangerous glow of toxins. In the distance, a low and mournful wailing echoed, reminiscent of the wind whistling through the hollow bones of the deceased. These were the surviving natives, a life form that was referred to as the Moss People. They were roughly human-sized, their bodies cloaked in what should have been vibrant green or deep brown symbiotic tissues resembling moss and bark, now largely exhibiting a sickly gray-white, charred black, and purulent yellow. They hunched their bodies, moving slowly among the ruins and dead wood, in search of any potential untainted food or water sources, their movements sluggish, their eyes vacant, filled with a numbing despair for life and a bleak outlook for the future. Some small moss people curled up beside the adults, emitting faint, pitiful cries akin to those of young beasts. This is... Little Green's voice trembled, tinged with a sob. Its emerald form glimmered faintly, a testament to its instinctive resonance with the sorrow of the colossal lives around it. It could distinctly hear the anguished groans of the earth beneath its feet, sensing the fear and resentment of countless plant remnants, a jolt that nearly destabilized it. The small wolf wore a grave expression, a golden aura instinctively enveloping its form, forming a thin protective layer that shielded it from the toxic air and the nauseating sense of despair. Its keen gaze swept the surroundings, its animalistic instincts alerting it to the dangers lurking within the withered forest and beneath the ashes. The concentration of toxins was alarmingly high, with both air and water sources containing lethal poisons. The energy currents underground were tumultuous and chaotic, and something was watching them from the shadows. It spoke in a low tone, instinctively clenching its fist. Little Ya promptly retrieved 3 petite breathing filters from her specially designed insulated food box, crafted by Bulma. utilizing space compression technology, each exuding a subtle, minty fragrance. Quick, put these on. This is a mint lozenge, which, when held in the mouth, can filter out most toxic gases and provide refreshing oxygen. She quickly placed one in her mouth and retrieved several cookies that emitted a gentle white light, along with basic purification biscuits. Consuming one will help resist the initial erosion of the body by environmental toxins. The three swiftly equipped themselves. Little Green felt her breathing become somewhat smoother, yet the weight upon her spirit remained unchanged. Little Wolf sensed a more fluid circulation of energy within him, partially isolating him from external negative influences. Little You was keenly observing her surroundings, her expression tense and focused. VS hovered several meters above the ground, his staff radiating a soft white glow, dispelling a small area of toxic mist and forming a relatively clean temporary refuge. The heart of the disaster stemmed from a colossal experimental facility in the northern hemisphere of the planet, known as the Life Crucible, which had spiraled out of control. Toxic substances had leaked, contaminating the primary water source, the Mother River, leading to disturbances in the energy network relying on it, further exacerbating ecological collapse. He gestured to the north, where the gray-green mist thickened, revealing the distorted silhouette of a massive metallic structure. Your mission is not to directly shut down that perilous crucible, the epicenter of the calamity, which also harbors the most ferocious energies and mutated creatures. VS spoke gently yet clearly. The immediate priority is to stabilize the periphery, establish a safe zone, purify the water and land, heal the survivors, and ignite hope. We must halt the further spread of disaster and by time and potential for the revival of this planet. He turned to his three disciples. Little Wolf, your strength is a shield and a sword. Eliminate the mutated creatures that threaten the survivor's safety. Clear the obstructed secondary energy nodes and guide the raging energies to release steadily rather than destructively. Remember, power is for protection, not destruction. Each action must be executed with precision to avoid affecting the fragile ecology and lives. Little Green, you are the messenger of nature, the hope of life. Purify the contaminated land and water. Endeavor to communicate with and soothe the wounded natural consciousness. And cultivate purification plants capable of thriving in harsh environments and absorbing toxins to heal the afflicted beings. Your ability is the crux of the turning tide. Little Ya, your treats are sustenance and a beacon for the soul. Create practical snacks that resist toxic gases, replenish stamina, and heal wounds. More importantly, craft confections imbued with hope, courage, and soothing emotional energy to uplift despairing survivors and mend their wounded spirits, sustaining the morale of the team. Your emotional strength is an indispensable light in the darkness. VES gently tapped each of their foreheads with his staff. A warm flow of information surged into their minds, encompassing a map of the relatively safe areas nearby, locations of several small survivor gathering points, as well as the weaknesses of known mutated creatures and the energy guidance methods needed for purification plants. I will establish a temporary sanctuary of light here, serving as your support point and a first aid station for the severely injured. Visa's voice resonated with encouragement. Go forth, children. Put into practice what you have learned at the dojo and comprehend the true essence of guardianship. Remember, you do not fight alone. The young wolf inhaled deeply, the mint candy in his mouth imparting a refreshing sensation that alleviated some of the weight in his heart. He turned to Xiaolu and Xia, his gaze resolute. I will first clear the path to the nearest water source to ensure safety. Xiaolu, you shall attempt to purify the water. Xia, prepare some basic snacks. We are heading to the first survivor gathering point. Xiaolu nodded vigorously, suppressing the sorrow within as a vibrant green light shimmered across his form, attempting to communicate with the suffering earth beneath his feet. I will do my utmost. Mother Earth, please hold on just a little longer. Xia swiftly opened the food box, retrieving the prepared materials, her small face radiating concentration. Understood. The Courage Croissant and Hope Juice Gummy will be ready in no time. We will surely assist them. The three young guardians, marked by the insignia of the Salted Fish Dojo, stepped into this desolate, gray-green realm. Their trial, amidst the lament of the setting star, had officially begun. Chapter 68. The Fist of Guardianship, the Touch of Life. The air in the twilight star remained thick and foul. Yet within 100 meters of Visa's protective light domain, the toxic mists were dispersed, rendering the air barely breathable. This place had become a temporary sanctuary. The young wolf's figure darted forth like a golden flash, leading the charge into the withered forest. His target was a small, contaminated water source. A murky pool tainted a sickly green, once the lifeline of a nearby moss tribe. The path to it was infested with local creatures driven mad by pollution. With a roar, not even 500 meters in, accompanied by the harsh sound of snapping branches, 3 grotesque monsters lunged forth from the charred underbrush. They were once perhaps docile herbivores, now grotesquely swollen, their bodies encased in a thick, tar-like exoskeleton, with sharp bone spurs protruding from their joints. Their crimson eyes filled with chaos and hunger. Saliva dripped from their tooth-filled maws, corroding the ashes beneath. Mutated rock-armored beasts. The young wolf instantly recognized the description from Viss's information, his eyes sharpening. These creatures possessed immense strength and remarkable defense, yet their movements were relatively clumsy, with vulnerabilities in their softer abdomens and joint connections. Without a moment's hesitation, a golden aura erupted. But this time, the surge was not aimed at sheer destructive force. Rather, it coalesced into a form akin to liquid gold, enveloping his body and forming a suit of fiery armor. He pushed against the ground, causing cracks to spread as he surged forward, like a cannonball colliding with the foremost rock-armored beast. With a resounding thud, akin to a hammer striking leather, the young wolf's fiery fist struck precisely at the relatively vulnerable joint of the beast's shoulder blade. The violent force penetrated instantaneously, yet did not spill forth. A sharp crack echoed as the monster's forelimb joint was brutally shattered. Its massive body lost balance, howling in agony as it rolled away, crashing through several dead trees. The other 2 rock-armored beasts had already lunged forward, their blood-scented claws ruthlessly slashing toward the young wolf's back and side. The little wolf seemed to possess a sixth sense, twisting his body at an astonishingly flexible angle to narrowly evade the claws that tore through the air. Simultaneously, his right foot lashed out like a steel whip, emitting a piercing shriek as it struck the relatively softer side of the knee joint of the second rock-armored beast. A sharp crack echoed, sending chills through the bones. The second beast let out a wretched cry as it collapsed to the ground. The massive jaws of the third rock-armored beast lunged toward the little wolf's head, the stench of its breath overwhelming. With icy resolve, the little wolf did not flinch or retreat. Instead, his left hand, enveloped in concentrated energy, shot out like lightning, seizing the creature's lower jaw as it snapped shut. A terrifying force erupted from his arm, firmly halting the monster's bite. "Be still," the little wolf growled lowly, his right fist clenched tightly, the energy condensing at its peak to form a blinding golden radiance. He chose not to strike the creature's head, which would have exploded, tainting the environment, but rather aimed for the more vulnerable area beneath its throat, delivering a swift, devastating punch. A muffled, piercing sound resonated. The highly concentrated energy surged like a drill, instantly shattering the creature's central nervous system. The colossal body stiffened abruptly, its crimson eyes dimming rapidly before it crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of ashes. The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of a flash of lightning. The 3 ferocious mutated beasts, under the little wolf's precise, scalpel-like strikes, swiftly lost their combat effectiveness. 2 severely injured, 1 dead, without causing widespread destruction or affecting the surrounding fragile deadwood. He barely even quickened his breath. With a sigh, the little wolf dissipated the fiery armor encasing his body, gazing at the fallen monster with a slight furrow of his brow. The lifeless creature began to emit a more pungent stench and dark mist, which required immediate attention. He promptly set to work, using energy blades to sever the toxic glands and core from the beast's body that could contaminate the environment, incinerating them with searing flames, while dragging the remaining carcass to a location far from the water source for burial. After neutralizing the threat, the little wolf swiftly sent a safety signal to the sanctuary light domain. The ever-prepared little green immediately scurried over with its short legs. Upon seeing the dark green puddle emanating a nauseating stench, little green's vibrant body dimmed momentarily as it keenly sensed the horrific toxins and the lament of countless microorganisms perishing within the water. "Do not fear, little green," came Xiao Ya's voice as she cautiously approached a makeshift refuge constructed from several massive pieces of deadwood nearby, where a few trembling, severely decayed moss beings were hidden. "First, purify the water. I am here." Taking a deep breath with a mint candy in its mouth, little green's determination solidified. It approached the edge of the puddle, extending its tiny palm, resembling a tender sprout, gently pressing against the murky surface. A gentle, vibrant green glow radiated from little green's palm, spreading like a seed of life cast into stagnant waters. The light penetrated the dark green muck, struggling to expel and decompose the toxins within. The filth in the water writhed as if alive, resisting and emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. Beads of perspiration trickled down the forehead of Little Green, and its body trembled slightly. To purify, such a high concentration of pollution was an immense drain on its vitality. With closed eyes, it endeavored to summon the life energy within, attempting to immerse its consciousness into the water to perceive and soothe the faint, nearly extinguished natural awareness lingering in this tormented body of water. Do not fear, do not fear. The pain shall pass, Little Green silently chanted, imbuing the emerald glow with a hint of warm reassurance. It channeled its life energy, striving to guide and coalesce a small, faintly golden apparition of aquatic vegetation, the nascent form of the purifying plant it envisioned. However, just as Little Green focused intently on cleansing the water source, a sharp, piercing screech erupted from the mud beside the puddle. A massive, jet-black worm, slick with mucus and armed with razor-sharp mandibles, emerged from the earth like a venomous dragon, its gaping maw lined with deadly teeth, lunging toward the unsuspecting Little Green. This was the toxic devouring worm lurking near the pollution source, feasting upon poisonous substances and life energy. Little Green, be careful, cried Xiaoya, who was soothing the moss tribe from a distance, her voice filled with alarm. Xiaolang, busy dealing with the monster's remains, suddenly turned, his pupils contracting in horror. The distance was too great. Rescue would be futile. In that critical moment, Little Green's palm resting on the water's surface surged with radiant light. This was not an attack, but a communion. The parched earth beneath it trembled violently, and numerous resilient, spiked, purplish-black thorns erupted from the mud like enraged serpents. These were not born of Little Green's will, but awakened by its formidable life energy and calming intent, the land's remaining feral guardian plants. With a resounding crack, the thrashing thorns struck the corpulent body of the toxic worm with ferocity, their barbs tearing through the viscous exterior, splattering dark green ichor everywhere. The worm emitted a pained screech, its assault abruptly interrupted. Little Green, startled by this sudden turn of events, quickly comprehended the significance. This was the Mother Earth's desperate counterattack. A flicker of understanding shone in its verdant eyes. It no longer sought to suppress the thorns' fury, but instead guided their aim. Infusing its life energy into the thorns, it directed them toward the worm, still writhing in anguish. Help me. Protect this place, Little Green implored in its heart. The ferocious thorns seemed to receive the command, wrapping and piercing the toxic worm with increasing fervor. Though they bore toxins themselves, in this moment, they became Little Green's most unexpected allies. Simultaneously, Xiaolang's figure appeared beside Little Green as if by teleportation. A golden aura forming a barrier to shield against the worm's splattering venom and the indiscriminate lashings of the thorns. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a concentrated blade of energy that accurately pierced the worm's relatively vulnerable head nerve center. The enormous worm convulsed a few times before crashing to the ground. The crisis was averted. Little Green gazed at the churning mud beneath it and the torn remnants of the worm's body, then cast its eyes upon the puddle, still struggling to be purified. For the first time, a resolute gleam sparkled in its emerald gaze. It understood that guardianship is not merely a gentle purification. At times, it necessitates the fierce strength to combat a more profound darkness. It gazed at the gradually calming, tumultuous thorns, attempting to connect with and soothe their anguished consciousness through the vitality of life energy. Meanwhile, Xiaoya had successfully handed a healing cookie, emanating a soft white light and warm aura to a trembling little moss creature. The tiny being hesitated for a moment before extending its decaying paw to accept it, cautiously taking a bite. Instantly, a warm current surged into its frigid body, alleviating some of its pain, and for the first time, a faint glimmer appeared in its hollow gaze. It nestled beside Xiaoya's legs, emitting a soft sound akin to a whimper, both yearning and dependent. Witnessing the scene, Xiaoya felt a pang in her heart, nearly brought to tears. She realized that her treats were, at that moment, a beacon of hope amid despair. She promptly retrieved more snacks and clean drinking water from her specially designed filtration flask, distributing them among the other survivors. The trial of guardianship trudged forward, steadfast amidst blood. Thorns, purifying light, and warm cookies. Each individual, in their unique manner, was fulfilling their commitment to life. Chapter 69. the edge of collapse, and the stars of hope. The trial of the Twilight Star proved to be far more brutal than anticipated. The relentless cycle of high-intensity combat, purification, and healing felt like a treacherous slog through a quagmire of despair, draining every ounce of strength, spirit, and will from the three young guardians. The little wolf resembled an indefatigable deity of war, clearing area after area of mutated monsters, from the frenzied rock-armored beasts to swarms of swift, venomous flying insects. And even the colossal, acid-spewing decay-root beasts lurking underground. In every battle, he remained vigilant, controlling his power to avoid environmental devastation, striking precisely at weaknesses. This demanded several times the energy compared to simple destruction. His fiery armor was repeatedly shattered and reassembled, while his beach shorts, akin to Lin Mo's, had long been soaked in a monster's slime and his own sweat, leaving corrosive marks and dried bloodstains. The exhaustion from overexertion gnawed at him, causing subtle delays in his movements. Once, in an effort to rescue the little green one ambushed by a decay-root beast, he endured a blast of corrosive acid, which devoured a significant portion of flesh from his back. Although he quickly healed with the assistance of Xiaoya's treats and the life energy from the little green one, the searing pain and draining effects left his complexion notably pale. The little green one bore the most pivotal and burdensome task, purification. It endeavored to cleanse the contaminated water sources. Yet the pollution from the tributaries of the Mother River was overwhelmingly potent. Despite its utmost efforts, it could only purify a few cubic meters of relatively clean drinking water, a mere drop in the bucket. It attempted to nurture luminous moss and another envisioned cleansing vine. But the natural consciousness of the Twilight Star, engulfed in extreme pain and despair, became ferociously exclusionary, making communication feel like shouting into a tempest, yielding little success. It could only rely on its vast life energy to forcefully cultivate small patches of grass, emitting a faint purifying glow across the barren land. Yet each forced birth seems to extract a portion of vitality from within, causing its emerald form to gradually fade, its steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Witnessing the Moss tribe, whom it had once healed, succumb to decay, once more due to the lack of a consistent source of pure water and sustenance. A profound sense of helplessness and sorrow nearly overwhelms Little Green. It crouches by a small puddle, once purified by its efforts, now tainted again by toxic mists. Its large green eyes brimming with tears, its body trembling slightly from exhaustion and grief. Xiaoya stands as the pillar of logistics and a beacon of hope. Her refreshing mint candies, basic purification biscuits, and potent detox owls have become a lifeline for the team and the surviving Moss tribe. Energy bars and efficient recovery putting sustained Little Wolf and Little Green through their intense exertions. The comforting cookies and courage croissants she crafts indeed offer a glimmer of warmth and the resolve to persevere to the despondent Moss tribe. However, confronted with an increasing number of injured, primarily from monster attacks or environmental toxins, and the harsh reality that Little Green's purification speed cannot keep pace with the spreading pollution, Xiaoya feels her own pressure mounting to a breaking point as she observes her companions growing increasingly weary and oppressed. She strives to muster a smile, distributing snacks and encouraging everyone. Yet every time the night deepens and within the protective light of Weiss, she watches her dwindling supplies, sees the furrowed brow of Little Wolf in slumber, and notices Little Green curled up, softly weeping even in dreams. A wave of immense helplessness washes over her. Her snacks can heal wounds, replenish energy, and provide a fleeting uplift of spirit, yet they cannot alter this dire environment nor halt the passage of life. Once, when she witnessed a small Moss tribe member, whom she had just soothed with her treats, convulsing in agony after inadvertently consuming contaminated moss, ultimately ceasing to breathe in her arms, the tension she had been holding finally reached its limit. Why must it be this way? Xiaoya cradled the gradually cooling little body, tears cascading forth like a breached dam. The accumulated fatigue, sorrow, and sense of powerlessness surged like a flood, overwhelming her defenses. She felt so insignificant, so useless. The emotional energy she prided herself on seemed so pale and powerless in the face of such profound despair. "Master, I cannot do this. We cannot save them," she cried, her heart torn, on the brink of collapse. Within the protective light, the atmosphere had grown unbearably oppressive. Little Wolf leaned against a cold, withered tree, eyes closed, veins bulging in his clenched fists, equally burdened by an overwhelming sense of impotence. Little Green curled beside Xiaoya, its dim green light gently touching her, silently conveying its sorrow. Even Weiss, who hovered in the air, maintaining the protective light, bore a somber expression. The calamity of the dimming star was far graver than he had anticipated. The brutality of the trial was pushing the disciples to their limits. Just as Xiaoya's emotions threatened to shatter and the morale of the entire team plummeted to its nadir, a languid, slightly impatient voice unexpectedly resonated simultaneously in the minds of the three disciples. Ding! A group transmission from the retirement of the salted fish. Please do not disturb. Mental version. Little wolf, employ your intellect rather than simply relying on brute strength. Feel the earth's veins, guide them, do not confront them head on. Little green, what use is your weeping? The earth is in agony, and you merely stand by. Reflect on how you soothe the flowers in your garden. Understand them, feel them. Do not force your will upon them. Little ya, delicacies are not a cure-all, yet your heart is. No matter how tragically you weep, can treats become more delectable? Why not knead that sorrow into the dough? Remember, what you create is not medicine, but hope. The background sound seemed to include Lin Mo turning over and the faint sound of snoring. These three sentences struck like thunder, dispelling the shroud of despair that enveloped the three individuals. Little Wolf suddenly opened his eyes. To feel the earth's veins? To guide? He had previously attempted to forcefully clear the blocked nodes of the earth's veins, akin to colliding violently with a massive boulder, exhausting himself with little effect. His master implied that he should, much like untangling a tempestuous current, sense the flow of the earth's energy and gently guide it. He immediately settled into a meditative position, disregarding his fatigue and pain, immersing his perception into the tumultuous earth beneath him, no longer striving to control, but rather to listen and feel the hidden potential within that chaotic stream of energy. Little Green raised her tear-streaked face. Soothe the flowers in the garden? She recalled her time at Xinyu Bay. When a flower wilted, she would not force life into it, but would gently touch it, discerning its needs. Was it water? Sunshine? Or perhaps the soil was too hard, and she would tenderly provide for it. She gazed at the tormented consciousness of the earth beneath her feet, no longer attempting to impose her purifying will, but transforming her life energy into the gentlest tendrils, like comforting an injured creature, approaching with unparalleled tenderness and understanding. Reaching out to listen to the primal cries of survival and suffering deep within that tempestuous consciousness. Do not fear, I understand your pain. Tell me, how can I assist you? She whispered to herself. Little Yas ceased her weeping, staring blankly at the cold body in her arms. Kneading sorrow into dough. Delicacies are not a remedy, but rather a beacon of hope. She regarded her tear-streaked, mud-stained hands and the precious remnants of ingredients in her food box. She remembered her master's expression of contentment while reclining in his chair, relishing a delicious treat as if all worries had vanished. Treats are not weapons to save the world, but vessels to convey emotions and ignite the flames of the spirit. Her sadness, her helplessness, her sorrow for lost lives, her empathy for the survivors, and her faint hope for the future. Why could these heavy emotions not become the flavor of her delicacies? A powerful impulse surged within Little Ya. She carefully laid the small life in her arms down, wiped her tears, and approached the makeshift cooking station. She took out the last precious stardust flour and the essence of life water, the purified essence from Little Green, adding no ingredients to enhance effects. She closed her eyes, and images surfaced in her mind. The anguished gaze of that small moss tribe member before their demise, the numb and despairing faces of the survivors. Little Wolf's bloodied figure battling fiercely, Little Green's trembling body while striving to purify, and her own heart, turbulent like molten lava with sorrow, resentment, and a nearly humble plea for hope. With a heart full of intention, Xiaoya murmured softly, pouring all her emotions, unreservedly, into the dough in her hands. Her fingertips glowed faintly, a blend of sorrow and warmth, as the light gradually seeped into the mixture with each kneading motion. There was no dazzling brilliance, no overwhelming energy fluctuations, only an ineffable sensation, akin to ripples that could touch the deepest recesses of the soul, flowing gently through the dough. She divided the dough into small portions, shaping them simply into petite pinnacles, devoid of intricate designs. As she placed them into the portable oven, a singular, pure, and devout wish lingered in her heart. Please bring forth a glimmer of light. When the oven signaled completion, an indescribable aroma wafted through the air. The scent was not overpowering. It carried a hint of bitterness, reminiscent of tears, yet beyond that bitterness lay a freshness akin to rain-soaked earth and a subtle, unwavering warmth. Like dawn piercing through thick clouds, Xiaoya picked up one of the freshly baked wish stars. The pastry displayed a profound, dark blue hue, reminiscent of the cosmos, adorned with glistening sugar crystals resembling teardrops. She took a delicate bite, and in an instant, a torrent of complex and intense emotions surged within her heart. Sorrow, helplessness, and a deep lament for the departed. But closely following were the warmth of camaraderie, an indomitable spirit of perseverance, an authentic affection for life, and an earnest plea for the faintest possibility of hope. This was not a force for healing wounds, but rather a resonance and solace that reached deep into the soul. A faint light that urged one to persist amidst the boundless darkness. Tears welled in Xiaoya's eyes once more, but this time they were tears of release, of enlightenment, of having found direction. She cradled the tray of newly birthed wish stars, like a beacon of hope emerging from the shadows as she approached the vacant-eyed survivors. Chapter 70. The Form of the Holy Land, the Warmth of Home. As dusk settled upon the stars at the northern hemisphere's edge, in an area relatively untainted by pollution, a small ecosystem emerged, woven from resilient light moss exuding a faint golden glow and deep purple vines that absorbed impurities. This ecosystem stubbornly took root in the once charred earth. The light moss acted as a soft carpet, purifying the soil, while the vines greedily absorbed the toxic mist from the air, transforming them into harmless substances that settled at their roots. At the heart of this ecosystem lay a crystal-clear spring, emanating weak life vibrations. This was the first stable water source that Xiaolu successfully purified. Exhausted yet brimming with joy, Xiaolu stood by the water's edge. Its emerald form, though still somewhat dim, sparkled with bright eyes. It finally comprehended the meaning behind its master's teachings. No longer did it fiercely resist the Earth's consciousness. Instead, it listened to its pain as a friend, understanding its needs, such as which areas suffered the most from pollution and where energy nodes required release. It guided its life energy like the most patient gardener, assisting the Earth's consciousness in mobilizing its remaining strength to nurture the most suitable purifying plants that could coexist with the pollution in the current environment. Though the process is gradual and the consumption remains immense, this is the sustainable path of purification inherent to our planet. Gazing upon this small, vibrant oasis, and watching the frail moss creatures cautiously approach the water source, their contented gurgles after sipping the pure water filled Little Green with an unprecedented sense of achievement. Not far away, in a relatively flat area, Little Wolf sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, enveloped in a delicate golden aura. His aura no longer radiated the same sharp intensity as before. Instead, it resonated harmoniously with the land beneath him. Before him lay a secondary fissure of the Earth's veins, once violently erupting and exuding foul black vapors, now tamed like a subdued dragon. Under the precise guidance of his will and energy, the tumultuous earth energy was deftly dispersed and channeled into several narrow waterways he had previously carved with his energy, ultimately flowing smoothly into a distant, dry, ancient riverbed formed of hard rock, without causing any destruction. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet a smile of mastery played at the corners of his mouth. His master was right. To sense the force and guide it rather than act recklessly yields results far beyond expectations. At this moment, the liveliest scene unfolded at a temporary refuge near the Vespera Light Domain. Lilia was surrounded by a group of moss creatures. With a warm yet slightly fatigued smile, she distributed wish stars, each radiating a profound blue light and adorned with tiny teardrop candies, to every survivor. An elderly moss creature, severely decayed and nearly immobile, trembled as it accepted a star, struggling to place it in its mouth. Moments later, the murkiness in its eyes, once as lifeless as ashes, began to thaw like melting snow. The overwhelming sadness and pain did not vanish. Yet within that sorrow, a solace born of understanding emerged, alongside a remembrance of lost companions. A gratitude towards the little girl radiating warmth, and a faint, almost imperceptible desire to witness the sunlight of another day, if it were to come, quietly blossomed. It extended its decayed claw, gently brushing against Lilia's hand, emitting a low, mournful whimper filled with emotion yet devoid of clarity. A young moss creature, bereft of its parents, nestled against little Ya's leg, nibbling at the star with small bites, tears silently streaming down its metabolic fluid, but no longer purely weeping in despair. Instead, it expressed a blend of catharsis and attachment. Little Ya's treats could not heal their decaying bodies nor provide immense energy. Yet they ignited a spark of life within these near-despairing souls, akin to stars shining in the darkness, rekindling their last threads of affection for life and connection. They allowed their numbed spirits to once again feel both pain and warmth, fostering a tender shoot of hope amidst despair. This resonance of emotion and comfort at this moment proved more invaluable than any medicine. Vespera hovered nearby, his elegant countenance adorned with unabashed approval. He observed Little Wolf's exquisite mastery of power, Little Green's profound resonance with nature's consciousness and purification, and Little Ya's ability to ignite the embers of hope in despairing hearts through the energy of emotion. In the course of the past 3 days, the disciples teetered on the brink of despair, yet with a single enlightening word from their master, they each discovered a breakthrough opportunity. They came to truly comprehend the essence of guardianship. It is the mastery and guidance of power, the communion and resonance of life, the ignition and solace of emotions. Their growth was palpable. It seemed the time had come to return. With a gentle tone, Viz spoke, his staff lightly tapping the ground, enveloping the 3 disciples and their belongings in a soft glow. The objectives of the first phase had been accomplished. They had established a secure stronghold, purified the water sources, ignited hope, and halted the advance of disaster in this region. What remained was a protracted process of recovery, necessitating the concerted efforts of the planet itself and the Moss clan. You have performed admirably, exceeding all expectations. The light flickered, and the 3, weary yet bright-eyed, along with the unique seeds and mineral samples containing faint life or spatial fluctuations from the Twilight Star, vanished from their location. In Salty Fish Bay, a flash of spatial fluctuation heralded the arrival of Viz, accompanied by the 3, who bore the faint scent of ash and herbs. They returned to the floating cloud platform. Instantly, they were enveloped by the familiar, vibrant air, the warm, gentle sunlight, and the fragrant blossoms of the garden. The taut nerves of several days suddenly relaxed, and a profound sense of fatigue mingled with the comfort of returning to a safe haven. Lin Mo remained reclined in his exclusive throne, seemingly unchanged in posture. He lazily lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the 3 disciples, who appeared as if they had just returned from a refugee camp. His gaze lingered momentarily on their evident enhancement in strength and the composure that had settled upon them, finally resting on a small bag tightly clutched by Xiaoya, containing peculiar seeds and a stone emitting faint spatial fluctuations, gifts from the surviving Moss clan of the Twilight Star. "Oh, you're back?" Lin Mo's voice was hoarse with sleep, yet he appeared to be in good form. "Xiaoya, what's in the bag? Is it edible?" Xiaoya paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, with traces of tears still on her face, eagerly presenting the bag before Lin Mo master. "This is a gift from the Moss clan. Seeds and stones. They are not edible, but Xiao Lu said these seeds are very special." Lin Mo casually picked up a piece of the stone, weighing it in his hand, and glanced at the seeds with a lack of interest before tossing it back into the bag. "Oh, not edible. Very well. Plant them for amusement. Is dinner ready?" Famished. His focus was always so refreshingly straightforward and to the point. "Almost ready, master." Xiaoya perked up immediately, clutching the bag as she dashed toward the kitchen. "I'll make you triumphant soufflés." Using the new insights, Xiao Lang and Xiao Lu breathed sighs of relief. Their master was still the same master. Xiao Lang silently began to wash away the grime from himself, while Xiao Lu eagerly ran to the garden, seeking a suitable spot to plant the seeds of hope from the Twilight Star. From behind a massive puff pastry, Bylus poked his head out, his nose twitching. "Hey, little girl, make more. My afternoon tea has been delayed by you for 3 days." This gracefully descended beside Lin Mo, smiling as he remarked, "Mr. Lin Mo, your disciples have reaped tremendous rewards from this trial, especially the delightful pastries that Xiaoya finally comprehended." Lin Mo yawned, closed his eyes anew, and remarked, "I see. As long as the pastries are delicious, who cares how they came to be? Xiaoya, add more sugar to the soufflé." Clearly, he was more intrigued by Xiaoya's culinary skills. Soon, the dojo was once again enveloped in the warm, sweet aroma of pastries. The upgraded dojo basked in the golden glow of the setting sun, its garden teeming with vitality, as new seeds were carefully planted by Xiaolu beside the starlit flower bed. Xiao Lang luxuriated in Bulma's newly installed hot spring, which featured healing properties. Emitting contented sighs, Xiaoya busied herself joyfully in the kitchen, observing all this and feeling the enhanced comfort and abundant energy of the dojo. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Weiss's eyes. He gently waved his staff, sending an invisible thought towards the indulging Beerus and the relaxed Xiaolang. "Lord Beerus, Xiaolang, would you be interested in adding something intriguing to this sanctuary?" The opportunity for the dojo's upgrade had arrived. The disciples, having returned from their harrowing trials, were poised to embrace newfound growth in this sacred space that belonged to them. Chapter 71. The Journey Home and Reflection. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed Xinyu Bay in a warm amber hue. On the floating observation deck, Lin Mo remained reclined in his designated lounge chair, seemingly untouched by time, though his drink had transformed from iced tea to a warm herbal infusion, exuding a subtle fruity fragrance. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, as if awaiting something. A gentle ripple of spatial waves caressed the air. Weiss's elegant figure emerged first, the tip of his staff shimmering with a soft white light. Following closely was the slightly weary yet bright-eyed Xiaolang, along with Xiaolu and Xiaoya. Xiaolang's combat attire bore faint stains, and his face was marked with shallow scars. Yet he stood tall, his breath steady, embodying a newfound gravitas acquired through trials. Xiaolu's leaves appeared more vibrantly green, radiating pure life force, though he seemed somewhat languid, akin to a sun-scorched blade of grass in need of tender care. Xiaoya cradled an ancient wicker basket containing an array of colorful, peculiar minerals and a bundle of seeds wrapped in special leaves. Her complexion was somewhat pale, yet a satisfied smile graced her lips. "Master, we have returned." Xiaolang's voice rang out, infused with triumphant joy and a barely perceptible sense of relief. Lin Mo slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over them before settling on the basket in Xiaoya's embrace. Still alive. Not bad. Are those local specialties?" His emphasis clearly lay in the latter part of his inquiry. Xiaoya nodded vigorously, presenting the basket as if offering a treasure. "Yes, master. These were gifted by the survivors of that planet. These minerals are said to store energy, and these seeds possess extraordinary vitality." She recalled the ragged, hopeful eyes of the indigenous people, their expressions shifting from despair to gratitude as they prostrated themselves in thanks. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. "They asked me to convey their gratitude to you and the dojo." Lin Mo casually picked up a piece of ore weighing in his hand, then examined the seed with a discerning eye. "Not bad." He instructed Xiao Lu to try planting it in the garden. His reaction was notably indifferent, bordering on perfunctory. However, his disciples, well acquainted with him, caught a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, almost imperceptible. Xiao Lu, unable to contain its excitement, dashed towards its healing garden. Upon witnessing the vibrant plants, which had flourished under Xiao Ya's attentive care during its absence, it emitted a joyful rustling sound, as if its fatigue had dissipated significantly. With utmost care, it retrieved the package of seeds from the alien world, feeling the resilient vitality forged in extreme conditions within, brimming with anticipation. Beerus appeared at the edge of the terrace, seemingly materializing out of thin air, stuffing the last of Xiao Ya's specially crafted divine heart puffs into his mouth. His cheeks bulging, he cast a glance at the returning disciples, unusually refraining from mockery, mumbling indistinctly, "Humph, at least I haven't lost face." Then, with lingering enjoyment, he licked his claws, his gaze fixed intensely on Xiaoya. "Hey, where are the snacks? To wait for your return, I've depleted my snack reserves." Whis hovered nearby, his ever-gentle smile gracing his face as he observed the heartwarming scene of the disciples returning home, while also noting Lin Mo's demeanor. One of apparent detachment, yet subtle mastery overall. He gently waved his staff, and an invisible energy swept over the disciples, dispelling the remnants of alien dust and traces of weariness. "A truly invaluable trial, my children. Your guardianship has ignited the spark of hope for that planet." Little Wolf sensed the transformation of power within him, the newfound precision in his control, and the instinct to weave the will of protection into every breath and action. This deepened his understanding of the profound significance behind his master's seemingly casual guidance. He solemnly bowed toward Whis and Lin Mo. This trial not only enhanced their strength, but reshaped their comprehension of its essence. It was not a tool for display or conquest, but a means to safeguard the hard-won peace and bonds they cherished. The night at Salted Fish Bay was particularly serene and grounded amidst the tales of their extraterrestrial return and the enthusiastic bombardment of homecoming emojis sent by Bulma through group chat. The lights of the dojo warmly illuminated this small harbor. Chapter 72. Oracles and Blueprints. The following morning, Salted Fish Bay was infused with the refreshing scent of rain-soaked earth and the sweet aroma of baked goods. Xiaoya busied herself in the kitchen, attempting to replicate a unique spice flavor from the distant planet. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu was in the garden, carefully planting several alien seeds into the richest soil, channeling gentle life energy to nourish them. Little Wolf sat in a corner of the terrace, eyes closed in meditation, attuning to the subtle shifts of power experienced during the trial, his breath deep and steady. Beerus occupied the most advantageous lounge chair. He dared not touch Lin Mo's exclusive seat, basking in the sun while awaiting the snacks to be ready, his tail rhythmically tapping the ground. Whis floated in midair, seemingly immersed in contemplation, as the light atop his staff pulsed gently in harmony with the dojo's energy rhythm. With a slow awakening, Weiss opened his eyes, his clear gaze sweeping across the entirety of Salted Fish Bay, ultimately settling on the languid figure of Lin Mo beside him. Mr. Lin Mo, through this trial, your three disciples have all experienced remarkable growth. Little Wolf has begun to grasp the essence of power. Little Green's affinity for life has ascended to new heights, and Little Ya's mastery of emotional energy has become increasingly refined. Their potential is being thoroughly unleashed upon this land. Lin Mo, without lifting his eyelids, lazily responded with a non-committal grunt. Unfazed, Weiss continued eloquently. However, your dojo, a place that gathers such intriguing beings and extraordinary energies, seems to be struggling to accommodate this burgeoning potential. With a gentle tap of his staff, a barely perceptible ripple spread through the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. The space felt somewhat confined, though the flow of energy remained natural. It lacked the grandeur and elevation that a sacred place ought to possess. Sacred place? Lin Mo finally opened one eyelid, casting a glance at Weiss. Too noisy. No, not to create chaos here, Mr. Lin Mo, Weiss smiled, but rather to provide this tranquility and harmony with a broader stage and a firmer foundation, capable of accommodating greater joys brought forth by possibilities. Just as Little Green's garden could yield more wonders and attract more fascinating beings with a larger space, Little Ya's snack kitchen could explore more cosmic flavors with advanced equipment, and Little Wolf's training would benefit from a more stable environment, less susceptible to disturbances. Weiss's words were imbued with an enticing allure, precisely addressing the disciples' needs while subtly hinting at Lin Mo's own enjoyment in observing their endeavors, particularly watching Little Ya experiment with new snacks. Beerus, rarely interjecting, chimed in with impure motivations. Exactly. At the very least, the snack kitchen needs to be expanded. How can anyone be satisfied with such small portions? He licked his lips, clearly eager for Little Ya's potential. Lin Mo yawned, shifting into a more comfortable position. His tone still casual. Do as you please. Just remember three things. First, do not disturb my sleep. Second, do not harm Little Green's flowers. And third, the bills go to Bulma. He deftly passed the financial burden of technological renovations to his resourceful friend. The smile on Weiss's face deepened, as if he had received a certain permission. As you wish, Mr. Lin Mo. Then let us commence in enriching this little harbor with a touch of sacred charm. An invisible wave of thought, accompanied by the radiance of Weiss's staff, instantaneously traversed space, reaching Bulma's mind, who was currently grappling with a heap of complex data in her laboratory far away in West City. Pausing in her struggle with alien alloys, Bulma initially registered shock, soon erupting into ecstatic delight. Dojo upgrade. Sacred Place project. Lord Weiss is personally overseeing it, and Lin Mo, that laissez-faire manager, has given his consent. Instantly casting aside the challenges before her, her hands became a blur on the virtual keyboard as she excitedly shouted, Red. Activate the ARC Resource Repository. Initiate the highest priority project, Eden Blueprint. Bundle all cutting-edge, non-weaponized, ecological, spatial stabilization, and energy field modulation technologies. Furthermore, contact the Capsule Corporation's R&D department immediately. I require the finest molecular gastronomy kitchen equipment capable of processing rare cosmic ingredients. Now, at once. Destination, Fishbone Bay. Budget? What does budget matter? This is an angel-invested project. Charge it to Lin Mo's account? Never mind. Charge it to my personal account. Investing in a future cosmic sanctuary is worth it. The entire technological force of West City sprang into rapid action under Bulma's fervent directives. Chapter 73. The Foundation of Technology and Divine Enlightenment. Bulma's drive is nothing short of terrifying. Merely half a day later, the deep rumble of large transport aircraft resonated above Fishbone Bay. Dozens of colossal transport planes, adorned with the Capsule Corporation emblem, circled gracefully, hovering precisely in the open area surrounding the dojo under Weiss's imperceptible spatial guidance. The cargo doors opened, and an array of uniquely designed, gleaming metallic equipment and materials were efficiently unloaded and transported by industrious engineering robots. Bulma herself arrived on site, piloting her latest floating motorcycle. Clad in a streamlined engineering suit and protective goggles, exuding excitement as she issued commands with unwavering confidence. Quick, the ecological cycle core module needs to be installed there. Yes, right by the garden, it must connect seamlessly. The holographic simulation training grounds foundation needs to be deeper. The energy dampers must be of the highest specifications. They absolutely cannot affect Mr. Lin Mo's lounging area. Handle the modular units of the molecular gastronomy kitchen with care. That cryogenic freezing chamber is quite expensive. The outer energy barrier generators must be positioned according to the coordinates provided by Lord Weiss. Activate stealth mode. I do not wish for this place to become a tourist attraction in the future. The entire perimeter of the dojo transformed into a high-tech construction site, filled with the hum of machinery and Bulma's crisp commands. However, all the noise and vibrations were kept at bay by a gentle divine power field, pre-established by Weiss, resembling a soft membrane of water, ensuring that nothing could penetrate the core terrace and garden of the dojo. Lin Mo lay comfortably in his chair, seemingly indifferent to the bustling scene outside, occasionally glancing at the peculiar equipment and muttering, "TSK, how ostentatious." Little Wolf and Little Ya observed everything with curiosity, particularly Little Ya, who was captivated by the rapidly assembling futuristic molecular gastronomy kitchen. Meanwhile, Little Green anxiously guarded her garden, fearful that the enormous mechanical arms might inadvertently disturb her precious plants. Ms. Bulma's efficiency was truly commendable. Weiss hovered at the edge of the busy site, nodding in appreciation. He turned to the core area. "Now, if you would allow me to make a few minor adjustments." As his words fell, the angelic staff in Weiss's hand was gently raised, and the crystal orb at its tip erupted with a light softer yet purer than the sun, an ineffable, sacred power, seemingly emanating from the very dawn of the universe. Enveloped Fishbone Bay Dojo instantaneously. The divine enlightenment had commenced. 1. Spatial micro-expansion. The space appears to be gently stretched and folded by an invisible hand. Within the sanctuary, there is no intense sensation of physical expansion. However, those present, whether the curious Little Wolf observing near the vegetable garden or Lin Mo on the terrace, inexplicably feel a sense of openness in their vision, as if the flow of air has become more invigorating. The previously cramped layout now exudes a sense of spaciousness and order. The boundaries of Little Green's healing garden naturally extend several folds outward, reserving ample space for future development. 2. Purification and elevation of the energy field. The essence of Weiss flows like the purest spring water, coursing through every inch of the sanctuary's land and air. The energy field, already exceptionally pure due to Lin Mo's presence, is now meticulously refined and elevated. The atmosphere becomes refreshingly crisp, with each breath seemingly cleansing the lungs. Imbued with the faint yet vibrant essence of cosmic primordial energy, the light appears transformed, becoming softer and more nurturing. Draped in a sacred golden hue that cascades over the architecture, flora, and individuals, bestowing tranquility and serenity upon the spirit. The high-tech devices installed by Bulma seamlessly integrate their subtle energy fluctuations into this elevated energy field, no longer jarring, but rather resembling technological gems adorning a natural tapestry. 3. Natural rhythm. Weiss staff gestures towards Little Green's healing garden. The already vibrant garden seems infused with the quintessence of life. The soil deepens in its dark richness, exuding the fragrance of earth, while the plants visibly thrive, their leaves unfurling and flowers blooming with vivid hues, emanating a robust, soothing vitality. At the heart of the garden, a miniature spring emerges, veiled in ethereal mist, its gentle waters nourishing all in proximity. The entire garden undergoes a metamorphosis into a small ecological paradise. 4. Stability and harmony. The invisible force of natural law is woven into the spatial structure of the sanctuary. The entire Shinyu Bay becomes sturdier, its spatial framework reinforced to withstand stronger energy impacts, such as the aftermath of a clash between Beerus and Kampa. More importantly, technology, nature, divine power, and Lin Mo's ever-present languid essence harmoniously converge under Weiss's guidance, achieving a remarkable unity. Vines of lush green creep up the cold metallic edges, while the holographic simulation room reflects the garden's splendor, intertwining the brilliance of divine light with the subtle glow of the ecological system, indistinguishable from one another. Bulma gazes at the monitoring instruments, witnessing wildly fluctuating energy readings far beyond her comprehension, as well as the visibly harmonious transformations defying physical laws within the sanctuary. Her mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. Heavens, the power of angels, is this a miracle? Her previous technological blueprints seem but a canvas and palette for this divine masterpiece, rendered inconsequential in Weiss's understated enlightenment. Little Green joyfully twirls in its revitalized garden, sensing an unprecedented vitality and closeness to this land. The little wolf takes a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented smoothness in the flow of power within, and a newfound calmness envelopes its heart. Xiaoya felt a surge of inspiration, as if the air was brimming with enchanting emotional particles that could seamlessly blend into the delicacies. Beerus merely lifted his eyelids, letting out a soft grunt. Weiss, keep the noise down. He then resumed his attention towards Xiaoya's kitchen. Lin Mo observed all of this, finally shifting slightly from his reclining chair, seemingly intrigued. He glanced at the terrace edge, which appeared more expansive due to his subtle spatial enlargement, then took in a magnificent sea of clouds beyond the cliff, casually remarking, "The view has improved, yet it lacks a bit of vitality." Chapter 74. Conceptual Strokes and the Birth of a Sacred Place. Lin Mo's offhand comment was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating wondrous ripples within Weiss's perception. A glimmer of understanding flickered in the angel's eyes. "Does Mr. Lin Mo find it a tad too empty?" Weiss inquired gently. Lin Mo remained silent, stretching lazily, his gaze directed towards the rolling sea of clouds beyond the terrace, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the chair. Just as everyone, the gods, assumed he was merely speaking idly, Lin Mo raised his right hand. There was no cataclysmic burst of energy, nor intricate, arcane hand seals. He simply, almost nonchalantly, pointed his index finger towards the void outside the terrace, with a faint hum, a sound so subtle it seemed to resonate from the very depths of space itself. The air at the terrace edge began to ripple like the surface of water. A platform formed purely from condensed milky white cloud essence materialized out of thin air, extending outward. The cloud platform was modest in size, roughly 10 meters square, its edges shimmering with a delicate glow, appearing soft yet remarkably stable. It hovered above the sheer cliff, with a churning sea of clouds below, distant mountains, and an expansive sky beyond, transforming the vista into an awe-inspiring panorama. Sunlight bathed the cloud platform, casting a prismatic glow resembling an ethereal paradise. "Wow!" exclaimed Xiaoya and Xiaolu in unison. Even Xiaolang could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Bulma's instruments went off the charts once more, murmuring, creating something from nothing, stabilizing spatial structure. This energy level is beyond analysis. Weiss's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he keenly sensed the cloud platform, a manifestation of pure energy, as stable as if it had existed for millennia, imbued with an eternal concept of scenic repose. "Mr. Lin Mo, your effortless creation is truly astounding." Lin Mo paid no heed to Weiss's admiration, redirecting his gaze towards Xiaolu's flourishing garden, which had expanded several-fold. The garden was beautiful, vibrant with greenery and fragrant blooms. Yet it seemed to lack a certain vivacity. "The garden is lovely, but it feels too tranquil," he muttered once more. This time, he flicked his fingers. Several strands of energy, finer than a hair and shimmering with a spectrum of colors, drifted from his fingertips, as if animated, gracefully entering the depths of the garden, entwining around a few elegantly shaped shrubs adorned with delicate lavender blossoms. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The branches and leaves of those shrubs began to move without wind, enveloped in the radiant threads, swiftly undergoing wondrous transformations. The branches and leaves contracted, reshaped, and their colors became strikingly vivid. In the blink of an eye, several diminutive birds, no larger than a palm, adorned with plumage as resplendent as shards of a rainbow, alighted upon the branches. Their feathers shimmered with a jewel-like luster, and their eyes sparkled like pure obsidian. They tilted their heads, emitting a few crisp, melodious chirps, ethereal as wind chimes, and then, with a lightness that defied gravity, they took flight, swirling above the garden and casting down delicate specks of luminescence. These birds were not mere flesh and blood. Instead, they were composed entirely of highly refined energy, brimming with life, immortal and indestructible, becoming an eternal embellishment to the garden. "Oh, how beautiful!" exclaimed Xiaoya, her delight causing her to cover her mouth in surprise. Xiaolu joyfully waved its leaves, seemingly welcoming the new neighbors. Xiaolang observed the agile little birds, sensing the pure and gentle energy emanating from them, gaining a deeper understanding of his master's unfathomable prowess. Beers, too, was drawn by the bird's song, curling his lips in disdain. Fanciful birds, not fit for consumption. Yet, his gaze involuntarily followed the vibrant hues. Lin Mo gazed contentedly at the cloud platform and the birds he had effortlessly conjured, reclining lazily once more. Now, this is far more pleasing to the eye. The high-tech apparatus brought by Bulma harmoniously integrated into this space, elevated by divine power and tinged with conceptual artistry, under the guidance of Whis and Lin Mo's embellishments. The ecological circulation system operated silently, maintaining the most comfortable humidity and temperature within the sanctuary, while an invisible energy barrier isolated the domain from the outside world, leaving only the magnificent scenery. The molecular gastronomy kitchen stood quietly in a corner of the garden, awaiting Xiaoya's exploration. And the holographic simulation room resembled a vast crystal sphere, reflecting the azure sky and white clouds. Outside, engineering robots completed their final adjustments and, under Bulma's directives, withdrew in an orderly fashion. As the clamor faded, a rejuvenated realm emerged. Sunlight streamed through the divinely purified air, casting its glow upon the pristine cloud platform. The vibrant garden where energetic birds danced, the structures blending technology with nature, and upon the figure of the seemingly indifferent salted fish master, who was engrossed in his cup of warm tea on the terrace. An ineffable tranquility, harmony, and transcendent aura permeated every corner of the sanctuary. The brilliance of technology, the sanctity of divine power, the vitality of nature, the profundity of concepts, and a deep-seated sense of languid leisure reached a perfect equilibrium here. Salted Fish Bay had transcended its role as merely a residence or sanctuary. It had begun to take on the semblance of a sacred place, an extraordinary haven of tranquility and serenity, teeming with limitless possibilities and miracles. Whis surveyed the surroundings, a genuine appreciation illuminating his face, with technology as its foundation, divine power as its rhythm, nature as its attire, and concepts as the finishing touch, complemented by your steadfast presence. Mr. Lin Mo, this place is indeed extraordinary. To call it sacred is most fitting. Lin Mo sipped his tea without lifting his gaze. Sacred? Can it be eaten? Xiaoya, the new kitchen is ready. Let us try that molecular gastronomy thing. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Yes, master, Xiaoya replied, her excitement mingled with nervousness as she gazed at the futuristic kitchen. Chapter 75. The Sacred Land's First Cry and the Budding of the Star Realm. The upgraded Xinyu Bei dojo welcomed its first tranquil morning. Sunlight no longer merely illuminated but cascaded like rays filtered through the purest crystal, imbued with a divine golden hue, gently and uniformly gracing every corner. The air was as crisp as that found atop a high mountain, each breath infused with faint, invigorating energy particles, as if purifying the soul. The internal space of the dojo felt remarkably expansive. The previously somewhat compact architecture and garden layout now radiated openness and elegance, offering a vista that uplifted the spirit. Most captivating was the observation platform, suspended beyond the cliff's edge, where milky white clouds lingered, their edges shimmering with the dawn's early light. Lin Mo naturally positioned his Xinyu throne, a specially crafted recliner, at the center of the platform. At that moment, he basked in the morning glow, wrapped in a light blanket, seemingly caught in a state between dreams and wakefulness. A few colorful energy birds, unafraid of his presence, affectionately perched on the armrests of his chair, tilting their little heads and emitting delicate, melodious chirps. Xiao Lu was joyfully immersed in her healing paradise, a name she had given to her upgraded garden. The garden had expanded several-fold, now featuring a small spring, shrouded in a gentle green mist at its center, the water bubbling softly and nourishing the surrounding earth. With utmost care, she planted an alien seed from the trial planet, rich in tenacious vitality. In the area surrounding the spring, where energy was most concentrated, she summoned gentle life energy to envelop the seed tenderly, whispering as if to encourage the birth of new life. Nutrient solutions from the Bulma ecological recycling system were precisely delivered to this area, merging perfectly with the garden's mist and spring water. The entire garden thrived with vitality, exotic flowers and plants vying for attention, while energy birds flitted among them, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Xiaoya embarked on her explorations in the newly completed molecular cuisine kitchen. The kitchen exuded a futuristic aura, featuring sleek silver countertops, an array of intelligent utensils whose names she could not recall but found exceptionally useful, and a low-temperature chamber capable of instantly freezing and preserving freshness. Taking a deep breath, she began with the simplest task, making cream puffs, when she witnessed the intelligent oven. Utilizing precision temperature control and energy field assistance she had never imagined, bake the puffs to a golden crisp with perfectly hollow interiors. She couldn't help but let out a small cheer. She attempted to incorporate a hint of petals, gathered from the garden in the morning dew and mist, extracting their essence using the molecular cooking apparatus to infuse the cream filling. As the first misty floral cream puff emerged, exuding an even more elegant and enchanting fragrance than before, Xiao Ya's eyes sparkled like stars. Master, Sister Bulma, this kitchen is fantastic. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang chose not to venture into the new holographic simulation training room, which he found somewhat ostentatious. Instead, he sought a relatively open hard surface near the dojo's edge, close to the energy barrier generator installed by Bulma. This area, distant from the core zone, allowed him to train in explosive strength without risking disturbance to the garden or terrace. He lowered his waist and immediately began to practice an ancient and profound martial art. His movements were steady and powerful, each punch and kick resonating with a subtle sound akin to thunder, yet he perfectly contained the energy within a confined space, allowing not a trace of excess energy to escape. The protective will he comprehended during his trials infused every move he made. Bulma, observing through the high-definition surveillance system she had ardently insisted upon under the pretext of security for the sacred ground, watched in excitement, dancing around her laboratory. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The ecological readings are stabilizing at optimal levels. The spatial structure stability coefficient is off the charts. The harmony of the energy field, my goodness. That curve is as beautiful as a work of art. Little Ya's snack energy fluctuations are astonishingly stable and controllable. It seems that molecular technology aids in a manifestation of emotional energy. Haha, my investment is truly worthwhile. She had already begun to conceive new experimental projects. Beerus, following the enticing aroma, sauntered to the kitchen doorway, his nose twitching. Hey, that spirit mist puff. Bring me a dozen. He seemed indifferent to the new surroundings. As long as the snacks were plentiful, Whis floated near the cloud platform, watching Lin Mo rest in the morning light, observing the playful birds, and seeing his disciples absorbed in the new environment, experiencing the harmonious tranquility of the entire dojo. He elegantly sipped a cup of floral tea brewed from the garden's spiritual spring, a new skill learned by Little Ya. His eyes filled with admiration for this newly blossomed sanctuary. Balance, harmony, vitality, serenity, and that unique essence of languidness. Mr. Lin Mo, this place has already begun to exude its distinct charm. I have a premonition that soon, more guests will be drawn in by its brilliance. As if to affirm Whis' words, in the center of the garden, beside the spring, where Little Green had just planted alien seeds, the soil stirred slightly. A tender green shoot, as vibrant as jade and tipped with a faint glimmer of starlight, quietly broke through the earth. Upon encountering the rich, sacred energy and life essence in the dojo's air, the shoot quivered gently, and the faint starlight at its apex seemed to brighten just a bit. This resilient seed from a dying planet began its new life journey in this burgeoning sanctuary, nurtured by divine power and the embrace of life energy. Little Green, filled with hope, named it the Star Realm Flower. The emergence of the Star Realm Flower symbolized the beginning of the legend of the Shinyu-Bei Dojo as a cosmic sanctuary. The sunlight was warm, the birds chirped melodiously, and the aromas of tea and snacks intertwined, strength accumulating in calmness, and life blossoming in tranquility. On the first day after the upgrade, it unfolded in an atmosphere of utmost harmony and abundant hope. Chapter 76, The Divine Visitor, Part 1, The Kaioshin's Apology and Quest for Knowledge. The upgraded Shinyu-Bei shone like a newborn gem in the cosmos, its unique aura and energy fluctuations becoming increasingly distinct in specific perceptions. On the 7th day since the sacred ground's initial formation, the dojo welcomed its first heavyweight visitor from beyond the Destroyer class. The space parted like a curtain of water, not with Whis' elegant ripples, but with an ancient and solemn spatial fluctuation. Two figures emerged from within. At the forefront stood an elder, his hair and beard entirely white, his visage bearing the marks of antiquity. Clad in deep purple attire befitting the king of the gods, he adorned a pair of mysterious patera earrings upon his brow. Unmistakably the old king of the 7th universe. Following closely behind him was the youthful Jebbet, whose expression still bore traces of anxiety and lingering reverence. The elder's gaze was immediately captivated by the scene before him. The air, purified by divine power, flowed with sunlight radiating a sacred golden hue, harmoniously blending technology with the creations of nature. Moreover, the core area exuded an undeniable, languid yet vast aura, akin to a divine anchor, strikingly challenging his comprehension. Particularly, when his eyes beheld the verdant haven nurtured by little green, enveloped in ethereal mist and adorned with vibrant energy birds soaring amidst the tranquility, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is... The elder's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement, infused with a blend of technology, divine power, and the essence of nature, all coalescing into a unique domain defined by the very concept of existence itself. A miracle, truly a cosmic miracle. He momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit. Resembling a child who had stumbled upon a new continent, his steps naturally leading him toward Little Green's garden. Jebbet hastily whispered a reminder, "Ancestor, we have come to apologize and pay our respects." It was only then that the elder seemed to awaken from his reverie, clearing his throat twice, striving to adopt a demeanor of regal authority befitting a king of the gods, though his gaze could not resist drifting back toward the garden. He adjusted his robes and, accompanied by Jebbet, proceeded toward the floating cloud platform, where Lin Mo's throne resided, an essential hub of the entire sanctuary's ambience. Lin Mo reclined in the center of the cloud platform, draped in a light blanket, seemingly asleep, with several energetic birds perched upon him. Whis floated nearby, gracefully savoring floral tea, while Beerus, positioned closest to the kitchen, eagerly awaited new delicacies from Xiaoya. "Ahem, Mr. Lin Mo, Lord Whis, Lord Beerus." The elder's voice sought to maintain a tranquil tone, laced with palpable contrition. "I, on behalf of the King of the Gods, have come to express my apologies for the previous recklessness and offense." He inclined his body slightly, adopting a lowly posture. Jebbet mirrored the gesture of respect. Whis smiled and nodded. "Your consideration, old King of the Gods, is appreciated." He refrained from mentioning the specific details of the temporal anomaly. Yet both parties understood the unspoken acknowledgement. Beerus merely lifted his eyelids, letting out a grunt. "It's too noisy. Can't you see that fellow is sleeping? Wait until he awakens to offer your apologies." His disdain for the elder's previous reckless actions was evident. The old King of the Gods felt a twinge of embarrassment, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to the garden. Just then, Little Green emerged, cradling a small bouquet of freshly picked tranquil flowers, still glistening with dew and imbued with the essence of ethereal mist, intended as a gift for his master. Upon seeing the old King of the Gods, Little Green hesitated, sensing the powerful and ancient life force emanating from the elder, though it appeared devoid of malice. The elder's attention was instantly captured by the bouquet in Little Green's hands. The life energy contained within these flowers is so pure, and there is a hint of affinity with the laws. He could no longer suppress the impulse of a researcher, disregarding all decorum, and swiftly approached Little Green, crouching down so closely that his eyes nearly touched the bouquet, observing it with fervor. "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. This energy structure, this natural affinity, dear child, how did you accomplish this?" Startled, Little Green instinctively hid the bouquet behind her, her leaves trembling slightly. This is what I have nurtured with great care, the energy of the garden and my master." She stumbled over her words. "Lord Old Kai, please do not frighten her." Weiss interjected at an opportune moment, his tone gentle yet laced with a hint of caution. Realizing his misconduct, the old Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he straightened up. My apologies. I have been rude. However, this garden, this life energy, truly excites my curiosity." His gaze toward the garden brimmed with longing. "Mr. Lin Mo, might I inquire if I could conduct a brief study within this garden? I assure you, it will not disturb the tranquility of this place." At that moment, an irresistible sweet aroma wafted in from the kitchen. Lilia emerged, holding an exquisite tray adorned with freshly baked starlight cookies, infused with a hint of starry floral essence and alien mineral powder. The cookies sparkled with glimmering sugar crystals resembling stars, exuding a delightful glow and an invigorating fragrance. This aroma instantly dissipated the old Kai's thirst for knowledge and his earlier embarrassment. He sniffed the air, his gaze captivated by the radiant cookies. "What is this? It contains such pure, positive emotional energy." The Kai's perception of emotions and souls surpassed that of ordinary beings. Feeling somewhat bashful under the gaze of everyone, and every deity. Lilia softly spoke. "This is starlight cookies, freshly made. Would you like to try some, Grandpa?" She extended the tray towards the old Kai. He eagerly picked up a piece, carefully taking a bite. The crisp texture, combined with the unique cool fragrance of the starry flower and the subtle energy of the mineral, flowed a gentle, sunlit joy into his heart, instantly alleviating the slight awkwardness he felt from his previous indiscretion, even sharpening his mental clarity. The old Kai's eyes widened further, this time filled with pure delight and astonishment. Delicious. Incredible. This is not merely food. It is a vessel of emotion, a balm for the soul. His gaze towards Lilia ignited with fervent intensity, as if he had discovered a treasure more precious than the garden itself. "Little girl, your craft embodies the essence of greatness." Jebet observed his ancestor transform from the imposing Kai into an enthusiastic food researcher and gardening enthusiast, and he could only helplessly cover his forehead. "Hey, old man, that is my share of snacks." Beerus grumbled in dissatisfaction. Lin Mo, shifting in his lounge chair, half the blanket slipping off, seemed disturbed by the commotion and mumbled sleepily, "Everyone be quiet. If you keep making noise, the snacks will be confiscated." His voice was soft yet possessed an unusual penetrating quality. Instantly, the vicinity around the cloud platform fell into silence. The old Kai swiftly popped the remaining half of the cookie into his mouth, offering an apologetic smile towards Lin Mo. He then lowered his voice and initiated a new round of inquisitive and friendly discourse with Xiaoya and Xiaolu. Apologies had long been cast aside. The exploration of the garden and Xiaoya's delightful snacks had become his legitimate reason for lingering in the salty fish bay. Thus, the first resident research-oriented visitor of the dojo was firmly established. Chapter 77, The Divine Visitor, Part 2, The Gluttonous Whirlwind of the Sixth Universe. The old Kai discovered a paradise for research in Salty Fish Bay, spending his days either reciting incantations to the starry blossoms in the garden or bustling around Xiaoya's snack kitchen. Occasionally, he would engage in discussions about profound life principles, leading to a remarkably fulfilling existence. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by another, more forceful, and one might say gluttonous, presence. That afternoon, the sky above Salty Fish Bay rippled like the surface of a lake struck by a boulder, warping and vibrating with a deep, resonant hum. A tempestuous aura, akin to that of Beerus, but even more voracious, descended like a hurricane. "Beerus, you scrawny feline, come out, this divine being commands." A thunderous roar, filled with resentment, reverberated through the heavens. Beerus, reclining comfortably on a cushion on the terrace, not the cloud, relishing Xiaoya's specially crafted molten chocolate lava cake, perked up his ears at the sound, his golden pupils flashing with irritation. "How did that foolish elephant find me?" As the words fell, the space split open with a tremendous rift. A large, rotund figure, clad in a destruction god attire similar to Beerus's but in orange and white, crashed down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It was Kampa, the destruction god of the Sixth Universe. Beside him floated a tall, elegant female angel, wielding a divine staff. With lavender skin and long silver hair, Vados. Upon landing, Kampa's nose twitched like a radar, precisely locking onto the half-eaten lava cake in Beerus's hand and the mouth-watering aromas wafting from Xiaoya's kitchen. His small eyes erupted with a hungry, wolfish glow. "How delicious. Beerus, you are indeed here indulging in delectable treats. Quick, hand over all the goodies, or I shall obliterate this wretched place." Vados gracefully tapped her staff on the ground, nullifying the vibrations caused by Kampa's landing, a bemused yet affectionate smile gracing her face. "Lord Kampa, please mind your manners. We are here for a friendly visit." Her gaze swept curiously over the rejuvenated Salty Fish Bay, pausing momentarily on the cloud platform where Lin Mo resided, as well as on Xiaolu's garden and Whis. "Whis, it has been a while. It appears the Seventh Universe has indeed birthed a most intriguing locale." Whis elegantly performed an angelic salute. "Sister Vados, welcome to Salty Fish Bay. Lord Kampa, please temper your wrath. There will be ample food to enjoy." "A friendly visit? Oomph. This divine being is here to collect a debt." Kampa paid no heed, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth as he pointed at the cake in Beerus's hand. "Beerus, we have yet to settle the account for that slice of universe heart, putting you pilfered on the culinary planet. Now hiding here and hoarding all for oneself. Quick, give it to me." Beerus protectively stuffed the last bite of cake into his mouth, licking his claws with a provocative expression. "Foolish elephant. Want some? Go find it yourself. This is the territory of the divine." "Your territory? Nonsense. Compa roared, unleashing a terrifying aura of destructive energy that enveloped him, declaring, "I shall demolish this place today. Let's see how you continue to hide." As the two gods of destruction prepared to clash, the cataclysmic energy made the entire dojo tremble. The little wolf immediately positioned himself between the garden and the kitchen, his presence solid and imposing. The little green creature nervously shrank its leaves. Just then, Xiaya emerged with a plate of freshly baked rainbow macarons, nearly dropping it in fright. "Lord Compa, Lord Beerus," both Vados and Whis called out simultaneously, their staffs gently tapping the ground, enveloping the two gods of destruction in a soft yet powerful angelic force that forcibly suppressed their impending conflict. Engaging in a brawl in someone else's territory would be unbecoming. Vados' voice remained gentle, but carried an undeniable authority. "Humph." Compa and Beerus glared at each other, temporarily retracting their energy, yet the sparks of fury crackled in their eyes. At that moment, an even richer, more enticing aroma, seemingly a confluence of all sweetness and joy in the world, erupted in the air like an explosion. Xiaya took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and approached the two looming gods of destruction with her colorful, artistic plate of rainbow macarons. Lord Compa, Lord Vados?" Xiaoya's voice quivered slightly, yet she endeavored to sound sweet. "Welcome to Salty Fish Bay. This is a batch of freshly made rainbow macarons. Please do try some." The dreamlike colors and the irresistible sweet fragrance instantly captivated Compa's full attention. The fury in his eyes was swiftly replaced by hunger as he snatched the plate and popped a pink macaron into his mouth. Compa's massive body suddenly stiffened. His small eyes widened in astonishment, as if an explosion of stars had burst forth in his gaze. The crisp exterior, the dense and moist filling, and the explosive sweetness unfolded in layers within his mouth, accompanied by an indescribable feeling of bliss washing over him like a warm current, soothing his previously agitated mood significantly. "Delicious. So incredibly delicious," he exclaimed, louder than his earlier roar, as he began to devour the macarons with fervor. Seeing this, Beerus became frantic. "Foolish elephant. That's mine. Leave some for me." He disregarded their earlier conflict and lunged to snatch some for himself. Thus, on the terrace of Salty Fish Bay, a comically absurd scene unfolded. The two supreme gods of destruction, grappling for a plate of delicacies, completely lost their dignity, pulling each other's limbs and tails while their mouths were stuffed, leading to a muffled quarrel. "Let go. That blue one is mine. Get away. The pink one is the tastiest. Vados, help me restrain this foolish elephant. Whis, control this scrawny cat." Vados and Whis exchanged glances, both recognizing the helpless amusement in each other's eyes. Bardos gracefully picked up an untouched yellow macaron, taking a gentle bite, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Indeed, it is truly exquisite, Whis. The seamless fusion of color, flavor, and positive emotional energy is a testament to this young girl's remarkable talent. It is no wonder that Lord Beerus is utterly captivated." Whis nodded with a smile. Little Yaya's pastries are undoubtedly one of the irreplaceable treasures of this realm. As Yaya observed the two gods of destruction squabbling over her confections and heard the compliments from the angels, her nervousness dissipated considerably, replaced by a proud yet bashful smile. Clearly, the art of pastry diplomacy is an unfailing weapon regardless of the deity's universe. Thus, a potential crisis of destruction was averted within a platter of rainbow macarons. The culinary whirlwind of the Sixth Universe had officially made its mark at the sacred Fish Bay, swiftly establishing its anchor at Yaya's pastry kitchen. Chapter 78. The Clash of Ideals, Gavas and Zamas. The arrival of Compa and Bardos further enlivened Fish Bay, or perhaps created a delightful chaos. Compa, under the pretext of supervising the quality of pastries and preventing Beerus from pilfering, refused to leave. Consequently, the terrace transformed into a battleground for pastry supremacy between Beerus and Compa, with daily roars echoing over the last slice of cake or single cream puff. Thankfully, the timely intervention of Bardos and Whis, the angelic caretakers, prevented the sacred place from descending into ruins. The old Kai was entirely absorbed in the ocean of research, wielding an energy recorder produced by Universal Capsule Company, scanning the various aspects of Little Green's garden, or, while Yaya crafted her pastries, solemnly documenting the energy fluctuation curves, murmuring to himself, "Life resonance frequency, emotional energy conversion rate, a miracle indeed." Amidst this divine-filled routine, Fish Bay welcomed new visitors. This time, The spatial disturbance felt more serene and orthodox, imbued with the unique sense of order characteristic of the Kaiashins. As the light dissipated, two figures emerged. Leading was an elderly gentleman with a benevolent visage and gentle demeanor, adorned in the green garb of a Kaiashin, none other than Gavas of the 10th universe. Following closely was a tall, handsome young Kaiashin with green skin and long white hair, the apprentice Zamas. A flawless, humble smile graced Zamas's face, his clear eyes radiating warmth as he slightly bowed to the assembled company with an elegant composure. "Welcome, Lord Gavas and Zamas," which assumed his role as the angelic introducer. He proceeded to introduce Lin Mo, still reclining in a chair, seemingly uninterested in the guests. Beerus, currently engaged in a glaring contest with Kampa. Bardas, the old Kai, nodding perfunctorily while holding the recorder, and the three disciples. Gavas's gaze swept across the harmonious and tranquil dojo, absorbing the unique ambience where technology, divine power, nature, and a sense of languor intertwined flawlessly. His eyes gleamed with genuine admiration. Such tranquility, harmony, and vibrant life, yet beneath it lies an unfathomable depth of power. Whis, Lord Beerus, esteemed guests, it is truly astonishing that your universe has nurtured such a wondrous place. The path of this place subtly aligns with the principles of cosmic balance and symbiosis. My aged self embarks on this journey with a heart open to learning and exchange. His words were sincere, imbued with the humility of a scholar. Zamas approached with a respectful bow, his voice warm and pleasant. "I, Zamas, pay my respects to all esteemed individuals present and to Mr. Lin Mo. It is indeed an honor to personally experience the harmonious atmosphere of this sacred land." His gaze lingered momentarily on the three disciples, particularly when he sensed the steady, refined power within the little wolf, the pure and vast vitality of the little green one, and the vibrant emotional energy emanating from the little elegant one. A fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple crossed his eyes, as swift as an illusion. Goaz was soon drawn away by the old Kaiashin, who engaged in conversation with another elder Kaiashin, both marveling at the celestial flower buds and energy birds in the garden, exchanging insights on life and nature in a congenial atmosphere. Zamas maintained a demeanor of courtesy, quietly following Goaz, occasionally posing gentle inquiries that revealed his thirst for knowledge. He admired Bulma's technological marvels, expressed awe at the energy barriers and simulation rooms, observed the little wolf's mastery of power with approving nods, and appreciated the process by which the little elegant one infused emotions into her delicacies with gentle surprise. However, when he found himself alone, seemingly wandering casually to the edge of the flourishing healing sanctuary of the little green one, turning his back to the others, that flawless, humble smile faded momentarily like a mask. He watched as the little green one carefully nurtured several extraordinary vines, recently rescued from the brink of death from the trial planet, and observed the little wolf steadily honing his strength nearby. Within his gaze, a frozen arrogance and an indescribable disdain quietly stirred, like a venomous serpent rearing its head. He extended his hand, the tips of his fingers coalescing into a faint, sacred green light, the power of the Kaiashin, which gently brushed against a vibrant leaf exuding pure life energy. Under the radiance of his fingertips, the leaf visibly brightened and plumped, as if infused with renewed vigor. How primitive and inefficient this method is. A whisper, light and cold, only audible to him, escaped his lips like the shattering of ice. He gazed upon the little green one's focused and joyous profile, observing this garden teeming with lowly life flourishing with abandon. His expression resembled that of a deity surveying the futile busyness of mere ants. To squander precious divine power on the withering of these lesser beings. To waste time indulging in the delights of trivial delicacies. To confine strength to the preservation of peace in this minuscule realm. Zamas's mind swirled with twisted thoughts. Is this truly the sacred land esteemed by Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, and even Master Goaz? The so-called harmony? Merely the feeble banding together of the weak. A blasphemy against the supreme cosmic law that power is truth. The flicker of life-giving light at his fingertips extinguished quietly. The leaf he had once empowered now revealed an unnatural wilting more rapidly than its neighboring leaves, as if its life force had been drained. Zamas swiftly reined in all emotions, reapplying the veneer of gentle humility as if the preceding events had never transpired. He turned, his face adorned with a perfectly measured appreciation for the garden's beauty, and approached the engrossed discussion between Gavus and the old Kai. No one noticed the slightly curled leaf, nor did anyone perceive the rampant darkness and utter disdain for this harmonious sanctum lurking beneath the flawless facade of the apprentice Kai. The clash of ideologies was silent yet lethal. A twisted seed had quietly been sown at the edge of the sanctum. Chapter 79. The Daily Affairs of the Cosmic Committee. With the arrival of visitors from the 10th universe, the Shinyubei Dojo had transformed into a miniature cosmic high society social hub. Influential figures of varying identities, philosophies, and temperaments gathered, infusing this once tranquil sanctuary with a vibrant energy. Terrace area, the battlefield of destruction gods and the angelic tea party. The ongoing snack warfare between Beerus and Kampa was a staple event, commencing with the first batch of cream puffs prepared by Xiaoya in the morning and concluding with the starry night cake in the evening, a relentless competition. The edges of the terrace had been reinforced, thanks to Bulma and Whis, becoming their exclusive arena. Foolish elephant. That caramel pudding belongs to me. Preposterous. It bears the imprint of my teeth. Bardos. He is cheating with destruction energy. Whis. Did you see him snatching my spoon? Bardos and Whis floated a bit farther from the battlefield, elegantly seated on exquisitely crafted chairs of condensed energy that had appeared out of thin air. A small table before them bearing delicate tea sets and the angel-exclusive pastries provided by Xiaoya. Whis, this harmony in the 7th universe is indeed exquisite. Even Lord Kampa seems, well, slightly less irritable, Bardos remarked with a gentle sip of floral tea. You flatter me, sister. It is the pastries and Xiaoya's emotional energy that soothe Lord Kampa. Whis elegantly responded, though the stardust flower essence from the 6th universe that you brought enhances the clarity of this floral tea quite splendidly. The afternoon tea time, shared by the two angels, served as a tranquil oasis amidst chaos. Garden Laboratory, the academic salon of the Kai. The old Kai and Gavus had forged an unexpected friendship, intellectually speaking, spending their days immersed in the garden of Little Green, pointing at the astral flower buds and various plants while discussing profound principles of life and energy resonance theory. Gavus, my old friend, observe the absorption rate of this astral flower bud towards the spiritual mist. This curve perfectly aligns with the hypothesis of primordial resonance. Ah, Brother Xian, your insights are remarkable. However, I am more intrigued by its energy interaction patterns with the alien vines. This seems to unveil new pathways for interstellar life energy transmission. Little Green found itself sandwiched between the two fervent scholars, constantly called upon to demonstrate life communication or queried about energy channeling techniques, busily flitting about with drooping leaves. It was also quite content to acquire a wealth of new knowledge. Zama's quietly followed Gawas, playing the role of a diligent student, timely offering his notepad or energy detector, occasionally posing seemingly gentle yet profoundly leading questions, attempting to steer the conversation toward the realms of life hierarchy and energy efficiency. But he was deftly sidestepped by the two ancient Kaiashins, who were absorbed in the harmony of nature. In the kitchen area, Xiaoya's energy workshop and diplomatic center, Xiaoya's kitchen had become the busiest and most vital location. She not only had to satisfy the insatiable appetites of the two destroyers, but also prepare exquisite pastries for the angels, as well as energy sample snacks required for the research of the ancient Kaiashins, tailored to different emotions and energy ratios. The molecular gastronomy equipment greatly enhanced her capabilities. Customized emotional snacks became her new endeavor. Soothing lava cakes for Beerus and Kampa, effect unverified. Tranquil starry sky cakes for the angels, and inspiration-infused wisdom pastries for the ancient Kaiashins. A silent queue often formed at her kitchen door, Beerus and Kampa peering in impatiently for their orders, Babidi elegantly reserving afternoon tea, Gawas politely inquiring if he could take some leftover Hope Energy Tart for research, and even Zamas, who casually passed by, expressed a modicum of surprise at Xiaoya's ability to transform low-tier emotions into such pure energy vessels. In the training area, at the Guardian Post, Xiaolong's anchor, Xiaolong's training zone had shifted to the outermost perimeter of the dojo, close to the barrier. He was single-mindedly devoted to honing his strength and refining his protective will. His steadfast presence became a rock amidst the chaotic flow of energy in the dojo. He also took it upon himself to maintain order. Whenever the aftermath of the destroyer skirmishes encroached upon the core area, he would promptly position himself before the garden and kitchen. If curious little energy birds ventured too close to Kampa's destructive energy field, he would discreetly redirect them with his aura. When Zamas inadvertently approached Little Green for a deep life perception, Xiaolong's vigilant gaze, as tangible as substance, would deter him. He stood like a silent yet reliable barrier, safeguarding the dojo's fragile harmony and tranquility. In the group chat, the online version of the Universe Residence Committee 18 posted an aerial view of the dojo, with Beerus and Kampa competing for snacks in the background, and Babidi and Whis elegantly enjoying tea in the foreground look. Today's routine from the Universe Residence Committee. Gluttonous gods bickering, a goddess sipping tea, the old ones studying flowers and plants, and Shaoling on guard. Lin Mo, you've won by line down. Bulma posted a series of complex data stream screenshots. The stability of the Sacred Land's energy field has reached a new high. Despite the ongoing brawls between the two destroyers, the intense research of the three Kaioshin's, and Xiaoya's kitchen energy peaks, it astonishingly maintains perfect harmony. This coefficient of harmony is unscientific. Whis, I request the data model. Kame Senin posted a drooling emoji. Xiaoya, new pastries, requesting nourishment. I am willing to exchange for the latest treasure trove of photographs. Clin, sending a sweating emoji. It seems to be quite lively and perilous. Over there, number 18. Do take care, my dear. Wukong, sharing a photo of an arm wrestling match with the King of World. Haha. The Lord of Worlds has lost again. Lord Beerus. When shall we engage in battle once more? Vegeta, silently observing with a glowing avatar, evidently eavesdropping. Lin Mo, who has been a perpetual lurker, surprisingly reacts with a thumbs-up emoji beneath number 18's post. The upgraded Xia Yubei dojo, amidst a congregation of formidable beings, not only withstands the pressure, but flourishes in a peculiar, tension-filled equilibrium. Technology, divine power, nature, emotions, destruction, creation, inquiry, and guardianship. All elements collide and merge here, forming an absurd yet harmonious cosmic ukiyo-e. Number 18's incisive remarks render this place akin to the Cosmic Residence Committee. Chapter 80, Undercurrents and Glimmers. Zamasu's departure and the response of the Star Realm. The cultural exchange between Guavas and Zamasu at Xia Yubei persisted for several days. Guavas was utterly immersed in the harmonious atmosphere and academic discourse of this sacred land, becoming oblivious to the outside world. His discussions with the Elder Kai grew increasingly profound, even embarking on collaborative projects to document Little Green's life energy spectrum and Little Ya's emotional energy conversion model, yielding substantial rewards. Zamasu, on the other hand, consistently maintained the pristine image of a novice Kai. He was humble, courteous, inquisitive, showing great respect towards Guavas and the Elder Kai, demonstrating utmost courtesy to Whis and Beerus, and maintaining a superficial respect for the likes of Beerus and Kampa when they were not enraged. He observed Little Wolf's training, nodding in approval at appropriate moments, savoring Little Ya's pastries with gentle praise for her craft, and expressing awe at the miraculous wonders of life within Little Green's garden. However, when he found himself alone, or when gazing at the garden he deemed filled with inefficiency and waste, the icy depths of his eyes betrayed his true emotions, an ingrained coldness intermingled with disdain, contempt, and a twisted sense of superiority. He could not fathom why these exalted beings would place such significance on the trivial antics of a group of mortals, including those disciples. Guardianship, nature, emotions? In the face of absolute power and divine order, these were mere stumbling blocks hindering the evolution of the universe. What he found particularly intolerable was Lin Mo, the one reclining on the cloud platform, seemingly indifferent to everything, yet subtly the core of this place. That languor, that nonchalant attitude towards power, was the ultimate sacrilege in Zamasu's eyes. To possess such strength and not establish a divine order, not eradicate the lower beings and life forms that polluted the universe, but instead squander time here, it was a gross misallocation of resources, a betrayal of divine duty. This twisted notion burgeoned wildly within him. Every ounce of harmony in Xia Yubei, every smiling face, every meticulously nurtured plant, felt like needles piercing through his warped belief in absolute justice. At last, during yet another fervent discussion with the old Kai regarding the equality of life energy, the final vestiges of Zamasu's feigned gentleness vanished, leaving only a chilling resolve. He realized that remaining here would not only prevent him from acquiring the absolute power he so desperately sought to expunge the impurities, for he believed that both Lin Mo and the angels were withholding knowledge from him, but would also subject him to the insidious erosion of this fallen harmony. He must depart. He would return to Universe 10 to enact the true justice he envisioned in his heart, to purify the unworthy lower beings in the name of the divine. Master Boss, I take a step forward, Zamasu said, a flawless smile tinged with a hint of regret adorning his face. I am immensely grateful for your guidance in bringing the younger generation to this sacred place to witness such a unique harmony. I have gained invaluable insight. However, it seems that there are some pressing matters in Universe 10, and I must clarify some new thoughts I have regarding the practice of order. Might we consider setting off back? Guas, caught up in his discussion, felt a twinge of reluctance at Zamasu's words. Oh, so soon? Zamasu, this place is filled with endless wonders. Why not linger a few more days? You are indeed wise, master. However, my duties call, and I must reflect on what I have felt to translate it into action. Zamasu replied with utmost respect, his reasoning sound. Guas glanced at the old Kai Shin, who was engrossed in his studies, then looked back at Zamasu's earnest demeanor and sighed. Very well. Brother Shin, it seems our discussions must continue at another time. The old Kai waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Do not delay the child's important matters. I will send you the data. Their farewell unfolded in an atmosphere that seemed outwardly harmonious, yet each harbored their own thoughts. Zamasu bowed deeply to everyone in turn, his demeanor impeccable, especially as he faced the direction of Lin Mo, bending lower in a gesture of profound respect. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, his icy gaze resembled a venomous dagger. Farewell, hypocritical paradise. The day I establish a new order shall be the day this kind of harmony is thoroughly purified. This was his silent declaration. Whis and Beerus appeared to sense something amiss. The angels possessed an acute awareness. They exchanged a meaningful glance, yet spoke no further. Beerus simply smiled and remarked, Zamasu, the order of the universe requires wisdom and compassion to sustain it, not absolute coldness. Zamasu's body momentarily faltered, but he soon raised his head, still wearing that gentle smile. I shall heed your teachings, Lord Beerus. Yet to Whis and Beerus, that smile seemed particularly hollow. Once again, the spatial fluctuations rippled, and the figures of Guas and Zamasu vanished. Zamasu's departure seemed to carry away an intangible chill. The temple appeared to regain its previous liveliness, or perhaps its noise. Yet keen as a young wolf, it felt as though something was amiss in the atmosphere, a weight that was difficult to articulate. Little Green gazed at the spot where Zamasu had stood, noticing that the leaves he had inadvertently brushed against seemed to have taken on a subtle, early hint of withered yellow, more pronounced than the others. At that moment, in the heart of the garden, beside the spring, the delicate seedling of the astral flower, nourished by the energy of the sacred land, emitted a faint glimmer of starlight at its apex, suddenly flickering with a brightness more radiant than ever before. It seemed as though this resilient life, hailing from a dying planet, with its unique spirituality, sensed the departing coldness and malice, responding with this dim, yet resolute starlight as an homage to the harmonious sanctuary that safeguarded it. Although dark currents had begun to stir, the warmth of the sun still enveloped the bay of salty fish. The pastries remained sweet, the destroyer continued its quarrels, the angels exuded elegance, and the Supreme Kai remained absorbed in research. The daily clamor and warmth of the sacred land temporarily masked the quietly receding shadows. The faint glow of the astral flower, akin to fireflies in the night, though weak, heralded an indomitable spirit of life and hope. Chapter 81. The Emergence of Shadows, Prelude to Zamasu's Purification. In the 10th universe, on the fringes of the Supreme Kai realm, lay a planet designated as K7, once home to a primitive ecological civilization. At this moment, however, the planet was shrouded in a pall of silence and despair. The once lush forests had been decimated, leaving only charred stumps and barren, despoiled land ravaged by colossal machinery. The tainted rivers emitted a noxious odor, their banks littered with industrial waste. The ancestral homes of the indigenous tribes had devolved into dismal and oppressive internment camps. Ragged, numb-eyed individuals were herded along, laboring under the vigilant gaze of uniformed soldiers, extracting a rare energy mineral from the planet. The air was thick with fear, desperation, and a deep-seated aura of enslavement. Suspended above the planet's orbit, within the control room of a formidable spacecraft pulsating with dark purple energy, Zamasu stood before a vast viewport, gazing down upon the scarred planet below, clad in the garb of an apprentice Supreme Kai. His eyes no longer reflected the humility and gentleness he once possessed in the bay of salty fish. Instead, they radiated a chilling disdain as he looked down upon the insignificant ants below. How filthy, he murmured to himself, his voice akin to the grinding of ice. Greed, ignorance, short-sightedness, recklessly destroying the home that nurtured them for trivial gains, trampling upon their own kind. This is humanity, This is the essence of inferior life. Chaotic, disordered, devoid of reverence for the divinely bestowed gift of life. His thoughts uncontrollably drifted back to the bay of salty fish. That facade of harmony. Those mortals cherished by the deities. That languid existence squandering power. Everything had become irrefutable evidence of his own fall from grace. The gods of the seventh universe had succumbed to the corruption of mundane warmth. They had forgotten their divine duty to uphold the purity and order of the cosmos. Only through complete purification could this cycle of sin be brought to an end. A sinister purple glimmer flickered in Zamasu's eyes. He raised his hand, gathering a ball of pure, chillingly cold divine energy infused with his sacred aura. Experimental subject no. K7, Alpha 03. He issued his command with a frigid resolve. Below, within the internment camp, the stage was set. A gaunt young man, bearing the scars of torment upon his visage, was unceremoniously dragged forth and escorted to the center of a circular testing ground constructed from a peculiar metal. His eyes, filled with trepidation and bewilderment, mirrored his plight. The voice of Zamas resonated through the loudspeakers, devoid of emotion, echoing across the arena. Inferior beings, you are born guilty. Today, I grant you the opportunity for transcendence, to contribute your humble worth to the divine order. No sooner had he finished speaking than a concentrated beam of violet light descended from above, enveloping the young man with pinpoint accuracy. A scream, piercing and inhuman, erupted forth. The man's body convulsed violently within the beam, contorting grotesquely. Veins beneath his skin bulged like worms, manifesting an eerie hue of purple. In agony, his form underwent a horrifying transformation. Bones ruptured through flesh, muscles grotesquely swelled, and his eyes became wholly consumed by a frenzy of bloodlust and suffering. Within mere seconds, a living human had morphed into a creature nearly 3 meters tall, cloaked in a purple carapace, dripping with saliva, reduced to a mere embodiment of destructive instinct. The beast roared skyward, its gaze filled with a desire for annihilation, fixating upon the terrified crowd outside the testing ground. Target locked. K7 concentration camp. Zamas's voice remained cold as he declared, commence eradication. The purple monstrosity, akin to a beast unleashed from its cage, shattered the metallic confines of the arena and lunged toward those who had once been its kin. Humans, defenseless and unarmed. The cacophony of screams, cries, and the visceral sounds of flesh being torn apart converged into a symphony of hell. Suspended in the control room, Zamas observed the carnage with an air of detachment. He watched the creature wreak havoc among the populace, witnessing the struggles and deaths of those inferior beings in their terror. His countenance bore no sign of disturbance, only a sickly satisfaction. Do you see this, Master Guis? He murmured to the empty control room, as if questioning his mentor, who resided far beyond in the 10th universe's realm of deities. This is the rightful destiny of power. This is the necessary means to maintain order. The so-called harmony and emotion are but opiates for the weak. Only through absolute purification can true purity be achieved. He documented the bloody scenes of the testing ground, titling it Purification Light, initial results of the K7 experiment. With this evidence, he aimed to demonstrate to Guas, and to all who doubted his philosophy, that he was indeed correct. The wretchedness of places like Salty Fish Bay, along with the filth it sheltered, would ultimately be crushed under his new order. The shadows of the 10th universe began to spread amidst the bloodshed and suffering, while fragments of this information, like a faint yet jarring noise in the cosmic background, quietly seeped into the awareness of certain entities.